Chapter 641 Grandpa vs. Girlfriend. When Leng Xiaoting was gone, Ji Yuning surfed on the internet to see people's reaction to the ad of jade beauty jewelry. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Ji Yuman and asked her how everything was going now. Ji Yuman told her that everything was going very well. Ji Yuning didn't ask her about her relationship with Tang Yunfan, because Ji Yuning thought that it was better to let them deal with it themselves. She told Ji Yuman that the skincare products would be delivered to City F in 2 days. After hanging up the call with Ji Yuning, Ji Yuman called Ji Yuqing and told her that the skincare products would soon be delivered to City F. Ji Yuning took a rest for a while, then went to the building of her corporation. In Kalane Pharmacy, although there weren't as many customers right now as there were during the morning, it was still quite popular. Kai Yaofeng was the heir of Xing Pharmaceutical Company. He was a young man who was around 24 years old, and his girlfriend pulled him to shop for skincare products in Kuzi store. However, when Kai Yaofeng noticed Kalane Pharmacy next to Kuzi store, he was astonished. Hasn't father ruined Kalane's business? Kalane can't pass the drug control, and almost went bankrupt. How come it's open here right now, and is even so popular? How did they manage to put their medicines on the market? Does Kalane have a new boss? Kai Yaofeng couldn't figure it out. Then Ning Chengkai walked by the door. Kai Yaofeng was shocked, and called his father at once. Dad, haven't you ruined Kalane's business? It's open now, and I just saw Ning Chengkai. Kai Yaofeng said. What? Kalane is open, and you just saw Ning Chengkai? Kai Yaofeng's father, Kai Qinyi, couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure? Kai Qinyi couldn't accept it. He had already bribed a leader in the State Food and Drug Administration, and Kalane would never pass the drug control. Exactly because of that, Kalane almost went bankrupt, but why it was open now all of a sudden? Who helped Ning Chengkai? Yes, I'm sure. Wait a second. I'll send photos to you, Kai Yaofeng said, then took a picture of Ning Chengkai and Kalane before he sent them to Kai Qinyi. Seeing the photos, Kai Qinyi was shocked. He called the office leader of SFDA at once, but nobody answered. Kai Qinyi was displeased because he knew that something must be wrong if nobody answered his call. He was also worried that he could have been exposed, which would be dangerous. Even so, he was still unwilling to see Ning Chengkai running a more successful business than his. No matter what, Kai Qinyi had to do something about it right away, so he called his secretary and said, "Go collect the latest information about Kalane, and try to contact the office leader of SFDA." He was eager to know whether the office leader had betrayed him. "Yes, sir," his secretary said, then left. When Leng Xiaoting was at the Leng family's house, Master Leng was alone in it, because the other members had all left for work or school. Today was a sunny day, and Master Leng was ambling in the yard, so he saw Leng Xiaoting the moment he walked inside. Although Master Leng was very happy to see him, he put on a serious face and said, "Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought that you went to meet your girlfriend. It turns out that you still remember that you have a grandpa." "I already met her," Leng Xiaoting said, and didn't care whether it would hurt Master Leng's feelings. Hearing that, Master Leng was annoyed. In the beginning, Master Leng was excited to see Leng Xiaoting, but now he was quite upset after Leng Xiaoting said that. His girlfriend was more important than his grandpa in his eyes. "Here, a gift from Ningning for you." Leng Xiaoting gave the wooden box to Master Leng. Master Leng was cheered up at once, and took the box. He opened it, and saw gold bars inside. These gold bars were neatly lettered with a mark of the Tang dynasty, which meant they were made in the Tang dynasty. Although Master Leng couldn't tell whether they were real or not, he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't send fake treasure to him. Master Leng was thrilled to receive this gift from his further granddaughter-in-law. "Your girlfriend is really a great girl," Master Leng complimented. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was very happy. In fact, Ji Yuning still felt a little guilty because she had charged Master Leng for the antique in her store, so she sent this gift to him to make up for it. She knew that Master Leng wouldn't mind it, but she still thought that it was better to send him a gift again. Ji Yuning also knew that Master Leng loved paintings, so she planned to give him the Confederate Rose by water painted by Tang Yin at the formal meeting with him. Let's go talk in the study, Master Leng said, then walked to the study, followed by Leng Xiaoting. How is the investigation of the Shen family going? Master Leng asked when they were in the study. I've sent an undercover agent to the Kirin gang, and he works for Long Tianyu now, but he hasn't gotten any evidence yet. The Shen family is very cautious, so we have to be patient, Leng Xiaoting said. Chapter 642 Meet Leng Xiaojia. If they were going to unseat the Shen family, they had to seize the best opportunity. Leng Xiaoting would never allow them to survive. His parents had been killed precisely because their enemies had survived, and he wouldn't make that mistake again. You're right, Master Leng said. Oh, how long will you stay here with me this time? Master Leng asked. I'll leave right after dinner, I have something else to deal with, Leng Xiaoting said. Actually, he was eager to go back to Ji Yuning's side now. Why do you have to leave in a hurry? Master Leng was disappointed, but he wouldn't stop Leng Xiaoting from leaving. Cao Wenxin didn't remember that it was Ai Xinyu's birthday until she received Ai Xinyu's call around 5 p.m. She came to the capital to attend Ai Xinyu's birthday party, but now she was absent from it. However, she thought that it wasn't appropriate to leave Xinbei alone in the hospital. Seeing Cao Wenxin getting restless, Xinbei asked her, "What's wrong?" Actually today's my friend's birthday," Cao Wenxin said with embarrassment. "Don't worry, you can leave if you like." Xinbei understood that Cao Wenxin hesitated to leave because of him. "Are you sure you'll be fine alone here?" Cao Wenxin felt a little guilty. She promised to take care of him, but she was going to leave him alone now. "If you're worried about me, you can visit me tonight after the party," Xinbei said. In fact, there was no need for her to keep him company the entire time, but he enjoyed her company. "Sure, then I'll visit you tonight," Cao Wenxin said. "Oh, what do you want to eat? I can help you order some." Xinbei thought for a while, then said, "Well, it's said that what you eat can improve certain parts of your body. I think I need to improve my brain now, so please help me order fish head soup." "Ha ha," Cao Wenxin snorted with laughter. "No problem." She called the Wangdang Hotel and told them to prepare fish head soup right now and deliver it to the hospital. Cao Wenxin was a great beauty, and her smile stunned Xinbei. When it was 6 p.m., other members of the Leng family came home after work. Leng Yuanqin's family was displeased to see Leng Xiaoting, and only Leng Yuanzhen's family greeted him kindly. Leng Xiaoting treated them the same way back. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi stayed in their schools, and Leng Xiaojia was having fun with her friends, so they were all absent. Ji Yuning was also about to dine with Song Mani and Sha Yichu. She had been in the capital for a few days, and Sha Yichu finally had a chance to meet her. Ji Yuning was Sha Yichu's idol now, not only because Ji Yuning had helped her a lot, but also because of the news about Ji Yuning. Precisely because of the popular news about Ji Yuning, many reporters wanted to interview her, and even went to her school. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning was absent, and the principal refused to give them Ji Yuning's phone number without Ji Yuning's permission. Sha Yichu also thanked Ji Yuning in person for the skincare products she had sent her. Although Sha Yichu hadn't had her debut yet, and she could hang out wherever and whenever she wanted, she wouldn't be able to do it once she became famous. They didn't go dine in a luxurious hotel, but went to the biggest commercial district in the capital. It wasn't far from the building of Ji Yuning's corporation, and it only took several minutes of driving for them to get there. Ji Yuning still drove Chen Kengyi's car. Her corporation wasn't open for business yet, so she hadn't bought cars. This commercial district with a long history was located downtown, and there were many time-honored shops along the streets. There was a large delicious section of the city in the center of this commercial district, providing very traditional food and exotic food. They didn't know what to eat, so they decided to walk around to see what they wanted. In the end, they found a local hotpot restaurant. Although there weren't private rooms and people were all eating in a big hall, it was super popular. Therefore, Ji Yuning and the others thought that its food must be very good and walked inside. "Hi, are there any vacant seats?" Ji Yuning asked. "Miss, you're very lucky today. There is one vacant table," the waitress said with a smile. "I'll book it." Before Ji Yuning could say a word, another female voice sounded from behind them. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and the others were annoyed and turned back to look at the woman. The woman also came with 2 female friends, and they were all in their early 20s. Ji Yuning stared straight at the woman who just booked the table before her. The woman was very beautiful, but she had bad physiognomy. Her face was skinny with prominent cheekbones and a sharp chin. There were also wrinkles in the middle of her eyebrows. Her physiognomy showed that she could be very unkind. Although physiognomy didn't mean everything, Ji Yuning knew that the woman was very aggressive, rude, and hot-tempered from her previous behavior. "I'm sorry, miss, but we came here earlier than you," Ji Yuning said coldly. "I didn't hear you book it before me," the woman said with disdain while looking at Ji Yuning. Actually, this woman was Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia was competing against Ji Yuning for the table, not because she disliked Ji Yuning, but because she was arrogant and self-centered. Besides, she was hungry now. "It's ridiculous. I just asked the waitress whether there are any vacant seats, and I was going to book the table, but you interrupted me," Ji Yuning said with annoyance. "Miss, could you please wait for a while? Some diners are almost finished eating, and there will be more vacant seats," the waitress said to Leng Xiaojia. "No, I want the last vacant table," Leng Xiaojia said without hesitation. Chapter 643 Play the Blame Game. Well, the waitress felt cornered. Seeing that Leng Xiaojia was unwilling to retreat, she turned to Ji Yuning and asked, "Miss, would you please wait for a few minutes?" In her eyes, Ji Yuning was more considerate. Ji Yuning was indeed considerate most of the time, but she wouldn't be friendly to those who were rude and domineering, so she asked the waitress, "I think it depends on the rules of your restaurant. First come, first served, or occupy the seats by violence." Hearing that, the waitress was struck dumb for a second. The restaurant, of course, served the diners in order of arrival, but the women who came here later seemed very aggressive. If they didn't get the table, they could argue or even fight here, which would affect other diners. However, this restaurant always obeyed the rule that the first customer was served first. If they broke the rule this time, it would damage the reputation of this restaurant, which would affect its business in the future. After thinking about it, the waitress decided to side with Ji Yuning. "Miss, please follow me," she said to Ji Yuning. "Hey, what do you mean?" Leng Xiaojia was mad and shouted in anger, "I booked the seat first, so why are you guiding her inside before me?" Leng Xiaojia was playing the blame game now. In fact, Leng Xiaojia was so hot-tempered today because she was in a bad mood, otherwise she would tolerate it for the sake of the Leng family's reputation. Leng Xiaojia's angry shout attracted a lot of attention from other diners in the restaurant. In a corner, Zhang Rukan was dining with Tang Qingyang. The dishes had just been served on the table, so they turned to look over. However, at first glance they didn't see Leng Xiaojia, whose voice they were familiar with, but Ji Yuning. Seeing Ji Yuning, Zhang Rukan's eyes lit up at once and he walked towards her. Tang Qingyang shook his head with a resigned look. "What's going on here?" The manager of the restaurant walked over after hearing the noise. The waitress immediately reported to the manager on what just had happened. The manager seemed displeased after hearing it, and turned to look at the group of Leng Xiaojia. "Miss, I'm sorry, but we always serve diners in order of arrival. If you still want to dine here, please wait for a while. If not, please go dine in another restaurant. How dare you talk to us like that? Do you know who we are?" The woman stood by Leng Xiaojia's right side said arrogantly, "I was born in the Shi family." The Shi family was a famous super-rich family in the capital, and the manager was slightly scared. Although Leng Xiaojia was from a much more powerful family than her friends, she seldom exposed her identity unless it was necessary. Master Leng had warned them not to use the Leng family's name to do bad things, or they would be punished according to their family's principles. Normally, the person would be locked in a small dark room for 3 days without anything to eat and just water to drink, which could cause a mental breakdown. Leng Xiaojia had been punished once, and she didn't want to suffer it again, so she would use her friend's family background to bully others. Anyway, it was already enough. "Miss Shi, do you think you have the right to grab seats away from others just because your family is super rich?" At this moment, a male voice sounded and it attracted everyone's attention. Without looking at him, Ji Yuning already knew who he was from his voice, so did Leng Xiaojia. Ji Yuning remained calm, while Leng Xiaojia panicked a little. Zhang Ruken. Xianxia was surprised to meet Zhang Ruken here, and didn't know what to do now. She gave Leng Xiaojia a glance to ask for her opinion in silence. Although there was an abyss between the Zhang family, which was a common rich family, and the Shi family that was a super rich family, the Zhang family had a close relationship with the Leng family after all. Most importantly, Leng Xiaojia liked Zhang Ruken, and was unwilling to have conflict with him. However, Zhang Ruken disliked Leng Xiaojia very much and kept a distance away from her. Leng Xiaojia was in a bad mood today because of Zhang Ruken. Just an hour ago, they met Zhang Ruken. And Leng Xiaojia invited him to dine and watch a film together, but Zhang Ruken rejected her. Fine, we can leave the table to them, but we must share a table with you. Leng Xiaojia seized the chance to dine with Zhang Ruken. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruken ignored Leng Xiaojia, and looked to Ji Yuning with sincerity. Ji Yuning, would you mind dining with us? I have always wanted to share a meal with you, so maybe today is my lucky day. Zhang Ruken. Leng Xiaojia couldn't believe her eyes. Why did Zhang Ruken invite this girl to dine with him? And they even seemed so close. What's their relationship? Leng Xiaojia thought to herself. Why not? Ji Yuning said. Since they encountered each other, Ji Yuning wouldn't turn Zhang Ruken down. In addition, Ji Yuning noticed that the arrogant woman liked Zhang Ruken, but Zhang Ruken disliked her. If so, Ji Yuning was glad to see the arrogant woman being upset after Zhang Ruken invited her. Zhang Ruken then ignored Leng Xiaojia and guided Ji Yuning to his table. Leng Xiaojia's face was twisted in anger, and she lost her appetite, walking out at once. Her friends, of course, wouldn't stay in the restaurant and left with her. This restaurant was very popular and soon the last vacant table was occupied. Although Leng Xiaojia liked Zhang Ruken, she was too arrogant to tell him. In her eyes, the man she liked should feel honored and beg for her love, and she always believed that she was better than men. Even when she invited Zhang Ruken to dine together or watch a film together, she was still very arrogant and put it like she was doing him a favor. Chapter 644. Are you free tonight? Since Zhang Ruken ignored her on purpose now, she obviously wouldn't stay here and left at once. However, she would invite Zhang Ruken to hang out with her again after her anger went away. She wasn't willing to give up, because Zhang Ruken aroused her desire of conquest. A self-centered person with a strong sense of self-esteem always wanted what he or she couldn't have. Ji Yuning followed Zhang Ruken to the table, and greeted Tang Qingyang when she saw him. Afterwards, they introduced themselves to each other. Here, please order whatever you want. Zhang Ruken gave the menu to Ji Yuning, because he and Tang Qingyang had only ordered several dishes for 2 people. Thanks. Ji Yuning took the menu. Song Manny and Sha Yichu also ordered their favorite food. Ji Yuning, what are you up to these days? Zhang Ruken asked Ji Yuning, pretending to be very casual. Dealing with something, Ji Yuning said, but didn't tell him more details. Since Ji Yuning didn't want to tell him more details, Zhang Ruken didn't ask further. Oh, if you meet those women again in the future, you better stay away from them, especially the one who has competed for vacant seats against you, Zhang Ruken said. Although he knew that Ji Yuning was good at kung fu, it couldn't solve everything. Sometimes, power was the key to any problems. Oh, what's her background? Ji Yuning asked with curiosity. The Leng family in the capital, Zhang Ruken said directly. The Leng family. Ji Yuning was surprised. The Leng family in the capital was precisely Leng Xiaoting's family. It seemed unavoidable that she would meet the woman again in the future. Leng Xiaoting had told her that he only cared about his grandpa in his family, so she could fight back without hesitation if other members found fault with her. Seeing Ji Yuning being surprised, Zhang Ruken thought that she was a little scared, so he comforted her at once. Don't worry, I can help you if she causes you any trouble. It's fine, I can handle it, Ji Yuning said. In fact, she didn't care about Leng Xiaojia at all. If she didn't have Leng Xiaoting's support, she probably would be afraid of the Leng family's power and influence, but there was no need for her to be afraid now since Leng Xiaoting was her boyfriend. Oh, are you free tonight? If you are, why don't we go have some fun together in a club after dinner? Zhang Ruken asked. I'd love to, but I need to deal with something else. Ji Yuning declined. Fine. Zhang Ruken didn't insist, but felt disappointed. Leng Xiaojia, who left in anger, didn't have an appetite at all, so she went to a bar later. She was in a terrible mood now, so she vented her anger by drinking with her friends Xianxia and Qin Bexin. Leng Xiaojia was very arrogant, so she only made friends with those who were from either super rich or powerful families. Xianxia was born in a super rich family in the capital, while Qin Bexin's father was a senior administration official in the capital. Although their family background wasn't as good as Leng Xiaojia's, they were all from the high society. However, only the Leng family and the Shi family had been super rich and powerful for generations, and many members of those two families held important positions or great influence in either politics or business. In the Qin family, on the other hand, only Qin Bexin's parents occupied significant jobs in the government. That was the big difference between a single person's influence and a whole family's power. On the way to the bar, Xianxia suddenly thought of a question, so she asked, Xiaojia, I think Zhang Ruken treats the girl differently. I've never seen him being so careful and gentle to a girl before. Does he like her? Hearing that, Leng Xiaojia stopped walking for a second, and then realized that Zhang Ruken really was different today. She liked Zhang Ruken, so she naturally knew a lot about him, and she had also never seen him being so kind and taking the initiative to approach a girl. Did he do it on purpose to annoy Xiaojia? Qin Bexin said. No matter what, I won't let her go. If I see her again, I promise that I'll pay her back. Leng Xiaojia said with strong hatred. She had been embarrassed in public today because of Ji Yuning, so she wouldn't forgive Ji Yuning. When Leng Xiaoting finished dinner, Ji Yuning was still in the middle of it, so she received his call halfway through eating. Where are you now? Have you eaten? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'm at the commercial district now, and I'm still eating, Ji Yuning said. Do you need me to pick you up? Leng Xiaoting asked. Sure, Ji Yuning said, then hung up. Kai Qinyi had the result of the investigation of Ning Chengkai. The office leader was transferred to another department in another city, but nobody knew the details. Besides, no one knew whether he had betrayed Kai Qinyi either, but Kai Qinyi's secretary said that they didn't have any solid proof against Sheng. Hearing that, Kai Qinyi was a little relieved. Leng Xiaoting soon arrived at the delicious city, and Ji Yuning and the others also finished eating. Where are you going now? I can send you there, Zhang Ruken said. Thanks, my friend will pick us up, Ji Yuning said. Great. Zhang Ruken didn't say anything further, but felt quite disappointed. When they walked out together, Leng Xiaoting's car was parked outside. Ji Yuning said goodbye to them, and Zhang Ruken along with Tang Qingyang saw them getting in the car at the door. Seeing Ji Yuning walking out with Zhang Ruken, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. Didn't she say she would reject Zhang Ruken's invitation for a meal? Why did they dine together? Ji Yuning sensed Leng Xiaoting's annoyance once she was in the car. She immediately realized that he was mad because of Zhang Ruken. Although it was just a coincidence that she had dined with Zhang Ruken, Leng Xiaoting didn't know, so it was understandable that he was mad now. Ji Yuning explained it to Leng Xiaoting. At once, and Leng Xiaoting's anger faded, but Ji Yuning didn't tell him that the woman was Leng Xiaojia. In the beginning Sha Yichu and Song Mani felt stressed in the car, but then gradually got used to it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning introduced them to one another. It was very dim in the car, so Sha Yichu and Song Mani didn't see Leng Xiaoting's appearance clearly, otherwise they would be astonished as well as excited. Chapter 645. There is no sign of anything happening yet. Ji Yuning asked for Song Mani's and Sha Yichu's addresses, then Leng Xiaoting drove them back before they went to his house. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Zhang Ruken was very upset, but Tang Qingyang could do nothing about it. Let's go. She's already been gone for a long while. Tang Qingyang lightly knocked Zhang Ruken's arm. Zhang Ruken sighed, then turned around. Let's go have a drink. He was in a bad mood now, and he wanted to drink beers. Let's go. Since his close brother wanted to drink, Tang Qingyang, of course, wouldn't reject. Cao Wenxin and Ai Xinyu along with Ai Xinyu's friends were about to adjourn to a KTV club, but Cao Wenxin always wore an absent look because she was thinking of Xin Bei. Ai Xinyu had noticed that during the meal, but didn't ask her because there were so many people around them. Since they were already out now, Ai Xinyu asked Cao Wenxin, "Wenxin, are you alright?" "Yeah," Cao Wenxin said. "Really? I'm not dumb and you've been wearing this absent look for a long time." Ai Xinyu rolled her eyes. "Fine." Cao Wenxin knew that she couldn't hide it from her good friend. "I had a conflict with a woman today. She used an ashtray to hit me, and one of my male friends protected me from being hit, but he was injured on his head, and now he's still in the hospital. I think I should take care of him because he was injured for me, but today's your birthday after all, so he told me to come here." "What? Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I wouldn't have forced you to come here." Ai Xinyu was shocked and felt guilty. "Go back to him. I'll be fine here. But today's your birthday." Actually, Cao Wenxin also wanted to visit Xinbei in the hospital, but she thought that it would be unfair for Ai Xinyu. She flew all the way here to attend Ai Xinyu's birthday party after all. "It's fine. We've been good friends for years. I won't mind." Ai Xinyu was very considerate. If she found out the truth, but still forbade Cao Wenxin from leaving, it would be very unkind. "Well, then I'll go visit him." "Xinyu, I'm sorry." Cao Wenxin hesitated for a while, but still decided to leave. "It's no big deal. Just leave. Don't forget to bring some food for him," Ai Xinyu said and pushed Cao Wenxin outwards. After that, Cao Wenxin excused herself and left. She listened to Ai Xinyu and wanted to call Xinbei to ask him what his favorite food was. However, she realized that they hadn't exchanged phone numbers with each other, which upset her. In the end, Cao Wenxin only bought some fruits to visit him. When she got back to the hospital, Xu Jinchen was also in Xinbei's patient room. Xinbei felt bored after Cao Wenxin left, so he called Xu Jinchen to keep him company. Xu Jinchen didn't know what had happened to Xinbei until Xinbei called him. He was shocked and came to visit Xinbei without delay. When he saw Xinbei, his first reaction was the same as Leng Xiaoting's. "How could you be hit by an ashtray? It was a subconscious action," Xinbei said. In fact, he could have pushed Cao Wenxin away, so neither of them would have been hit, but he hadn't thought further back then. "Do you like her?" Xu Jinchen asked, although he already knew the answer. "Yes." Xinbei admitted it. "Well, it seems another member of our team is going to have a girlfriend, but I'm still single." Xu Jinchen felt very sad all of a sudden. Leng Xiaoting, Ximing and now Xinbei had all met their girls, but his girl was nowhere to be found. There is no sign of anything happening yet. Xinbei wore a wry smile. Although he liked Cao Wenxin, it wasn't easy for them to be together. They still needed more time to get along with each other. Xu Jinchen's first love was in college, and he stayed single for a long time ever since, so he couldn't give any advice for his close brother now, but could only hope that Xinbei would be happy. When it was about 8 p.m., Cao Wenxin arrived. Xinbei thought that Cao Wenxin wouldn't be back until 10 p.m., so he was surprised to see her when it was just 8 p.m. "Hi, Mr. Xu," Cao Wenxin greeted Xu Jinchen. "Hi, I came to visit Xinbei after hearing what happened." "Since you're back, I think I better leave now," Xu Jinchen said. "Bye-bye." Cao Wenxin didn't think further and walked Xu Jinchen out. When Xu Jinchen walked out, he gave Xinbei an encouraging look. "Why did you come back so early?" Xinbei asked when Xu Jinchen was gone. It wasn't because he didn't want her to be back earlier, but because he thought she needed to celebrate her friend's birthday that night. Was it because of him? Thinking that, Xinbei was cheered up. I came here after dinner. They went to drink, but I don't feel like drinking today, so I didn't go with them." "Oh, I wanted to buy some food for you, but I don't have your number so I didn't know what to buy," Cao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Xinbei also realized that they hadn't exchanged phone numbers yet. "If you don't mind, we can exchange numbers," Xinbei said politely, but he was very anxious. "Sure," Cao Wenxin said, and then they exchanged phone numbers. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back in his house, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the bed at once. However, Ji Yuning's phone rang when he just started kissing her. Chapter 646. Anything else? It was the second time that Leng Xiaoting had been interrupted when he was kissing Ji Yuning, and he was very unhappy. Ha ha. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter seeing Leng Xiaoting's sad face, but she still answered the call without delay. The call was from Ning Chengkai and he reported on today's sales figures to Ji Yuning. Although the sales in the afternoon was lower than that in the morning, they had made a lot of money today. It was quite understandable because many of Ji Yuning's friends came to buy the products in the morning and they were very generous customers. In addition, for the skincare products, except facial masks, it took time for customers to see whether they were effective or suitable, so most of the customers only bought a set each to have a try. The pharmacy also made dozens of thousands of yuan today. It was quite a good result without any advertising. Normally, a store of skincare products could make several dozens of thousands of yuan at the most on the opening day, but they had made over 300,000 yuan. And a pharmacy could make over 10,000 yuan at best, but they had made over 40,000 yuan. In addition, both Kulane Pharmacy and Kuzi Store were direct sale stores, and Ji Yuning could make far more money by wholesale in the future. Ji Yuning planned to open more retail stores of Kulane and Kuzi and Ning Chengkai would be in charge of it. Ning Chengkai told Ji Yuning that the products which would be delivered to City F were already packed. They would be loaded tomorrow morning, and he asked her whether she wanted to check it. Ji Yuning thought that it wasn't necessary, because she believed that Ning Chengkai could handle it well. After hanging up the call, Leng Xiaoting pressed on Ji Yuning again, but he was stopped by Ji Yuning once more when he started kissing her. Wait a second. It was the third time Leng Xiaoting had been interrupted, and he was very disappointed. However, he cared about Ji Yuning's feelings, so he didn't force her to have sex with him. What's wrong? I forgot to book a plane ticket. I have to fly to City B tomorrow because Jade Beauty Jewelry's branch is about to open the day after tomorrow, Ji Yuning said. Although Zhou Zhenghong was already dealing with it, she had to go back given that she was the boss. I'll go with you. Leng Xiaoting had to go with her because it was a very important event. He got up from Ji Yuning's body and took out his phone to book plane tickets for them. It was better to book plane tickets as early as they could. Wait, I need to ask Wenxin whether she'll go back with us tomorrow, Ji Yuning said, and called Cao Wenxin. Ji Yuning's store was going to open, and Cao Wenxin said that she would go attend its opening ceremony, so did Xinbei. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting booked 4 plane tickets. The flight would take off at 1:50 p.m. tomorrow, so they could set off for the airport after lunch. After booking, Leng Xiaoting pressed on Ji Yuning once more, but Ji Yuning pushed him away again. She thought that she should give Gao Yi and Chao Ya a call now to find out how everything was going with them. Gao Yi and Chao Ya were both efficient, so they already settled everything they needed to do. Ji Yuning told them to meet her once they were free. Anything else? Leng Xiaoting stared at Ji Yuning with a resigned look. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was amused. Nothing. Let's begin. Once Ji Yuning said that, Leng Xiaoting directly pressed her against the bed and started to undress her. At the same time, Cao Wenxin was still chatting with Xinbei in the hospital. Neither of them mentioned their feelings towards each other, but chatted casually. When it was 11 p.m., Cao Wenxin had to go back to the hotel, because it wasn't appropriate for her to stay alone with Xinbei in a room. In fact, Xinbei was already fine after applying the liquid medicine Ji Yuning gave him, but the doctor told him to stay in the hospital for a day in case his wound got worse. He would have another CT scan tomorrow morning, and he could leave the hospital if there was nothing wrong with his wound. Is it safe for you to go back alone? Xinbei asked with concern. It's fine. The hotel will arrange for a car to pick me up, Cao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Xinbei realized that the Wangdeng Hotel was kind of Cao Wenxin's family business. Xinbei didn't feel stressed facing Cao Wenxin's unusual family background, because he was a respectable military officer in the army too. In addition to his high rank in the army, he also had a lot of wealth. Although he wasn't comparable to the Tang family, he wasn't poorer than the Cao family, so they could be a properly matched couple. The rewards of their missions were very high. They might not gain much if they caught general murderers, but they would get rich rewards if they ruined an illegal drug cartel or caught people stealing cultural relics as well as arms traffickers. Those illegal groups had tons of money to run their illegal business. As long as they were caught, the government would take over half of their properties, and the other half would be divided among the Red Flame. For example, a head of an illegal drug cartel could have dozens of billion yuan in wealth, and those who fulfilled the task of catching the head could share half of his wealth. Therefore, each member of the Red Flame was super rich. Cao Wenxin took a shower when she was back in the hotel. However, she couldn't fall asleep at all, but kept thinking about what had happened today with Xinbei. She was sure that she liked Xinbei now, but not deeply yet, so she wasn't sure whether she wanted him to be her boyfriend. In addition, she was curious about his feelings for her. During this night, Xinbei barely slept too, because he was also thinking of Cao Wenxin. Although he knew he liked Cao Wenxin, he hesitated to confess his affection for her before he was certain that she was willing to his girlfriend. Chapter 647 Mind your reputation. The prime time of a bar was around 12 a.m. Leng Xiaojia and her friends actually drank some in the music bar, but they didn't have much. They knew that they were going to have fun in the second bar, so they stayed clear-headed. And now, they adjourned to a nightclub to start the second round of drinking. Several male friends invited them to have fun here, and those men were all from the high society like them. There were different groups of the younger generation in the high society who disliked each other, and normally one would only make friends with others in the same group as themselves. They knew the conflicts among different groups very clearly, and the older generation had reminded them to be careful too, so they would never socialize with people from the opposite groups. Even if they maintained a relationship with their enemies, it had to be a bad one. Since they were friends, they shared many secrets about each other. If one made friends with the younger generation from the opposite groups, once the older generation began to fight against one another, it was unavoidable that his or her secrets would become the ammunition in their enemies' hands. The bar was very noisy and full of colorful moving lights. Men and women on the dance floor were crazily swaying their waists and shaking their booties, like tomorrow was the last day of their lives. Although it was early spring, it was still cold outside. In the nightclub, however, it was always summer, and all the women were wearing tight, sensual summer dresses. The air conditioners in a nightclub were on all the time, otherwise nobody would be willing to have fun here. Leng Xiaojia and her friends also changed their clothes and put on short, tight, sexy dresses with heavy makeup. They looked totally different now. A while ago, they were elegant ladies, but now they were hot women looking for amorous adventures in this nightclub. Xianxia was the sexiest of them, and her dress was so short that her underwear was easily seen once she bent a little. That was exactly what she wanted. Leng Xiaojia was actually more beautiful than Xianxia, but Xianxia had a better figure than her. When Xianxia shook her beautiful wine-red hair with large curls, countless men around were attracted to her. "Hey, beauties, wanna a drink?" A good-looking man came over and struck up a conversation with them. "Sorry, we're busy now. We can have a drink later," Xianxia said with a sexy smile. She was very kind, so the man wasn't annoyed at all. After a while, they walked to the booth their friends had booked. There were 3 men and a woman who was wearing a skin-tight red minidress with her boobs almost coming out. She was having sex with the man sitting next to her right in front of everyone. It was very common in a nightclub. Although Leng Xiaojia and her friends didn't have fun in nightclubs often, they weren't rare visitors either, so they were already used to it. "Oh, they're already having fun," Xianxia joked without any touch of irony. Hearing that, the man and the woman stopped and looked to Xianxia. The woman moved her hair on her chest away and said airily, "You didn't just find out, so don't put it like it's something surprising. Mind your reputation. Why don't you go get a room and then you can do it any way you want?" Xianxia said. Xianxia lived a promiscuous sexual life. To be specific, there was few rich kids who didn't have many sexual partners, but some of them would try to attract as little attention as possible to their behaviors in case it caused trouble. Leng Xiaojia and Qin Bexin, on the other hand, didn't have as many sexual partners as Xianxia, so they were able to maintain a good reputation for now. "Hey, welcome. Come on and have a seat." A handsome man stood up at once and invited them to sit with him. "Hello, beauties, been a while." A tall, handsome blonde man with beautiful features greeted them. "Smith, when did you come here?" Seeing the man, both Xianxia and Qin Bexin were excited, but Leng Xiaojia felt a little uneasy with a touch of embarrassment flashing by her face. Smith looked at them, but his attention was all on Leng Xiaojia with his eyes blinking in love. I just arrived today. Du invited you to have fun together, so I didn't tell you in order to surprise you. Du was the handsome man who invited them to sit with him. In fact, Smith was afraid that Leng Xiaojia wouldn't come, so he told Du to keep it a secret. Why would he be afraid of that? There was a secret between them, so Leng Xiaojia felt embarrassed and uneasy whenever she saw him. It is a big surprise. Xianxia and Qin Bexin laughed. Afterwards, Du poured drinks for them. They clinked glasses and downed it as the start of the evening. Leng Xiaojia and her friends were a little drunk after drinking so much, but they were still conscious. At this moment, Smith moved to sit beside Leng Xiaojia. Under the effect of the alcohol, Leng Xiaojia didn't feel uneasy. Smith approached Leng Xiaojia's ear and said in a low voice, "Will you leave with me tonight?" His warm breath around Leng Xiaojia's ear made her feel aroused, and a touch of light flashed in her eyes, but she still rejected, "I don't think it's a good idea." Smith caught the touch of light in Leng Xiaojia's eyes. He smiled and said in his husky voice, "You know you don't need to restrict yourself. You should free yourself instead. You know we've had a lot of fun together before. Don't worry, nobody will know and I won't force you." Smith's words shook Leng Xiaojia's belief. He was indeed very good in bed, and she was kind of addicted to it, but she was reluctant to maintain a sexual relationship with him. If Zhang Rukin found out, he would probably never accept her. Although Smith was tall, strong and handsome, Leng Xiaojia didn't have much affection for him. Besides, he had a divorce and it was impossible for her to date him, because she thought that it was very shameful. They had slept with each other once before because she had been drunk and felt lonely that day. Chapter 648 Open wider. Seeing that Leng Xiaojia's belief was shaken, Smith was very proud of himself. "I heard that you're still single. Since you don't have a boyfriend, you don't need to worry about it at all. It has nothing to do with betrayal." Leng Xiaojia thought that it made sense and she also wanted to get revenge on Zhang Rukin. In addition, she was seduced too, so she agreed, "Sure." Smith was happy hearing Leng Xiaojia's answer. In fact, although Smith liked Leng Xiaojia, he was only interested in having sex with her, and had no intention to be in a serious relationship with her. His ex-wife left him precisely because he had cheated on her. In Smith's eyes, he had to live his life while he was still young, because he wouldn't have enough energy to play around again once he was old. Moreover, he was rich, and he could afford it. He also understood that Leng Xiaojia didn't like him, but instead liked his skills in bed, which was acceptable for him, because there was no need for him to take responsibility for it. Xianxia soon left with a handsome young man. Qin Bexin was totally drunk and was sent back by Du. In the end, only Leng Xiaojia and Smith were left there. "Have more drinks with me. I haven't had enough." Leng Xiaojia wasn't in a good mood, so she wanted to relieve her pain by drinking. "Why not? But I think you better not drink too much, or you won't feel the excitement later," Smith said. He didn't want to have sex with a drunk woman, he wanted a sensual woman. Saying that, he covered her leg with his palm, then moved his palm upwards to the V of her legs. Leng Xiaojia refused, but Smith said at once, "Don't you think it's very exciting? Nobody will notice." Leng Xiaojia stopped for a second, and started feeling excited. They sat in the deepest corner with tassels separating them from the others. The light was dim, and there was a table in front of them, so it was impossible that anyone would notice them. Therefore, Leng Xiaojia didn't stop him anymore. However, her legs were tightly closed. "Open your legs wider, so I can move in," Smith said. After a while of flirting and touching, both of them felt aroused, but it wasn't the right place to have sex here, so they stayed calm and drank. "Look, they're being really bold." Smith gave a glance at the next table, and Leng Xiaojia looked over. A woman lowered her head between a man's legs. Although she couldn't see it clearly, she understood what they were doing at first glance. It seemed the man was enjoying it, and there were other people around them joking loudly. From their talk, Leng Xiaojia got to know that they were playing truth or dare, and the woman lost a round. It was too much in Leng Xiaojia's eyes, she couldn't do that. After a short time, xianxia left along with Smith. Smith had already booked a room in a nearby hotel, so they soon arrived. With a loud sound, Smith knocked the door open and threw xianxia onto the bed. It wasn't painful, because the bed was super soft. Without hesitation, Smith pressed her body against the bed. The next day, Zhang Rukan got up to run in the morning as usual, but Ji Yuning was still absent. It had been 3 days. Was she avoiding him? He had dined with Ji Yuning yesterday, but it was just a coincidence. Running in the morning, however, was different because Ji Yuning had told him that it was her regular exercise, and he had told her the same thing. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning had been absent for 3 days. Maybe she was very busy, but it was also possible that she stopped running to avoid meeting him. Cao Wenxin called Xinbei once she got up, and asked him what he wanted to eat. It was still morning, so Xinbei wanted to have some congee. Cao Wenxin then brought congee to visit him in the hospital before Xinbei went to do the CT scan. When it was 10 a.m., the results were out and Xinbei was fine, so he could leave the hospital now. Cao Wenxin and Xinbei went to the parking lot together. Not far away, Yu Wenkang was carrying a lunchbox that contained some dishes prepared by Yu Wenjing for Xinbei. Yu Wenkang felt a little embarrassed seeing Xinbei, and Xinbei just nodded to him politely before he got in the car. Cao Wenxin drove a Maserati which was worth over 1 million yuan. It was an exclusive car for the senior management of the Tangguang Group. Therefore, when Yu Wenkang saw the logo of the car, he was shocked. If this woman in front of his eyes was able to drive such a luxurious car, she must have been born in a super rich family. He now really hoped that Yu Wenjing would listen to him and stopped harassing this woman. When they arrived at the hotel, Cao Wenxin called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and xiaoting had just left, so she told Cao Wenxin to order first. Not long after they left the house area, Ji Yuning and xiaoting noticed that someone was stalking them. Ji Yuning was very displeased, because she had been stalked many times these days. But she didn't know whether she or xiaoting was the target this time. She turned around and used her jade eyes. There were 2 men in the car behind them, and both of them had guns, which made Ji Yuning think of bounty hunters. Ji Yuning was worried, but she couldn't tell xiaoting right away, in case that would arouse his suspicion. "I think we better drive to a remote place and deal with them first," Ji Yuning said. If they were just normal stalkers, they would let them go, but it was obvious that those 2 men were killers. xiaoting had the same idea, so he drove the car towards a remote place. The 2 men in the car behind them had no idea that they were already exposed, and even felt that it was a great chance for them to kill them at a remote place. Although Ji Yuning couldn't tell xiaoting directly that they had guns, she could suggest it. "I wonder whether they aim to hurt me or you, but either way, we must be careful. They probably have knives or guns." Chapter 649 No right to sentence, you're right. xiaoting agreed. When xiaoting and Ji Yuning drove to a road with little traffic, xiaoting stopped the car all of a sudden. They pretended that the engine was acting up, and got out of the car to check it. Seeing that, the 2 men stopped behind them and also left their car. "Hey, may I help?" one of them asked. They tried to approach them. "Thanks," xiaoting said, and the 2 men walked towards them. When they walked near, they suddenly attacked Ji Yuning and xiaoting. However, both Ji Yuning and xiaoting were already prepared, so they reacted within a second. The 2 men were stunned because they didn't expect that they would be so quick, but they kept attacking them. People who drove by this road all stopped and filmed the fight. Nevertheless, none of them dared to come closer, so their faces weren't clear in the video. Some of them also immediately called the police. After a while, the killers didn't gain any advantage, but xiaoting and Ji Yuning also failed to get control of them. Ji Yuning was sure now that they must be bounty hunters. To the killers' astonishment, xiaoting and Ji Yuning were better than them in a fight. Therefore, they took out guns. Seeing that, xiaoting and Ji Yuning dashed forward to stop them. The killers weren't weak either, but failed to aim at them accurately. Once they showed the guns, most onlookers drove away, and only a few stayed to watch, but they all stayed a far distance away. At short notice, Ji Yuning drew a dagger and cut one of the killer's wrists with great force. The gun fell from his hand at once, and Ji Yuning kicked it away. The killer was greatly surprised, because he didn't see when and where Ji Yuning pulled out the dagger. This killer without his gun was barely a match for Ji Yuning, and it was super easy for Ji Yuning to beat him down now. As for Leng Xiaoting, he was even better and more experienced than Ji Yuning in a fight. He dislocated the other killer's arm without hesitation and grabbed the gun away, then kicked the killer on the knee so the killer knelt on the ground and couldn't resist at all. At the same time, Ji Yuning quickly got control of the killer fighting against her. The scene shocked everyone around. They caught the two killers with guns within just a few minutes. Although Leng Xiaoting was better than Ji Yuning, people were still more impressed by Ji Yuning because she was a slim young girl. In their eyes, girls were always the weak, but what Ji Yuning did totally changed their opinions. "Tell us, who sent you here?" Ji Yuning asked coldly. The two killers remained silent. Well, Ji Yuning wore a cold face, then heavily stepped on a killer's ankle. With a crisp sound, it was broken and the killer's face was twisted in great pain. "Tell us," Ji Yuning said again. However, they still remained quiet. "If you refuse to tell us, you could die," Leng Xiaoting said, staring straight at them. Even so, the two killers still seemed tough. "Our nationality is country Y, and your country has no right to sentence us." It was the truth. Without an extradition agreement, another country had no right to sentence them. Besides, the two killers didn't believe that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would dare to kill them, because it would turn into a serious international problem. As long as they could flee back to country Y, they would be safe. "Oh, really?" Leng Xiaoting didn't seem worried at all. He took out his military officer card with a calm face. "Don't you know that you can be sentenced to death if you try to assassinate a military officer?" Seeing that, the two killers were stunned again. "Tell us who sent you here. I can punish you lightly and it won't become an international case. As for what will happen to you in the future, it totally depends on yourself," Leng Xiaoting said. It was an attempted murder, so they wouldn't be sentenced death according to the law. Of course, if Leng Xiaoting wanted them to die, it was just a matter of a few words, but he would fulfill his promise once he made it. The two killers were now scared of Leng Xiaoting's real identity. However, if they told him, they would be killed by their client because they broke the rules. Besides, they weren't sure whether Leng Xiaoting would keep his promise. Even so, it was possible that they could stay alive if they told him, and they could die right away if they refused to do so. After struggling, they decided to tell him. Although they were killers, they were afraid of death too. "It's Amy Hill from the Hill family," the man who was under Leng Xiaoting's control said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning frowned, but was not very surprised, because she knew that Amy wouldn't give up. "Do you know the person?" In the beginning, Leng Xiaoting thought that their target was him, but they told him a very strange name. He had heard of the Hill family, but he had never been in touch with it, let alone had conflicts or a grudge against it. Seeing Ji Yuning's reaction, he realized that Ji Yuning was their target. "We had conflict," Ji Yuning said, but didn't tell him details. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was mad. Chapter 650. Pay for what you have done. If their target was him, he wouldn't have many feelings, but he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Ji Yuning. No matter who dared to hurt Ji Yuning, he would make him or her pay for it. "Are you sure?" Ji Yuning starred the killer's eyes. "I'm very sure," he said without any panic. In that case, Ji Yuning believed it for now. "What did she want you to do to me?" Ji Yuning asked, although she already had the answer. It wasn't the first time that she had been attacked by another woman after all. She was right. "She wanted us to ruin your face and rape you, so that you'd live the rest of your life in pain," the killer said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was in a rage. He couldn't believe that the woman would be so malicious. Ji Yuning gave Leng Xiaoting a glance, and his heart ached for her. "Do you have her phone number?" Ji Yuning asked the killer again. "Yes," the killer said. "Give me your phone," Ji Yuning said. He didn't hesitate and gave his phone to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning made a call with it at once. In the Hill family's manor in Country Y, Amy was playing games alone in her room when she received the call, and she got excited once she saw the caller's name. She thought that it must have been successful, so she answered the call in a hurry. Before Ji Yuning could say a word, Amy opened her mouth in excitement. Avery, how is it? Although it was a question, Amy believed that it must have been a success. She had sent 2 professional killers. Sorry to disappoint you, Miss Hill, Ji Yuning said with pride and laziness. She didn't sound annoyed at all. You. Amy recognized Ji Yuning's voice, and her hand shook a little in fear. How is it possible? How can she use Avery's phone to call me? Miss Hill, I bet that Satuyi already told you not to cause me any trouble, but it seems that you didn't listen to him. Well, I guess you can only pay for you've done now, Ji Yuning said, then hung up on her. When Leng Xiaoting heard Satuyi's name, he was displeased. He now realized that it was because of Satuyi that Miss Hill schemed to ruin Ji Yuning. What do you want to do? I can help you, Leng Xiaoting said. He knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't let Miss Hill get away with it. I'll tell you once I made up my mind, Ji Yuning said. She would, of course, get revenge on Amy, but the time wasn't right, because she was busy dealing with her own business. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't ask further about Satuyi. Although he was very curious, he was more afraid that Ji Yuning would be annoyed. Since her scheme was exposed, Amy was terrified. If Satuyi found out what she had done, it would be impossible for her to marry him. Besides, she was worried that Satuyi would tell her family to please Ji Yuning, and her family would punish, blame or even abandon her. Amy, however, wasn't afraid of Ji Yuning, because she still believed that Ji Yuning wasn't able to hurt her, because she was born in the Hill family after all. However, what she didn't know was that Ji Yuning was the heiress of the top family in City B and was also the future granddaughter-in-law of the top family in the capital. Ji Yuning's background was far more powerful than the Hill family. The Hill family was a super-rich family in country Y, but it wasn't among the top-level families. On the contrary, both the Tang family and the Leng family were dominant families. In addition, Ji Yuning had no intention to fight against the Hill family, and she would only get revenge on Amy. However, if the Hill family wanted to be involved, Ji Yuning wouldn't mind competing against it. She would never grin and bear it. Before long, the police arrived, and arrested the 2 killers. Because of Leng Xiaoting's identity, there was no need for them to make oral confessions, but they still gave the police an account of what had happened. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back in the car and were about to leave for the hotel, Cao Wenxin called Ji Yuning and asked her when she would arrive. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had spent a lot of time on the 2 killers, so Cao Wenxin and Xin Bei had been waiting for them for a long time. On their way, Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting, "Why did you want to establish a security company?" "Because many retired soldiers couldn't find a good job, I founded a security company and aimed to hire retired soldiers," Leng Xiaoting said. "I want to start a security company too, because I need my own institution of violence. Please introduce some retired soldiers who want to work in this industry to me," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning now thought that only violence could protect her from being attacked by others. Since Ji Yuning wanted her own institution of violence, he wouldn't interfere in her decisions. Ji Yuning was always an independent and strong girl, so she wouldn't be willing to rely on others, including him. Once some people uploaded the video to the internet, it caused a sensation, but nobody knew who those killers were. "Oh, is it Goddess Ji Yu again? I think it is her. Goddess Ji Yu is so amazing. She can beat an armed man down. Come on, the girl can be another person except her. There are other women who are good at fighting in this world after all. I believe that the girl in the video is Goddess Ji Yu. You're sick. You're crazy. Am I the only person who focused on the reason why the 2 killers attacked Goddess Ji Yu? They must have been hired by someone who's jealous of Goddess Ji Yu. Jesus, who would kill a person out of jealousy? It's insane. I think she must have messed with someone she shouldn't have annoyed. I don't believe that Goddess Ji Yu would do that. Do you have any proof? Please, there is another man in the video too. Couldn't the man be the target and Goddess Ji Yu is the helper?" Chapter 651 2 Stunning Men. Ji Yuning didn't know that another video about her went viral again, but she didn't care about it either. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning set off from the house around 10 a.m., and they arrived at the hotel when it was almost 12 p.m. because of the sudden attack. "What took you so long?" Cao Wenxin asked. She wasn't complaining, but was worried about them. Cao Wenxin thought that they must have encountered a traffic jam, but they were late by nearly an hour. "Something happened on our way," Ji Yuning said, but didn't explain further. Cao Wenxin also stopped asking, since they were there now. Their plane was about to take off at 1:50 p.m., so they had to finish their lunch in a hurry and leave for the airport. They didn't have much time, so they sped up eating and finished their lunch before 12:30 p.m. Although they still had enough time to go to the airport, and normally it only took around half an hour to get there, they still needed to be quick in case they would be caught in traffic jams. The car Leng Xiaoting drove to the airport belonged to xianxia Group, so he directly parked it in the parking lot, and his subordinates would come and drive it back. Their group consisted of 4 good-looking young men and women, so they attracted a lot of attention once they walked inside. Before they were aboard, Xinbei received Xu Jinshan's call, and Xu Jinshan asked him where he was right now. Xinbei told Xu Jinshan that he was at the airport now and was going to fly to City B along with Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Xu Jinshan was displeased. "Why didn't you tell me that you're going to City B? If you want to go there, just fly there." "We're about to board," Xinbei said. He was thinking of Cao Wenxin all the time now, and totally forgot his close brother. It turned out that Leng Xiaoting wasn't the only one who valued his girlfriend above his close brothers. "Oh, Ximing is also in City B now, right?" Xinbei remembered that Ximing went to meet Chu Yuxin in City B once he had fulfilled his task. It seemed that they all valued their girlfriends above their close brothers. Xu Jinshan felt very hurt all of a sudden. His close brothers all had a girlfriend now, while he was still single. He felt that he was the odd man out, and hesitated to join them in City B. "Go there or not, it depends on you. I gotta go now. We're going aboard," Xinbei said and hung up. He didn't care whether Xu Jinshan joined them. Xinbei didn't tell Xu Jinshan why they were flying to City B. If Xu Jinshan knew that they went there to attend the opening ceremony of Ji Yuning's store, he would, of course, join them. In the end, Xu Jinshan still decided to fly to City B. Therefore, he booked the latest plane ticket, and the plane would take off at 3:10 p.m. Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei were 2 stunning men, and they were always the focus of people's attention wherever they appeared. Once they were aboard, 2 stewardesses noticed them. The 2 stewardesses saw them walking into the cabin, and tried to find out which class they sat in. Although Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei didn't sit in the first-class cabin, their outstanding appearances were attractive enough. In addition, not every rich man preferred to sit in the first-class cabin, because many rich people tended to keep a low profile. When every passenger was aboard, the 2 stewardesses started to talk about them. "Look at them. They're so handsome and sexy, especially the one in black. Indeed, I think the man in gray is a better choice, because the one in black seems so cold. I love the one in black. Why don't we try later to see which one is easier to pick up?" "Why not?" The 2 stewardesses were quite confident about themselves, but unfortunately they chose the wrong men and they were doomed to be disappointed. In fact, both of the 2 stewardesses were very pretty, with good body shapes, otherwise they wouldn't be so confident. In normal cases, men would love to strike up a conversation with them even if they didn't take any action. However, they met 2 unusual men on this plane today. Before the plane started, flight attendants had to make sure that every passenger was wearing his or her safety belt, so the 2 stewardesses walked to Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei at this moment. In the beginning, Leng Xiaoting's seat wasn't with Ji Yuning but Xinbei, so Ji Yuning exchanged seats with Xinbei and Xinbei, of course, wouldn't disagree. Both Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei sat on an aisle seat. The 2 stewardesses just walked by them and gave them a glance at first, but didn't say anything. The closer they walked to them, the more excited they were, because Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei were too handsome to be ignored. The 2 stewardesses soon walked back with a pile of blankets in their hands. Right at this moment, a passenger who sat on the window seat in the same row as Xinbei needed a blanket, so the stewardess gave him one, and asked Xinbei at the same time, "Sir, do you need a blanket?" "No, thanks. Shinbei was a gentleman, but didn't give the stewardess a glance at all, which disappointed her. In order not to arouse any special attention, the stewardess also asked Cao Wenxin, who sat next to Shinbei, and Cao Wenxin declined too. The other stewardess asked Leng Xiaoting the same question, but she heard the same answer, and felt disappointed as well. She asked Ji Yuning later, but Ji Yuning didn't need one either. Although it seemed that the stewardess didn't treat Leng Xiaoting differently, Ji Yuning still noticed the touch of disappointment flash by her eyes when Leng Xiaoting declined. Why did the stewardess seem disappointed when Xiaoting declined a blanket and didn't give her a glance at all? Ji Yuning thought to herself. She believed that the stewardess must be attracted to Leng Xiaoting. She was with Leng Xiaoting right now, but the stewardess still tried to strike up a conversation with him. If she wasn't by his side, other women could be more proactive. Ji Yuning was displeased, but didn't care much about it, because she knew Leng Xiaoting very well. The plane soon took off. When it flew steadily in the air, the flight attendants began to hand out drinks. Since Ji Yuning already knew that the stewardess admired Leng Xiaoting, she purposefully clasped his arm when she walked over and they seemed very close. Therefore, the stewardess was quite upset when she saw that. Although the stewardess was upset, she still did her job and asked them what they wanted to drink. Chapter 652 Zhang Zongyu faints. Both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning ordered a cup of coffee. However, Shinbei and Cao Wenxin weren't a couple yet, but they liked each other, so it was a little embarrassing when they sat together. "Sir, what do you want to drink? Coffee, water, tea, or juice?" The stewardess put on a beautiful smile. Shinbei raised his head, but not to look at the stewardess. "Tea please," he said, giving a glance at the drinks on the cart. "Sure, please wait a second," the stewardess said, then went to prepare a cup of tea for Shinbei. "What do you want to drink?" Shinbei asked Cao Wenxin all of a sudden. Seeing that, the stewardess was a little surprised that they knew each other and she wondered what their relationship was. However, since Shinbei wasn't alone, she wouldn't keep on striking up a conversation with him. "Coffee please," Cao Wenxin said. After that, Shinbei told the stewardess to prepare a cup of coffee for Cao Wenxin. The stewardess stopped glancing at Shinbei, and walked away later. When the two stewardesses finally had a break, they talked about what they had been through, and both of them sighed with sadness. "Why can other stewardesses easily meet a rich boyfriend on a plane, but it's so hard for us?" One stewardess said. "Exactly. We're not ugly or fat, and there are many rich men on a plane from the capital to City B, but none of them give us a glance, except those who are looking for a mistress or a one-night stand," the other said, feeling very sad. "I think it's probably because of our job. We're always flying from one city to another, and barely have free time. If any men want to have a girlfriend like us, they would have to tolerate our frequent absence. What should we do? Do we have to stay single and unmarried forever?" In the capital, Zhang Rukin was reading documents in his family's company. All of a sudden, he received his father's call and heard the bad news that his grandpa had fainted and was on the way to the military general hospital. After hearing the news, Zhang Rukin left the company in a hurry. The Zhang family also called Master Leng and Master Shu, because they were Zhang Zongyu's old close friends. An aged man could be in great danger once he became sick. When Master Leng heard this news, he went to the military general hospital at once, carrying a bottle of power crystals that Ji Yuning had given him. Leng Xiaoting had told him that this medicine was very effective. As long as the patient was still alive, a pill could save his or her life. After all, this medicine had healed a person with heart disease, and a person whose legs had been damaged for a long time. Although Master Leng thought that it was too unbelievable, he did become much healthier after taking only 2 pills. Since his old friend was in danger now, he felt that he should share this magical medicine with Master Zhang, no matter if it was really useful or not. When Zhang Rukin arrived, Zhang Zongyu had already been sent into the examination room. His father, whose name was Zhang Zhengguo, and his mother were also there, along with his uncle, Zhang Zhenghua, and his aunt. They all seemed worried. "Why did Grandpa suddenly faint?" Zhang Rukin asked the moment he arrived. "We didn't see any symptoms, your grandpa just passed out without any notice," Zhang Zhengguo said, frowning. Master Zhang was always healthy, and none of the Zhang family would have expected that he would faint all of a sudden. How long has Grandpa been in there? Zhang Rukan asked again. 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Zhengguo said. After a while, Master Leng arrived and asked with anxiety, what happened? We don't know the cause yet, because my father seemed fine and then just passed out the next second, much to our surprise, Zhang Zhengguo said. Master Leng took out the bottle of power crystals without delay, and gave it to Zhang Zhengguo. Go check your father's condition right now. No matter how he is, help him take a pill. This medicine will melt once you put it into his mouth, so you don't need to be worried that he can't swallow it. Before Master Leng could finish, the door of the examination room was opened, and he ran forward at once. How is he now? Master Leng asked in a hurry. The doctors who had conducted the examination of Zhang Zongyu were all senior experts in the Military General Hospital, including the vice director. When the vice director of the hospital saw Master Leng, he was surprised, and answered with great respect. Master Leng, Master Zhang has a cerebral thrombosis 1 and he's in great danger now. We plan to carry out the surgery right away. Zhengguo, Zhenghua, if you trust me, help your father take this pill first. We can wait for a few minutes and I think that he will probably be in a better condition. Master Leng looked at Zhang Zhengguo and Zhang Zhenghua. Although Master Zhang was in great danger now, it took several minutes for the doctors to prepare for the surgery anyway. I trust you, Zhang Zhengguo said. Although he was still very worried, he believed that Master Leng wouldn't lie to him. Me too, Zhang Zhenghua said. Since Master Leng said that, the vice director didn't dare to stop him, but they continued to prepare for the surgery as planned. Afterwards, Zhang Zhengguo took the medicine bottle and the group of them walked into the examination room. Zhang Zhengguo took out a power crystal at once, and put it into Zhang Zongyu's mouth. It did melt the second it was put inside. Within 2 minutes, the cerebral arteries in Zhang Zongyu's head gradually became clear, and the blood began to flow too, which shocked the vice director who was observing the medical equipment. Wow, the vice director didn't know what to say because of the great shock. What happened? Master Leng and the others asked with anxiety. The cerebral arteries are becoming clear, and the blood is beginning to flow, the vice director took a deep breath and said in excitement. Is my father getting better? Zhang Zhenghua asked with uncertainty and anticipation. Yes, it's so unbelievable. The vice director was amazed, because he had never seen this before. I think that there is no need to do the surgery, but Master Zhang still needs to stay in the hospital for a couple of days. 1A cerebral thrombosis is the presence of a blood clot in the dural venous sinuses, which drain blood from the brain. Chapter 653 Steal Xiaoting's girlfriend. Hearing that Master Zhang was getting better, everyone was cheered up. Although he was still in danger, it was very likely that he would wake up. The vice director told his assistant to observe the medical equipment, then walked to Master Leng. Master Leng, could you please tell me where you got this medicine? Hearing that, the others all realized and looked to Master Leng. Indeed. Master Leng, where did you get this magical medicine? Zhang Zhengguo asked. My future granddaughter-in-law gave me this. I'm able to be so healthy exactly because I'm taking this medicine, Master Leng said. What? Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Xiaoting's girlfriend? Zhang Zhenghua asked. Yes, Master Leng said. Well, Zhang Zhenghua sighed, your future granddaughter-in-law is really an amazing girl. She has rescued my son and now she saved my father's life. What? Do you mean Ji Yuning is Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend? Zhang Rukan couldn't accept it. Do you know my future granddaughter-in-law? Master Leng asked with curiosity. Was this Ji Yuning the girl he had met before at the antique street? There were many people of the same name, so Master Leng didn't pay much attention to it. Yeah, Zhang Rukan said with an absent look. Tell me something about her. What's she like? Is she an easy-going person? Right at this moment, Master Leng totally forgot that his old close friend was still in danger, because he had a burning curiosity about Ji Yuning. He didn't care about Ji Yuning's appearance, as long as Leng Xiaoting liked it, but her personality was very important. He would hate it if he couldn't get along well with his future granddaughter-in-law. Because it would cause Leng Xiaoting trouble. Zhang Rukan was astonished looking at Master Leng. Why did Master Leng know nothing about his future granddaughter-in-law? Master Leng also felt embarrassed, but still explained, Xiaoting didn't tell me many details, and I didn't do a background check either because he'd be mad. Since he isn't willing to tell you, I can't tell you either, Zhang Rukan said, but felt quite sad. It's fine. I won't tell him that you told me. Master Leng made a promise. Zhang Rukan thought for a while, then said, actually, I just met her, so I don't know much about her either, but I know she's very beautiful. If you want to know more about her, you can search her name on the internet, because she has occupied the headlines for many days. Really? Why? Everyone was shocked. At this time, Zhang Zongyu was regaining consciousness. Vice Director, the patient's cerebral arteries and blood flow are getting back to normal, and he's regaining his consciousness. The Vice Director's assistant said. What? Really? Everyone went to surround Zhang Zongyu in the room, and with great excitement they saw his finger moving. Although Zhang Zongyu's head was still in the equipment, so they weren't able to see his facial expression, it was a good sign that he was regaining his consciousness. A doctor who had prepared for the surgery walked inside at this moment and told the Vice Director, Vice Director, the surgery room is ready. The patient is already out of danger. There is no need to carry out a surgery now, the Vice Director said in excitement. If surgery was just an option, they preferred not to choose it, because it was also very dangerous. What? The patient is already out of danger. The doctor was astonished. Master Zhang had just been in great danger and could have died at any moment, but now he was already out of danger. The doctor knew that the Vice Director of this hospital wouldn't joke about the patient, but it was too unbelievable. Therefore, the doctor couldn't help but doubt whether the result of their diagnosis was correct. However, even though the doctor had doubts, he didn't dare to say anything different right now. Since the surgery wasn't needed anymore, he had to leave to tell his colleagues. Zhang Zongyu was finally safe, but he still had to stay in the hospital under observation for a few days. Accordingly, Zhang Zongyu was moved to a VIP patient room. A while later, Zhang Zongyu opened his eyes, but he still wasn't able to talk or move and it took time for him to recover. Right at this moment, Master Shu finally arrived half an hour later than Master Leng, because he had been stuck in a traffic jam on the way from his house to the military general hospital. Master Shu was anxious the entire time since he heard the bad news, because he was worried that he might not see his old friend the next day given an old person's condition. Since Zhang Zongyu was fine now, Master Shu was relieved. They were all aged men, and could die of diseases or age at any moment, but they still enjoyed their lives and always hoped to live a day longer. They didn't feel reluctant to leave this world, but just want to stay with their families as long as they could. When Master Shu found out that it was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend's medicine which had saved Master Yang's life, he was also shocked, and wished that Ji Yuning could be his own grandson's girlfriend. Well, I wish the girl could be Jinchen's girlfriend, Master Shu said with envy, then his eyes lit up all of a sudden. I don't think it's a bad idea if Jinchen is able to steal Xiaoting's girlfriend away. Don't you dare. I'll never allow it to happen. Master Leng seemed mad and aggressive. Chapter 654 Master Leng finds out more about Ji Yuning. His grandson finally had a girlfriend, and he would never allow anyone to steal his grandson's girlfriend away. Master Shu snorted with laughter. Xiaoting is too cold, and he must know nothing about romance, right? Girls all love romantic gentlemen, and nobody wants to face a cold face all day. It'll be so boring and the girl could soon be bored. Jinchen, on the other hand, is very different. He's easygoing and outgoing, and we're often amused by him. A girl can only be happy with such a man like Jinchen. A long-lasting relationship requires romance, surprises and happiness. The reason why Master Shu criticized Leng Xiaoting and complimented Shu Jinchen was that he felt it was unfair that Leng Xiaoting, who was always wearing a cold face, could have such an outstanding girlfriend, while his grandson, Shu Jinchen, who was humorous and gentle, was still single. However, Master Shu's words alerted Master Leng. Leng Xiaoting indeed stayed aloof from others and even seldom smiled at his own grandpa. Nobody was willing to look at a cold face all day. Although Leng Xiaoting had told Master Leng that he dated the girl for the purpose of getting married, Master Leng was afraid that the girl would get bored with his personality in the future. Thinking of that, Master Leng was anxious. He thought that he should remind his grandson to take good care of his future granddaughter-in-law in case someone else stole the girl away. Without delay, Master Leng called Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting's phone was powered off at this moment. Seeing Master Leng's reactions, everyone was amused. Even though the others were all smiling at him, Master Leng still pretended to be calm. All of a sudden, Master Leng remembered what Zhang Rukan had told him. "Chen Bing, search Ji Yuning's name with your phone right now," Master Leng said to his bodyguard. Master Leng was the older generation, so he didn't really know how to use smartphones. "Yes, sir," Chen Bing answered, and searched Ji Yuning's name on the internet at once. "Leng, why are you searching Girl Gu's name?" Master Shu asked with confusion, because they only knew one girl whose name was Ji Yuning, who was the boss of Xianxia Antique Store, but they didn't know that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was also named Ji Yuning. "We'll find out with the result." Master Leng didn't explain further to Master Shu, because he himself didn't know much about it yet. Nonetheless, Zhang Rukan realized that Master Shu must know Ji Yuning, but how come Master Leng knew nothing about her? Once Chen Bing clicked the search button, he was shocked by the results. There were many pieces of news about Ji Yuning, but the top entry included everything. "What's wrong?" Master Leng asked with worries. "Master Leng, please read it yourself." Chen Bing clicked the top entry open and gave Master Leng his phone. Master Leng took it at once, and Master Shu approached him to have a look too. Zhang Zhengguo and the others were also curious, so they all took out their phones to search Ji Yuning's name on the internet. The amazing national goddess, Ji Yuning, an 18-year-old senior student in high school, has made a lot of achievements which are far beyond normal people's abilities. The clearest picture of Ji Yuning was under the description. When Master Leng and Master Shu saw the picture, both of them were astonished too. And the following were pieces of news about Ji Yuning that had gone viral on the internet. A car accident on a highway in City D. A brave and powerful girl caught its wheel. Pictures attached. In the capital, a man kidnapped a boy on an overpass. A girl caught the man from behind. Video attached in City G. Migrant workers had severe conflicts with a land developer. A girl alone beat a group of security officers down. Video attached. Big news: the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in City F, Yuan Jisong, was stabbed by a crazy man outside of the government center. A young girl kicked the crazy man away in time and her partner caught the criminal. Photo attached: a girl saved a female fan's life at the airport in City B. Pictures attached to clear the young girl's name in the fight with a foreign woman. Video attached. After reading the news, not only Master Leng and Master Shu, but everyone else was also shocked. "Wow, girl Ji Yu is so unbelievable," Master Shu said in astonishment. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Master Leng, however, burst into laughter right in the patient room. Just when Master Shu seemed confused about the reason why Master Leng suddenly laughed out loud, Master Leng said, "Very well. No wonder my grandson likes her so much, my good granddaughter-in-law." This time, Master Leng omitted the future word, because he now quite approved of Ji Yuning. He also understood why Leng Xiaoting's young girlfriend could have so many real antiques, because she was the boss of Xianxia Antique Store. Ji Yuning was able to send the rare king's green jade to him precisely because she owned a high-end jewelry store. In addition, she was as good at fighting as the special forces. Master Leng wondered whether she could beat Leng Xiaoting in a fight. Chapter 655. Grandpa sounds different today. Master Leng knew that Leng Xiaoting was an ace soldier, but he didn't know the exact level of Leng Xiaoting's skills. Ji Yuning was only 18 years old, but she was already so excellent at fighting. She must have received years of training ever since she was a little girl. Thinking of that, Master Leng's heart ached for her. At the same time, Master Leng was suspicious about the reason why Ji Yuning had practiced kung fu for so many years ever since she was a little girl. What were the conditions that had made her suffer from an early age? Master Leng had a suspicion about Ji Yuning's background. He was right. In Ji Yuning's previous incarnation, she was an industrial spy as well as a killer, but now her soul was in a different body. Anyway, Ji Yuning was innocent in this incarnation. Although Master Leng had a suspicion, he believed that Leng Xiaoting could handle it well. What granddaughter-in-law? Master Shu hadn't figured it out yet. Didn't you read the second piece of news? Master Leng rolled his eyes at Master Shu, then slid the screen to show him. In the capital, a man kidnapped a boy on an overpass. A girl caught the man from his back. Video attached. The girl in the news was precisely Ji Yuning. After reading it, it dawned on Master Shu that the boy in the news was Master Yang's grandson, Zhang Haoyang, and the girl who had rescued him was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. In that case, Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was exactly the Ji Yuning they had met before. It was too shocking for Master Shu to get his mind back within a short time. This young girl was indeed unbelievable. Master Leng was thrilled to find out who his granddaughter-in-law was. Afterwards, he remembered that his old close friend, Zhang Zhongyu, was still lying on the patient bed. Luckily, Zhang Zhongyu was getting better now, so there was nothing to be worried about. Around a dozen minutes later, Master Leng and Master Shu left together. At this moment, Zhang Rukin knew that it was impossible that he could be with Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning's boyfriend was someone else, he would try to compete for her. However, Leng Xiaoting was someone he didn't dare mess with. In addition, he was unwilling to steal another man's girlfriend. Besides, his grandpa was still lying on the patient bed now, so he wasn't in the mood to think about his own personal affairs. When it was 4 p.m., the plane landed at the airport in City B. Leng Xiaoting turned his phone on once he got off the plane, and saw a missed call from his grandpa, so he called back. The minute Master Leng answered Leng Xiaoting's call, he said with sincerity, "Xiaoting, an old friend of mine told me that a man with a cold face isn't popular among girls. Girls all like romantic gentlemen, so you must learn how to be gentle and romantic, otherwise your girlfriend will be bored with your cold face in the future no matter how handsome you are. Don't let other humorous and romantic men steal your girlfriend away from you." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, because it wasn't his grandpa's usual style of talking. However, what his grandpa said alerted him. He indeed had no idea how to be gentle and romantic, and he seldom smiled. Although he trusted Ji Yuning, he was still worried that she might leave him one day. Thinking about that, Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions. He made up his mind to learn to be gentle, romantic and humorous. He would never allow any men to steal Ji Yuning away from him. Ji Yuning was also surprised after hearing what Master Leng said. It sounded like someone was going to steal her away right now. Leng Xiaoting wasn't as gentle or attentive as normal men, but he cared about her and valued her highly, which 90% of men couldn't do. Even though Leng Xiaoting wasn't romantic, she didn't mind and loved him as always. Since she believed that he was her Mr. Right, she would be loyal to him as long as he was loyal to her and never hurt her. "Sure, I understand," Leng Xiaoting said, then hung up. Afterwards, he held Ji Yuning's hand and clasped it, like he would lose her once he loosened his hand. "Ningning, you are mine, and you can only be mine during this lifetime." Ji Yuning was amused. Yes, of course. Ji Yuning also saw a missed call from Xiaoya when she turned her phone on. Xiaoya had called her an hour ago, so she believed that they must have arrived. Ji Yuning then called Xiaoya back. She was right. Xiaoya and Gao Yi were now resting in the Wangdeng Hotel downtown as Ji Yuning had told them to. Ji Yuning told her that she would meet them a while later in the hotel. Cao Wenxin's Land Rover was parked in the parking lot, so they went to the city center in it. Ji Yuning still had something else to deal with, so she didn't go to the Tang family's house right away, but called Ji Yuman and told her that she was safe. Ji Yuning planned to meet Zhou Zhenghong first to check the jewelry branch and see how everything was going with the opening ceremony which would be held tomorrow. After that, she had to meet Yu Zi to see whether the gowns were well prepared. Ji Yuning checked the work in person, not because she didn't trust Quan Mingkai or Zhou Zhenghong, but to set her mind at rest. Ji Yuning then called Zhou Zhenghong and asked him where he was right now. Zhou Zhenghong was in the jewelry branch, so Ji Yuning told Xin Bei its address and they drove straight to it. Xin Bei was the driver, because he was already recovered. However, he disliked Cao Wenxin's car because it was bright red, which was too noticeable. Shinbei was a straight man, and he couldn't tolerate bright red. Since there were two men in the car, they wouldn't bother the women to drive, and Shinbei didn't dare let Leng Xiaoting be the driver. Although they were teammates, Leng Xiaoting was in fact the leader in their team. Even if Leng Xiaoting never cared about that, they still had to behave according to the rules, so Shinbei became the driver in the end. The Tang family helped Ji Yuning find a store right outside of the southern door of Fengsheng Shopping Mall. Fengsheng Shopping Mall was very large, and it wasn't a simple building. It was a 120,000 square meter recreation center which consisted of 40% catering, 20% entertainment, and 40% retail apparel. In City B, the majority of people chose to spend money at Fengsheng Shopping Mall. Chapter 656 Sexual Orientation. The branch of Jade Beauty Jewelry was located near the southern door, while the Charm flagship store was at the northern door, so it took around a dozen minutes to walk from Jade Beauty Jewelry to Charm. After they parked the car in the underground parking lot near the southern door, they walked to the branch of Jade Beauty Jewelry. The Jade Beauty Jewelry store in City B was much larger than that in City G, and it was decorated in a much more luxurious style. City B was an international city after all, and there were many well-known, high-end jewelry brands here, so Jade Beauty Jewelry had to stay as luxurious as possible to attract potential customers' attention. Many women were doing window shopping outside of Jade Beauty Jewelry. They were all stunned by the glory of the jade jewelry placed inside, but none of them could afford it. Ji Yuning and the others, however, walked inside without hesitation. "Nice to see you, boss." A saleswoman greeted Ji Yuning with respect once she appeared. Although it was the first time the staff working in the store had seen Ji Yuning in real life, they had all seen her photos on the internet beforehand. Therefore, it was quite easy for them to recognize her. Other staff also greeted Ji Yuning with respect. Hearing their voices, Zhou Zhenghong walked to them at once. "Welcome, boss and Mr. Leng. How is everything going?" Ji Yuning asked. "It's almost done," Zhou Zhenghong said. "Please look around as you like, I need to discuss something with Uncle Zhou," Ji Yuning said to her friends. "Sure," Cao Wenxin said, then went to look around at the jade jewelry in excitement. Leng Xiaoting and Shinbei, however, weren't interested, so they walked to sit in the lounge, and the manager of this store served 2 cups of tea to them. The lounge in the store was also large, and it was around 10 square meters. The rent per square meters in Fengsheng Shopping Mall was very high, so the rent of a store the size of the lounge could cost over 10,000 yuan a month. Zhou Zhenghong guided Ji Yuning to walk around the store and reported on his work to her at the same time. The opening ceremony would begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and the runway show would be held around 12 p.m. at the banquet hall in Wangdang Hotel. As for the invitation letters, Zhou Zhenghong used to think that it would be difficult to hand them all out. However, to his surprise, many either important or famous figures asked him for it, including many reporters, once the Tang family was involved. The mysterious Miss Ji Yu would appear at the runway show, so many people wanted to see her, given all the unbelievable things she had done and achieved. After a while, Ji Yuning and the others left for Charm to check on the gowns. When they walked in the shopping mall, they were the focus of people's attention as usual. "Wow, the men are so handsome." Most of the people were attracted to Leng Xiaoting and Shinbei at first. "Indeed, I've never seen such handsome men like them before." The majority of the shoppers were women, but some also recognized Ji Yuning. "Look, is she Goddess Ji Yu?" A girl who was Ji Yuning's age was astonished and couldn't believe her eyes, so she asked her friend. Her friend looked over, and was thrilled at once. She is Goddess Ji Yu. OMG, I didn't expect to encounter my idol today. Look at the man beside her. He's so handsome. I must take pictures of them." Saying that, the other girl drew out her phone and took many photos of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and the others, of course, heard their loud discussion, but Leng Xiaoting and Shinbei didn't react to those onlookers. Cao Wenxin, on the other hand, was amused. Other people around hadn't heard of Goddess Ji Yu, but they all agreed that the group of them was truly good-looking. Could any of them be stars? If they were stars, why did they suddenly show up in a shopping mall without any assistants or bodyguards? Either way, other people were also stunned by their appearances, so they took many pictures too. The two girls, however, were paying their full attention to Ji Yuning and didn't notice a marble on the ground. One of them stepped on it and slipped backwards at short notice. Right behind the girl was a large bonsai. If she fell on it, she would knock her head. It was so abrupt that the other girl beside her didn't react to pull her back in time. Others around them were standing still in shock too. Seeing that, Ji Yuning dashed over, and caught the girl's wrist just as she was about to fall on the bonsai and pulled her back. The scene shocked everyone again. A few seconds later, the crowd finally got their minds back. Some acclaimed Ji Yuning, and some even applauded. What had happened was filmed by their phones as well. "Ching Ching, are you all right?" The girl's friend ran to her at once. "Why, yeah." The girl's voice was still trembling and her face turned pale. She then looked to Ji Yuning with great admiration, and thanked her. "Thank you so much, Goddess Ji Yu. Goddess Ji Yu, you're so amazing." Another girl also looked at Ji Yuning with deep admiration. "My pleasure. Be careful." Ji Yuning smiled, then turned around walking away. However, the two girls were stunned by her beautiful smile. "Oh, no, I doubt my sexual orientation now. I think I just fell in love with Goddess Gu's smile." A girl said. "Me too." Another girl said. Ji Yuning and the others hadn't walked very far yet and they heard the two girls talk again. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was displeased, because he wouldn't allow anyone else to admire or chase his girlfriend, even if they were girls. Xinbei felt that it was very funny because it was the first time that he had seen his boss get jealous just because of two young girls. Chapter 657. Who are they? Cao Wenxin joked, "Ningning, you're so charming that even girls doubt their sexual orientation once you appear." Ji Yuning wore a resigned smile, but she finally understood the feelings of a popular star. Although she wasn't a star herself, she had become the hottest topic many times like a star. The video was uploaded to the internet after a short time, and it threw a bomb among countless internet users again without doubt. A person in the spotlight was liable to be attacked, so many people criticized Ji Yuning although the majority was supportive. It's a good thing to save others' lives, but is it necessary to post it on the internet every time? I wonder whether it's a publicity stunt. Goddess Ji Yu doesn't need a publicity stunt. She isn't a star, and the video was uploaded by a passerby. Exactly. It's not Goddess Gu's fault. Haters, are you just being jealous? Once someone criticized Ji Yuning's loyal fans would attack him or her. No matter whether it's a publicity stunt or not, I think she should stop consuming our attention. Don't pay attention to it if you dislike it. Although she isn't a star now, she can make her debut at any moment. If Goddess Ji Yu wants to be a star, I think she's qualified. In addition, don't you know Goddess Ji Yu already has over 100 million yuan in wealth? Goddess Ji Yu doesn't lack money at all. Afterwards, many internet users began to discuss jade beauty jewelry. I heard the jade beauty jewelry will hold sweepstakes tomorrow, and the prize is a jade pendant which is worth over 100,000 yuan. Who is going with me? I won't miss it either. The jade beauty jewelry was indeed going to hold sweepstakes tomorrow at its opening ceremony, and there would be 10 people who could win the prize of the jade pendant. Ji Yuning was really a generous boss. In fact, it was all because those pieces of jade didn't cost her much. If she was a normal jewelry businessman, she obviously wouldn't be willing to set a prize at such a high price. The jade pendant was priced over 100,000 yuan in ordinary people's eyes, but it valued no higher than a stone for Ji Yuning. Even so, only 10 people could win the prize, which wasn't easy. Besides, the sweepstakes was open to all comers, while the prize was so expensive, so many people would love to join it. Probably over hundreds or even thousands of people would take part in the activity. Other than the 10 big prizes, there were another 50 small prizes too. Some people who didn't live in City B felt that it was quite a shame that they couldn't participate in the activity, because it cost a lot of money and time to fly to City B. Even so, a few people who were fans of Ji Yuning and Su Tongnuo still made up their mind to join in the activity, because both Su Tongnuo and Ji Yuning would appear at the ceremony. Su Tongnuo was a star after all, so she had many loyal fans. In charm, there were many customers who were attracted by the ad. Moreover, there were less than 50 sets of gowns in the store now, which meant that charm had sold out over half of its gowns within just 3 days. As for the rest of the gowns in the store, people didn't choose them because they didn't fit them well, and they ordered customized gowns. Wow, the men are so handsome. Once Ji Yuning and the others walked near, some women exclaimed in great surprise. Hearing that, silence fell on the store all of a sudden, and everyone turned to look at the group who just walked inside. However, almost everyone ignored Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning, but focused on Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei. Where the majority of the customers in the store were women, and there were only a few men, so Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei became their focus. Who are they? Are they stars? No way. Celebrities would never show up here. Right, what a shame that they aren't actors. All the women couldn't stop talking about them. The reason why they thought that Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei could be stars was because the entertainment industry consisted of good-looking people. Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei were already used to it, but they disliked it, especially Leng Xiaoting. However, they remained quiet. Women exclaimed in surprise when they saw handsome men, but they also felt jealous if there were beautiful girls beside them. Therefore, many women looked at Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin with jealousy. Facing that, Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin didn't mind at all. Hi, Yuzi walked to them with a broad smile at once, and felt a little embarrassed at the customer's reaction. Since there were many customers in the store, Yuzi didn't know whether she should call Ji Yuning her boss or not, so she gave up. Hi, I come here to have a look. Have you prepared the gowns? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, of course, Yuzi said. Please give the gowns to me, and I'll store them in the hotel, Ji Yuning said. In fact, she planned to sit for a while in the store, but gave up seeing as there were so many people inside. Sure, please wait a second, Yuzi said, then went to take out gowns from the storeroom. Every set of gown was well and separately packed, and there were 10 of them in all. Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei didn't hesitate to carry the 10 boxes. They were well-trained soldiers anyway, so it was just a piece of cake for them. After taking the gowns, Ji Yuning and the others left. Who are they? Once they were gone, someone asked Yuzi. Chapter 658 Biological Cousins. The girl who just talked with me is actually the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, Miss Ji Yu, Yuzi said. What? She is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. They all ached to see the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, but had failed to recognize her when she appeared. Miss Yu, why didn't you tell us? Someone complained. Exactly. I'm Goddess Gu's loyal fan. Several women said around Yuzi, but Yuzi didn't know what to say, because those women had just been jealous of Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance. Ji Yuning and the others left for the Wangdeng Hotel once they walked out of the shopping mall. On the way, Xin Bei received Xu Jinshan's call, but he was driving, so Leng Xiaoting answered it. Leng Xiaoting told Xu Jinshan the address, and Xu Jinshan would drive there himself. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoming called Ximing and told him to meet them there. When they were about to arrive at the hotel, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi and Chao Ya, and told them to meet her in the hall. The moment Ji Yuning and the others walked inside, Gao Yi and Chao Ya noticed them and walked to her. Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu. Ji Yuning and Chao Ya always called Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu, in public. They then greeted Leng Xiaoting. Because Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, they had to be respectful. As for Cao Wenxin and Xin Bei, they didn't know them, so they just acknowledged them by nodding. Once Xin Bei met Gao Yi and Chao Ya, he sensed that they weren't ordinary people but were as well trained as him. He didn't think that they were soldiers, but their hands must have touched human blood. Xin Bei wouldn't explore their real identity, but he wouldn't have found anything anyway. Please give the boxes to them, Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei. Hearing that, Gao Yi and Chao Ya moved a step forward and took the boxes without delay. How can you let a woman carry heavy stuff? Cao Wenxin was dissatisfied. She didn't realize that Chao Ya wasn't a common woman, but just felt that Chao Ya was a little cold. Anyway, Chao Ya was a woman, and the 2 big men's hands were empty now. Hearing that, Xin Bei felt embarrassed, and walked ahead to take the boxes back, in case he left a bad impression on Cao Wenxin. It's fine. She can handle it, Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning said so, Cao Wenxin didn't insist. They are my subordinates, Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Ji Yuning introduced. This is my older cousin, Cao Wenxin, and this is Xiaoting's close brother, Xin Bei. Older cousin. Wenxin is your older cousin. Xin Bei was surprised. Cao Wenxin's mother was born in the Tang family. If Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin were cousins, Ji Yuning must be a member of the Tang family too. However, Ji Yuning's family name wasn't Tang. What? Anything wrong with that? Cao Wenxin opened her mouth before Ji Yuning could, and seemed displeased. Biological cousins? Xin Bei asked. Of course, Cao Wenxin said with pride. After that, Ji Yuning walked to the reception, and a waiter guided them to the banquet hall. They booked the number 1 banquet hall, which was 1,600 square meters large, and it was already well prepared. While they were checking the hall, Ximing and Chu Yuxin arrived. Hey, Ji Yuning, good for you. You are now the national goddess, Ximing joked, but he really admired Ji Yuning. You're even more famous than me now. I'm so jealous of you, Chu Yuxin teased. Ha ha, I guess nobody can resist my charm, Ji Yuning also joked. I do respect your charm because it made Xiaoting fall in love with you, Ximing said. Me too, Xin Bei and Cao Wenxin agreed. Leng Xiaoting looked to Ji Yuning with his eyes full of love for her, and Ji Yuning flushed. Right at this moment, Ji Yuning's phone rang. It was Su Tongnuo's call. Ji Yuning had told her to meet in the hotel, so Su Tongnuo didn't contact Ji Yuning until she arrived. Su Tongnuo then walked into the banquet hall. Nice to see you again, Miss Ji Yu. Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia greeted Ji Yuning politely. Ji Yuning had told them not to call her boss in public. Hi, Ji Yuning nodded at them. After that, Su Tongnuo turned to greet Cao Wenxin. Been a while, Wenxin. Although Su Tongnuo and Cao Wenxin weren't very familiar, they weren't strangers either. Tongnuo, you're really successful now. Cao Wenxin smiled and joked. It's all because of you, and I seriously don't know how to thank you enough. Su Tongnuo said with sincerity. If Cao Wenxin hadn't introduced her to Ji Yuning, she could still be shut out from the entertainment industry right now. It's no big deal. We're friends after all, Cao Wenxin said with a smile. Afterwards, Ji Yuning introduced Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei to Su Tongnuo. When Su Tongnuo saw them, she was stunned by their outstanding appearances too. They went to dine together after checking the hall. When they went back to the hotel lobby, Ji Yuning used her black card to book a standard room for Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia, and a presidential suite for Gao Yi. Ji Yuning left the gowns with Gao Yi and told him to take care of them. The models would arrive 2 hours early tomorrow morning, and they need to have a rehearsal before they put on makeup and clothing and waited for the show. Ji Yuning would bring jade jewelry with her tomorrow and models could wear it then. Chapter 659 They Work for You. Chao Ya would follow Ji Yuning going back to Wufu Hills. Ji Yuning planned to bring Ji Yuman to have some fun in City B tomorrow, but she didn't have much time to keep Ji Yuman company, so Chao Ya would be Ji Yuman's bodyguard. Although Feng Shueqin hadn't done anything to hurt Ji Yuman yet, she was a threat. Feng Shueqin would show up tomorrow if no accidents happened. She could recognize Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman when they met tomorrow. If she wanted to hurt Ji Yuman, Chao Ya would be able to stop her. Leng Xiaoting also went back to Wufu Hills along with Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuman already knew about their relationship, there was no need for him to hide anymore. As for Xin Bei, Ji Yuning proposed to book a room for him too, but was declined. Xin Bei preferred to stay in the Jinline Hotel with Xu Jinchen. There were more than one Jinline Hotel in City B. The Jinline Hotel and the Wangdang Hotel were both 5-star hotels. Other than them, the Shengxi Hotel, which belonged to Shengxi Group, was also an international 5-star hotel, and its branches were all across the major cities in this country. Therefore, they had many choices of hotels, and Ji Yuning didn't insist. After that, Gao Yi and Chao Ya went to the room with the gowns. They would meet the others a little later. A short while after they gathered in a private room, Xu Jinchen arrived. He complained that none of them had told him that they would be coming to City B. When he found out that they came to City B to attend the opening ceremony of Ji Yuning's jewelry branch, he was more upset because nobody had informed him about that either. Even so, he didn't dare complain about Ji Yuning, since Leng Xiaoting was in the room. However, when Gao Yi and Chao Ya walked inside, Xu Jinshan abruptly stood up with an angry face. Gao Yi and Chao Ya seemed mad and aggressive all of a sudden too. When they met each other's eyes with hatred and anger, the atmosphere in the room was rather tense. The others were all surprised by Xu Jinshan's reaction, and realized that there had to be an old grudge between them. Chu Yuxin, Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia were a little scared, because they were weak women and were afraid of being hurt if they were going to fight. Chu Yuxin would actually be safe as long as Siming was here. "What are you doing here?" Xu Jinshan asked in deep cold voice. "None of your business," Gao Yi said. "Since we've run into each other, let's put an end to what happened last time," Xu Jinshan said, like he was going to kill someone. "Sure, I need to take revenge too." It seemed that Gao Yi was going to fight as well. "I don't care what grudge you have against one another. Now is dinner time, and I won't allow anything else to happen here," Ji Yuning said to interrupt them. "Yes, Miss Ji Yu," Gao Yi said, then walked to vacant seats with Chao Ya. Both of them would follow Ji Yuning's orders under any conditions. Hearing that, Xu Jinshan was astonished. "Ji Yuning, do they work for you?" he asked with uncertainty. "Yes," Ji Yuning said. "They work for me, so I have the right to know what happened, but not now. Let's enjoy the dinner first." If they worked for Ji Yuning, Xu Jinshan hesitated over whether to take his revenge. "Do you know their previous occupation?" Xu Jinshan asked, in case Ji Yuning was cheated by them. Since she said so, Xu Jinshan didn't say anything further and sat down. Dishes were soon placed on the table, but Gao Yi, Chao Ya and Xu Jinshan lost their appetites. After dinner, Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia left first, knowing that it wasn't the right time to stay here. Cao Wenxin and Chu Yuxin also walked out. The people left in the room were all members of either side. Xu Jinshan then revealed the grudge between them. 2 years ago, Xu Jinshan had to fulfill a task and catch a cultural relics trafficking team. However, the illegal team was also Flying Eagle and Flying Bird's target, so they had fought against each other to finish their own tasks. In the end, neither of them had won. Those cultural relics had been broken and the head of the illegal team had also escaped. Xu Jinshan had been injured because of that and had stayed in the hospital for half a month. He had also hurt Flying Bird, who was Chao Ya, and Chao Ya had stayed in the hospital for a long time too. Therefore, they held a great grudge against one another. During the past years, they had tried to find each other to take revenge, but failed. Unexpectedly, they encountered one another today. "I know that it's an old grudge, but all of you just did your job back then. I hope that it can come to an end today, but I won't stop it either if you want to have your revenge," Ji Yuning said. She wouldn't help or stop any of them. Ji Yuning didn't have the right to make the decision for them after all. However, she did believe that it wouldn't do any of them any good if they fought against each other. In addition, they had been injured to almost the same degree back then, so it wasn't difficult for them to let it go. "We'll listen to you, Miss Ji Yu," Gao Yi and Chao Ya said at the same time. Although Xu Jinshan seemed unwilling to give up, he decided to let it go in the end since Ji Yuning asked. He wasn't willing to cause trouble for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting either. If Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ran into conflict because of him, he would feel guilty. "Fine, for Ji Yuning's sake, let bygones be bygones," Xu Jinshan said. Although they all agreed on it, they still disliked each other. Since it was settled, they left a while later too. Leng Xiaoting remained silent from the beginning to the end, and didn't interfere in Ji Yuning's solution. A group of them went to the parking lot together. Leng Xiaoting had a car which was prepared for him by his subordinates, but Xinbei and Xu Jinshan didn't. Cao Wenxin then gave her car key to Xinbei. "You can drive mine." After that, they separated. Gao Yi walked them to the underground parking lot, and didn't go back until they were gone. When the car stopped outside of the door, Leng Xiaoting took out many gifts from the trunk, which surprised Cao Wenxin and Ji Yu. "Ning, why did you bring so many gifts?" Ji Yu Ning asked. Chapter 660 Future Father-in-Law. Before Leng Xiaoting could explain, Cao Wenxin said, "Well, it's the first time that he has visited his future father-in-law, so, of course, he should bring some gifts." Cao Wenxin was right. It would be impolite if Leng Xiaoting didn't bring any gifts to visit his future father-in-law for the first time. Nobody would like an impolite man. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood, but Leng Xiaoting brought too many gifts with him. However, he had already prepared so many gifts, so Ji Yuning didn't say anything further. Because there were too many gifts, Leng Xiaoting couldn't carry all of them alone. Ji Yuning then told Chao Ya to help him. Ji Yuning didn't carry some herself, because she wasn't a guest. In the Tang family's house, Tang Haifeng was in the study, and the others were chatting in the living hall. When they heard the sound of a car, they knew that Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin were back, so none of them went outside to welcome them. However, when a handsome young man appeared in their sight with so many gifts in his hands, they were all astonished. "Hi, Xiaoting, Chao Ya." Ji Yu Man stood up at once. Seeing that they carried so many gifts, Ji Yu Man said, "Why did you bring so many gifts with you? You don't have to do that." Ever since Ji Yu Man had found out that Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, she became more friendly to him. Ji Yuning believed that Leng Xiaoting was her Mr. Right, so he was a member of their family, and Ji Yu Man naturally wanted to treat him well. "Nice to see you again." Leng Xiaoting greeted her politely. "Nice to see you, madam," Chao Ya said. "Come in and have a seat," Zhang Lihua said to them with a smile. They walked in the living hall later, and Leng Xiaoting put the gifts down on the nearby table. "So nice to meet you, Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang," Leng Xiaoting greeted the other members in the Tang family. He did his best to sound kind, but it wasn't very natural. Luckily, nobody noticed that. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang," Chao Ya said. "Have a seat please," Tang Yunfen said. After that, they were all seated. "Please let me introduce you, this is Chao Ya who is my assistant." Ji Yuning introduced Chao Ya first, then turned to Leng Xiaoting. She knew that it would be shocking when they found out about Leng Xiaoting's relationship with her. "And this is my boyfriend, Leng Xiaoting," Ji Yuning added. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. What? Boyfriend? At the same time, they remembered that Tang Haifeng had told them about that. Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend at 18. In fact, the Tang family thought that 18 was too early for a girl to date someone. Tang Yunfen was especially displeased, because he had just found his biological daughter, and now another man grabbed her away. Therefore, Tang Yunfen wore a cold expression, and stared straight at Leng Xiaoting, which was quite stressful. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't afraid to meet Tang Yunfen's eyes at all, and stayed calm, which surprised Tang Yunfen. Although he was displeased that Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend at such a young age, he thought that he didn't have the right to interfere in her personal life since he had been an absent father for so many years. In addition, he knew that Ji Yuning was a mature girl, and her boyfriend must be an outstanding and reliable man too. Even so, Tang Yunfen still needed to know more about Leng Xiaoting. "Where were you born?" Tang Yunfen asked with a serious face. "The capital." Leng Xiaoting sat straight and answered the question with a serious look. "What's your job and title?" Tang Yunfen asked again. "A soldier. Major General," Leng Xiaoting said. "What?" Hearing that, everyone was shocked again, including Tang Yunfen and Tang Yunhang, who were always calm. "Were you born into the Leng family in the capital?" Tang Yunfen asked, although he already had the answer. He had only heard of one major general in his early 20s, and that was the eldest grandson of the Leng family in the capital. Although there were few people who were aware of it, everyone in the military had heard of Leng Xiaoting's name given his legendary achievements. Cao Ruoa held deep admiration for this young major general, and he had told his family a lot about him. Chao Ya was astonished too, but didn't show it on her face, because she knew that this man couldn't be simple. Ji Yu Man didn't know how important a major general was in the military, so she wasn't very surprised. And Cao Wenxin already knew, so she was able to stay calm. Hearing that, they still felt that it was quite unbelievable. However, since they already knew Leng Xiaoting's family background, they gradually approved of their relationship. In fact, the Tang family didn't care about the family background, but they knew that the Leng family was reliable. Moreover, they all had a good impression of soldiers. What happened? Hearing the noise, Tang Haifeng walked out, and noticed Ji Yuning at first glance. He beamed at once, then was surprised to see Leng Xiaoting. He didn't remember that his granddaughter already had a boyfriend until Leng Xiaoting appeared in his sight, and he had the same feeling as Tang Yunfen. Nice to see you, Master Tang. Leng Xiaoting stood up at once, and greeted Tang Haifeng with respect. Oh, nice to see you. Tang Haifeng said. Nice to meet you, Master Tang. Chao Ya stood up as well. Grandpa, she's my assistant, Chao Ya, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng nodded as a response. Chapter 661 10 years aren't long. Leng Xiaoting and Chao Ya didn't sit down until Tang Haifeng was seated on the sofa to show their respect for him. Father, he's the eldest grandson of the Leng family, the youngest major general in history, Tang Yunfen said. What? Tang Haifeng was shocked too. Are you Master Leng's grandson? Yes, Master Tang, Leng Xiaoting replied. No wonder I thought you looked familiar when I met you the first time. Tang Haifeng said. Tang Haifeng and Master Leng got to know each other when they were still young, but they weren't close. Tang Haifeng had also met Master Leng's eldest son, who was Leng Xiaoting's father, many times. Leng Xiaoting closely resembled his father, so Tang Haifeng thought that he looked familiar when they met for the first time. However, it had been ages, and Tang Haifeng was losing his memory, so he had failed to recognize Leng Xiaoting at first sight. Since Leng Xiaoting was his acquaintance's son, Tang Haifeng became much kinder to him, but he still stayed alert. What's your goal in the relationship with Ningning? Be with her forever. Although Ningning hasn't reached the age of consent yet, we can be engaged before that if you agree, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. In fact, he couldn't wait a second longer to marry Ji Yuning, no way. Tang Haifeng rejected at once. If you're engaged, Ningning will be a member of your family. Ningning hasn't joined our family yet, and she's just 18. I think she can stay in our family for another 10 years. 10 years aren't long. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting didn't know what to say. 10 years. He couldn't wait that long. Ningning can stay in the Tang family as she likes even if she's engaged to me, Leng Xiaoting said a while later. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to stay in the Leng family's house, so they would move out even though they were married. No, it feels different whether Ningning is engaged or not. Tang Haifeng was still dissatisfied. Leng Xiaoting wasn't very persuasive. And he could only look at Ji Yuning for help in silence. However, Ji Yuning pretended that she didn't see it. Although it was Ji Yuning's marriage, and nobody could interfere in it, the members of the Tang family felt reluctant to see her leaving them. They knew that they had been absent for a long time in Ji Yuning's life, so they had no right to make decisions for her. Tang Haifeng was also worried that it might cause any conflicts if he was too tough, so he became a little soft. It isn't easy to marry my granddaughter, and we need to see your performance. If we're satisfied, we can talk about it in the future, but we'll never agree on it if you dare hurt Ningning. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. Please trust me. I promise I'll treat Ningning well. Nobody knew what was going to happen in the future, because plans couldn't catch up with changes, but they still needed to live their lives. Therefore, they didn't find fault with Leng Xiaoting's promise. At this moment, the atmosphere became relaxed. Ji Yuning asked how the infighting in the Tang family's company was now, but there was nothing new, so they didn't know what their enemies were going to do next. Tang Yunfen thought that it probably wouldn't be a good idea if he still pretended to be unconscious, and the others all agreed that he should go back to work in the company after a few days if their enemies still did nothing. Actually, Tang Weiyang wanted to take action, but he was waiting for the right time. At the same time in Tang Weiyang's house. In the study on the second floor, Tang Weiyang sat by the desk, and there was a young man with a plain face sitting across from him. Is everything ready? Tang Weiyang asked. Yes, the man said. Great. Tang Haifeng will leave the house tomorrow and we can take action then. Tang Weiyang decided to hurt Tang Haifeng this time. Anything else, boss? The man asked. Buy a piece of jade jewelry with a simple design at the Jade Beauty Jewelry store tomorrow, and make a copy of it, Tang Weiyang said. Yes, sir, the man answered and left. Once the man was out, Tang Weiyang told Tang Xinrui to come in. Xinrui, do you have any ideas on how to approach Ji Yuning? Tang Weiyang asked. He didn't know whether he would succeed in hurting Tang Haifeng. Even if it was successful, he couldn't let Ji Yuning go. As long as Tang Xinrui could get close to Ji Yuning, he would find out ways to deal with Ji Yu. Tang Weiyang had also read the news about Ji Yuning, and he had to admit that Ji Yuning was really amazing, so she would be his stumbling block if he didn't deal with her. I met a man who is a friend of Ji Yuning's, and they are going to attend the opening ceremony and runway show of Jade Beauty Jewelry tomorrow. I'll go with them, so it won't be difficult to approach Ji Yuning, Tang Xinrui said with confidence. Very well. Tang Weiyang was satisfied. Oh, my older brother called me this afternoon for 1,000,000 yuan, and he told me not to tell you, but I don't have 1,000,000 yuan, so I have to tell you, Tang Xinrui said feeling cornered, and observed Tang Weiyang's face in case he would be mad. What? 1,000,000 yuan? Tang Weiyang indeed was mad. I just gave him 1,000,000 yuan at the New Year festival. It's just been a month. Why is he asking for money again? Although 1,000,000 yuan was nothing in his eyes, he wouldn't allow his son to waste his money like that. He needed his money for his career, but his son was a spendthrift. Did he tell you the reason why he needs so much money? Tang Weiyang asked in a cold voice. He said he slept with a woman and was caught by the woman's boyfriend, who's a junior leader in the mafia of Country Y, so he must pay 1,000,000 yuan, Tang Xinrui said. Chapter 662 Scheme against her biological older brother. An angry Tang Weiyang hit the table with his hand with a loud sound. Nonsense. Tang Xinrui held her breath in fear, but felt quite happy in her heart, because the more her older brother disappointed their father, the more likely it was that the Tang family's future would fall in her hands. It wasn't her fault. She had suffered a lot ever since she was a little girl, because their family valued boys above girls. Her older brother became a spendthrift precisely because their parents had spoiled him rotten, and their father had no hope for her older brother precisely because he became a spendthrift. As long as her older brother stopped causing trouble, their father would choose him to be the sole heir even though he knew nothing about business. However, because she was a girl, she was always ignored, and lived in the shadow of her older brother. Therefore, she ached to prove herself and win Tang Weiyang's affection and attention. Tang Xinji, who was Tang Xinrui's biological older brother, had asked her for money many times. She had given money to him if it wasn't a lot, to spoil him, but she wasn't willing to give him 1,000,000 yuan this time. In fact, she could afford it, but she aimed to let Tang Weiyang know how terrible his son was right now. Although Tang Weiyang already had no hope for Tang Xinji, it was necessary for Tang Xinrui to emphasize that. I'll transfer 1,000,000 yuan to your card, and you can give it to him. Warn him not to cause any more trouble. Tang Weiyang said. Sure, Tang Xinrui said with a calm face, but thought that it was ridiculous and felt quite hurt. She thought that it was ridiculous because Tang Weiyang's warning was meaningless. She felt quite hurt because Tang Weiyang was still willing to give Tang Xinji 1,000,000 yuan to help him solve the problem, while she never had much allowance and even had to earn money for herself. She knew that Tang Weiyang agreeing to let her inherit the Tang family's properties was something that would happen in the far future, and who knew what would happen. In that case, she thought that she was just a useful tool in her father's eyes. Maybe because she had watched too many dramas, but she always wondered whether Tang Weiyang had a love child. Tang Weiyang wasn't a loyal husband in marriage, and he had many mistresses. If not, why didn't he tell Tang Xinji to marry a woman and give birth to a boy to inherit his business? Tang Weiyang valued boys much higher than girls. Was he really willing to let his daughter be the heiress? If she didn't have friends in Country Y to help her keep a watch on Tang Xinji, she would wonder whether Tang Xinji was just pretending to be ignorant and troublesome. Tang Weiyang transferred 1,000,000 yuan to Tang Xinrui and she walked out. Don't cause any more trouble. 1,000,000 yuan is all that I have now. I can't help you the next time, Tang Xinrui called Tang Xinji and said. Stop trying to teach me a lesson. I'll do whatever I want. It's none of your business. Tang Xinji was arrogant as usual. Tang Xinji disliked his younger sister, but he always turned to her for money once he was running out of it, and turned his back on her the minute he got the money. Tang Xinrui, obviously, wouldn't satisfy his unreasonable needs if she didn't have her own plan. 5 minutes later, Tang Xinrui's phone rang, and it was a foreign number. "Hi, Goddess Aaron, I've got the money," a man said on the phone when Tang Xinrui answered it. Aaron was Tang Xinrui's English name. Her family had stayed in Country Y for over a dozen years. Just half a year ago, she had finished her education and went home with her father to conduct the scheme they had prepared for a long time. They were afraid that Tang Xinji might cause them trouble, so they didn't allow him to go home. Actually, Tang Xinji wasn't willing to go home either, because he lived a luxurious and dissipated life in Country Y along with his fair-weather friends. Hearing that, Tang Xinrui wore a satisfied smile. "Great. Please put the $1,000,000 into the fund." "No problem, Goddess Aaron, and I'm looking forward to your arrival." "I miss the feeling of us having sex," the man said with levity. Tang Xinrui wasn't annoyed at all but just smiled. "I'm so sorry. I've been very busy recently." "Fine," the man said. "Well, wish you all the best." "Thanks," Tang Xinrui said, then hung up with her eyes full of ambition. The man was called Bowen. He was a junior leader in the mafia in Country Y, and was also Tang Xinrui's friend, business partner, and lover. Their business was drugs, and Tang Xinrui had made a lot of money from it. Although she was a drug trafficker, she never took drugs herself. It was a highly risky business, but Country Y wasn't strict about it. The reason why she became a drug trafficker was because her father never gave her enough money except for daily expenses. Therefore, she abandoned her dignity and met Bowen. However, she wasn't happy that she was involved in this illegal business. Tang Weiyang, of course, knew nothing about it. He just started to pay attention to her after he lost hope for Tang Xinji. Feng Shuiqin had always wanted to hurt Ji Man, but Ji Man stayed in the Tang family's house all day, so she didn't have any chances. During the past few days, she lived her life as usual. She would shop with girlfriends, and make several booty calls. At this moment, Feng Shuiqin was dining with Wu Jinyi in a restaurant. All of a sudden, Wu Jinyi heard people mentioning the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so she asked Feng Shuiqin, "Shuiqin, I heard that Jade Beauty Jewelry is going to open in City B tomorrow. It's a high-end jewelry brand. Do you want to have a look?" Chapter 663 Basically Hopeless, Jade Beauty Jewelry. "I haven't heard of it before. Is it a new brand?" "I'm not interested," Feng Shuiqin said with obvious disdain. She was born in the Feng family, and she only used international brands. Even though Jade Beauty Jewelry provided high-end jade jewelry, it didn't have much fame and couldn't match her high social status. "It is new, but I heard that its jade is of high quality." Both Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong were wearing jade jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry when they attended the party at the Lei family's house that day. Wu Jinyi said. "Really?" Feng Shuiqin was surprised that those two noble ladies would wear a new jewelry brand. "Yes. You left earlier that day, but I heard that Jade Beauty Jewelry is their niece's brand. I wonder whether Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong's niece is Tang Yunfan's daughter. If so, Tang Yunfan will show up at its opening ceremony," Wu Jinyi said. Wu Jinyi wasn't a frequent internet user at her age, so she knew nothing about the news that had gone viral, otherwise, she would know who the boss was. Hearing that, Feng Shuiqin was annoyed. "We'll find out tomorrow. Tang Yunfan's woman will definitely be there too, and I'm curious about her appearance," Feng Shuiqin said in her cold voice. She had to know as much about Ji Man as possible in order to carry out her scheme. They didn't stay together for long, and soon separated. When Feng Shuiqin had just gotten in her car, Lu Xingqi called her. He told Feng Shuiqin to meet him at the apartment they had been to before. Last night, Feng Shuiqin had a one-night stand with a young man, but she didn't enjoy it, so she made an appointment with Lu Xingqi tonight. Lu Xingqi was, of course, happy to receive Feng Shuiqin's invitation, and agreed without hesitation. Ji Yuning and the others left after staying for a while in the Tang family's house. Ji Yuning and Ji Man sat in Leng Xiaoting's car, while Chaoya drove Ji Yuning's. Cao Wenxin also sat in Ji Yuning's car. At the same time, Zhang Ruken went back to his house and also seemed upset. Tang Qingyang frowned, and sensed that Zhang Ruken was in an even worse condition than before. In the past 2 days, Zhang Ruken only wore an absent look, but he seemed so hurt today. Was it all because of Ji Yuning? What happened? Tang Qingyang asked with concern. My grandpa fainted all of a sudden today. He had a blood clot, Zhang Ruken said. What? Tang Qingyang was shocked. He thought that Zhang Ruken seemed so upset because of Ji Yuning. However, Master Zhang had been in danger. How is your grandpa now? He asked again with anxiety. He's fine now, Zhang Ruken said. Oh, there is another thing, Zhang Ruken added. What? Tang Qingyang felt that Zhang Ruken was very hurt because of the other thing. Ji Yuning already has a boyfriend, Zhang Ruken said. He was short of words to describe how sad he was when he said that. Well, Tang Qingyang was surprised. In their eyes, Ji Yuning was still too young. Ji Yuning is still young, and the relationship probably won't last long. You can wait if you truly like her, Tang Qingyang said to comfort his close friend. No, Zhang Ruken shook his head with a wry smile on face. It's basically hopeless. Her boyfriend is Leng Xiaoting, the eldest grandson of the Leng family. What? Tang Qingyang was stunned. Although he didn't know Leng Xiaoting, he had heard his name. In that case, Zhang Ruken was barely comparable to Leng Xiaoting in their family backgrounds. Will the Leng family agree? There is a huge gap between them. Tang Qingyang doubted it. Ji Yuning was outstanding, but she was born in an ordinary family. After all, any rich or powerful families demanded a properly matched marriage. Master Leng approves of her very much. Master Shu just joked that he would let Shu Jinchen steal Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend away, and Master Leng already seemed mad. Zhang Ruken said. It was an undeniable truth that Master Leng really appreciated Ji Yuning. If so, Tang Qingyang didn't know what else to say but just comforted his close friend again. Take it easy. Time will cure everything. It was impossible that Zhang Ruken could steal a person from the Leng family. Zhang Ruken wore a wry smile. He knew that time could cure everything, but he still felt quite hurt. When Ji Yuning and the others arrived at Wufu Hills, Leng Xiaoting stayed in the same room, and Ji Yuman prepared another room for Xiaoya. That night, Leng Xiaoting slept alone in his room, and didn't dare to slip into Ji Yuning's, in case that would ruin his image in Ji Yuman's eyes. The next day, Ji Yuning didn't get up to run in the morning. However, almost all of them got up around 7 a.m., except for Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting got up earlier to prepare breakfast for them. Oh, Xiaoting, you got up so early to prepare breakfast. Ji Yuman was surprised, and felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't appropriate to let a guest cook for them anyway. We're family. It's no big deal, Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuman was struck dumb for a second, then smiled. Although it was too early to say that they were family, it would happen sooner or later. In addition, Ji Yuman was happy that Leng Xiaoting was willing to get up early to prepare breakfast for them. There were few men who cook now. Chapter 664 Opening Ceremony in City B. Cao Wenxin also joined them for breakfast, and the group of them left together after that. However, Cao Wenxin left alone and said that she needed to pick her friends up. When Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the jewelry store, it was almost 9 a.m., which was an hour away from the opening ceremony. However, many onlookers and reporters were already waiting there. Look, is that Miss Ji Yu? Someone asked with excitement. Hearing that, others looked over at once. Oh, yes, she is Goddess Ji Yu. After making sure that the girl was Ji Yuning, many people got excited and started to take photos of her. Reporters ran to interview Ji Yuning as well. Seeing that, Ji Yuning along with Xiaoya protected Ji Yuman at their backs, in case the crowd would scare her. Ji Yuman was indeed slightly surprised, but not scared. Miss Ji Yu, can we interview you? Many microphones reached out to Ji Yuning and cameras started to flash quickly. Yes, but not right now. Please gather in the meeting hall in a little while, and I'll be there to answer your questions, Ji Yuning smiled. Since she said so, those reporters didn't insist, and let Ji Yuning walk through. Wow, Goddess Ji Yu is so gorgeous. She's even prettier than her photos. Exactly. She's so amazing. She has achieved a lot at such an early age. At the same time, many young girls noticed Leng Xiaoting by Ji Yuning's side. The man at Miss Gu's side is so handsome. I wonder whether he's Goddess Gu's older brother or boyfriend. Probably her older brother, because Goddess Ji Yu is just 18. What's wrong with her age? I don't think that 18 is too young to have a boyfriend. I think he's her boyfriend. Ji Yuning told Chao Ya to take Ji Yu Man to have a rest in the store, and Leng Xiaoting stayed with Ji Yuning at the door to welcome the customers. Most of the females focused on him, but Ji Yuning didn't feel jealous as long as they kept a polite distance away from him. As time went by, more and more people came with flowers to congratulate Ji Yuning. Good morning, Miss Ji Yu. Sorry I've come here without an invitation letter again this time. It was Zhao Yufeng. Ji Yuning hadn't told him that her store was going to open today, but Zhao Yufeng came after hearing the news. Zhao Yufeng's secretary and driver followed him with 2 large bunches of flowers in their hands. Nice to see you, Chairman Zhao. Welcome. Ji Yuning walked ahead at once, and shook hands with him. Nice to see you, Chairman Zhao. Nice to see you, Manager Zhou. Zhou Zhenghong and Zhao Yufeng greeted each other. Zhao Yufeng wasn't a famous business figure, so others weren't very surprised to see him. Afterwards, Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei arrived, which caused another round of exclamations. Hi, Ji Yuning. Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei said to Ji Yuning at the same time. They didn't bring flowers with them, but prepared expensive gifts. Ji Yuning, do you need us to be models? Xu Jinchen joked. Thanks, but no. Please have a seat inside. Ji Yuning smiled. It's fine. We can stand here, Xu Jinchen said. He wasn't willing to walk inside. After a while, Ximing and Chu Yuxin came. Chu Yuxin was a famous model, but she was never afraid of exposing her romantic relationship, because modeling was just her hobby, and it was the basis of her startup. Chu Yuxin was going to open an entertainment company. She loved modeling and the entertainment industry, so she decided to be a boss herself. Isn't she the famous model, Chu Yuxin? Yes. Is the man by her side her boyfriend? Seeing that, reporters ran over at once. Ximing protected Chu Yuxin the moment reporters ran to them, but he didn't chase them away. He just prevented them from getting too close. Reporters were used to it as well. Miss Chu, would you please tell us whether this man is your boyfriend? Yes, he is. Chu Yuxin admitted without hesitation, which surprised them. Your boyfriend is really handsome, and you're a beautiful couple, but aren't you afraid that your romantic relationship will affect your career? A reporter asked. Not at all, Chu Yuxin said. Miss Chu, are you a friend of the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Another reporter asked again. Yeah. Chu Yuxin gave them a simple answer again, then said, Thank you, everyone, please let us walk through. Hearing that, the reporters moved away. Ximing and Chu Yuxin also brought gifts with them. Chu Yuxin was one of the models today, so Ji Yuning told her to rest inside. After that, Cao Wenxin arrived with a group of her friends that Ji Yuning had met before. Gao Chengyun, and Ran, Zhang Zezheng, Zhu Yuanzhen and Tong Jiayao, who always aimed to steal Leng Xiaoting away. They had heard of what Ji Yuning had done a few days ago, and they were all astonished. Even Tong Jiayao started to doubt whether she could win against Ji Yuning in a fight for love. Actually, the Tong family had over 12 billion yuan in wealth, which Jade Beauty Jewelry was barely comparable to, and she was the sole heiress of her family. She used to think that she was a rare, strong woman. Leng Xiaoting and she would be a perfect match. However, she suddenly felt that she had nothing better than Ji Yuning except her family background and wealth after hearing about Ji Yuning's achievements. Chapter 665 4 Dominant Business Groups. She inherited her family background and wealth from her family, but Ji Yuning earned everything on her own, which clearly showed who had greater ability. In addition, Ji Yuning also maintained a good relationship with the Qinghua group. Although it didn't mean that she had a connection with the Qing gang, it was already shocking enough. Therefore, Tong Jiayao hesitated over whether she should chase Leng Xiaoting. Here I am, Cao Wenxin said to Ji Yuning once she arrived. When Xinbei saw that Cao Wenxin and her friends came in a group of 3 men and 3 women, he was displeased. He knew that they were just friends, but it would make others believe that they were three couples. However, even though he was displeased, he remained calm on the surface. Miss Ji-yu, congratulations. They walked to Ji-yu-ning and sent her flowers along with gifts. Thank you so much. Ji-yu-ning smiled. Miss Ji-yu, I didn't expect that you're so awesome. I thought that you're just a normal senior high school student. Gao Chungyun said. Tweel, exactly. I used to think that I'm a rare, successful businesswoman in front of them, and I even showed off. Now I feel quite embarrassed after hearing what Miss Ji-yu has achieved, Tong Jiayao said with a smile. She was very kind to Ji-yu-ning now. Maybe because she had already given up. Ha ha, I guess you can stop teaching us from now on. Zhu Yuanjun joked. Tong Jiayao had criticized her many times because she wasn't ambitious at all. Tong Jiayao wore a resigned smile in silence. Please look around as you like. I'm afraid I'll be busy all day, Ji-yu-ning said. It's fine. You don't need to take care of us. None of them would mind. There were many other people who came to congratulate Ji-yu-ning as well. Most of them came with a gift or a red envelope. After a while, representatives of xianxia Group arrived. Once they appeared, it caused a sensation, because xianxia Group was a well-known dominant business group. To everyone's astonishment, Jade Beauty Jewelry had a connection with xianxia Group. Jesus! Even xianxia Group attended this opening ceremony. Miss Ji-yu must be a very influential figure. She is. I've read a lot of shocking news about Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet. Tell us. Many people were curious about it. Jade Beauty Jewelry's flagship store is in City G, and almost half of the high society in City G attended its opening ceremony, including senior officials, senior military officers, members of super-rich families and even the senior management of Qinghua Group. Wow, hearing that, everyone was amazed. However, it was just the beginning. xianxia Group. Jesus, Ningning, do you have a relationship with xianxia Group? Cao Wenxin was astonished. Ji-yu-ning said with a meaningful smile, yeah, I'm familiar with its chairman. You're so unbelievable. How do you manage to know so many important figures? Cao Wenxin couldn't believe it. Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei gave Cao Wenxin a light glance. In fact, the chairman of xianxia Group was standing right by her. Nevertheless, they couldn't say it aloud, because only a few people were aware of it. Tong Jiayao took a deep breath. To her astonishment, Ji-yu-ning was even familiar with the chairman of xianxia Group. She now completely gave up on stealing Ji-yu-ning's boyfriend away. Representatives of Jinline Group arrived later, which shocked the crowd again. Ningning, are you also familiar with the chairman of Jinline Group? Cao Wenxin asked with great surprise. Not really, but a director of it, Ji-yu-ning said. Xu Jinchen was a director of Jinline Group. Although he wasn't the heir of it, he also had an important position in it. Cao Wenxin was short of words now. Tong Jiayao was totally stunned. At this moment, Feng Shuechen and Wu Jinyi quietly came to the event location. When she saw Ji-yu-ning at the door, she was sure that this jewelry store belonged to Ji-yu-ning. Feng Shuechen was immediately in a rage. She glanced around Ji-yu-ning, but didn't see any middle-aged women, so she thought that Ji-yu-ning's mother must be in the store. They didn't come to congratulate Ji-yu-ning, so they couldn't walk inside yet, but waited outside. Before everyone could get their mind back from the great shock, representatives of Tengguang Group and Leijun Group came together. Were they in a dream? Were those people really representatives of xianxia Group, Jinline Group, Tengguang Group and Leijun Group? The above four business groups were all dominant businesses in this country. Except for Leijun Group, the other three groups all had over 100 billion yuan in assets. How come those international business groups came to attend the opening ceremony of a jewelry store? Jade Beauty Jewelry was nothing before those dominant business groups. Therefore, nobody could believe his or her eyes. Is it true that those international business groups come to attend the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Someone wondered in the crowd. Another person agreed at once. I can't believe it either. Chapter 666 Tang Xinrui showed up. Ji-yu-ning was really a girl who was full of surprises. Although people didn't believe that Ji-yu-ning was as important as those figures in business right now, she had a powerful network. Feng Shuigan wasn't shocked by the arrival of Tangguang Group and Leijun Group, because she already knew that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's daughter. The Tang family and the Lei family were very close, so it was very normal that they came here. However, what shocked the crowd more was that the leading figures of Tangguang Group and Leijun Group also came here in person. Tang Haifeng along with Master Lei arrived together. Jesus! I can't believe my eyes now. Are they really Master Tang and Master Lei? Someone exclaimed. Jesus, they came in person. Ningning, I came to congratulate you in person, Tang Haifeng said with a kind smile. Ha ha, thank you so much for coming. Ji Yuning said. Oh, let me introduce you, this is your Grandpa Lei, Tang Haifeng said. So nice to meet you, Grandpa Lei. Ji Yuning greeted Master Lei politely. Nice to meet you too, girl Ji Yu. Master Lei said. Please have a seat inside. Would you mind cutting the ribbon together later? Ji Yuning asked. No problem. Master Tang and Master Lei agreed with alacrity, then walked into the store following Ji Yuning. Only those who came to attend the opening ceremony could have a seat inside, and onlookers could only stand outside, so it wasn't crowded in the store at all. Ji Yuning arranged 2 seats for them before she walked out. Master Fu, Master Bai and Master Yan were absent today, but they also sent gifts to Ji Yuning to congratulate her. Afterwards, Tang Yunrong came with her friends. When Tang Yunrong saw Cao Wenxin standing with Xin Bei, she was surprised. Thinking that they might be dating each other, Tang Yunrong smiled at Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin flushed because she knew what was in her mother's mind. She wanted to explain, but her mother said nothing yet, so it would be strange if she brought it up herself. However, she subconsciously moved a few steps away from Xin Bei, but it was useless in Tang Yunrong's eyes. Xin Bei had the same feeling as Cao Wenxin, but he had no intention to explain it. Nice to see you, Mrs. Cao. Xin Bei greeted Tang Yunrong at once. Nice to see you too, Tang Yunrong said with a gentle smile. Hi, Aunt Yunrong, Ji Yuning greeted her. Nice to see you, Aunt Yunrong, Leng Xiaoting greeted her the same way. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Cao. Xu Jinchen also greeted Tang Yunrong with respect. Ningning, congratulations. This is a gift for you, Tang Yunrong said, then gave the box in her hands to Ji Yuning. Thanks, Aunt Yunrong. Ji Yuning took it. Miss Ji Yu, congratulations. Tang Yunrong's friends also gave Ji Yuning many gifts and red envelopes. They didn't say much, because they came here with Tang Yunrong. Thank you so much. Please have a seat inside, Ji Yuning said. Alright, let's go look around the store now, Tang Yunrong said to her friends. After a while, Zhang Lihua also came with her friends, and they gave Ji Yuning red envelopes too. In the following minutes, many senior officials sent either flowers or gifts to congratulate Ji Yuning for the opening of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Even colorful jade provider of City Tang, which was far from City B, sent flowers here. Although colorful jade provider wasn't very famous yet, it was a very rich company. Many jewelry businessmen who cooperated with colorful jade provider were surprised that it was invited too. There were many peers today as well. Sometimes, peers might not be competitors, but business partners, so many jewelry businessmen came to cooperate with Jade Beauty Jewelry. If Jade Beauty Jewelry became popular across the country, they could join it in the future. However, Ji Yuning had no intention to let other jewelry businessmen join her company because she made up her mind to build her own brand. Hey, boss, congratulations. Pan Zerui came along with his friends. Except for one woman, Ji Yuning had met the rest of them, including Zhou Guangrui, Guan Bin, Gao Yongkong, Feng Xin and Hu Hao. Each of them brought flowers or gifts. They had also heard of what Ji Yuning had done these days, and they were shocked too. Feng Xin, who wanted to ride on Ji Yuning's coattails, now gave up because he knew that he didn't have the ability to deceive Ji Yuning. Although he ached to have a connection with the Tang family, he had to face reality. The woman Ji Yuning had never met before was precisely Tang Xinrui. Chapter 667 Feng Shueqin is jealous of Ji Yuman. Tang Xinrui had seen Ji Yuning's photos before, but she still had to admit that Ji Yuning was really stunning when she saw her in real life. Ji Yuning wasn't only beautiful, but also had outstanding ability, which made her feel jealous. In addition to that, Ji Yuning also had a tall, strong boyfriend, who was very attractive to most women, including her. However, she had no intention to steal Ji Yuning's boyfriend away because she knew that she was doomed to fail if she tried. This time, Tang Xinrui came with Feng Xin. Although they just met, they were already good friends, otherwise Feng Xin wouldn't bring her here. Miss Ji Yu, congratulations. They all congratulate Ji Yuning. Thanks. Please look around inside, Ji Yuning said. Because Ji Yuning was very busy, nobody introduced Tang Xinrui to Ji Yuning, but Tang Xinrui didn't mind, because she would be in touch with Ji Yuning later. Fenghua Entertainment, Shenghua Real Estate, and Kalane Pharmaceutical Company also sent flowers here. The above companies weren't very famous, so people didn't pay much attention to them. However, when the Qinghua Group sent flowers to congratulate Ji Yuning, everyone was astonished once more. What? Qinghua Group? Those who weren't aware of the news about jade beauty jewelry were quite surprised to hear the name of the Qinghua Group. Although the Qinghua Group wasn't as famous as Xianxia Group, Jinlin Group or Tangguang Group, it was very influential too because it was the Qing gang's business. Besides Qinghua Group, Heike Group also sent flowers here. People who were at the opening ceremony were short of words to describe how shocked they were now. Heike Group was the business of the Kirin gang. How come Ji Yuning had a relationship with both the Kirin gang and the Qing gang? Jesus. I don't know what to say now. Ji Yuning is so amazing. I think that Ji Yuning just has a relationship with the Kirin gang and the Qing gang's businesses. If she had a relationship with the Kirin gang and the Qing gang, why did the two gangs not come to congratulate her under the name of their gangs? I agree. Although the Qinghua Group is the Qing gang's business, and the Heike Group is the Kirin gang's business, their businesses are apart from their gangs. Hearing that, people all agreed, because it was very hard for them to believe that Ji Yuning was able to have a relationship with both the Kirin gang and the Qing gang. In fact, Situ Yi and Qi Tianlin didn't show up in person in order to not cause Ji Yuning trouble. It wasn't a good thing for a company to have a connection with a gang after all. Even so, it was still shocking enough that Ji Yuning had such a powerful network. Once representatives of the Kirin gangs and the Qing gang's businesses showed up, nobody dared to cause jade beauty jewelry any trouble. Tang Xinrui, however, was an exception. Tang Xinrui was aware of the connection between jade beauty jewelry and the Qinghua Group, but she didn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to have a relationship with the Qing gang either. Moreover, relationships between companies were all about benefits. To Tang Xinrui's astonishment, the Heike Group, Xianxia Group and Jinlin Group also came to attend this opening ceremony. Many businessmen ached to have a beneficial relationship with those large corporations, but failed. It seemed that Ji Yuning was more influential than she used to think. Feng Shuichen was shocked by the guests who came to attend this opening ceremony too. She couldn't believe that Ji Yuning could maintain a good relationship with so many important figures, and she wondered whether those people came for the sake of the Tang family. When it was almost 10 a.m., Su Tongnuo arrived, which caused another round of exclamations. Ah, Goddess Su. Tongnuo, I love you. Tongnuo, I'm your biggest fan. Many of Su Tongnuo's fans came here especially to see her. Su Tongnuo was very kind and smiled at her fans. Reporters also ran to interview her, but was declined by Su Tongnuo. I'm sorry. It's almost 10 a.m., and we can't interrupt the opening ceremony. We can have the interview at the meeting hall in a little while. Hearing that, people realized that it was only 10 minutes away from the beginning of the opening ceremony. There were countless important figures, so none of those reporters dared to cause any trouble. When Pan Zerui saw Su Tongnuo, his eyes lit up, but Su Tongnuo worked for Ji Yuning, so he didn't dare to make eyes at her. A while later, the opening ceremony was about to begin, and people walked out from the store one after another. Feng Shuichen noticed that a middle-aged woman walked to Ji Yuning's side, so she was sure at once that the woman must be Ji Yuning's mother as well as Tang Yunfan's woman. Although the woman looked quite young, she had the charming air of a mature woman, and she also resembled Ji Yuning. However, honestly, Ji Yuning resembled her father more than her mother. All of a sudden, Feng Shuichen felt very jealous of Ji Yu Man, because she had to admit that Ji Yu Man looked younger and more beautiful than her. Shuichen, calm down. Wu Jinyi reminded Feng Shuichen to stay calm the moment she noticed that Feng Shuichen was losing control of herself. Chapter 668 Lucky Draw. In addition, Master Tang and other important figures were also there, and they wouldn't allow Feng Shuichen to ruin this opening ceremony. Feng Shuichen did her best to calm herself down after Wu Jinyi's reminder. She knew that it wouldn't do her any good if she ruined this opening ceremony. However, Tang Yunfen was still absent. Feng Shuichen didn't feel happy, or unhappy knowing that Tang Yunfen was absent, because she wanted to see him, but was reluctant to see him being with Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Ning. Zhou Zhenghong went on the stage to address the audience first. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to attend the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. At the end of his speech, the audience applauded. Ji Yu Ning then went on stage. Although she didn't give a formal speech like Zhou Zhenghong, she behaved like an experienced and successful businesswoman, which impressed the audience. Ji Yu Ning wasn't like a 18-year-old girl at all. Even Tang Haifeng couldn't help but compliment her. Ningning is much more mature than her age. You're right, Master Lei said. He had never seen anyone who was able to be so mature and stable at such an early age before. Wow, Goddess Ji Yu looks so cool. If I were a man, I would marry her. An ordinary man can't marry Goddess Ji Yu. The man must be good-looking, rich, smart, and outstanding, just like Goddess Ji Yu. A group of young girls discussed that under the stage in a low voice. Seeing that those young girls held great admiration for Ji Yu Ning, Feng Shuichen hated Ji Yu Ning to death. In Feng Shuichen's eyes, Ji Yu Ning should never exist. Ji Yu Ning's mother should disappear too. If it hadn't been for Ji Yu Ning's mother, Tang Yunfen wouldn't have rejected her. Feng Shuichen believed that Tang Yunfen rejected her because of Ji Yu Ning's mother, not because he disliked her from the very beginning. Feng Shuichen was really a control freak in love. Wu Jinyi was worried about Feng Shuichen now, because Feng Shuichen was doomed to failure if she dared to annoy the Tang family. Let alone the Tang family who supported Ji Yu Ning behind her back, the Feng family was barely comparable to any of the other dominant business groups that were invited to attend today's opening ceremony. However, Feng Shuichen had already lost her reason, and wouldn't care about the result once she decided to do something, especially when it was about Tang Yunfen. In that case, Wu Jinyi could only remind Feng Shuichen not to cause any trouble when she was with her, in case she would be punished too. Ji Yu Ning didn't give a long speech, and the next part was ribbon cutting. Ji Yu Ning, Tang Haifeng, Master Lei, Su Tongnuo and Zhou Zhenghong cut the ribbon together. After ribbon cutting, the jewelry store was open to everyone, but most of the people were looking forward to the lucky draw. Feng Shuichen didn't walk inside, because she had nothing to do in the store, but she took pictures of Ji Yu Ning and Ji Yu Man. Many people were taking photos at the ceremony, so nobody paid attention to her. Although Ji Yu Ning shocked her today, it didn't mean that she would give up her scheme against Ji Yu Ning and Ji Yu Man. After all, she planned to hire someone else to do it for her. In the next hour, many people went to join in the lucky draw. In order to avoid confusion, they all stood in a line. There were over 1,000 red envelopes in the container. As for the 10 prizes of jade pendants, there would be a piece of paper in each of the 10 red envelopes. As for other prizes, there would be several bills inside. After a long time, around 70 people had dipped their hand into the container, but drew out no prize. Just when people doubted whether there were real prizes in the container, a person drew out a red envelope with a 100 yuan bill inside. Although it was a shame that the person didn't win the jade pendant, a 100 yuan bill was better than nothing. As time went by, only a few people won several bills in a red envelope. Just when they were about to lose hope, a person won the jade pendant and almost shouted in excitement. The good news cheered many people up. Although fewer people walked into the store, most of them were potential buyers. Tang Yunrong's and Zhang Lihua's friends were all noble women, and each of them bought several pieces of jade jewelry. They didn't do it for the sake of Tang Yunrong or Zhang Lihua, but because the designs of the jade jewelry really attracted them. In addition, the jewelry in the store was all made of high-quality jade. Therefore, jade beauty jewelry was more popular than other jewelry brands among the rich ladies. Although there weren't many differences in the designs of jewelry, brands still differed from each other. Chapter 669 Danger stays with power and wealth. Some liked famous brands, which could accentuate their wealth, while some preferred brands of good quality, which were comfortable. Different people had different opinions. Is there any piece that you like? I can buy it for you as a gift, Siming said to Chu Yuxin. Aren't you afraid that it'll cost you a fortune? Chu Yuxin smiled. I'm happy to buy it for you as long as you're happy, Siming said. Please, stop showing off your affection for each other. Cao Wenxin felt so hurt standing by their side. We don't mind it if you can do the same, Chu Yuxin said, and challenged Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin pouted in silence. Many onlookers posted videos and photos of the opening ceremony of jade beauty jewelry on the internet, and it soon became a hot topic. Everyone was shocked by the attendees. Jesus, Goddess Gu is able to maintain a good relationship with so many famous corporations and even the two biggest gangs. Goddess Gu is so unbelievable. Qinghua Group and Heike Group don't stand for the Qing Gang and the Kirin Gang. Stop bragging. Exactly, Qinghua Group and Heike Group are just businesses of the Qing Gang and the Kirin Gang. Many people held that opinion, which Ji Yuning wouldn't disagree with. So what? It's still not an easy thing to maintain a good relationship with Qinghua Group and Heike Group. I'm short of words to describe my astonishment now. Goddess Gu, are you still hiring? Can I join your company? Although many people complimented Ji Yuning's achievement, there were still many haters too. It must be a publicity stunt. I don't believe that she can have such a powerful network at such an early age. Me either. In some people's eyes, it was hard to believe that Ji Yuning, who was still a young girl, could maintain a good relationship with many famous companies and important figures. Some haters even attacked Ji Yuning on the internet. Did she sell her body to build up her network? She's very attractive after all. I agree, so it must be a publicity stunt. Nonsense. You are just being jealous. Do you have any evidence to prove that she has done that? Stop slandering. Goddess Gu, do you have any evidence to prove that she has not done that? Don't be so mean. Goddess Gu earns everything on her own. You're just her dumb fan. You're a stupid hater. Many haters were still attacking Ji Yuning on the internet, but Ji Yuning's loyal fans defended her even harder. Did you lose your reason? Who would dare to use those dominant business groups for a publicity stunt? Although Goddess Gu is really outstanding, she doesn't have the ability to fool those important figures in business. Exactly. Qinghua Group also attended the opening ceremony of jade beauty jewelry in City G last time. Open your eyes. Couldn't you see that both Aster Tang, who's the richest man in City B, and Master Lei, who's the leading role of another super rich family in City B, attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Those haters are all idiots. Afterwards, reporters who had attended the opening ceremony posted their interviews on their official Weibo accounts, which proved that everything was real. Within minutes, jade beauty jewelry and Ji Yuning became the hottest topics on Weibo once more. Many celebrities were jealous of Ji Yuning now, because they had tried hard to be a hot topic on Weibo but it was in vain. However, they were also astonished by Ji Yuning's network. Xianxia Group, Jinline Group and Tangguang Group were all the top business corporations in this country. In addition, the businesses of the two biggest gangs also had a relationship with Ji Yuning. In that case, nobody dared to cause Ji Yuning or jade beauty jewelry any trouble. Ordinary people, of course, didn't dare to do that, but ambitious people were exceptions. Danger always stayed with power and wealth. No matter who you were or what industry you were involved in, you would have competitors or even enemies the moment you joined the society. Therefore, although most people were afraid of Ji Yuning's network, some still dared to challenge her. Tang Weiyang was one of them. He was going to fight against the Tang family in business, and Ji Yuning was his target too. Chapter 670 Wu Yuanping. No matter how powerful or rich a person was, he or she could have shortcomings as well. And no matter how weak or poor a person was for now, he or she could also beat a strong enemy with the right tactics. Tang Weiyang had succeeded in attacking Tang Yunfan twice. Ji Yuning had overcome many difficulties which didn't seem solvable, so that she was able to achieve a lot today. Many rich men had been abducted and blackmailed. Many leaders of some countries had also been murdered. There were many other shocking events in this world. Therefore, no matter if you were powerful or weak, it could be changed. Power and wealth could protect you, but could also put you in a dangerous position. Tang Weiyang was paying special attention to news about Ji Yuning. Without a doubt, he was shocked by Ji Yuning's network too, but he didn't care about it, and would never give up his scheme against Ji Yuning. Besides, businessmen gathered for interests, and dispersed once there was no benefit. Tang Weiyang had experienced that in person. Accordingly, he would keep on competing against Tang Haifeng and Ji Yuning. Moreover, since he found out that Ji Yuning wasn't a weak competitor at all, he would be more careful, and more determined to remove Ji Yuning from his way to success. As for Tang Yunfen, Tang Weiyang believed that he was still unconscious. It was already very lucky that Tang Yunfen had survived such a serious car accident. Tang Yunfen was the chairman of Tangguang Group, so his subordinates had also visited him. They were all sure that Tang Yunfen was still lying in the bed. In that case, Tang Weiyang removed Tang Yunfen's name from his target list. A short time after the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, someone came to cause Ji Yuning trouble. He was a man who was around 40 years old, and he demanded to see Ji Yuning, the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, once he walked inside. Since the man came to see her, Ji Yuning showed up. Wu Yuanping. Before Ji Yuning could say something, Tang Haifeng recognized the man. Wu Yuanping was surprised to see Tang Haifeng, then greeted him with great respect, Master Tang. May I help, Mr. Wu? Ji Yuning asked. Although she sensed that this man wasn't coming for anything good, she remained polite since he knew Tang Haifeng. I heard that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling. Is that true? Wu Yuanping asked. Just by stone gambling, you've never taken out a loan? Wu Yuanping asked again. Yes, Ji Yuning replied once more. Hearing that, people around them were all astonished. They had all heard that Ji Yuning had made a lot of money by stone gambling, but none of them expected that Ji Yuning had earned the whole Jade Beauty Jewelry by it. In other words, Ji Yuning had made over 100 million yuan by stone gambling. Thinking of that, people were all shocked. Reporters also realized that it was a very important moment, so they all turned on their cameras, trying to film it. It's very impressive that you can make so much money just by stone gambling. I have great admiration for you, but I still want to challenge you, Wu Yuanping said. Wu Yuanping, what do you want to do? Tang Haifeng frowned in annoyance. It was obvious that Wu Yuanping came here to cause Ji Yuning trouble. However, to Tang Haifeng's surprise, Wu Yuanping dared to do that right in front of his eyes. He's here to cause trouble. Right, but I'm curious what exactly he's going to do. Doesn't he know the close relationship between Miss Ji Yu and Master Tang? Onlookers all believed that Wu Yuanping was crazy. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning's friends, however, was afraid that it might affect the business of the jewelry store. When Wu Yuanping heard people's discussion, he frowned. Although he didn't dare to annoy Master Tang, he had no intention to step back. He had seen many people who became rich by stone gambling, but what Ji Yuning had achieved was beyond his imagination. How was she able to establish a high-end jewelry brand just by stone gambling? Stone gambling was well known as a highly risky game, but Ji Yuning could easily make money by it, which was unacceptable in Wu Yuanping's eyes. He had been involved in stone gambling for over 20 years, and what Ji Yuning had achieved was simply a miracle in this industry. It's fine. I can handle it. Ji Yuning comforted Tang Haifeng. Tang Haifeng respected Ji Yuning's decisions, so he remained silent. After that, Ji Yuning looked at Wu Yuanping and asked, so what do you want to do? Ji Yuning knew that he wouldn't leave without a result, and he aroused her interest too. I want to have a competition with you, Wu Yuanping said. Ning. Tang Haifeng was slightly worried, and wanted to stop Ji Yuning, because he knew that Wu Yuanping was very experienced in stone gambling. If Ji Yuning lost, it would affect the reputation of her jewelry store. People didn't care where she got the jade, but nobody liked the feeling of being deceived. However, if Ji Yuning rejected, people might think that Ji Yuning was guilty and didn't dare meet the challenge. Therefore, Tang Haifeng debated whether to stop Ji Yuning or not. Ningning, Ji Yu Man, Tang Yunrong and the others were also worried. Don't worry. Trust me, Ji Yuning said with confidence. Since Ji Yuning was confident about herself, they didn't say anything further. In the store, only Leng Xiaoting and Zhou Zhenghong completely believed in Ji Yuning, because they had witnessed her ability of stone gambling. Chapter 671 A Competition of Stone Gambling. How do you want to compete? Ji Yuning asked with a calm face. I brought a truck full of jade raw materials with me. Each of us can choose 3 out of them. Whoever cuts out the most valuable jade will be the winner, Wu Yuanping said with a serious face. It seemed that he wasn't causing Ji Yuning trouble, but simply wanted to challenge Ji Yuning, which changed Ji Yuning's impression of him. Other people in the store were looking forward to the competition. I accept your challenge, but you can't set the rules alone. Since it's a competition, there must be a bet, Ji Yuning said. What bet? Wu Yuanping asked. He didn't mind Ji Yuning's condition. Ji Yuning smiled and said, I'll pay you for the raw materials, and those raw materials along with the jade cut out from them will be mine. If neither of us can cut out jade, it's even. If both of us cut out jade, the loser should pay 5 million yuan. How is it? Actually, Ji Yuning wanted to say that the loser should pay the price of the jade the winner cut out, but Wu Yuanping could end up paying dozens of millions of yuan in that case. That wasn't what Ji Yuning wanted. She knew that Wu Yuanping was doomed to failure, and she didn't have the heart to deprive him of his wealth. However, it was still unknown whether there was high-level jade among Wu Yuanping's raw materials. Deal. Wu Yuanping agreed with alacrity, because he could afford 5 million yuan. Many people in the store weren't very rich, so they believed that Wu Yuanping must be crazy to set a bet of 5 million yuan just for a competition. Mr. Wu, I think that we better sign an agreement beforehand, Ji Yuning said. No problem, Wu Yuanping said. After that, Ji Yuning and Wu Yuanping signed an agreement. Why don't we have a bet on the result of the competition? Xu Jinchen gently knocked Xin Bei's arm. Sure, I bet on Ji Yuning, and you bet on Wu Yuanping. The loser must do the laundry 10 times for the winner. How is it? Xin Bei asked. Xu Jinchen was struck dumb for a second, then argued. I want to bet on Ji Yuning. Are you kidding me? Since both of us believe that Ji Yuning will win, why would we bet? Xin Bei gave Xu Jinchen a glance of disdain. Fine. Xu Jinchen gave up. Pan Zerui and his friends also want to have a bet, but they gave up too after hearing the talk between Xin Bei and Xu Jinchen. Almost everyone who knew Ji Yuning believed that she would win. Nevertheless, some in the crowd began to bet on the result of the competition, and most of them bet on Ji Yuning given her unbelievable achievement today. Wu Yuanping, on the other hand, was a stranger. Before long, the competition began. Wu Yuanping's truck was parked in the parking lot outside of the shopping mall, so the group of them walked to his truck together. Wu Yuanping told the 2 stone cutters who came with him to open the truck and move the stone cutting machines down. In order to save time, Wu Yuanping brought 2 stone cutting machines. Onlookers took out their phones to take pictures, and some even opened live streaming. Ji Yuning has gained a lot of attention these days, so many internet users were watching the competition online once they saw Ji Yuning in the video. Although the network anchor knew that Ji Yuning was very famous now, she was still shocked by the number of internet users who swarmed into her channel within just a few minutes. The camera of the network anchor's phone was facing the area of stone cutting, so the incoming internet users were able to see Ji Yuning, the stone cutting machines and those raw materials in the truck. Wow, Goddess Ji Yu is really in a competition of stone gambling now. I'm so excited. I'm curious who will win. Once the stone cutting machines were moved down, there were over 100 jade raw materials left in the truck. Miss Ji Yu, after you, Wu Yuanping said politely. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate, and went into the truck. She used her jade eyes to glance around the raw materials. The majority were stones without any jade inside, and there were only 2 pieces of medium-level jade. Ji Yuning took the only 2 raw materials with medium-level jade inside. One raw material was as large as a football, while the other was half the size of a football. The jade inside accounted for 1/3 of each raw material. Chapter 672 Ningning is going to win. At the same time, Ji Yuning took another raw material which was waste in order to attract less attention and also save some time. It took around 20 minutes to cut out a piece of jade, while it only took 2 minutes to cut a raw material without jade inside. Anyway, she already picked out the best raw materials, and Wu Yuanping was doomed to failure even if he was able to find the 3 raw materials with medium-low-level jade inside. At this moment, Tang Jiakai, Wu Yang Siwan and Kong Maoshui arrived. What's going on here? Tang Jiakai was confused. Stone gambling. Someone answered. What? Isn't today the opening ceremony? Tang Jiakai asked again. Someone came to cause trouble. Another person said. Who dared to do that? Tang Jiakai was displeased hearing that, and walked to his mother and grandpa at once. Zhang Lihua criticized Tang Jiakai when he showed up. Why are you so late? Tang Jiakai felt a little embarrassed. I drank too much last night at my friend's birthday party, so I got up late this morning. Zhang Lihua was mad. When she was about to teach him a lesson, she was interrupted by something new happening at the area of stone gambling. You've already finished choosing. Wu Yuanping was surprised that Ji Yuning picked out 3 raw materials within just 2 minutes. Normally, it took a long time for a person to choose a raw material, but Ji Yuning finished it within a short time and didn't even use any tools. Some people who had some knowledge of stone gambling were also amazed by Ji Yuning's efficiency. Tang Haifeng was worried too. I'm done, and I hope that Mr. Wu can be quick too, because I just have an hour, Ji Yuning said. In fact, she could finish choosing within just a minute, but it took some time to turn up the raw materials she wanted. After that, she jumped down from the truck, and walked towards a stone cutter. In the live stream, many people had never heard of stone gambling, so they remained silent. However, some who knew a little about it started to complain. No way, how can she be so quick? Does it take a long time to choose a jade raw material? Someone asked. Of course, it's not easy to choose a good raw material, and it takes dozens of minutes normally. She picked out 3 within just 2 minutes. Oh, I understand. I think Goddess Ji probably knows nothing about stone gambling. She made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling. If she knows nothing about it, how did she manage to make so much money before? Is it a lie? I don't think Goddess Ji will lie to us. It's probably her own way of choosing raw materials. I agree. Let's see what will happen. My younger sister is really outstanding. Tang Jiakai said with pride. Tang Jiakai never doubted Ji Yuning, even though some people didn't believe her. When Xinbei heard that, he thought that Ji Yuning must have a special relationship with the Tang family. It was just a thought, and he didn't think further. Ji Yuning drew lines on the raw material which was waste first, then gave it to the stone cutter. Wu Yuanping felt stressed when he chose the raw materials, because Ji Yuning was able to finish it at a much faster pace than normal people. Wu Yuanping wasn't willing to waste much time either. He had checked those raw materials before he came here anyway. While Wu Yuanping was still choosing raw materials, Ji Yuning was ready to cut hers. The raw material was small, so it took less time to cut a piece off it, but there was just stone inside. After the second cut, it was still a common stone, which worried Tang Haifeng and others who stood by Ji Yuning's side. Although Wu Yuanping was still choosing raw materials, he paid some attention to the stone cutting. When he saw that Ji Yuning's raw material was just a stone, he relaxed a little. All in all, he thought highly of Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was well known for her outstanding ability of stone gambling. In the beginning, he thought that he might lose, but he wouldn't give up until the end. Many internet users also doubted Ji Yuning's ability in the live stream now. I think it's just a stone without any jade inside. Probably, but there could be jade hidden deeper inside. I'm reading articles related to stone gambling online, but it's so difficult to understand them. Ha, I barely know anything about it either. Please cut it through the middle. Ji Yuning didn't want to waste time, so she told the stone cutter to cut the raw material through the middle. Hearing that, everyone was surprised, because it meant that this raw material was waste. Sure, the stone cutter said. Before the raw material was cut in half, Wu Yuanping found the first raw material he wanted. He gave it to another stone cutter, then glanced at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions before he went to choose the other two raw materials he needed. Ji Yuning gave his raw material a glance, and she saw that there was medium low-level jade in it. She had to admit that Wu Yuanping was indeed good at it. Wu Yuanping didn't have jade eyes like her, so he totally depended on his knowledge and luck. Ji Yuning's first raw material turned out to be a stone. It's a stone. People who supported Ji Yuning was upset. It's fine. There are another two raw materials, and Ningning can win. Leng Xiaoting said with confidence. Tang Jiakai didn't notice Leng Xiaoting until he heard his voice. He was impressed by Leng Xiaoting's attractive appearance, and wondered who he was. However, he didn't think further, because he believed that Leng Xiaoting must be Ji Yuning's friend. Chapter 673 Ji Yuning wins. Internet users in the live stream were also disappointed. No way. It's just a stone. It's so disappointing. Please, stone gambling is a well-known, highly risky activity. It's very difficult to cut out jade, otherwise jade wouldn't be so expensive. Agree. If there is a piece of jade among the three raw materials, it's very good already. Hearing that, they stopped arguing. When Ji Yuning was about to cut her second raw material, Wu Yuanping's first raw material showed green. Although it wasn't pure green, it was jade. The green shows. The stone cutter was excited. Hearing that, Wu Yuanping was thrilled. What? The green shows. Tang Haifeng and others who were supportive of Ji Yuning felt more worried now. Only Leng Xiaoting, Zhou Zhenghong and Tang Jiakai stayed calm. Onlookers started to change their opinions of Ji Yuning too. It seems that Miss Ji Yu isn't better than Mr. Wu. I thought that she would win. In the live stream, some internet users complained again. Didn't someone tell us that it's very difficult to cut out jade? Why did the man easily cut it out? Ji Yuning didn't spend much time on choosing raw materials, and I thought that she did that because she is confident about herself. Now it seems that she is just arrogant. Exactly. She's very conceited. I used to like her, but now I change my mind. She isn't as good as her fans have claimed. Come on, the competition isn't over yet. It's too early to judge now. Right, let's see what will happen. Different people held different opinions about Ji Yuning's performance. A short while after Wu Yuanping's first raw material showed green, Ji Yuning's second raw material showed green too, and it was much purer than Wu Yuanping's. The green shows. The stone cutter shouted in excitement. What? The green shows again. Everyone was shocked. Tang Haifeng and the others were a little relieved. Wu Yuanping was surprised and ran to have a look in a hurry. When he saw the green shown in Ji Yuning's raw material, he was upset, because this jade was much better than his. The question remained now was whether there was a whole piece of jade inside or just a thin layer of it. In the live stream, see, Ji Yuning cut out jade too. Goddess Ji Yu, fighting. Seeing that Ji Yuning cut out jade, her fans were excited. In order to celebrate, Ji Yuning's fans sent many virtual gifts to the network anchor. Thank you for sharing this exciting event with us. The network anchor was surprised, and replied at once. My pleasure. It was the first time that she had received so many virtual gifts, which amounted to a certain amount of money. The network anchor was, of course, glad to make money without using much effort. At this moment, a rich fan sent her an expensive virtual gift which was worth hundreds of yuan, and she almost yelled in excitement. After a while, Ji Yuning's jade was fully cut out, and Wu Yuanping had a feeling that he was going to lose. Although he still had two raw materials waiting to be cut out, Ji Yuning's jade was of the medium level, while his was of medium-low level. It wasn't a big difference, but the price was completely different. About a dozen minutes later, both Ji Yuning and Wu Yuanping were ready to cut their next raw material. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes, and saw that there was medium-low-level jade in one of the two raw materials Wu Yuanping had picked out, while the other was a stone. The two stone-cutting machines worked at the same time. Ji Yuning's raw material showed green, but Wu Yuanping's didn't. Seeing the green, everyone was astonished, especially Wu Yuanping. Green showed once more. Whether he won the competition or not, Wu Yuanping had to admit that Ji Yuning was really excellent at stone gambling, because she was able to cut out 2 pieces of jade out of just 3 raw materials. Wu Yuanping's second raw material was waste without a doubt. Although he cut out another jade from his third raw material, it wasn't as valuable as Ji Yuning's, so he lost. Miss Ji Yu, I lose the game, and I accept the result without any complaints, Wu Yuanping said to Ji Yuning with sincerity. Ningning wins. Tang Haifeng and the others who supported Ji Yuning were excited. I knew that my younger sister was going to win, Tang Jiakai said with pride. Wow, she's so amazing. Xu Jinchen was amazed. You didn't know until now. Xinbei looked at Xu Jinchen, like he already knew. It already proved Ji Yuning's outstanding ability that she was able to make so much money by stone gambling. In addition, they also knew Ji Yuning's personality well. Since she accepted the challenge, she was confident that she could win. Although Xinbei believed that Ji Yuning could win, he was still amazed by the result. What? Why Mr. Wu lost the game? Someone asked with doubt, because he couldn't tell the quality of the jade and didn't know whose jade was more valuable. Chapter 674 My unique skill. The 2 pieces of jade that I've cut out aren't as valuable as a single piece of jade that Miss Ji Yu has cut out, Wu Yuanping said. Hearing that, everyone was surprised, and began to compliment Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu is so amazing. She won. Exactly. I just thought that she might lose. Most people were supportive of Ji Yuning, because they all expected Ji Yuning to win. In addition, Ji Yuning accepted Wu Yuanping's challenge without hesitation, which proved that she was confident about herself. In the live stream, Ji Yuning's fans were excited. Wow, Goddess Ji Yu is my idol now. There is nothing she can't do. Exactly, she's so charming. I think I'm in love with Goddess Ji Yu now. I hope that I can one day meet Goddess Ji Yu in real life. Well, I think it could be a publicity stunt. Why does she have to cut out jade right in front of everyone? Come on, Goddess Ji Yu doesn't need any more publicity stunts now. She's already famous enough. Are you an idiot? Don't you know how famous Goddess Ji Yu is right now? Once some internet users attacked Ji Yuning's loyal fans would fight back and force them to be silent. Some of Ji Yuning's big fans were in a good mood once Ji Yuning won the competition, so they tipped the network anchor. Within minutes, the network anchor received a lot of money. The live show lasted for about 40 minutes, and the network anchor had received several thousand yuan in all. It was a lot compared to the amount of money she could normally get. It was the effect of Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu is able to make 5 million yuan so easily. I'm so envious of her. More than just 5 million yuan. The 2 pieces of jade alone are worth several million yuan at least. Jesus. Really? Of course. My family runs a stone gambling store. The jade Ji Yuning has cut out is just common jade, and the best jade could be worth over dozens of million yuan. Has your family cut out any jade? It's not that easy. If my family could easily cut out jade, we would be super rich now. Well, I think that only rich people can play this game. Miss Ji Yu, do you want a check or transfer? Wu Yuanping asked. A check please, Ji Yuning said. Wu Yuanping took out a checkbook and wrote down the number along with his name, before he tore off a piece and gave it to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning took the check and said to Tang Haifeng, I know that there is a charity foundation run by the Tang family. Grandpa Tang, please help me contact the manager. I want to donate these 2 pieces of jade together with this check of 5 million yuan to it. Hearing that, people were all shocked. None of them could believe his or her ears. Why did Ji Yuning want to donate the 2 pieces of jade together with the check of 5 million yuan to a charity foundation? The 2 pieces of jade alone were worth over 5 million yuan at the least. In that case, Ji Yuning donated 10 million yuan at once. Although Ji Yuning was rich, there were plenty of people who were richer than her in this world, but not many could be as generous as her. She didn't use much effort to get that amount of money, but it was hers after all. Sure. Tang Haifeng supported Ji Yuning. 10 million yuan was nothing in their eyes, but it could help a lot of people. People all admired Ji Yuning's kind gesture, because she was very generous and nice. Tang Jiayao now felt that Ji Yuning was better than her in every aspect. However, some internet users still attacked Ji Yuning in the live stream. She did that just to gain a good reputation. Once the comment was out, the account was amid criticisms. Seriously, why are you so mean? Not many rich people are willing to donate 10 million yuan to a charity. I'm just saying, and why doesn't she take out money from her own pocket? Why did she use another person's money? You're ridiculous. Goddess Ji Yu won the money on her own, so the money is hers. Haters lose their reason. I support Goddess Ji Yu. Miss Ji Yu, could you please tell me how you make judgments? Wu Yuanping asked with curiosity. Sorry, that's my unique skill, and I won't tell anyone else, Ji Yuning said. She was telling the truth, because there was no one else who owned a pair of jade eyes. Fine. Since Ji Yuning said so, Wu Yuanping didn't insist, and left. It was almost 11:30 a.m. when the competition came to an end, and Ji Yuning and the others were about to leave for the Wangdeng Hotel. Ningning, I'm sorry that I'm late. Tang Jiakai apologized to Ji Yuning. Chapter 675 The Release Conference. Ji Yuning smiled. It's fine. You're here anyway. After that, Ji Yuning and the others went to Wangdeng Hotel along with the jade jewelry the models would wear. As for Ji Yuning's donation, Tang Haifeng arranged a meeting with the manager at the Wangdeng Hotel. The charity foundation run by the Tang family had a great reputation, so people wouldn't wonder whether Ji Yuning really donated her money to it even though they didn't see it with their own eyes. Everything was ready at this time in Wangdeng Hotel. The release conference would begin at 12:20 a.m. After 2 minutes, Ji Yuning and the others arrived. When they walked into the hall, there were already many people inside. Several men walked forward to welcome them at once. Most importantly, Tang Haifeng and Master Lei showed up in person. Oh, it's such an honor to meet you, Master Tang and Master Lei. How are you these days? I don't think there is a need to ask that question. Both Master Tang and Master Lei look so good. No matter who met Tang Haifeng and Master Lei, it was unavoidable that he or she would fawn over them. Ha ha, I'm good, so I came to join in the activity. Tang Haifeng laughed, and he behaved like an ordinary, kind old man. However, Tang Haifeng had been in a high position in politics for many years, so he had a natural air of power. Therefore, many people were still in awe of him. They walked over mainly to welcome Tang Haifeng and Master Lei, but they also wouldn't ignore Ji Yuning, who was the leading role today. This must be Miss Ji Yu, right? A man looked at Ji Yuning and asked. Nice to meet you. I'm Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning said with a smile. Miss Ji Yu is really an outstanding young girl. Exactly. I've never seen another young girl who is able to achieve so much at such an early age like Miss Ji Yu. I wish my children could be as outstanding as Miss Ji Yu. Let alone the younger generation, I myself feel ashamed of my lack of creative talent. They were not flattering Ji Yuning, but really thought highly of Ji Yuning because she was so young. Facing their compliments, Ji Yuning just smiled, and stayed modest. Thank you so much for your encouragement. I think I still need to learn and practice more. Ji Yuning's modest attitude strengthened people's good impression of her. Two young women were talking about Ji Yuning from behind the crowd. Yuzi is so lucky to meet such a good boss, a woman said, feeling happy for Yuzi. Exactly. I'm curious to see Lin Tianyu's face after he hears this news, another woman said, gloating over Yuzi's victory. They were Yuzi and Cao Wenxin's mutual friends. Lin, why don't we have a bet on whether Lin Tianyu will try to get Yuzi back after he finds out? A woman said with interest. Lin rolled her eyes at her friend. Isn't it obvious enough? Lin Tianyu will definitely try to get Yuzi back once he finds out. Her friend shrugged. Fine. Although I'm curious to see Lin Tianyu's reaction, I prefer to see him disappear from Yuzi's sight. When Tang Haifeng and the others were all seated, Ji Yuning took the jade jewelry to the models backstage. There was an anteroom and an interior room backstage, and the interior room consisted of the models' dressing rooms and lounge. Hi, Miss Ji Yu. The moment Ji Yuning walked into the anteroom, Gao Yi stood up and greeted her. Are they ready? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, they're waiting for the jewelry now, Gao Yi said. Great, Ji Yuning said, then walked to the interior room. There were only women. inside, so it wasn't convenient for Gao Yi to walk in. "Hi, boss," Yu Zi greeted Ji Yuning once she appeared. All the models turned to look at Ji Yuning as well, and they were all stunned by her beauty. Although those models were very attractive themselves, they still had to admit that Ji Yuning was even more beautiful than them. Most importantly, Ji Yuning didn't wear any makeup. Her skin looked so smooth, and it was even shining under the lights. The models might be jealous of Ji Yuning, but didn't dare to annoy her given her identity. Ji Yuning was also satisfied to see them with makeup and gowns on. Each of the models was tall and had a great body shape along with a good-looking face. "Please put the jewelry on now," Ji Yuning said, and put the jewelry box on the table. Hearing that, they surrounded the table at once. After putting down the jewelry, Ji Yuning left. Gao Yi and Yu Zi would be in charge of the backstage work. When Ji Yuning walked back into the hall, most of the guests were present. Some recognized Ji Yuning and went to greet her at once. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. I'm the manager of Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. They introduced themselves first, and Ji Yuning talked to them kindly. She behaved like a mature woman, not a teenager. It was rare to see such a young girl being so stable. Some of them came here to meet Ji Yuning, and some came here because of the Tang family. They knew that Ji Yuning had a special relationship with the Tang family, so they were all kind to Ji Yuning. Although there weren't many big names at this release conference, many people came on behalf of many famous clothing companies. When it was almost 12 p.m., they were all seated. Chapter 676 The interview at the release conference. It was a release conference, not a party, so it was very official. Around 12 p.m., a host went onto the stage and announced the beginning of the release conference before he invited 4 major roles of today's activity to the stage. They were Ji Yuning, the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Zhou Zhenghong, the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Yu Zi, the designer of charm, and Su Tongnuo, the spokesperson of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. At first, Ji Yuning addressed the audience as the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending today's release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm," Ji Yuning said. "Both Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm are high-end brands, and we only provide jewelry and gowns of high quality. I'm confident that the designers of our Jade jewelry and gowns will become well-known masters, but I can promise right now that the prices of our products will stay the same." Ji Yuning's short speech was quite persuasive. Many products were of bad quality now, including those famous brands. If its designer was famous, the price could be much higher. It wasn't reasonable that a price was set according to the product's fame. The same thing went to stars. If 2 singers sang the same song on the same stage, the one who was more famous would have higher pay. As Jade Beauty Jewelry attracted more and more attention, its designers and carvers would become increasingly famous. However, Ji Yuning promised that they would keep the prices the same. The audience burst into applause under the stage. After that, it was the interview time, and reporters couldn't wait a second longer for it. Reporter: "Miss Ji Yu, you claim that you were born in an ordinary family, and you made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling, but how do you manage to maintain a good relationship with so many dominant business groups?" Ji Yuning: "They're all my friends, and came to congratulate me for the sake of my friends. I'm very grateful to all those who spared some time to attend today's activity. As for Grandpa Tang, we met each other because of stone gambling, and Master Lei is Grandpa Tang's close friend. It's my honor that they show up today." Ji Yuning didn't say that she had a close relationship with those dominant business groups, but explained she was able to invite them to come here on her friend's coattails. Even so, people still thought highly of Ji Yuning, because it wasn't easy to do that. Reporter: "Miss Ji Yu, you're very young, why are you so good at fighting or kung fu?" Ji Yuning: "Because I had a very good and strict master." Reporter: "Could you please tell us who your master is?" Ji Yuning: "She already passed away." Saying that, Ji Yuning wore a sad expression. Seeing that, the reporter immediately apologized. "I'm sorry to hear that." Afterwards, the interview continued. Not only Ji Yuning, but Zhou Zhenghong, Su Tongnuo and Yu Zi were also interviewed. Reporter: Mr. Joe, could you please tell us how you met Miss Gu, and why you decided to work for her? Jo Junghong, I met Miss Gu at the Stone Gambling Street. I was a jewelry businessman, but I was trapped by an enemy in business and went bankrupt. It was Miss Gu who helped me out and even hired me as the manager of her jewelry store. I've always felt that I'm very lucky to work for Miss Gu, and I want to thank Miss Gu for her appreciation. After that, Jo Junghong bowed to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't stop him and accepted it with a smile. I hired you because you're a good manager. Ji Yuning's response was very practical, and it was also an approval of Jo Junghong. Hearing what Jo Junghong had said, the audience admired Ji Yuning even more, because Ji Yuning wasn't only kind and generous but also good at choosing the right people. A successful person had to have the ability to find the right partners. Su Tongnuo was the next person interviewed by the reporters. Reporter: Miss Su, we heard that you had been shut out from the entertainment industry for a long time, and you came back after just 1 year. Can you tell us how you managed to do that? Su Tongnuo: I think Fateng Entertainment has already responded to the fact that I was shut out from this industry. It's not uncommon in the entertainment industry that an actor ends a contract with a company. Although Fateng Entertainment had shut her out of the entertainment industry before, Su Tongnuo had no intention to attack them now, which wouldn't do any good to her career. Su Tongnuo: I'm signed by Fenghua Entertainment now, and I think Fenghua is a great company with a bright future, which is also the reason why I chose to work for it. Su Tongnuo was much more popular now than before. Although she didn't have many famous works yet, she already gained a lot of attention from the public. As long as she did good work, she would become a household name sooner or later. In addition, Ji Yuning was her boss now, so it would be easy for her to do that. Chapter 677 Powerful Support. Many reporters also had a good impression of Fenghua Entertainment, which was just a newly established entertainment company. Although it wasn't officially established yet, many people had heard of its name. In the conflict with Li Jiayu, Fenghua Entertainment took full control of it, while Fateng Entertainment remained silent. In fact, Fateng Entertainment had the support of someone in the government, but was still defeated by Fenghua Entertainment. Moreover, the best actress, Fang Tang, and the best actor, Lu Yige, were also supportive of Fenghua Entertainment. In that case, Fenghua Entertainment had to be very influential. Li Jiayu, of course, dug the grave for herself. After Li Jiayu and her agent, Tong Zhen, were fired by Fateng Entertainment, there were no positions for them in the entertainment industry anymore, because other entertainment companies didn't dare to hire them. Therefore, Li Jiayu could only sell her body for money. She was already used to living a luxurious life, and she couldn't live without luxuries. Anyway, those rich men didn't mind playing around with her, and even kept her as their mistress. Li Jiayu made less money now, but could still afford an expensive apartment and luxuries. Tong Zhen, on the other hand, moved to live abroad. Reporter: You're the leading role in Infinite Horror directed by Lu Zhan this time. It's said that director Lu annoyed an important figure and had been shut out for several years. Aren't you afraid that his film won't be shown in theaters? Those who knew that Ji Yuning was also the boss of Fenghua Entertainment didn't think that it was possible, because nobody dared to act against Ji Yuning now. The reporter didn't know that Fenghua Entertainment also belonged to Ji Yuning, otherwise he wouldn't have asked that question. Ji Yuning had a powerful network now, and so, of course, the film would be shown in theaters as long as she wanted. No matter who the person that shut Lu Zhan out of the entertainment industry was, he wouldn't be willing to annoy so many important figures just because of a director. Su Tongnuo: Director Lu has done nothing wrong, and I think that it's the fault of the person who shut Director Lu out of this industry. Hearing that, everyone took a deep breath. Although it was right, Su Tongnuo was really bold to say that aloud. Wasn't she afraid that the person would punish her? Reporter: Aren't you afraid that the person will shut you out as well? Su Tongnuo: I believe that Fenghua Entertainment can protect its staff. In other words, Fenghua Entertainment wouldn't allow anyone to shut her out. Reporter: You're so confident that Fenghua Entertainment can protect its staff. Doesn't it mean that there is a powerful support behind Fenghua? Su Tongnuo: I'm sorry. I have no idea. Since she said so, the reporters didn't insist and turned to interview Yuzi, who had no fame yet. Although Yuzi wasn't famous at all, she played a major role in today's release conference, so it was necessary for those reporters to interview her. Yuzi was very nervous, because this was the first time that she had been interviewed by so many reporters in front of so many people. Reporter: Miss Yu, how did you get the chance to join Miss Gu's company? Yuzi: well, I ran a gown store in the beginning, but it wasn't very profitable, and I could just make ends meet. Although I loved my designs, customers had different opinions. One of my friends brought Miss Gu to have a look in my store. That was how I got to know Miss Gu. I felt quite honored that Miss Gu appreciated my designs and even hired me as the manager as well as designer of Charm. At the same time, I'm still the founder of Charm. Reporter: it seems that Miss Gu is very considerate and didn't deprive you of your benefits. Miss Yu: does that mean that you also hold shares of Charm? Yuzi: yes. Miss Gu is a very generous boss, but I can't tell you the specific number. Since Yuzi wasn't willing to tell them, the reporters didn't ask further. They weren't entertainment reporters or paparazzi who would do everything for gossip. Reporter: Miss Yu, do you have confidence in Charm now? Yuzi: of course. I'm very confident now. Reporter: great. We're also looking forward to seeing your designs, Miss Yu. The interview was finally over, and they went back to their seats. The runway show was about to begin as well. As the music played, the first model walked out. She was wearing a creamy white strapless dress with thin pleats at the hem waving with each of her footsteps. She looked like a fairy stepping over waves under the dim yellowish light. There was a creamy white jade pendant in the shape of wings hanging under her neck. It was the medium high-level glutinous rice-type jade. The pair of earrings she was wearing were also made of glutinous rice-type jade in the shape of a wing. The bracelet on her right wrist was engraved with beautiful patterns. The audience was staring at the big screen at the back of the stage, so they could see the jade jewelry clearly. People's eyes lit up when the first model showed up. This model was as pure as a fairy. Many people were talking about the gown and jade jewelry under the stage. The second model walked out dressed in a floor-length, sapphire blue dress with its long train dragging on the ground. The waistline was extremely thin, and it was outlined with silver-white patterns. The model looked like elegant blue and white porcelain when she walked by. This model was wearing a set of violet jade jewelry to show elegance. The third model stepped out in a purple gown with a long fishtail train. The gown was shining in the light, because the fabric was super smooth silk, which accentuated the model's attractive body shape. She looked like a noblewoman. This model was wearing a set of jade jewelry of the glass type, which stood for nobility. Every model left a deep impression on the audience. The gowns of Charm and jade jewelry of Jade Beauty Jewelry gained a lot of attention from the rich ladies in the audience. Ji Yuning presented 10 sets of jade jewelry of different types at today's runway show, including glutinous rice, violet, blood red, the king's green, fulasho and so on. Chapter 678 Tang Haifeng is in great danger. Wow, I didn't see these sets of jade jewelry in the store just then. I just bought 2 sets, and now I want more. The red set is especially beautiful. I love the green set. It looks like something worn by the nobility. It is. The green set is made of the king's green, which is the most expensive jade type. Oh, it's the king's green. No wonder it has an air of nobility. Those gowns of Charm are so beautiful too. I couldn't wait to book several of them. Exactly. I think the gowns match the jade jewelry quite well. Although many people only like international brands, I think the design and quality of a brand matters more than its fame. I agree. I don't care whether the brand is famous or not. I only wear whatever I like. All in all, jade jewelry and gowns were luxuries, not necessities, so only a small amount of people could afford them. The runway show didn't last long, and it was over after only 20 minutes, which was also the end of the release conference. The release conference was over, but there was still a banquet after that. Guests moved to the banquet hall and some left beforehand. It was almost 1 p.m., and was a little late for lunch. Once the guests were all seated, dishes were placed on the tables within 10 minutes. After the banquet, the guests left one after another. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked Master Tang and Master Lei to their cars, then went back to meet their friends. "Boss, I know that you're very outstanding, but what you did today still amazed me," Pan Zerui said in great excitement, staring straight at Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance, and Pan Zerui calmed down at once. The others also complimented Ji Yuning with admiration. "Miss Ji Yu, you're really unbelievable. Miss Ji Yu, I like charm gowns very much. When will it open for customization? Can I book 2 sets?" Tong Jiayao said. She wasn't flattering Ji Yuning, she really liked charms gowns. "Can I book a set too?" Zhu Yuanjun asked in a hurry. Ji Yuning smiled. The flagship store of Charm is located at number 2-36, 2nd floor, Zone B, Fengshan Shopping Mall. Ji Yuning understood that Tong Jiayao already gave up the idea that she wanted to steal Leng Xiaoting, so Ji Yuning wouldn't mind making friends with her. Tang Xinrui seized this chance and joined their discussion at this moment. "Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. My name is Tang Xinrui, and I just read many pieces of news about you. It's so shocking, let alone a young girl at your age, even we can't achieve half of what you've done." Although Tang Xinrui was complimenting Ji Yuning, she wasn't pleasing her on purpose, because it wouldn't leave a good impression on her. It was the first time that Ji Yuning had met Tang Xinrui, so she treated her politely. "Thanks," Ji Yuning said. "I also want to book a set of gowns from Charm, I love the 5th set." Tang Xinrui said. "You're welcome in our store," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "Boss, do you have any free time today?" Pan Zerui asked. "I'm sorry, I'm very busy today," Ji Yuning said. She knew that Pan Zerui must want to invite her to have fun with him and his friends. "All right, it's fine," Pan Zerui said. After a while, the others all left, and only Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, Ji Yuman, Cao Wenxin, Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei were left in the hall. Cao Wenxin laid an arm on Ji Yuning's shoulder, and said, "Ningning, given our family connection, shouldn't you send me a set of gown as a gift? You can have as many sets as you want." Ji Yuning said without hesitation. "Ha ha, great." Cao Wenxin was very satisfied. "If you're not busy today, why don't you have some afternoon tea in my place?" Ji Yuning invited her friends to her house. The release conference was already over, and Zhou Zhenghong would be in charge of the rest. She had just made an excuse to decline Pan Zerui's invitation earlier. It wasn't because she disliked hanging out with them, but because she had to treat her friends well today. "Why not?" Cao Wenxin was the first one who agreed. "Why are you so excited?" "Our houses are connected," Ji Yuning said. Cao Wenxin was struck dumb for a second, then realized that it was true. Afterwards, a group of them went to their cars. However, just when Ji Yuning walked near to her car, a picture flashed by her eyes all of a sudden. In the picture, Tang Haifeng's car was knocked over in a tunnel, and it exploded at once. Ji Yuning was scared, but did her best to calm down. "I suddenly remembered that I have to go to deal with an emergency now. You can leave before me, and Xiaoting will go with me. Gao Yi, Chao Ya, please send my mother back." "Sure," Gao Yi and Chao Ya said. The others didn't ask further since it was an emergency. Xu Jinchen, Ximing and Xin Bei, however, noticed Ji Yuning's unusual reaction, and they felt worried about her. However, when they thought of Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's outstanding ability, they knew that they would be fine. After that, Ji Yuning got into her car without delay. Leng Xiaoting stood nearest to Ji Yuning, so he noticed her panic. He knew that it had to be something serious, and followed her, getting in the car. "To the Tang family's house. I had a premonition that my grandpa will be in great danger," Ji Yuning said once they were in the car. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting started the car and drove to the Tang family's house. Ji Yuning, at the same time, called Tang Haifeng. However, the line was busy, so Ji Yuning failed to contact Tang Haifeng. Ji Yuning was anxious, because Tang Haifeng would be dead once the car exploded. No matter how much magical power she had, it would be useless. Chapter 679. Knock the car. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting didn't know what he should say to comfort Ji Yuning, so he focused on driving as fast as he could. Unfortunately, there was a lot of traffic on the roads, so Ling Xiaoting was very nervous. On the way, Ji Yuning called Tang Haifeng again and again while she was using her jade eyes to search for his car. The line was still busy, and Ji Yuning couldn't help but swear at the person who was talking with Tang Haifeng on the phone for so long. After they had driven a long distance, Ji Yuning finally saw Tang Haifeng's car 500 meters away, but they were waiting for the traffic lights to turn green and couldn't move among the cars. Afterwards, Ji Yuning found a shortcut, but the car wasn't able to drive there. "You can drive the car to chase them, and I'll run over first," Ji Yuning said, and jumped out of the car before Ling Xiaoting could respond. Since Ji Yuning already made up her mind, Ling Xiaoting wouldn't stop her. The moment Ji Yuning got out of the car, she dashed across the lanes as fast as she could, and ran to the shortcut like lightning, which shocked everyone around her. When she ran by other drivers in cars, those drivers shivered as if a cold wind just blew by. Ji Yuning's dangerous behavior also drew criticism. Why is she running so fast on the lanes? It's so dangerous. What if she's hit by a car? Ji Yuning had no time to care about their criticism, but was determined to catch up with Tang Haifeng. She was very fast, but Tang Haifeng was moving in a car at high speed, and there was a distance between them too. Ji Yuning failed after running for a while, and Ling Xiaoting's car already drove to her side, so she got in it at once, and chased after them. When Ji Yuning sat in the car, she called Tang Haifeng once more, but his phone was turned off, probably because it was running out of power. Ji Yuning almost swore. They soon left the center of the city, and there wasn't much traffic on the roads now. Ji Yuning saw Tang Haifeng's car not far ahead when the tunnel approached near, and she also noticed the strange movements of the car behind Tang Haifeng's. Ji Yuning's car drove into the tunnel and they had almost caught up with Tang Haifeng's. However, the car behind Tang Haifeng's car sped up all of a sudden, and it seemed like it was going to knock forward. Ji Yuning realized that the car was the cause of the terrible accident. "Xiaoting, knock the front car aside," Ji Yuning said. Ling Xiaoting also noticed the strange movement of the car, so he accelerated without hesitation. However, because of the distance, Ling Xiaoting was a second later than the front car. The front car knocked Tang Haifeng's car just a second before Ling Xiaoting's car knocked it. Tang Haifeng's car was on the right side, and the car hit its left side, because the fuel tank was set left. Ling Xiaoting directly knocked through from the middle, and forced the car to move away from Tang Haifeng's car. In that case, the heavy hit Tang Haifeng's car suffered was alleviated a lot, and the fuel tank was also safe, so it wouldn't explode. However, it still caused damage, and Ji Yuning got out of her car at once and went to check on Tang Haifeng's condition. Tang Haifeng had already passed out in the rear seat. The driver and the bodyguard on the front passenger's seat were also injured, but they were still awake. Ji Yuning knocked on the car window of the driver's seat without delay. The driver rolled the car window down, and was surprised to see Ji Yuning. "Open the door now. My grandpa fainted," Ji Yuning said. Tang Haifeng was an aged man after all, and his life could be in great danger now. Although the driver was confused as to why Ji Yuning was there, he opened the car door the moment he heard that Tang Haifeng had passed out. Ji Yuning got inside and checked Tang Haifeng's breath. Luckily, he was still breathing, and Ji Yuning was relieved. She immediately put her magical power into his body and said to the driver at the same time, "Call the police and the ambulance now." "Oh, right." The driver took out his phone at once. Ling Xiaoting also got out and went to check the driver's condition in the other car. The driver was seriously injured. And passed out too. The tunnel was very broad with 3 traffic lanes, and there was 1 lane left clear for vehicles to pass by. Many cars stopped around them, but didn't dare to come near. Tang Haifeng soon woke up after receiving Ji Yuning's magical power. Seeing Ji Yuning, he was surprised. "Ningning, what happened?" Tang Haifeng didn't know what had happened to him yet. "Grandpa, someone just hit your car on purpose, and I think it's a dirty trick of our enemy. Please pretend to be unconscious for now, and we can turn this dirty trick to our own use. Please don't open your eyes until I tell you to do so," Ji Yuning said with a serious face. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was annoyed, but wasn't surprised, because he knew that his enemy would take action sooner or later. Leng Xiaoting walked to Ji Yuning's side, and said, "The driver in the car knocked his head and fainted. I found his cards and phone, but I can't use his phone without the password." Ji Yuning took the driver's ID card and had a look of it. The driver was named Shang Dongping. He was 43 years old and came from a village around City B. The other cards were mainly his bank cards. "Grandpa, please have a look. Do you know or have you met this person?" Ji Yuning gave the ID card to Tang Haifeng. "No, I don't know who he is," Tang Haifeng said. Ji Yuning then took a picture of his ID card before she called K. "I'll send you a picture of an ID card along with the information of a bank card. Help me find out whether the person is the owner of the bank card, and the transaction records of it. I also want to know the person's phone numbers and recent call records along with the identities of his contacts." Although the driver must have hidden his real identity before he did this bad thing, it was necessary to investigate his background. Chapter 680 Tang Haifeng pretends to be unconscious. Hearing what Ji Yuning had said on the phone, the others felt surprised and were curious about the identity of the person who was able to find out so much secret information. 5 minutes later, 2 ambulances arrived. Although Shang Dongping aimed to murder Tang Haifeng, the interrogation and sentence could only go on when he was awake. Seeing that Master Tang was in danger, the medical staff felt quite nervous in case anything bad happened to him. Ji Yuning and Tang Haifeng's bodyguard followed him, leaving for the hospital, while Leng Xiaoting was left waiting for the police. Ji Yuning didn't call Tang Yunhang until she was in the ambulance. She told him to keep it a secret from Tang Yunfen for now, in case Tang Yunfen ran out to visit Tang Haifeng. Ji Yuning also called Tang Yunrong and told her the same thing. Since there was medical staff in the ambulance, Ji Yuning couldn't directly tell them that Tang Haifeng was fine. When Tang Yunhang heard the bad news, he left the government building and went to the hospital in a hurry. He also informed Zhang Lihua at the same time. Tang Yunrong and Cao Ruo arrived at the hospital a while later. Tang Weiyang, as the mastermind behind this car accident, also received the news because he had sent someone to follow behind. However, in order not to be discovered, the person followed far behind, so he didn't know the specific situation. For example, he didn't know that the third car hit the front car on purpose, and it wasn't an accident. He only knew that Tang Haifeng passed out but didn't know whether Tang Haifeng was injured or not. He also failed to recognize Ji Yuning. Tang Weiyang was very mad that the third car had ruined his plan. Although Tang Haifeng passed out, he had no idea whether he was injured or not. If Tang Haifeng was fine, his plan would be meaningless. The Tang family wasn't dumb, and they would soon find out that it was a scheme. Tang Weiyang was confident that Shang Dongping wouldn't betray him. Even if Shang Dongping betrayed him, it wouldn't affect him, but he had to face the fact that his plan was a failure this time. All Tang Weiyang wanted to hear now was that Tang Haifeng was dead or seriously injured. In that case, Tang Haifeng would have to leave his job in the Tang family's business group. Tang Weiyang would then have a better chance to take over. The traffic police arrived after the 2 ambulances had left for about 2 minutes. When the traffic police found out that it was Master Tang's car and driver, they took this accident very seriously. Tang Haifeng's driver didn't tell them that it was a scheme before there was solid proof, because the traffic police would feel stressed or threatened by the Tang family's influence. Given the Tang family's high social status, it was very easy for them to influence the result. If so, nobody would know the real result. In addition, they weren't in a hurry to know the result, so they would let the police do their work. A traffic policeman asked at first, did he drive under the influence? No, Tang Haifeng's driver answered. Afterwards, the traffic police checked the driving recorder of Tang Haifeng's car, and saw that the car that caused the accident started to accelerate after entering the tunnel. It didn't change lanes, instead it went straight to hit Tang Haifeng's car, which was very strange. It was highly possible that it was a scheme. In the video, Leng Xiaoting's car also accelerated behind the car that caused the accident, which was also very abnormal. Therefore, a traffic policeman asked Leng Xiaoting, why did you speed up all of a sudden as well? I have a close relationship with Master Tang, and I did that because I noticed the strange movements of the car that caused this crash. In case Master Tang's car would explode, I sped up to force the car to move away, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, everyone admired Leng Xiaoting's courage, because he could also be hurt in the accident. Moreover, the car he drove cost more than 2 million yuan and now it was damaged. Since Leng Xiaoting had a close relationship with Tang Haifeng, the traffic police didn't ask further. After that, the traffic police went to check the car which caused this crash to see whether there were other security problems. They found that its brakes were broken, which meant that this car accident could be caused by the broken brakes. Of course, they needed to conduct a full-scale investigation into the crash. In the hospital, Tang Haifeng had to take the examination since Ji Yuning decided to turn this dirty trick to her own use. At the same time, they didn't hide the truth that Tang Haifeng had been caught by a car accident so that the mastermind behind it would show up. If they didn't know who their enemy was, they couldn't figure out a way to deal with him. Shang Dongping was hit heavily at the back of his head, so he was still unconscious. After the medical examination, the doctor said that Tang Haifeng was fine, and that he would wake up soon. When Tang Haifeng had just been moved into a patient room, Tang Yunhang arrived. Tang Yunhang was the secretary of a provincial committee, and people were familiar with his face in the news. The moment he showed up in the hospital, many people recognized him and felt quite stressed when he walked by, because he had a strong air of power. "Ningning, how is your grandpa now?" Tang Yunhang asked in anxiety once he walked in the patient room. The doctor said grandpa is fine, and he'll wake up soon, Ji Yuning said, but didn't tell him the truth right away. Before long, Tang Yunrong and Cao Ruoa came. When they asked about Tang Haifeng's condition, Ji Yuning gave them the same answer. Within several minutes, Zhang Lihua arrived as well. Since they were all here, Ji Yuning decided to tell them the truth now. "Secretary Li, bodyguard Lin, please guard at the door, and don't allow anyone to walk in without my permission." Chapter 681 A Murder, Not an Accident. Ji Yuning gave an order to Tang Haifeng's bodyguard and Tang Yunhang's secretary. Although she wasn't in the position to order them to do something for her, they were in a special situation now. Tang Haifeng's bodyguard walked out, but Tang Yunhang's security guard stood still, because he only followed Tang Yunhang's orders. Tang Yunhang nodded at him, and he walked out. When they were both gone and the door was closed, Ji Yuning said, "Grandpa, please open your eyes now." Hearing that, Tang Haifeng opened his eyes at once, which surprised everyone in the room. What's going on here? Didn't Ji Yuning tell them that Master Tang was still unconscious? Actually, it's an attempted murder, not an accident. In order to find out who the mastermind behind it is, Grandpa must pretend to be unconscious for a few days like what my father is doing now. We can spread the news that Grandpa is in danger, and I think that our enemy will take action in a couple of days, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that it was an attempted murder, they were all mad. "Our family will encounter trouble in the following days, but it's necessary for us to go through it in order to get rid of more trouble," Ji Yuning added. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting and 2 traffic policemen arrived at the hospital. Tang Haifeng's driver went to deal with the car with the traffic police, while Leng Xiaoting left his car to He Kiming. Leng Xiaoting's car was damaged, but it wasn't very serious, so it could be fixed. Although he didn't lack money, he wouldn't waste money either. The car cost over 2 million yuan, and it only took 500,000 yuan to fix it. When they came to the patient room, they were stopped by Tang Haifeng's bodyguard. Leng Xiaoting understood that it must be Ji Yuning's order, so he accepted it. The 2 traffic policemen recognized Tang Yunhang's secretary, so they didn't dare to disobey the order. In the patient room, Ji Yuning finished the discussion with the others, and opened the door after Tang Haifeng closed his eyes again and lay on the bed. "Nice to see you, Secretary Tang and Director Cao." Seeing Tang Yunhang and Cao Ruoa, the 2 traffic policemen greeted them with great respect. This was the first time that they had met those 2 important figures face to face. "Secretary Tang, we come here to learn the condition of Master Tang," a traffic policeman said. "Sure," Tang Yunhang said, then turned to his secretary. "Go find the doctor." His secretary then went to find the doctor. In the meantime, a traffic policeman reported to Tang Yunhang on the car crash. Although it was an attempted murder, they didn't have solid proof to prove it. After all, the brakes were broken, so it seemed to be an accident. Secretary Tang, I think that we can only wait until the driver who caused the crash wakes up, the other traffic policeman said. Tang Yunhang nodded and didn't say anything further. After a short while, the doctor came and told the two traffic policemen about Tang Haifeng's condition. After hearing the result, the two traffic policemen left. I'm afraid that we can't keep it a secret for too long, because many people will come to visit father. We must arrange for more guards to protect father's safety in case someone will try to kill father in the hospital, Tang Yunhang said. After that, several ace bodyguards came over to guard at the door. Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong stayed to take care of Tang Haifeng, and the others left. Tang Haifeng was fine now after all, so there was no need for all of them to stay. Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong weren't busy, so they were able to stay in the hospital to take care of Tang Haifeng, but both Cao Ruo and Tang Yunhang were very busy. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to Wufu Hills together. On the way, Ji Yuning called Tang Yunfen and told him about what had happened. Hearing the bad news, Tang Yunfen was astonished as well as worried. Ji Yuning also told him her plan and Tang Yunfen agreed, so he had to keep on pretending to be unconscious. When Ji Yuning was back in her house, she didn't mention the car crash at all, because Tang Haifeng was safe now. She just chatted and played games with her friends for fun. When it was almost 5 p.m. Ji Yu Man invited Ji Yuning's friends to stay for dinner, so they all stayed. The release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm was soon reported by the media, and it attracted a lot of attention from the public. Countless internet users left many comments on it. Those who worked for Ji Yuning also reposted the pictures and videos of the release conference on Weibo. When Ji Yuning's fans watched her short speech at the conference, they were all impressed. OMG, Goddess Ji Yu, are you sure that you're just 18? I think that she's a really successful businesswoman. Goddess Ji Yu, I believe that Jade Beauty Jewelry will be super popular, and its designers along with carvers will be household names too. Chapter 682 Supporters vs. Haters. Jade Beauty Jewelry is already very popular now. There were many haters too on the internet. I think Ji Yuning thinks too highly of herself. Although Jade Beauty Jewelry has gained some fame, nobody knows whether it can become a high-end brand. It's much easier said than done. Exactly, she's just bragging. However, once the two haters appeared, they were attacked by Ji Yuning's fans. Are you insane? How do you know that it can't happen? They can't achieve anything, so they're jealous of others' achievements. Goddess Ji Yu is just 18 and she already owns over 100 million yuan in wealth. Can any of those haters do that? Even those international business groups, like Xianxia Group, Jinline Group and Tangguang Group, have a good relationship with Goddess Ji Yu. I believe Goddess Ji Yu is much more outstanding than her peers. Many internet users didn't know that Master Tang and Master Lei had attended the opening ceremony of Ji Yuning's jewelry store, and they were all astonished when they found out. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was able to know so many important figures. Not only Xianxia Group, Jinline Group and Tangguang Group, but the businesses of the two biggest gangs in this country also showed up. Ji Yuning's business partners were so powerful. When they watched the reporter's interview with Ji Yuning, they were all excited. When Zhou Zhenghong told his story, they all admired Ji Yuning for her kindness. After that, it was Su Tongnuo's interview. Goddess Su, fighting. I support you. When they heard Su Tongnuo's answer to the question about why Lu Zhan had been shut out, the internet users held two different opinions. Some were supportive and agreed with Su Tongnuo on her answer. Others, however, thought that Su Tongnuo was too innocent to know that power was beyond the law in today's society. Although they didn't know who the important figure Lu Zhan had annoyed was, the person must be very powerful because he could shut Lu Zhan out, given that Lu Zhan had been a very famous director back then. At the same time, some internet users also believed that Fenghua Entertainment had the ability to solve the problem since the company dared to sign Lu Zhan. After a while, Yu Zi was the interviewee. After hearing Yu Zi's answer, many internet users became Ji Yuning's fans, because Ji Yuning was really a good idol in their eyes. Pictures of charms. Gowns were everywhere on the internet, and most people liked them. Lin Tianyu and Zhao Xiaoxuan just got off a plane when jade beauty jewelry and charm became the hot topics again on the internet. While they were waiting for their baggage, Zhao Xiaoxuan received a message from her close female friend. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend, Xiaoxuan, have you watched the video of the release conference of jade beauty jewelry and charm yet? Yu Zi is the designer for charm. Website link, what? Yu Zi is the designer for charm. Zhao Xiaoxuan exclaimed in shock, and opened the website link at once. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu was surprised too, and couldn't believe his ears. They had seen the ads for jade beauty jewelry and charm, and also heard that Yu Zi was involved in them, but they didn't know that Yu Zi was the designer and a shareholder of charm. Before Lin Tianyu could ask Zhao Xiaoxuan for the answer, Zhao Xiaoxuan played the video on her phone. It was Yu Zi's interview. After watching it, both Lin Tianyu and Zhao Xiaoxuan were astonished, and couldn't accept the fact. Yu Zi was really the designer and a shareholder of charm. How was it possible? They refused to believe it. Although charm was a newly established brand, it quickly became popular because its gowns were very attractive. Even Zhao Xiaoxuan was a fan of it. However, Yu Zi was the designer and a shareholder of charm, and Zhao Xiaoxuan couldn't accept it. In Zhao Xiaoxuan's eyes, Yu Zi was and should always be inferior to her. Lin Tianyu, on the other hand, felt quite regretful now. He regretted that he had dumped Yu Zi. If he had known that Yu Zi would be so successful now, he wouldn't have done that. If he was still Yu Zi's boyfriend, he would be able to know Miss Ji Yu, who was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. After all, Jade Beauty Jewelry had over 100 million yuan in assets, while the Zhao family only owned dozens of millions of yuan in wealth. Seeing the ads for charm, Lin Tianyu believed that Yu Zi could become even richer than his family. In the video, the runway show began, and many internet users complimented the gowns. Wow, the gowns are so beautiful. I must book a set for my birthday. I'll be stunning that day. I love the first set. My mother booked the 5th set along with the jade jewelry. Your family is so rich. I want to book a set too, but I'm too poor to afford it. The gown costs at least dozens of thousands of yuan each. I think only rich people can afford it. Chapter 683 Swear an Oath. Seeing the positive comments, Zhao Xiaoxuan's face twisted in anger and jealousy. She gripped her phone, like she was going to crumble it. Why could Yu Zi, instead of her, become the designer of charm? Yu Zi and Zhao Xiaoxuan were classmates in college, which meant that Zhao Xiaoxuan majored in clothing design as well. However, she was born in a rich family, so she never thought to rely on herself. Besides, she never studied hard in university, so she didn't have many skills either. When she saw that Yu Zi became a successful designer, she felt quite jealous of her. At this moment, a popular Weibo blogger sent out a remark on charm gowns. Jason V. A famous clothing designer in Paris. OMG. These gowns are so beautiful. Once this remark was out, internet users burst into discussion. Oh, is he the famous clothing designer in Paris, Jason? It wasn't a question actually, but it was too shocking for the internet user to believe that it was true. Jason was a famous international clothing designer of wedding gowns, and he seldom complimented other designers, but Yu Zi was an exception. I think he is. Oh, I'm so excited to see Jason. Me too. My major is clothing design, and Jason is my idol. Is Jason complimenting Yu Zi? Yes. He is. Jason V. A famous clothing designer in Paris. You're right. I am complimenting Miss Yu, because I think her designs are very creative, and I'd love to teach her more skills if she wants. As a famous international designer, Jason was able to distinguish the good designs from bad ones at a glance. It seemed he really appreciated Yu Zi's designs. Although he had liked many works of many designers before, Yu Zi was the only one he was interested in and was willing to teach her more. Oh my, I can't believe my eyes now. Jason is willing to teach Yu Zi his skills. I can't believe it either. Yu Zi is so lucky. Seeing the comments on the internet, Zhao Xiaoxuan almost smashed her phone to the ground. Why? Why was Yuzi able to win the attention of Jason, who was a famous international designer? She could design gowns too. Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't think that Yuzi was better than her. Lin Tianyu, on the other hand, couldn't feel more regretful now. He made up his mind to get Yuzi back. He was a self-centered man, so he didn't believe that Yuzi would reject him. Lin Tianyu was really shameless. Self-centered people never reflected on themselves, and they only cared about their own feelings. Seeing the absent look on Lin Tianyu's face, a thought dawned on Zhao Xiaoxuan and she panicked a little. She knew clearly that Lin Tianyu still liked Yuzi, and he had only dumped Yuzi because of Yuzi's poor family background. Lin Tianyu accepted her because she was born in a rich family, which would benefit him. However, everything had changed now, and he had the idea to get Yuzi back. No, she would never allow it to happen. Lin Tianyu, are you thinking of Yuzi? Do you want to get her back? Zhao Xiaoxuan questioned him in anger. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu frowned, but refused to admit it. No, I'm not. Even if he was going to get Yuzi back, he wouldn't let Zhao Xiaoxuan know his plan, at least not before he succeeded. He wasn't willing to lose both women at the same time. Lin Tianyu was engaging in wishful thinking, really. Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't believe him. Swear an oath of loyalty to me right now. If you still want to get Yuzi back, you'll be hit by a car. Lin Tianyu wasn't in a good mood, and got angry at once after hearing Zhao Xiaoxuan's words. Are you crazy? Why should I swear an oath of loyalty to you? Do you want me to be hit by a car? Lin Tianyu's voice was very loud, so it attracted a lot of attention from people around them. The onlookers had a bad impression of Zhao Xiaoxuan because of her vicious words. What she said was too much, especially after Lin Tianyu had denied it. Let alone the men, even the women disliked her behavior. Therefore, people all looked at Zhao Xiaoxuan with disdain. Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't care about others' attention now, and she was in a rage as well after Lin Tianyu shouted at her. If you don't dare to do it, then it means that you still love her. Am I right? I've done nothing to hurt you. Why'd I have to swear the oath to persuade you to believe me? Don't you think that what you just said is too unkind? Lin Tianyu raised his voice. I'll never joke about my life. Chapter 684. Lin Tianyu's mother. Onlookers all agreed with Lin Tianyu. I hate that kind of woman the most. She's so self-centered and vicious. Exactly. Does she think that she is the queen? If my girlfriend was so unreasonable, I'd dump her right away. A couple should trust each other in a relationship. People were all criticizing Zhao Xiaoxuan. However, Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't feel ashamed at all, but was mad at them. Shut your mouths. It's none of your business. Stop criticizing me, or you'll be hit by cars. She shouted at the onlookers in anger. Hearing Zhao Xiaoxuan's unkind words, people were all annoyed. Although they did criticize Zhao Xiaoxuan in public, what she had done and said were truly malicious. Enough. Lin Tianyu snapped at Zhao Xiaoxuan, which scared her. Zhao Xiaoxuan, couldn't you be kind to others? You'll pay for what you've done. After that, Lin Tianyu turned around walking away, leaving Zhao Xiaoxuan and her baggage behind. Zhao Xiaoxuan had already embarrassed him in a public place, and he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Lin Tianyu, come back right now. Zhao Xiaoxuan panicked, but she hadn't gotten her baggage yet, so she couldn't leave. Her suitcase was filled with luxuries she bought from abroad. Lin Tianyu, however, ignored her. Seeing that, Zhao Xiaoxuan was mad and threatened. Lin Tianyu, if you dare walk away from me today, we're done. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu stopped for a second, but just for a second, then strode away. Although he might lose a lot if he broke up with Zhao Xiaoxuan, he couldn't stand Zhao Xiaoxuan's temper anymore. She was merely a self-indulgent girl with princess syndrome. In the beginning, Lin Tianyu accepted it for the purpose of taking over the Zhao family's properties, but now he gave up upon thinking of Yuzi. When onlookers saw Lin Tianyu leaving without looking back at all, they all cheered. She deserves it. No man wants to marry such a woman and argue with her for the rest of their life. Indeed, she isn't very pretty after all. In fact, Zhao Xiaoxuan wasn't a beauty, and she also had a bad temper. If it hadn't been for her family's wealth, Lin Tianyu wouldn't have agreed to be her boyfriend. Zhao Xiaoxuan was in a rage. Right at this moment, her suitcase came out, so she picked it up and left at once. Zhao Xiaoxuan thought that Lin Tianyu would be waiting for her at the parking lot, and he would apologize to her as usual. If so, she would forgive him. However, she was wrong, and Lin Tianyu along with his car was nowhere to be found. Zhao Xiaoxuan was anxious now, because she really loved Lin Tianyu, otherwise she wouldn't have hurt her close friend, Yu Zi, to get him. Even though she found out that Lin Tianyu was only willing to be her boyfriend because of her family background, she didn't mind it at all. All she wanted was Lin Tianyu. She was afraid to lose him, so she always kept a closer eye on him. Once any women approached him, she would argue with him and chase the other women away. Although she fought with Lin Tianyu many times because of it, Lin Tianyu would compromise in the end. Therefore, she never realized that Lin Tianyu disliked her unreasonable and immature actions. In addition, she didn't mean it when she said that she was going to break up with him if he walked away from her today. As long as he apologized, she would forgive him. Nevertheless, he left without giving her a glance, which was totally unacceptable in her eyes. Zhao Xiaoxuan felt embarrassed to call Lin Tianyu, so she called Lin Tianyu's mother. She hoped that Lin Tianyu's mother would help her and tell Lin Tianyu to apologize to her. In that case, she would forgive him, and they could get back together. Xiaoxuan, are you home now? Come and join us for a meal. Mrs. Lin was very happy to receive Zhao Xiaoxuan's call, because she was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. To be specific, Mrs. Lin was actually satisfied with Zhao Xiaoxuan's family background, because Zhao Xiaoxuan wasn't beautiful and had a bad temper. Anyway, Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't dare lose her temper in front of Mrs. Lin, so Mrs. Lin turned a blind eye to it. Yu Zi was much prettier than Zhao Xiaoxuan, and she was very gentle. However, she was born in an ordinary family, so Mrs. Lin didn't want her to be with her son. Mrs. Lin was a snobbish person as well after all. Well, Tianyu abandoned me at the airport and drove away. Zhao Xiaoxuan blamed Lin Tianyu on the phone with Mrs. Lin. She didn't sound aggressive at all now, but aggrieved. Zhao Xiaoxuan wasn't dumb, and she knew that she had to please Mrs. Lin if she wanted to marry Lin Tianyu. What? Tianyu drove away alone. Did you argue again? Mrs. Lin was surprised. No matter why they had argued, Mrs. Lin thought that it must have been Lin Tianyu's fault. Yes, I just asked him whether he still likes Yu Zi because we were watching a video of her just then. I asked him to swear an oath of loyalty to me, but he refused and drove away alone. Zhao Xiaoxuan said, but didn't tell Mrs. Lin many details. What? Does he still like Yu Zi? Hearing that, Mrs. Lin couldn't stay calm, because she hated Yu Zi. Xiaoxuan, don't worry, I'll never allow them to be together again. You're the one and only future daughter-in-law of our family. Take a taxi to your home, and I'll call him right now. Mrs. Lin said. Thanks. Zhao Xiaoxuan said, then hung up. She was confident that Mrs. Lin would side with her. Chapter 685 Zhao Xiaoxuan's mother. After hanging up the call with Zhao Xiaoxuan, Mrs. Lin called Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu was on his way out of the airport and he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. Once he answered his mother's call, Mrs. Lin snapped at him, Tianyu, what's wrong with you? How could you abandon Xiaoxuan alone at the airport? Tell me, do you still like Yu Zi? Your father and I will never allow you to get her back. Xiaoxuan is the future daughter-in-law of our family, unless you can find a girl better than her. If Zhao Xiaoxuan heard what Mrs. Lin said to Lin Tianyu, she would feel very hurt because she was just a B plan in Mrs. Lin's eyes. Did Zhao Xiaoxuan tell on me? Lin Tianyu sneered. It wasn't a surprise because Zhao Xiaoxuan did that every time they had an argument. Tell me, do you still like Yu Zi? Mrs. Lin asked again. Yes. Lin Tianyu admitted with alacrity. Lin Tianyu, your father and I will never allow you to be together with her. Mrs. Lin warned him in anger. What if Yu Zi is a better choice than Zhao Xiaoxuan? Lin Tianyu asked. No way. I know that Yu Zi is prettier than Xiaoxuan, but she's too poor, Mrs. Lin said with disdain. Maybe she's poorer than Zhao Xiaoxuan now, but she's going to be very successful sooner or later, Lin Tianyu said. I don't care. I just want you to apologize to Xiaoxuan right now, and you two better get married as soon as possible, Mrs. Lin said in a domineering tone. Yuzi now is the designer and a shareholder of Charm, Lin Tianyu said, feeling sad. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked. She had seen the ads for Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, but she had no idea that Yuzi was the designer and shareholder of Charm now. If so, Yuzi would be very rich in the future. Is it real? Mrs. Lin couldn't believe it. You can watch the video of its release conference on the internet, Lin Tianyu said with impatience, then hung up. After hanging up the call with Lin Tianyu, Mrs. Lin totally forgot Zhao Xiaoxuan, but surfed the internet to watch the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. When she found out that Yuzi was really the designer and a shareholder of Charm, Mrs. Lin realized that Yuzi was different now, and was very likely to be successful in the near future. At this moment, Mrs. Lin hesitated on what to do next. Although Zhao Xiaoxuan was the only child in her family, and Lin Tianyu could take over her family properties in the future, Zhao Xiaoxuan's family was far from being a super rich family. On the contrary, Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm became well-known, high-end brands now, and they were also developing fast. Most importantly, since Yuzi worked for Charm, she had to know many important figures. If Lin Tianyu could be with Yuzi, Yuzi would help the Lin family as well. In that case, the Lin family could be prosperous. Thinking of that, Mrs. Lin called Lin Tianyu back at once. Tianyu, since you still like Yuzi, you can get her back, and we won't stop you this time, Mrs. Lin said, like it was Yuzi's honor that they were willing to accept her. It was really ridiculous, because Yuzi had already moved on. In Mrs. Lin's eyes, Yuzi would be more than willing to marry Lin Tianyu. The Lin family was so selfish and self-centered. With his mother's approval, Lin Tianyu was thrilled, and more confident that he could get Yuzi back. He called Yuzi without hesitation, then realized that Yuzi had already blacklisted him. He then searched for the address of Charm and drove there. Unfortunately, Charm was closed today. Lin Tianyu could only go back and come again tomorrow. Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't receive Mrs. Lin's or Lin Tianyu's call after a long time, but she was reluctant to call them again. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxuan being so upset, Mrs. Zhao asked, Xiaoxuan, what happened? Zhao Xiaoxuan told her mother everything, including details. However, Mrs. Zhao didn't think that it was Zhao Xiaoxuan's fault, but blamed Lin Tianyu for everything. What? How dare he do that to you? I must call him right now. Saying that, Mrs. Zhao called Lin Tianyu. Although Zhao Xiaoxuan wasn't willing to call Lin Tianyu, she wouldn't stop her mother from doing so, because she was also curious about what Lin Tianyu wanted to do now. To their surprise, Lin Tianyu refused to answer Mrs. Zhao's call, which annoyed Mrs. Zhao. Mom, call Mrs. Lin. I just called her and she promised to help me, but I haven't heard from her yet, Zhao Xiaoxuan said. Hearing that, Mrs. Zhao was displeased, and called Mrs. Lin without delay. When Mrs. Lin saw Mrs. Zhao's call, she knew that it had to be because of Zhao Xiaoxuan, so she answered it. Hi, Mrs. Zhao, Mrs. Lin said. She sounded as polite as usual. Although she supported Lin Tianyu to get Yuzi back, she had no intention to interfere in the relationship between Zhao Xiaoxuan and Lin Tianyu now. Mrs. Lin, why did Lin Tianyu abandon Xiaoxuan at the airport? Why is he refusing to answer my calls? Is he going to break up with Xiaoxuan because of the woman called Yuzi? Mrs. Zhao asked. I'm worried about that too. Tianyu didn't answer my calls either, so I have no idea what's going on now. If I get through to him, I'll call you back, alright? Mrs. Lin said. Chapter 686. She is my granddaughter-in-law. What Tianyu has done this time is too much. He shouldn't abandon Xiaoxuan at the airport, and we'll never accept such behavior. Mrs. Lin, you must give us a satisfactory explanation, Mrs. Zhao said in annoyance. Sure, I'll talk to him once he answers my call or is home. Mrs. Lin gave Mrs. Zhao a perfunctory answer, then hung up. Afterwards, Mrs. Lin wore an expression of obvious disdain. She didn't care about the Zhao family right now, because her son was going to marry a woman who was much better than Zhao Xiaoxuan. Chu Peihan and the others didn't go to City B, so they could only wait until the video of the release conference was out. At this moment, it was still class time. The majority of the students in the number 3 high school in City F had a habit of wearing earphones and looking down at their phones in excitement in classes. In the beginning, the teachers were all mad because nobody was listening to them. However, when the teachers found out what the students were watching, they said nothing. Many teachers even watched the video on their phones as well. Ji Yuning was a legend and the honor of their school. All the teachers agreed on it that Ji Yuning was a genius. Not only the students in the number 3 high school, but other people who knew Ji Yuning also watched the video. As a result, the video had been viewed over 1 million times, reposted over 100,000 times, and commented on hundreds of thousands of times within just half an hour. Most of the comments were positive. In the Leng family's house, the capital. Ever since Master Leng had found out that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, he paid a lot of attention to the news about her, so he was naturally aware of the opening ceremony and release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry. He went to visit Zhang Zongyu in the hospital that morning, so he saw the video that afternoon when he was back home. Zhang Zongyu recovered very well, but he still had to stay in bed for many days. It was already a miracle after all. If the Zhang family hadn't told the doctors to keep it a secret, this miracle would have been spread abroad in the medical field by now. The medicine was Ji Yuning's gift to Master Leng, so they were afraid that it would cause Ji Yuning trouble if it went abroad. When Master Leng got home, he told Chen Bing to search for news about Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet. It was noon, so there were only videos taken by the audience on the internet. What the reporters had taken would be released after editing a few hours later. When Master Leng watched a video, he noticed Leng Xiaoting standing next to Ji Yuning at first glance. They were really a good-looking couple, and Master Leng appreciated Ji Yuning more now. After that, Master Leng saw Shu Jinchen standing alone aside, so he gloated over it, and called Master Shu at once. "Shu, have you watched the videos of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet? My grandson and granddaughter-in-law look so good standing together, but your grandson is still single and alone without any girls standing by his side." Master Leng was showing off. Hearing that, Master Shu was annoyed. The last thing he wanted to hear about now was Master Leng's grandson and granddaughter-in-law, because he would be jealous of him. "Leng, you just want to see me being jealous of you. Let me tell you, I'll never watch them," Master Shu said, then hung up on Master Leng. Although Master Shu said that on the phone with Master Leng, he still told Shu Qinyan to help him find the videos right after he hung up. Jade Beauty Jewelry, isn't that Ji Yuning's company? Why didn't she invite me to attend its opening ceremony? Shu Qinyan was dissatisfied. Master Shu, however, was surprised. "Do you know Ji Yuning too?" "Of course," Shu Qinyan said, then searched Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet, and there were many links coming out. After watching several videos, Shu Qinyan found out that her older brother had attended the opening ceremony without telling her. "What? My older brother was there too. Why didn't he tell me?" Shu Jinchen was more displeased now. Master Leng was still watching the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. When he saw that Ji Yuning donated the money she had won in a competition of stone gambling to a charity foundation, he was touched. Ji Yuning was a good girl. When Master Leng watched Ji Yuning's short speech at the release conference, he liked Ji Yuning's modest attitude and her air of confidence and power. Ji Yuning was a girl with ambition. Master Leng seldom complimented other people, especially a young girl, because he had seen countless outstanding people during his life. However, Ji Yuning was an exception. At the same time, he felt so happy that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. "Ha ha, do you see that? She's my granddaughter-in-law." Master Leng wore a satisfied smile, saying to Chen Bing. Chen Bing now lost count of how many times he had heard Master Leng saying that to him this afternoon. In addition, Ji Yuning hadn't married into the Leng family yet, so she wasn't Master Leng's granddaughter-in-law yet. Chen Bing, of course, didn't dare to say it aloud, in case it would ruin Master Leng's good mood. Lin Liwan and Ji Qingxiang failed to get a divorce, but they were separated now and Lin Liwan moved back to live in the Lin family's house. Although Lin Liwan's older brother, Lin Dekang, said nothing, and Lin Yuao didn't care about it, her sister-in-law, Zhang Meiyu, wasn't happy about it. She didn't pick on Lin Liwan, but wasn't very friendly to her either. Even though Lin Liwan had helped the Lin family a lot, it was easy to cause conflict if they lived under the same roof. Chapter 687 Lin Liwan goes crazy. Lin Liwan wore a sad expression all the time, and damaged the relaxed atmosphere in the Lin family's house, so nobody felt comfortable. Zhang Meiyu had tried to persuade Lin Liwan not to divorce Ji Qingxiang, because a divorce wouldn't do any good to the children. As long as Ji Qingxiang stopped cheating on her, they could still live a good life. However, Lin Liwan was drowning in sorrow now, and refused Zhang Meiyu's advice, so Zhang Meiyu gave up. In order to avoid having to get along with Lin Liwan, Zhang Meiyu often left the house and went to shop or play mahjong with her friends once she was free. At this moment, Zhang Meiyu was cooking in the kitchen, while Lin Liwan was sitting in the living room with an absent look on her face. Lin Yuao was half lying on the sofa playing on his phone. After ads, a hostess said in the TV, "Welcome back to Fashion Broadcast, we're going to show the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm." Hearing that, both Lin Liwan and Lin Yuao were surprised and watched TV. They all knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry was Ji Yuning's company, so they paid special attention to it. The hostess continued to introduce Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm before the release conference was shown on the screen. Although Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm are newly established companies, they've attracted a lot of attention and have gotten many positive comments since their products went on the market. Their boss, however, is a senior in high school who is just 18 years old. Afterwards, the release conference was shown on the screen, and Ji Yuning and the others went on the stage. Lin Yuao was always scared of Ji Yuning, but he didn't hate her. He was just a hoodlum. Once he realized that he didn't have the ability to hurt Ji Yuning, he was unwilling to annoy her again. Lin Liwan, on the other hand, hated Ji Yuning more than ever, especially after Ji Yuning became so successful. Her daughter was still in jail. Although it wasn't Ji Yuning's fault, Lin Liwan blamed Ji Yuning for everything. Therefore, when Lin Liwan saw Ji Yuning on TV, she glared at Ji Yuning like Ji Yuning was her biggest enemy. "OMG, Ji Yuning is so awesome!" Lin Yuao exclaimed in shock. He wasn't jealous of Ji Yuning, but admired her. Hearing that, Lin Liwan gave Lin Yuao a glance with dissatisfaction. Lin Yuao ignored Lin Liwan's glance, and despised her in his heart. In his eyes, Lin Liwan was an idiot who held a grudge against such an outstanding niece. If Lin Liwan's family hadn't annoyed Ji Yuning, they wouldn't be in such a dreadful condition now. Lin Yuao totally forgot that he had bullied Ji Yuning before too. Zhang Meiyu heard Lin Yuao's voice, and walked out from the kitchen. When she saw Ji Yuning on the TV, she was also interested. Seeing that Ji Yuning was so successful now, Zhang Meiyu hated Lin Liwan for what Lin Liwan had done to Ji Yuning. If Lin Liwan's family could have gotten along well with Ji Yuning would have been willing to give them a helping hand now. Ji Qingxiang's construction company could barely stay afloat now. Ji Yuqing's family, on the other hand, lived a much better life than them because of their close relationship with Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning. Ji Yuqing's family had also changed their attitude towards Ji Yuman, Ji Yuning and Ji Yuqing's family. If anything bad happened to them, Ji Yuning would help them without a doubt. Although Zhang Meiyu wasn't a generous and kind woman, she wouldn't criticize or bully her poor relatives. In addition, it wasn't something shameful that a woman had a premarital pregnancy nowadays, but Lin Liwan and Ji Yuman's mother had used that to humiliate Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning many times. All of a sudden, Lin Liwan smashed the remote control on the coffee table with a loud sound, which scared Lin Yuao and Zhang Meiyu who were enjoying the news on TV. Why am I living a terrible life now, but the bitch Ji Yuman and the bastard Ji Yuning are in the spotlight? Lin Liwan shouted in anger and with strong hatred. Hearing that, Lin Yuao and Zhang Meiyu frowned with dissatisfaction. Lin Yuao snorted with disdain. Why? Because they have the ability to live a good life. No, no, no. Lin Liwan couldn't accept it. Seeing Lin Liwan being crazy, Lin Yuao didn't bother to argue with her. Zhang Meiyu also remained silent. However, Lin Liwan grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and threw it at the TV with great force. In her eyes, Ji Yuning along with her release conference would be ruined once the TV was broken. Neither Lin Yuao nor Zhang Meiyu expected Lin Liwan's abrupt movement, and the TV screen was broken at once. Lin Yuao and Zhang Meiyu were struck dumb. Are you crazy? Lin Yuao jumped up from the sofa and glared at Lin Liwan. Lin Liwan was also struck dumb by her behavior, and trembled in fear with a pale face. She had no intention to hit the TV, but she just lost control of herself. At this moment, there was black smoke coming out of the TV, and Lin Yuao dashed over to pull out its plug in case it would explode. Chapter 688. Let's gamble again. When a TV was on fire, one should never put it out with water. Instead, after cutting off the electricity, one should use quilts to extinguish it from the sides of the TV to prevent cathode ray tubes from exploding and injuring people. Although the TV wasn't on fire yet, there was black smoke coming out, so it was likely to explode soon. After that, Lin Yuao supported Zhang Meiyu moving away from the living room. Seeing Lin Liwan standing still, although Lin Yuao disliked her, he still reminded her to walk away. Why are you still standing there? Do you want to die in the explosion? Hearing that, Lin Liwan stumbled away from the TV. Aunt Liwan, I know that you've been living a hard life these days, but it's not my family's fault. Lin Yuao's sympathy for Lin Liwan was gone now. He knew that she was in a bad mood, and hadn't done it on purpose, but she still caused damage. Right at this moment, Lin Dekeng came back and heard Lin Yuao's angry voice from outside of the door. Therefore, he criticized Lin Yuao once he walked inside. Lin Yuao, mind your words. How can you talk to your aunt like that? He also understood that his family disliked Lin Liwan, but they couldn't chase her away after all. However, Lin Dekeng smelt an acrid dense smoke, and frowned. What happened? Why'd I smell smoke? When Lin Dekeng's sight fell on the TV, he was astonished. What's going on here? The TV was playing the release conference of Ji Yuning's jewelry brand just then, and Aunt Liwan suddenly hit it with an ashtray, Lin Yuao said, then gave Lin Liwan an unkind glance. Hearing that, Lin Dekeng changed his expression. Lin Liwan, I know that you're in a terrible mood now, but you can't damage our home. Appliances to vent your anger. You're not a 3-year-old kid. Don't you know how dangerous it is if the TV explodes? I'm afraid that we can't keep you here with us. Lin Dekeng felt a strong sense of danger now. If Lin Liwan lost control of herself again, they could be killed along with her. Lin Liwan didn't know what to say, and ran out of the house in anger. Lin Dekeng was mad, but didn't try to catch up. Although Lin Dekeng didn't mind Lin Liwan staying here with his family, it didn't mean that he would tolerate her rude behavior. Ji Xianxia's company couldn't stay afloat now, and he wasn't able to pay his workers this month. Nobody was willing to help him, and Ji Xianxia was really hopeless now. The Lin family didn't have much money either, and Lin Dekeng was unwilling to help Ji Xianxia now given what he had done before. Besides, Ji Xianxia had annoyed Ji Yuning, who was the only person who had the ability to help him out. Therefore, Ji Xianxia could only sell his house to get some money. When Ji Yuning was about to eat, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller, then walked aside to answer it. Miss Ji Yu, I thought that you would call me to thank me after receiving my gift. Chi Tianline complained on the phone. In fact, Chi Tianline was waiting for Ji Yuning's call to invite him for a meal after he sent her a gift at the opening ceremony. However, Ji Yuning never called him, and he felt upset at being ignored. Hearing that, Ji Yuning remembered his gift, but didn't feel embarrassed at all. Thank you so much for your gift. Chi Tianline was struck dumb for a second. Ji Yuning simply gave him a perfunctory answer, and he didn't know what to say all of a sudden. I don't think you're grateful, Chi Tianline said with dissatisfaction. Ji Yuning pulled her lips and asked, what do you want me to do? Let's gamble again, Chi Tianline said. No problem, but I'm not interested in small bets, Ji Yuning said. She wouldn't reject it if Chi Tianline wanted to send her money. Do you want to set 3 billion yuan as the bet for a round again? Qi Tianlin sounded unwilling. Although he could afford it, he was unwilling to lose that much money by gambling. Of course not. 100 million a round is enough, Ji Yuning said. Deal. Qi Tianlin agreed with alacrity. He didn't believe that he would lose every time. Can we gamble after a few days? I'm very busy right now, Ji Yuning said. Sure. Qi Tianlin understood that Ji Yuning was busy right now. After hanging up the call with Qi Tianlin, Ji Yuning called Satuyi and thanked him, in case he had the same thought as Qi Tianlin. Have you finished your work? Satuyi asked with concern once he answered Ji Yuning's call. Compared with Qi Tianlin, Satuyi was more considerate, so he didn't seem displeased although Ji Yuning called after a long time. Yeah, I'm sorry I've been very busy these past few days, so I only had time to call you right now. Thank you so much for your gift, Ji Yuning said. You're welcome, Satuyi said. They talked for a while before hanging up. Ji Yuning then went back to the dining room and enjoyed the meal with her friends. Xu Jinchen invited them to have fun together tonight, but Ji Yuning had to leave to deal with other things, so she would be absent. When they were gone, Ji Yuning told Ji Yuman what had happened to Tang Haifeng. Ji Yuman was scared, and relieved when she found out that Tang Haifeng was fine now. Should we visit him? Ji Yuman asked. Ji Yuman now asked for Ji Yuning's opinions for everything. Chapter 689. You can have a day off. Sure, let's go visit him right now. Ji Yuning said. Great. Let me change my clothing first, Ji Yuman said, then went upstairs. She had just cooked and smelled like food, and it wasn't appropriate if she showed up before Tang Haifeng like that. Ji Yuning said to Gao Yi and Chao Ya, you two haven't enjoyed each other's company for a long while, so you can have a day off. Go have a date, there is no need to come back tonight. I'll call you if I need you tomorrow. Ji Yuning purposely said that there was no need for them to come back tonight, because they were a couple and they needed a sex life. Gao Yi and Chao Ya understood Ji Yuning's meaning, and felt a little shy, but both of them were very happy. Leng Xiaoting also understood, but he felt upset because he thought that Ji Yuning and he hadn't enjoyed each other's company for a long while either. However, in fact, they had only been apart for one night. Thanks, boss, Gao Yi and Chao Ya said. Do you need a car? Ji Yuning asked. I don't think so. We can take a walk, Gao Yi said. Great, bye-bye, Ji Yuning said. Once Gao Yi and Chao Ya were gone, Leng Xiaoting walked towards Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuman walked downstairs just as he was about to kiss her. Leng Xiaoting stepped back at once, and felt quite aggrieved. Ji Yuning was amused, but she could do nothing about it now. Where are Gao Yi and Chao Ya? Ji Yuman noticed that Gao Yi and Chao Ya were absent when she walked into the living room. Oh, I told them to take the day off, Ji Yuning said. On the way to the hospital, Ji Yuning checked her email box, and saw that Kay had already sent her detailed information about Shang Dongping. Shang Dongping was 43 years old and came from a village around City B. He was a chauffeur for a boss of a small company, so the car he had driven was actually his boss's. In addition, there was nothing unusual with the bank cards and phone numbers under his name. After checking the surveillance videos, Ji Yuning found that Shang Dongping had driven the car out for repairs and didn't come back until noon today. As for the section from the garage to the tunnel, Shang Dongping had dined in a restaurant, and sat there for a long time till Tang Haifeng's car passed by. He then drove his car and followed behind. It wasn't conclusive proof, because it could be a coincidence. Shang Dongping seemed to be innocent, but the car crash was indeed a scheme. Kay had also found many details about Shang Dongping's family. He lived with his old mother, his wife and his son, but his son was suffering from a serious disease and needed a surgery. His family couldn't afford it, so they gave up. However, Shang Dongping's son was admitted to the hospital yesterday, and was about to have the surgery today. It turned out that someone who lived abroad had paid the surgery fee of 200,000 yuan for Shang Dongping after reading the post in which Shang Dongping introduced his son's condition and tried to raise money for his son on the internet. It seemed that Shang Dongping didn't make the deal with someone for money. The anonymous donor transferred the money through Swiss bank, and K failed to hack into its database to get the person's identity. Although K was an ace international hacker, there were still some things he couldn't do. After reading the email sent by K, Ji Yuning realized that she had met a powerful enemy. Actually, if the person wasn't cunning or powerful enough, he wouldn't dare to scheme against the Tang family. Since Ji Yuning hadn't gotten useful information yet, she decided to be patient, because she believed that her enemy would soon take action again. When they arrived at the hospital, Tang Yunhang and Cao Ruowa were in Tang Haifeng's ward. Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua, on the other hand, had been there the entire time. Without any outsiders in the room, there was no need for Tang Haifeng to pretend to be unconscious. "Do you have any news?" Ji Yuning asked. "Some directors of our corporation came to visit father a few minutes ago, right when the doctor came to check father's body, and the result wasn't positive," Tang Yunhang said. Tang Haifeng had been lying unconscious on the bed for a long time, so the doctor came to examine him to see what the cause of it was. At the same time, several directors of the Tang family's business group came to visit Tang Haifeng. In that case, Tang Deming got to know Tang Haifeng's condition without their special arrangement. "How is the driver who caused the car crash?" Ji Yuning asked again. "He's still unconscious too. We couldn't use his phone without its password, so the police found his family address from his ID card, but nobody was home, so we were unable to contact his family," Tang Yunhang said. Lin Tianyu came back home after enjoying dinner outside. Once he was back, Mrs. Lin asked him with anticipation, "Tianyu, how is it? Did you get her back?" Although it was a question, Mrs. Lin was very confident that the answer would be affirmative. She didn't believe that Yuzi would reject her son. "I went to her store, but it's closed today," Lin Tianyu said. "Did you call her?" Mrs. Lin asked again. "She blacklisted me after we broke up," Lin Tianyu replied. "What? How dare she do that?" Mrs. Lin frowned with dissatisfaction. In her eyes, Yuzi was always inferior to them. "Give me her number. I'll call her," Mrs. Lin said, and took out her phone. "It's fine. I'll go find her myself tomorrow." Lin Tianyu stopped his mother. "Fine." Since Lin Tianyu said so, Mrs. Lin didn't insist, but she was quite displeased with Yuzi's behavior. "Oh, how about Zhao Xiaoxuan? Her mother called me and asked for an explanation," Mrs. Lin said. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu's eyes were full of disdain. "Let it be. I'll handle it after I find Yuzi." Lin Tianyu was worried that Yuzi would reject him. If he broke up with Zhao Xiaoxuan right now, he could lose both women at the same time. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoxuan was his backup. "What should I say if her mother calls again?" Mrs. Lin asked. "Just tell her that you can't find me," Lin Tianyu said. "Sure." Mrs. Lin agreed. Chapter 690. Why don't we do it in the car? Zhao Xiaoxuan was in a terrible mood because neither Mrs. Lin nor Lin Tianyu called her back. One of her female friends called her and said that she had just broken up with her boyfriend and invited her to have fun together. Zhao Xiaoxuan agreed since she also wanted to drown her sorrows. Zhao Xiaoxuan cared about her appearance very much, and dressed herself up before she went out to meet her friend. Although Zhao Xiaoxuan wasn't a gorgeous beauty, she wasn't ugly either, and also looked attractive because of her good body shape. Mrs. Zhao didn't stop Zhao Xiaoxuan from hanging out with her friends. Besides, she was in a bad mood today, so Mrs. Zhao wouldn't say anything except to remind her to be careful. The weather was getting warmer, so Zhao Xiaoxuan put on a super low-cut black bustier, and her boobs were half exposed. When Zhao Xiaoxuan arrived at the private room her friend booked, she heard moans of sexual pleasure the second she pushed the door open. There were 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men, on the sofa with their bodies barely covered in clothes. The woman was sitting on one man's lap wearing a short, tight skirt, and the man's hand was moving between her legs. Her shirt was wide open with her breasts bare in the air, and she was moaning from the pleasure. Seeing the scene, Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't show any astonishment or panic, because it wasn't the first time she had seen it. To be specific, she had also done that many times before. In the old days, once she broke up with her boyfriend, she would go to a clubhouse for money boys. However, she wouldn't allow the money boys to penetrate her, but just had sex with hands or mouth. She stopped doing that after Lin Tianyu became her boyfriend. The sound of Zhao Xiaoshuan pushing the door open interrupted them, and they looked at her with one accord. Xiaoshuan, come here. The woman smiled with satisfaction, and didn't seem sad at all. She had plenty of choices to satisfy her sexual needs, and she didn't care about a serious relationship at all. Zhao Xiaoshuan walked over and sat down with a calm face. She poured a glass of beer and downed it at once. What? You're not happy today? The woman stood up from the man's legs, and adjusted her clothes before walking to Zhao Xiaoshuan. She sat down right next to Zhao Xiaoshuan and laid an arm on her shoulder. Did you argue with Lin Tianyu again? Although it was a question, she already had the answer. Yeah, Zhao Xiaoshuan said. Do you want to have some fun with them? The woman asked. Enjoy it yourself. You know I stopped doing that after Lin Tianyu became my boyfriend, Zhao Xiaoshuan said. They were close friends, and shared many dirty secrets with each other. In other people's eyes, they were still good well-educated girls. No way. You can't stop having fun just because of him. Do you think he's loyal to you? The woman said, as if she had already seen through men. She had slept with different men, some of which had a girlfriend or were even married, but none of them cared about it. Hearing that, Zhao Xiaoshuan's hand which was holding the glass stopped for a second. She didn't know whether Lin Tianyu was cheating on her, but she felt mad once she thought of the fact that Lin Tianyu still liked Yuzi. She was loyal to him, but he was still in love with another woman. Nobody will know what you've done if you have some fun here. Come on, don't wear a sad face all the time. The woman persuaded Zhao Xiaoshuan to join them, because she thought that it would more fun to have sex with more people. Fine. Zhao Xiaoshuan agreed in annoyance. She was still mad at Lin Tianyu. Since he still loved Yuzi, she thought that it was unfair to expect her to stay loyal to him. Zhao Xiaoshuan drank another glass of beer, then undressed herself right in front of them. After that, Zhao Xiaoshuan walked to the two money boys along with her friend to have a foursome. Ji Yuning, Ji Yuman and Leng Xiaoting left the hospital an hour later. When they got home, Ji Yuman went to rest in her room and leave space for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuman understood that Ji Yuning was a mature girl with principles, so she knew that Ji Yuning would protect herself well. The moment Ji Yuman was back in her room, Leng Xiaoting stared at Ji Yuning. He wanted to do something, but was afraid that Ji Yuman might interrupt them. Ji Yuning smiled and said, "Let go for a walk." Why not? Leng Xiaoting agreed at once. As long as they could stay together for a while without other people around, he was satisfied. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning walked out of the house. Ji Yuning, however, went straight to the garage once they were out, which confused Leng Xiaoting. Are we going to drive? Ji Yuning beamed. Nope. Come here. I have a gift for you. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting followed her. It was dark in the garage, but Ji Yuning had no intention to turn on the light. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning turned around and hugged Leng Xiaoting's neck, reaching up to kiss him. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, then clasped Ji Yuning and kissed her back while his hands moved over her body. As the kiss became wilder, Leng Xiaoting felt dissatisfied and wanted more. However, they were in the garage now. An idea dawned on Leng Xiaoting and he asked, "Why don't we do it in the car?" Ji Yuning was surprised, and also felt excited, but she was slightly worried. The space is so small in the car, and I'm afraid that we'll make too much noise." Ji Yuning was worried that Ji Yuman would find out what they were doing. "I'll be gentle," Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning, however, doubted it, because Leng Xiaoting was always full of energy and was sometimes rough. Chapter 691 Yuzi's Fault. Ji Yuning thought for a while, then agreed. With Ji Yuning's permission, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait a second longer and opened the car door at once. Although the space in the car was quite small and their movements were limited, it was unusually exciting. Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning in his arms and let her sit on his legs. They stared at each other with burning desire in the moonlight. Everything looked so beautiful tonight. Ji Yuning couldn't move her eyes away from his handsome face. His delicate features, especially the faint smile on his sensual mouth, attracted her full attention. Every time she saw him, she was stunned by his striking appearance. "What? You can't move your eyes away from me." He smiled, which was so charming. Leng Xiaoting seldom smiled, but Ji Yuning was even more attracted to him once he smiled at her. "Yeah, you're stunning," Ji Yuning said with a smile. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting got excited and kissed her without hesitation. To the world, she might just be a normal human being, but in his eyes, she was his entire world. Lin Liwan wandered on the street after she ran out of the Lin family's house. She didn't have her phone with her, nor money, and she had no idea where she was right now. She just walked and walked along the street. Seeing the sky becoming darker, Lin Dekang was slightly worried that Lin Liwan was still out. He called Lin Liwan in the end, but her phone rang in the house. She doesn't have her phone, or money. Will she be safe? Zhang Meiyu was worried too. Although they had conflicts, they were a family after all. Lin Dekang thought for a while, then said to Lin Yuao, "Yuao, go out to find your aunt." Lin Yuao didn't want to, but had to listen to his father. However, in the end, Lin Yuao searched for Lin Liwan for nearly 2 hours, but it was in vain, so he gave up and went back home. City F was a large city, so it was very difficult to find a person on the streets. Lin Dekang didn't know what else he could do. He thought that Lin Liwan was an adult and she could take care of herself, so he went to bed as usual. In the clubhouse, Zhao Xiaoxuan and her friend were about to leave around 12 a.m. She seemed to be in a good mood after satisfying her sexual needs, and she completely forgot about Lin Tianyu. However, once she walked out, she noticed Yu Zi, and her good mood was instantly replaced by anger and jealousy. Without delay, Zhao Xiaoxuan ran to Yu Zi. "Hey, Xiaoxuan, where are you going?" Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend asked, but she soon realized what was going on when she saw Yu Zi not far away. Yu Zi just had a party with Cao Wenxin and their friends. They had already walked to an elevator, but Yu Zi left her phone in the private room, so she walked back to fetch it. "Yu Zi, stop right there." Zhao Xiaoxuan dashed ahead and stood in Yu Zi's way. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxuan, Yu Zi's good mood was ruined at once. "What? Did Lin Tianyu call you or find you?" Zhao Xiaoxuan asked, but she believed that Lin Tianyu must have contacted Yu Zi behind her back. Yu Zi was struck dumb for a second, because she had already broken up with Lin Tianyu for a long time. "Zhao Xiaoxuan, what's wrong with you?" "I've broken up with Lin Tianyu for a long time. Why would he call or find me?" Yu Zi said. "Really?" Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't believe it. "Whatever." Yu Zi ignored Zhao Xiaoxuan and walked away. Zhao Xiaoxuan, however, remembered the news she had read today, and her jealousy of Yu Zi got the better of her. She was afraid that Yu Zi would steal Lin Tianyu from her once she became rich. Thinking of that, Zhao Xiaoxuan felt a strong sense of crisis and pulled Yu Zi back. "You can't leave. What do you want?" Yu Zi was annoyed. Zhao Xiaoxuan's face was twisted in jealousy. "Yu Zi, I didn't expect that you would be so successful now. You became a boss after being a poor girl, all within a few days." Yu Zi was a shareholder of Charm, so she was the boss of it to some extent. Yu Zi wasn't surprised that Zhao Xiaoxuan had already heard of the news. "It's none of your business." "It is my business. Tianyu and I argued precisely because of you." Zhao Xiaoxuan shouted in anger. Yu Zi actually had no interest in their relationship. "Is it my fault that you argued with each other?" Yu Zi couldn't understand why Zhao Xiaoxuan wouldn't let her go. "You're successful now, so you attract Tianyu's attention," Zhao Xiaoxuan said. "I'm sorry. I seriously don't understand why you are blaming me for everything. It's not my fault." Yu Zi argued. Lin Tianyu was a terrible man, but Zhao Xiaoxuan cherished him very much. "Yes, it is your fault. If you were as poor as always, Tianyu wouldn't pay any attention to you." Zhao Xiaoxuan almost shouted. Chapter 692 Cao Wenxin helps Yu Zi. "It's completely ridiculous that you argued with each other just because I'm successful now. Does it mean that you should disappear too if I dislike you?" Yu Zi said. She was unwilling to carry the responsibility. Although she had been a poor girl, while Zhao Xiaoxuan was born in a rich family, she was a successful designer now and she also had Ji Yuning's support. She wouldn't take advantage of others, but she wasn't weak anymore. Zhao Xiaoxuan, however, lost control of herself. "Bitch, how dare you talk to me like that?" Saying that, she raised her hand trying to slap Yuzi. Yuzi moved away at once, but Zhao Xiaoxuan's hand still hit her face. Luckily, Zhao Xiaoxuan had drunk a lot of alcohol, so she wasn't able to use her full strength. It wasn't painful, but Yuzi was in a rage. Without hesitation, Yuzi used her full strength to slap Zhao Xiaoxuan across the face. Zhao Xiaoxuan shouted because of the pain. Yuzi hadn't drunk much, so she was able to slap Zhao Xiaoxuan hard, and Zhao Xiaoxuan fell towards the nearby wall at once. However, thanks to the wall, she didn't fall on the floor. Xiaoxuan. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend was watching the scene from the side just then, but now ran over in a hurry after seeing Zhao Xiaoxuan being hit by Yuzi. Yuzi snorted and walked away, but was stopped by the woman. "How dare you, Yuzi?" She raised her hand, trying to get revenge for Zhao Xiaoxuan. Before Yuzi could fight back this time, the woman's wrist was caught by another person. The woman was mad, and abruptly turned around to look at the person who grabbed her wrist. When she was about to swear at the person, she recognized the person. She became scared the second she recognized the person's face. "Am I Miss Cao?" The person who caught her wrist was precisely Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin came back after Yuzi had been gone for a long time, but she saw the women try to slap Yuzi right as she walked near. "Well, how dare you do that?" Cao Wenxin stared at the women. I. The woman didn't know what to say all of a sudden. "She slapped me." Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't recognize Cao Wenxin, so she wasn't scared of her. Seeing Cao Wenxin helping Yuzi, Zhao Xiaoxuan became angrier. "Oh, then you must have annoyed her beforehand," Cao Wenxin sneered, because she believed that Yuzi wouldn't hit someone for no reason. "You." Zhao Xiaoxuan panicked a little, then lied. "She seduced my boyfriend." Xiaoxuan. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Cao Wenxin was born in a super-rich dominant family in City B, and their families were hardly comparable to hers. In Cao Wenxin's eyes, they were merely nobodies. "Yuzi, did you seduce her boyfriend?" Cao Wenxin asked Yuzi, but sounded like she had just heard a funny joke. "Of course not." Yuzi denied it. "I know that I'm bad at choosing the right man, but I'll never accept such a snobbish and terrible man." Yuzi felt disgusted upon thinking of Lin Tianyu now, and it was impossible that she would accept him again, let alone seduce him. "Did you hear that?" Cao Wenxin looked at Zhao Xiaoxuan, like she was a clown. Cao Wenxin then let Zhao Xiaoxuan go and walked away with Yuzi. "How can you?" Zhao Xiaoxuan was unwilling to give up. However, before she could finish her sentence, her friend stopped her at once. "Xiaoxuan, that woman isn't someone you can mess with." Hearing that, Zhao Xiaoxuan was shocked. Who is she? Zhao Xiaoxuan only dared to bully someone who was poorer or weaker than her. In fact, her friend's family was much richer than her. If her friend didn't dare to annoy the woman must come from a super rich or powerful family. She was born in the Cao family, Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend said. "What? The Cao family? Which Cao family?" Zhao Xiaoxuan asked with astonishment. She had only heard of the Cao family in high society. However, Zhao Xiaoxuan refused to believe that Yuzi was able to make friends with a member of the Cao family. It would be a great honor for them if they had a chance to be Miss Cao's friends. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend sneered, "How many Cao families are there in City B?" She was born in the Cao family, which has an alliance with the Tang family in City B. What? Zhao Xiaoxuan was scared and shocked. Even though she already had the answer, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept the fact that Yuzi was superior to her now. "You better stay away from Yuzi the next time you see her, otherwise you'll be in big trouble," Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend said out of kindness. If they didn't want to cause their families any trouble, they had to learn not to mess with someone who was much richer or more powerful than them. Chapter 693 Lin Tianyu tries to get Yuzi back. When Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend met Cao Wenxin for the first time, it wasn't a pleasant experience, but she bore in mind that Cao Wenxin wasn't someone she could mess with ever since. Zhao Xiaoxuan remained silent, but she was still unwilling to accept it. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend had already said and done what she could. If Zhao Xiaoxuan still wanted to dig her own grave, nobody could stop her. I have an appointment with several sexy young men. Wanna go with me? Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend asked her. Zhao Xiaoxuan gave her a side glance with disdain. No, I want to go home now. Ji Yuning received Tang Haifeng's call at 7 a.m. the next morning. She heard a piece of bad news from him. Shang Dongping died of suffocation because his oxygen mask had fallen off in the middle of the night, however it wasn't noticed until this morning. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, and the first thought she had in her mind was that the mastermind behind the car crash must have killed Shang Dongping to prevent Shang Dongping from betraying him. Either way, Ji Yuning didn't have any sympathy for Shang Dongping because he had tried to murder Tang Haifeng. In addition, Ji Yuning had no intention to force Shang Dongping to tell her the truth, so it wouldn't affect her plan even if he was dead now. They were going to find out who the person behind Tang Deming was, not Tang Deming. It was obvious that Tang Deming was just the person's shield, and it was hard to find out who the person was unless Tang Deming told them himself. However, it wasn't likely that Tang Deming would do that. That being the case, they couldn't take action to punish Tang Deming right now, in case the person behind his back would be alerted. After eating breakfast, Ji Yuning went to the Tang family's house along with Ji Yuman as usual. When Yuzi arrived at the shopping mall at 9 a.m., Lin Tianyu stopped her at the door. Seeing Lin Tianyu, Yuzi felt disgusted. Yuzi, can we talk? Lin Tianyu asked. No, Yuzi said without hesitation. She didn't think that there was anything she needed to talk to Lin Tianyu about. Lin Tianyu, however, didn't feel embarrassed at all. Yuzi, I'm still in love with you. Can we get back together? No, no, Yuzi rejected again. Lin Tianyu, please leave me alone, thanks. After that, Yuzi tried to walk away, but was stopped by him again. Lin Tianyu, get out of my way. Yuzi stared at Lin Tianyu with a cold face. Yuzi, I was forced to be with Zhao Xiaoxuan, and I already broke up with her. As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. I promise, Lin Tianyu said, and seemed petty and low for the first time in front of a woman. Although Lin Tianyu did it for his own benefits, he indeed still loved Yuzi, so he sounded sincere when he said that. However, Yuzi still only felt disgusted. Lin Tianyu, both you and I clearly know why you dumped me, Yuzi sneered. Didn't you dump me because Zhao Xiaoxuan's family is rich? You thought that I was too poor to be your girlfriend, and you came back to me right now just because I'm the designer and a shareholder of Charm. You simply want to make use of me for your family's good. Yuzi wouldn't be deceived by this terrible man anymore. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu panicked, but still made up an excuse. I won't deny it, but please believe me, I still love you. It's all my mother's fault. You know that my mother is a snobbish person and she would only accept a properly matched marriage. I did stand up to her, but she used her life to threaten me. I had to listen to her, because she's my mother after all, but she will allow us to be together now. Yuzi let him finish, but still ignored him. Only an idiot would believe that bullshit. Yuzi thought to herself. She made up her mind not to forgive him. She had her own principles, and she wouldn't tolerate betrayal. A good woman never backtracks. Yuzi. Seeing Yuzi walking away, Lin Tianyu pulled her back, but Yuzi got rid of his hand with great force. Don't touch me. You're so disgusting. Yuzi's angry loud voice attracted a lot of attention from people around them. You. Lin Tianyu changed his expression. Yuzi, why must you be so cold-blooded? Lin Tianyu said, like he was the victim. Yuzi. Is she the designer of Charm? I think she is. Why is the man saying that she's cold-blooded? What has happened? Onlookers discussed it. I am cold-blooded. Are you insane? Why you? Yuzi argued, but Lin Tianyu interrupted her. I know that you're successful now, and that you think that I'm not capable of being your boyfriend, so you want to dump me, right? Lin Tianyu said with a sad face like he felt so hurt. What? Yuzi is successful now, so she wants to dump her boyfriend. She's so cold-blooded. How can she do that? Although she's famous now, I don't like her. Chapter 694. Don't you feel bored hearing people's discussion? Yuzi panicked, because she was afraid that this rumor might affect the reputation of Charm. Lin Tianyu, we've broken up for a long time. Yuzi tried to argue against him, but she was interrupted by Lin Tianyu again. Yuzi, I promise that I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Please give me a chance, Lin Tianyu said. It was obvious that Lin Tianyu was forcing Yuzi to yield to his request by making full use of the onlookers' attention. Really? Someone questioned Lin Tianyu. It wasn't Yuzi, but Zhao Xiaoxuan who just arrived here. Zhao Xiaoxuan had a premonition that Lin Tianyu would come to Yuzi, so she came here to have a look. To her surprise, Lin Tianyu was begging Yuzi to forgive him in a public place. Besides, Lin Tianyu had never made that promise to her. Hearing Zhao Xiaoxuan's voice, Lin Tianyu frowned. Zhao Xiaoxuan was the last person he wanted to see right now. Lin Tianyu, you did come here trying to get her back. No wonder you refused to swear an oath of loyalty to me yesterday. You even abandoned me alone at the airport. Zhao Xiaoxuan criticized him, feeling very hurt. This reversal shocked those onlookers. In the beginning, they believed that it was Yuzi's fault because she wanted to dump her boyfriend once she was successful. However, it turned out that the woman who came later was this man's girlfriend. In addition, from the woman's complaint, they got to know that this man had abandoned his girlfriend alone at the airport yesterday, then came to beg Yuzi to forgive him. Everything was clear now. Yuzi was this man's ex-girlfriend. If this man still loved Yuzi like he claimed, why was he still dating another woman? Did he want to get Yuzi back just because Yuzi became a famous designer now? Thinking of that, those onlookers looked at Lin Tianyu with obvious disdain. Lin Tianyu felt embarrassed amid people's accusatory looks, so he snapped at Zhao Xiaoxuan, Zhao Xiaoxuan, we've already broken up with each other, and you said so yourself. Stop acting like I've betrayed you. Lin Tianyu was humiliating Zhao Xiaoxuan without hesitation. Zhao Xiaoxuan became angry. Although she had said that herself, she didn't actually mean it. Lin Tianyu, do you really want to break up with me? Zhao Xiaoxuan asked. It's not that I want to break up with you, but we've already broken up. Don't put it like I've abandoned you. It'll damage my reputation, Lin Tianyu said. Okay, very well. Zhao Xiaoxuan was heartbroken now. Lin Tianyu, how could you do this to me? At this moment, she suddenly realized that he only loved Yuzi. It didn't matter how much she had done for him during the past few years. She always thought that they would be together forever because they were born in families of equal social status. However, she was wrong. Maybe it was time for her to give up. Although she loved Lin Tianyu very much, she felt very tired being in a relationship with him. Great, Lin Tianyu, we officially broke up now. Zhao Xiaoxuan gave up this time, even if she was reluctant to do so. She was selfish and self-centered, but not dumb. Given what Lin Tianyu had done, there was no need for her to get him back. Lin Tianyu agreed in silence. Oh, by the way, do you believe that Yuzi would be willing to be your girlfriend again? In your dream, she's so successful now, and it's very easy for her to find a much better man than you. You're merely a snobbish, terrible man without any sense of loyalty. Zhao Xiaoxuan said, then turned around walking away without hesitation. What Zhao Xiaoxuan had said threw a bomb among the crowd. A snobbish, terrible man without any sense of loyalty. Is this man used to cheating on his partner? I believe so, because his girlfriend just said that. Well, does it mean that he slept with that woman when he was with Yuzi? Shut up. Lin Tianyu shouted at the crowd. Those onlookers closed their mouths at once. When he turned to find Yuzi, Yuzi was already gone. He knew that Yuzi went to work in her store, but he felt too ashamed now to meet her in the store. When Yuzi walked into her store, there were many customers inside. They all came here after watching the release conference of Charm. However, there were only 10 gowns which the models had put on for the runway show in the store for easy reference. Yuzi had some other gowns left undone, so she couldn't show them right now. Therefore, customers could only book for customized gowns today. In fact, those customers preferred customized gowns too, because they could afford it. Ji Man went upstairs to spend some time with Tang Yunfan when they arrived at the Tang family's house, because Tang Yunfan couldn't often show up in the living room in case someone else saw him. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stayed in the living room watching TV along with Tang Jiakai. Today was Sunday, so Tang Jiakai didn't go to school. He planned to hang out with his friends in the beginning, but gave up since Ji Yuning came, especially with a man. He asked Ji Yuning who this man was. Ji Yuning told him that he was her boyfriend. Tang Jiakai tried to chat with Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting seemed unwilling to talk with him. Ningning, don't you feel bored seeing that he's so quiet? Tang Jiakai approached Ji Yuning and asked in a low voice. Even though his voice was low, Leng Xiaoting was still able to hear it, and he frowned. Ji Yuning gave Leng Xiaoting a glance. Seeing that he was upset, Ji Yuning was amused, and said on purpose, "Yeah, a little." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt aggrieved looking at Ji Yuning, because she had said something different to him before. "Since you feel bored, why are you staying with him?" Tang Jiakai asked worriedly. Chapter 695 Math Competition, ha. Ji Yuning laughed a little. "I like how we get along with each other." "Fine." Since Ji Yuning said so, Tang Jiakai didn't say anything further. He had no right to interfere in her private affairs after all. At this moment, Ji Yuning's phone rang, and the caller was her principal. Ji Yuning didn't avoid them and answered the call at once. Hi, Ji Yuning, there is a national math competition for high school students in 2 weeks. It'll be held on Saturday at City B University. Every province will send 3 high school students to take part in it. You're a well-known, excellent student in our school, and I hope that you could join in on behalf of our city. If you can win any of the top 3 prizes, I'll allow you to skip all the classes and monthly test till the day of the National College Entrance Examination. How about it? The principal asked. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed without hesitation, because it was a win-win if she could win a prize in the competition. All of a sudden, she asked, "Well, I'm not sure whether I can win a prize. If I can't, will you force me to go back to attend classes?" Although Ji Yuning was confident about herself, she wasn't certain that she could win a prize. After all, the contestants were all excellent high school students who came from every province around the country. One could never be too careful, so Ji Yuning couldn't make any promises. "Of course I won't," the principal said. He knew that Ji Yuning would reject if he said he would. Glad to hear that. Ji Yuning was relieved. "Great, then I'll send you the phone number of the teacher who will lead the team to join in the competition," the principal said. "No problem," Ji Yuning replied. "Oh, by the way," the principal added. "Ji Yuning, you're the pride of our school now. I wish you well and luck in your career. Do you know that principals in other high schools all want to poach you from our school, but I'll never allow it to happen, ha. Well, I'm honored that our school is proud of me, and I'll never leave our school to join another high school," Ji Yuning said. She was about to attend college, so she had no interest in other high schools. Great. The principal was thrilled to hear that. "Ningning, what prize are you going to win?" Tang Jiakai asked when Ji Yuning ended the call. "There is a national math competition in City B University on Saturday in 2 weeks, and our principal wants me to participate in it on behalf of our school," Ji Yuning said. "Math competition? Are you good at math?" Tang Jiakai was surprised. Ji Yuning wore a confident smile. "I'm good at every subject." Ji Yuning wasn't bragging, but just told the truth. It was hard to find such an outstanding high school student who was good at every subject, around the country. Tang Jiakai said with admiration, "I feel so ashamed now that you're better than me in every aspect." Ji Yuning laughed. "You can still protect me as my older cousin." Although Leng Xiaoting knew that Ji Yuning and Tang Jiakai were cousins, he still felt upset when Ji Yuning said that. However, he didn't show it on his face. "No problem." Tang Jiakai was cheered up. "All right, if what we went through at the Earth nightclub happens again, you have to protect me well," Ji Yuning said on purpose to scare Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai's smile froze on his face at once. What they had been through at the Earth nightclub still left him in horror. "ROR. Well, I don't think I can," Tang Jiakai said. Normal people wouldn't be safe in such a dangerous situation. Ji Yuning was an exception. It wasn't shameful to admit that. In City F, Ji Yu Qing received the skincare products sent by Kalain, and called Ji Yu Man to tell her. Ji Yu Man then walked downstairs to tell Ji Yu Ning. Ning, your aunt told me that she plans to open the salon the day after tomorrow, so I want to go back tomorrow, Ji Yu Man said. Sure, but I can't go back with you because I still need to deal with something here. I'll send Chao Ya to fly back with you, Ji Yu Ning said. The Tang family would be going through a big change these days, so she had to stay alert since both Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen had to lie in bed. Although the Tang family was powerful enough to defeat their enemy, she wanted to help as a member of the Tang family. She couldn't promise that she would solve every problem for them, but she would do her best to help them overcome the crisis. If she hadn't been in City B this time, Tang Haifeng would have been murdered. Sure. Since Ji Yu Ning made the arrangement for her, Ji Yu Man agreed. Chapter 696 Zhao Xiaoshuan moves on. Jade beauty jewelry was as popular as usual, and it made a lot more money than other jewelry brands. Therefore, many other jewelry businessmen were jealous of Ji Yu Ning and Zhou Zhenghong, but they could do nothing about it. Ji Yu Ning had the full support of the Tang family after all. Since Jade Beauty Jewelry already opened its branch in City B, its branch in the capital was about to open too. Ji Yu Ning thought that she better set up a processing plant in the capital as well, because the processing plant in City G couldn't satisfy the needs of the expanding jewelry branches. Thinking of that, Ji Yu Ning called Chen Kanji. Hi, Kanji, I need a processing plant to produce the jade jewelry for Jade Beauty Jewelry. Could you please help me find one? Call me once you find the biggest factory, and I'll let the manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry contact you after that, Ji Yu Ning said. Zhou Zhenghong would fly to the capital for the jewelry branch there, so Gao Yi would be responsible for the jewelry delivery this time. Sure, boss, Chen Kanji said. Oh, aren't there several private houses behind the building of our corporation? They occupy around 700 square meters, and a real estate developer came to acquire it yesterday to build an office building, but the deal hasn't been settled yet because the acquiring price is a little low. Do you need the land? Chen Kanji wasn't sure whether Ji Yu Ning wanted to expand her corporation, so he didn't call her yesterday when he found it. Now, since Ji Yu Ning called him today, he mentioned it on the phone. Hearing that, Ji Yu Ning's face lit up. Go acquire it, as long as they offer a reasonable price. A piece of land which was around 700 square meters large might cost at least 100 million yuan in the capital. Ji Yu Ning understood that very well, but she was unwilling to pay a much higher price for it. Ji Yu Ning always had the idea to expand her corporation, so if she could acquire the land behind the building of her corporation, it would be much better. Sure, boss, Chen Kanji said. He understood that Ji Yu Ning must want the land very much from her tone, and he felt happy that he told Ji Yu Ning about it on time. Oh, Ji Yu Ning said before she was about to hang up. I also need a gym, so please help me find one which is on sale. Ji Yu Ning needed a gym not to make money, but to use it as a training place for the bodyguards of her security company which she was going to establish in the near future. She would only hire retired soldiers who were all well trained, so she planned to open training classes to teach people fighting skills as well. No problem, boss, Chen Kanji said again. When Leng Xiaoting heard that Ji Yu Ning turned to another person for help, he was displeased. Why didn't Ji Yu Ning ask him for help? However, when he heard the person call Ji Yu Ning boss, he knew that the person must work for Ji Yu Ning. In that case, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't mind it. When Zhao Xiaoshuan got home, she didn't cry or break things, but seemed quite sad. She took out a bottle of strong alcohol, which scared Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao understood that Zhao Xiaoshuan must be in a terrible mood after arguing with Lin Tianyu today, but she had never seen Zhao Xiaoshuan drink by herself. Xiaoshuan, what are you doing? Mrs. Zhao grabbed the bottle away. Drowning my sorrows. I broke up with Lin Tianyu, properly this time. I lost him. Zhao Xiaoshuan whimpered, but still didn't cry out loud. This was the first time that she had been able to control her emotions. What? Mrs. Zhao was shocked. Is he really going to try to get Yuzi back? Yes, Zhao Xiaoshuan said. In fact, Lin Tianyu never liked me. He agreed to be my boyfriend just because our families are of equal social status, and I'm the only child of our family, so he could inherit our family's properties in the future. However, Yuzi is now more valuable in his eyes, so he dumped me. I also realized today that I feel so tired being in a relationship with him. Zhao Xiaoxuan already knew, but she chose to turn a blind eye on it when she was in love with Lin Tianyu. She loved him so much that she was willing to treat him to the best of her ability even though he was merely taking advantage of her. Once he broke her heart, she realized that it was just a dream. What? How can he treat you like that? Mrs. Zhao was mad. I can't tolerate it. I must call him right now. Mrs. Zhao said, and took out her phone. Please don't. Zhao Xiaoxuan stopped her mother, because she was feeling depressed. It's meaningless and useless. Mom, please don't argue with Yuzi either, because she isn't someone our family can mess with right now. It isn't her fault either, and it's impossible that she will be with Lin Tianyu again. It is all Lin Tianyu's idea, and he'll suffer a double loss. Zhao Xiaoxuan had never been so mature and sensible before as she was right now. Life had taught her an important lesson. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxuan being so calm, Mrs. Zhao was surprised, but agreed with her. Compared with Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Zhao wasn't as selfish and arrogant even though she also spoiled Zhao Xiaoxuan rotten. Chapter 697 Shameless Mrs. Lin Tianyu was also in a bad mood when he got home because Yuzi had rejected him. Seeing that, Mrs. Lin was displeased, because she thought that Yuzi must have been absent again. What? You didn't see her? I did, but she rejected me, Lin Tianyu said with impatience. What? She rejected you? How dare she do that? Mrs. Lin couldn't believe her ears. In her eyes, Yuzi should feel honored that Lin Tianyu was willing to get her back, but Yuzi rejected him. What? She's gained some fame now, so now she thinks she's superior to us. Mrs. Lin said in an ironic tone. Lin Tianyu remained silent, then walked into his room. Although Mrs. Lin thought that it was Yuzi's fault that she rejected Lin Tianyu, she still believed that it was necessary for her to meet Yuzi given Yuzi's importance now. Thinking of that, she took her handbag and left the house. Although Mrs. Lin didn't know the address of Charm, it wasn't difficult for her to find it since Charm was very famous now. When Mrs. Lin arrived at Fengsheng Shopping Mall, she went straight to Charm. It was almost time for lunch, but there were still many people in Charm. Yuzi, come out here right now. Mrs. Lin ordered in an unkind tone at the door of Charm. People who were shopping inside turned to look at her. Seeing Mrs. Lin, Yuzi felt annoyed. It was obvious that Mrs. Lin came here for nothing good. Even so, Yuzi still asked politely, Mrs. Lin, may I help? Get out here now. Mrs. Lin ordered again. Yuzi was displeased. If you have anything to tell me, you can say it right now. Are you sure? Mrs. Lin asked, like she was determined to embarrass Yuzi today. Yuzi, however, didn't think that she had done anything shameful, so she didn't mind it. Mrs. Lin, are you afraid that people might laugh at you? Yuzi asked on purpose. You. Mrs. Lin felt that Yuzi wasn't respectful of her, so she was mad. Very well, I can tell you right here, right now, and I hope that you won't feel ashamed. Saying that, Mrs. Lin walked inside and sat down on the sofa. Excuse me for a while please, Yuzi said to the other customers in the store. It's fine. The other customers didn't mind, but they knew that Mrs. Lin wasn't a kind people. Some stayed in the store waiting to see a drama, while some wanted to give Yuzi a helping hand. Luckily, Yuzi already had many loyal customers who were willing to help her. There were 2 saleswomen in the store too, but they were busy serving customers, so Yuzi poured a glass of water for Mrs. Lin in person. May I know what you want to talk to me about, Mrs. Lin? Yuzi asked in an indifferent tone. Tianyu told me that you refused to get back together with him, Mrs. Lin said. Yes, Yuzi said with a calm face, like it was something unimportant. In fact, it was something unimportant in her eyes now. What? You think you're famous now, so you're superior to us? Mrs. Lin said arrogantly. Yuzi laughed, and didn't bother to hide her intense dislike for Mrs. Lin, I don't understand why you said that. I believe that I have the right to reject Lin Tianyu. I don't care if you reject another person, but I won't allow you to reject my son. Don't forget that Tianyu never despised you when you were poor and had nothing. Mrs. Lin said. Yuzi couldn't believe that Mrs. Lin could be so shameless. Mrs. Lin, I've already broken up with Lin Tianyu for more than a year, and he dumped me precisely because I was poor. He also cheated on me and slept with my rich friend. You said that I could never marry into your family before, so why have you come back to me right now? Yuzi said. Why? It was obvious that Mrs. Lin wanted to ride on Yuzi's coattails since she was famous now. They didn't keep their voices low, so everyone in the store was able to hear their conversation. In the beginning, onlookers thought that Yuzi dumped her boyfriend once she became successful, but it soon turned out that it was her ex-boyfriend's fault. Her ex-boyfriend had cheated on her, which was totally unacceptable. Mrs. Lin didn't expect that Yuzi would dare to argue with her like that, and felt quite embarrassed amid people's looks of disdain. Yuzi, mind your language. I'm doing you an honor that I came to talk to you today. Mrs. Lin said. She still believed that Yuzi was inferior to her and her family. I should mind my language. Why, Mrs. Lin, I have to say that you're the most shameless person I've ever seen in my whole life. Yuzi said without delay. Exactly, she's so shameless. Someone opened her mouth to support Yuzi. I agree. She despised Miss Yu because she was poor in the old days, and now she comes to Miss Yu just because Miss Yu is successful. Does she have any sense of shame? Another person said. Chapter 698 million rupees. Yang supports Yuzi. I've never seen such a snobbish person. Mrs. Lin was annoyed, but didn't know how to argue back. It seemed that she realized that what she just said wasn't fair. Yuzi, how can you be so cold-blooded? Mrs. Lin was unwilling to give up. I am cold-blooded. Yuzi wore an ironic smile. Let me be honest with you, I feel very disgusted when I think of your son who cheated on me. I think Miss Yu is right. A noble woman walked out from the crowd at this moment. You're Mrs. Lin, right? You are a woman too. Can you tolerate it if your husband cheats on you? If you can, I have nothing else to say, because we have opposite values. When Mrs. Lin saw the noble woman, she was shocked and stood up at once. Mrs. Yang. Mrs. Lin knew this Mrs. Yang without a doubt, and it was obvious that Mrs. Yang wasn't a normal woman given Mrs. Lin's attitude towards her. In fact, Mrs. Yang was born in a super-rich family and married a senior official in the government. Although Mrs. Yang's family was just a common super-rich family, and her husband wasn't a very important official either, Mrs. Lin's family and husband were hardly comparable to Mrs. Yang's. Mrs. Lin knew Mrs. Yang, but Mrs. Yang didn't know her. Miss Yu, are you single? Mrs. Yang asked Yuzi with appreciation in her eyes. Yeah, Yuzi said without thinking further. I think that Miss Yu is a very outstanding young woman. Would you mind meeting my son one day when you're free? Mrs. Yang said. Mrs. Yang was arranging for Yuzi and her son to meet each other. What? Yuzi was surprised, and felt shy. Mrs. Lin was also astonished. She could not believe that Mrs. Yang was willing to introduce Yuzi to her son. If Yuzi could marry into the Yang family, she would become a member of a super-rich as well as powerful family. Thinking of that, Mrs. Lin was reluctant to accept it, but didn't dare say anything now. Would you mind? Mrs. Yang understood that she surprised Yuzi, but she didn't care. She just thought that Yuzi was a good girl, so she hoped that Yuzi could meet her son and see what would happen. The Yang family wasn't a common family, so it was unlikely that Mrs. Yang chose Yuzi because of her boss. Mrs. Yang was attracted to Yuzi's outstanding ability and good manners instead. In addition, Yuzi's career wouldn't be as successful as the Yang family's business, unless she had Ji Yuning's unusual ability. Therefore, if Yuzi was able to marry into the Yang family, she was quite lucky. Of course not, Yuzi said at once. Although she knew Mrs. Yang's purpose, she didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. It was still too early to say whether she could be together with Mrs. Yang's son. She could just go make a new friend anyway. Great. I already have your number, so I'll tell him to contact you later. You can share a meal and watch a film together or something, Mrs. Yang said with a happy smile. Yuzi flushed a little. Mrs. Lin knew that she shouldn't stay here any longer, so she left in silence. When she got back home, she made a lot of noise to vent her anger, and even woke Lin Tianyu, who was taking a nap. It's so noisy. Couldn't you be quiet for a while? Lin Tianyu raised his voice in anger. What happened? Lin Tianyu walked out and asked his mother. I went to Yuzi's store just now, Mrs. Lin said. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu frowned. Why? I just want to ask her why she rejected you, Mrs. Lin said in annoyance. And then, Lin Tianyu asked in a hurry. He knew that Yuzi wouldn't change her mind, but he still had hope. She exposed your betrayal right in front of everyone in public, and I felt so humiliated. Mrs. Lin said in an aggrieved tone. Lin Tianyu didn't say anything. He was disappointed, but wasn't surprised because Yuzi had said the same thing to him. Since Yuzi rejected you, you can go back to being with Zhao Xiaoxuan. Mrs. Lin lost hope for Yuzi, and she was also mad at Yuzi's attitude. Even though Yuzi was a famous designer now, she wouldn't accept her. I've already broken up with Zhao Xiaoxuan, Lin Tianyu said. Say some sweet nothings to her, and she'll forgive you as always, Mrs. Lin said. She didn't realize how serious it was. I don't think so. She came across the scene of me begging Yuzi to forgive me, Lin Tianyu said. He now felt utterly regretful, because Yuzi wouldn't accept him and Zhao Xiaoxuan broke up with him too. Although he knew that Zhao Xiaoxuan loved him very much, he understood that she wouldn't forgive him this time. Actually, he had no intention to get Zhao Xiaoxuan back given the way she had treated him when they were together. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked. Oh, how could you let her catch you on sight? If she isn't willing to forgive you this time, you can't inherit her family's properties in the future. Right at this moment, Mrs. Lin finally realized how serious it was. I have no idea what to do now, Lin Tianyu said with impatience. Chapter 699 No intention of alliance. Mrs. Lin said, I think you can try. Maybe she'll forgive you. All right, I'll handle it myself. Stop telling me how to deal with it. Lin Tianyu lost his patience, and left his home. You, Mrs. Lin was displeased, but Lin Tianyu was already gone. Mrs. Lin thought for a while, then called Zhao Xiaoxuan, but Zhao Xiaoxuan's phone was turned off, so she called Mrs. Zhao. Although Mrs. Zhao listened to Zhao Xiaoxuan and didn't contact Lin Tianyu or his mother, she wouldn't refuse to answer Mrs. Lin's call, because she wanted to seize this chance to vent her anger. Oh, Mrs. Lin, may I help? Mrs. Zhao said in a sarcastic tone. Mrs. Lin, of course, understood that Mrs. Zhao was mad at Lin Tianyu, and it was Lin Tianyu's fault after all. Well, Mrs. Zhao, I'm so sorry for what has happened to Xiaoxuan, but Tianyu is very regretful now. He doesn't know how to face Xiaoxuan, so I called Xiaoxuan on his behalf, but Xiaoxuan's phone is turned off. He's regretful now. Really? Mrs. Zhao laughed like she had just heard a funny joke. Mrs. Lin, I'm not an idiot. Lin Tianyu must have been rejected by Yuzi, so he came back to Xiaoxuan. Lin Tianyu doesn't like Xiaoxuan at all, and all he wants is our family's properties. Xiaoxuan knows it very well, and she's made up her mind to move on. After that, Mrs. Zhao hung up on Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin felt so hopeless now, because Lin Tianyu suffered a double loss this time. All the other families of equal social status as their family that they knew had a son at least, and those families wouldn't leave all the properties to a daughter. A daughter would have a good dowry at the most, which wasn't what Mrs. Lin wanted. Mrs. Lin hoped that Lin Tianyu could marry a girl who was born in a richer or more powerful family than them, but it was impossible. At this moment, Mrs. Lin regretted that she had supported Lin Tianyu to get Yuzi back. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the Tang family's house together because someone had just called her. The man claimed to be the general manager of Shanglong Jewelry. He wanted to talk about business with her. Ji Yuning, who had a great memory, remembered that they had exchanged name cards at the release conference. There was no need for Ji Yuning to guess because she knew his purpose very well. However, since he didn't say it aloud yet, Ji Yuning wouldn't reject right now. Therefore, she went to meet the man along with Leng Xiaoting. When Ji Yuning left, she called Chaoya and told her to fly back to City F with Ji Yuman. Afterwards, Ji Yuning booked plane tickets for Chaoya and Ji Yuman. Ji Yuman and Tang Yunfan seemed to make no progress in their relationship, but they had a tacit understanding. Their way of getting along with each other was a bit like the feeling of a couple who had been married for many years. There was no passion between them, but there was an unusual harmony. They weren't a young couple after all, so they wouldn't hug or kiss one another like Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting in a restaurant. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the appointed private room, and there were two men sitting inside. One was the general manager of Shanglong Jewelry, Du Haijia, while the other was his secretary. Du Haijia was a man who was around 34 years old. He was wearing a suit like a professional businessman. Seeing Ji Yuning walking in, Du Haijia and his secretary stood up to welcome them. "Please have a seat, Miss Ji Yu and this gentleman," Du Haijia said politely. He didn't know Leng Xiaoting's identity, so he had no idea how to address him. "Nice to meet you, Manger Du," Ji Yuning said, then sat down with Leng Xiaoting. Du Haijia's secretary poured 2 cups of tea for them at once. Ji Yuning didn't say anything further, but enjoyed the tea. "Miss Ji Yu, the thing is our company hopes to join Jade Beauty Jewelry. If you're willing to cooperate with our company can provide you the best benefits," Du Haijia said with sincerity. Unfortunately, he was doomed to disappointment. Hearing that, Ji Yuning wasn't surprised at all, because she guessed it beforehand. She smiled and said, "Thank you so much for your appreciation of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but I'm very sorry. My company has no intention of forming an alliance." Du Haijia was struck dumb for a second, because he didn't understand why Ji Yuning rejected this good chance to make a lot of money. "Miss Ji Yu, don't you want to make more money?" Du Haijia asked. "I do, but I have no intention to let others share my profits," Ji Yuning said plainly. "Miss Ji Yu, could you please consider it?" Du Haijia frowned. He was unwilling to give up. "I'm sorry," Ji Yuning said again. "Fine, if so, I won't insist. Although we can't forge an alliance, I still hope to make friends with Miss Ji Yu. If you don't mind, can we share a meal together?" Du Haijia asked. He felt disappointed that Ji Yuning refused to cooperate with them, but he wouldn't annoy her either. They were peers, but there was no conflict between them. Jade Beauty Jewelry focused on jade, while Shanglong Jewelry provided jewelry made of gold, silver, jade, diamonds, and so on. "I'm also glad to make friends with Manager Du, but unfortunately I'm very busy this afternoon, so I'm afraid that we can't share a meal together today," Ji Yuning said. She was going to dine with Xu Jinchen and the others because they had to fly back to the capital tomorrow morning. Chapter 700A Big Discount. Well, what a shame. "I hope that we can share a meal together the next time," Du Haijia said. He didn't mind whether it was just an excuse or the truth. After Ji Yuqing received the skincare products, everyone was shocked by their prices, which were as high as the international brands. Would their customers buy them? Only 1/3 of their customers were rich people, and the rest were only relatively rich. An annual membership fee of over 10,000 yuan wasn't a problem, but it would rise to dozens of thousands of yuan a year if they changed the skincare products. As for the emulsion, serum and skin toner, the old set was 1,000 yuan, but the new set was almost 4,000 yuan. The prices of the rest of the products all doubled at least. If they increased the prices all of a sudden, their members probably wouldn't accept it. Thinking of that, Ji Yuqing called Ji Yuning at once. "Ningning, the prices of the skincare products are much higher. Will our customers pay for them?" Ji Yuqing sounded worried. "Aunt, don't worry. You can choose 10 lucky members to try them for free at the opening ceremony. They'll see the effects within a short time, and I believe that they will be willing to pay for them afterwards. Oh, there are also many samples, and you can send them to customers. Once customers see the effects, they'll buy them," Ji Yuning said. "Great, I'll do as you said." Ji Yuqing trusted Ji Yuning under any circumstances. Since Ji Yuning said so, she would listen to her. After hanging up with Ji Yuning, Ji Yuqing gathered the staff in the store together to try the new skincare products. Wang Sufan volunteered first, followed by others. After trying the new skincare products, everyone was amazed. People all saw the most noticeable changes on Wang Sufan's face, because she was the eldest among the staff except for Ji Yuqing. Ji Yuqing was well nourished by Ji Yuning's magical power, so her skin was very smooth and almost flawless now. In that case, she didn't see a big change on her face. Wang Sufan's skin, on the other hand, was dark yellow with many wrinkles and freckles. However, her freckles faded, her face lit up, and the wrinkles weren't as deep after putting on the new skincare products for a short time. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. Me either. This new set of skincare products are really effective. I feel like my skin was moisturized right away. The acne on my face has also faded. Wow, I don't think that even the international brands are so effective. I agree. Now I think that the prices are a little low. Everyone was amazed by the visible effects. Boss, can I buy a set? Someone asked Ji Yuqing. Sure, and you can have a 50% discount for the first set and 30% discount from the second set, Ji Yuqing said. Ji Yuqing was really a generous boss. Thanks. Everyone got excited after hearing that. They worked here and their salaries weren't low. In addition, this beauty salon was very popular, so they were able to make over 10,000 yuan each month. So although the new skincare products were very expensive, they could still afford it because Ji Yuqing gave them a big discount. The opening was the day after tomorrow, so they needed to inform their VIP members tomorrow. After hanging up the call with Ji Yuqing, Ji Yuning remembered that she should share the skincare products with her friends too. When they were about to arrive at Fengshan shopping mall, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to stop the car at the southern door, and she would leave a set in jade beauty jewelry so that Yuzi could pick it up when she was free. Ji Yuning was carrying a backpack all the time, so Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be curious about why she took out a set of skincare products all of a sudden. Ji Yuning sent Yuzi a message, and told her that she would leave a set of new skincare products in jade beauty jewelry, which was a gift for her. After a while, Yuzi read the message and thanked Ji Yuning. She believed that the skincare products had to be very good, since it was a gift from Ji Yuning. There were many people in jade beauty jewelry at this time. Although they hired a manager for the branch of jade beauty jewelry in City B, Zhou Zhenghong still stayed here the entire time these last few days. Ji Yuning wouldn't be gone for long, so she told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her in the car. Once Ji Yuning walked in the store, she became the focus of people's attention. Look, it's Miss Ji Yu. Oh, I finally get to see Miss Ji Yu in real life. Miss Ji Yu is even more beautiful in real life than on TV. Facing people's attention and discussion, Ji Yuning just smiled and nodded at them. Miss Ji Yu is greeting us. She's so polite and modest. It's rare to see such a kind and successful figure now. They all complimented Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning walked to the counter, she took out a set of skincare products along with a box of facial masks. These are a gift for Yuzi, and she'll pick it up when she's free. No problem, boss, a cashier said. Where is Manager Zhou? Ji Yuning asked. Manager Zhou and the new manager are in the office, the cashier said. Great, Ji Yuning said, then walked to the office. Although the new manager was very professional, he was just in charge of the branch, so Zhou Zhenghong still needed to teach him about jade beauty jewelry. Chapter 701 Pan Zerui and his father Ji Yuning knocked on the door of the office. Come in, Zhou Zhenghong said inside. Ji Yuning pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that the visitor was Ji Yuning, Zhou Zhenghong and the new manager stood up at once. Boss, nice to see you. Have a seat please, Ji Yuning said. Uncle Zhou, I need you to go back to City G to prepare for the next batch of jade jewelry. Gao Yi will meet you in a few days, and you can deliver the goods to the capital for the opening day. I think that we can directly open the branch in the capital given the popularity of the branch in City B. In fact, Ji Yuning could just make a call, but she told Zhou Zhenghong in person since she was already here. No problem, boss, Zhou Zhenghong said. Just as she walked out of the store, she received 2 successive calls from other jewelry managers, but she made an excuse and declined their invitations. She had no intention of forming an alliance after all, so there was no need for her to meet them. In the Pan family's house, Pan Zerui's father had made several urgent calls and demanded to see him at home. Pan Zerui had hung out with his friends overnight, so he was quite sleepy right now. The Pan family's house was located in a luxurious house district. "Zerui, do you know Miss Gu?" Pan Zerui's father asked him the moment he got back home. Pan Zerui's father saw him on the news of the release conference and was very surprised. "Yeah, so," Pan Zerui yawned. "If so, I need you to do something for me. I think that Jade Beauty Jewelry is a promising brand, and I want to join it," Pan Zerui's father said. Joining referred to participating in a certain group or organization, which could be extended to the commercial field, referring to the agent joining of commercial brands. In other words, franchisees could open branches under the name of a certain brand. "Sure, I'll discuss it with her," Pan Zerui said, then called Ji Yuning. From the perspective of a company, joining was equal to make money. Many products were looking for joining by advertising, so Pan Zerui didn't think that it was a bad idea. Therefore, right after Ji Yuning declined another 2 jewelry managers' invitations, she received Pan Zerui's call. "Boss, my father wants to join Jade Beauty Jewelry. What do you think?" Pan Zerui asked. "Boss." Hearing that, Pan Zerui's father frowned. He wasn't dissatisfied, but was surprised that Pan Zerui called Ji Yuning his boss. He knew very well that Pan Zerui despised women. However, it was understandable that Pan Zerui admired Ji Yuning because she was a very outstanding girl. "Sorry, Jade Beauty Jewelry isn't open for alliance or joining," Ji Yuning said. "Sure, I understand." Pan Zerui was obedient to Ji Yuning's words, so he wouldn't ask further even if Ji Yuning declined his offer. "Oh, boss, I'm going to open a club in 3 days. If you're free, can you come to attend its opening ceremony?" Pan Zerui asked with anticipation. Once Pan Zerui set the time of the opening ceremony, he invited Ji Yuning. To Ji Yuning's astonishment, Pan Zerui was going to run a business himself. In many people's eyes, he was just a rich second-generation heir who only knew how to have fun and couldn't care less about his future. All of a sudden, Pan Zerui changed his mind, and decided to become involved in business. Pan Zerui's father was also shocked, and couldn't believe his ears. "Zerui is going to open a club in 3 days. Pan Zerui's father knew him very well. He never had the idea to build his career before, no matter how much his father had forced or enticed him. That being the case, Pan Zerui's father was more than surprised that he suddenly changed his mind. "Well, I'll go if I have nothing else to deal with at that time," Ji Yuning said. "Great." Pan Zerui understood that Ji Yuning was busy, so he didn't pressure her. Afterwards, they hung up. Pan Zerui's father asked him at once, "Zerui, are you going to open a club?" It was so shocking that Pan Zerui's father even forgot to ask about Ji Yuning's answer to his offer first. "Yes," Pan Zerui said. He didn't think that it was a big surprise. "Why didn't you tell me?" Pan Zerui's father asked. I think that my boss is very successful in business, and decided that I should learn something from her, and not embarrass her as her friend," Pan Zerui said. Pan Zerui's father was shocked again. He didn't expect that Pan Zerui changed his mind because of Ji Yuning. It seemed that Ji Yuning had a great influence on Pan Zerui. Speaking of Ji Yuning, Pan Zerui's father remembered his offer to join her jewelry brand. "Zerui, what did she say about my joining in Jade Beauty Jewelry?" "My boss said Jade Beauty Jewelry isn't open for any alliances with other businessmen," Pan Zerui replied. "Isn't open for any alliances? She can make a lot of money from that." Pan Zerui's father rounded his eyes in shock. In that case, no matter how many branches Jade Beauty Jewelry were going to open, Jade Beauty Jewelry would be in charge of them without any franchisees in the middle. Pan Zerui's father didn't know what else to say. "Dad," Pan Zerui said, "you don't know how good my boss is at stone gambling. When I met her for the first time, she cut out a piece of jade and sold it for 35 million yuan. It's a piece of cake for her to make money. At the end, Pan Zirui's voice was full of admiration for Ji Yuning. Chapter 702. The Tang family's enemies take action again. Hearing that, Pan Zirui's father was astonished. He had also heard that Ji Yuning made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling, but he had never seen it himself, so he wasn't sure whether it was true. However, since his son told him in person, he believed that it could be real. Even though she doesn't lack money, she's a businesswoman after all. Doesn't she want to make as much money as possible? Pan Zirui's father said. He was unwilling to give up. Dad, my boss is adamant and it's useless to try to persuade her. I don't want to ruin my relationship with her, Pan Zirui said with impatience. Well, Pan Zirui's father didn't know what to do now. He obviously didn't want to ruin Pan Zirui's relationship with Ji Yuning. Although they couldn't cooperate, nobody wanted to lose a friend and gain a new enemy. Pan Zirui's father thought for a while, then remained silent. It was still early, so Ji Yuning went to visit Tang Haifeng in the hospital. When she arrived, Master Lei and his son, Lei Haowei, were also in the ward. The Mu family, who maintained a good relationship with the Tang family, also came to visit Tang Haifeng. The leading role in the Mu family was Mu Shushin, who was around 50 years old, and his son, Mu Wenqi, who was about 27 years old. In addition to them, Zhao Yiru was also there. Tang Yunrong, Zhang Lihua and Tang Jiakai stayed with Tang Haifeng, while Tang Yunheng and Cao Ruowa were gone for their work. Tang Jiakai didn't know that his grandfather had been injured until that afternoon. Luckily, his grandfather was fine now. Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin had also visited Tang Haifeng this afternoon, and they left 2 hours later. It would affect the patient's condition if there were too many people in the ward. Although Tang Haifeng was fine now, they still needed to act like he was injured. Zhao Yiru came to visit Tang Haifeng before the Lei family, and he noticed that Tang Haifeng was pretending to be unconscious. Tang Haifeng didn't want to keep it a secret from him either, so Tang Haifeng opened his eyes when Zhao Yiru was by his side, but he didn't tell him many details. The Lei family and the Mu family, however, Tang Haifeng decided to hide the truth from them, not because he didn't trust them, but because it would be better if fewer people knew the truth. Well, he was fine in the afternoon yesterday, but now. Master Lei was sorrowful, and blamed himself for this. I wish I had persuaded him to visit my friend with me. Master Lei had invited Tang Haifeng to enjoy tea at one of his friend's places, but Tang Haifeng had declined, so he hadn't insisted. If he had insisted, Tang Haifeng would have agreed. Master Lei felt quite regretful that he had missed the chance to save his old friend's life. However, that was fate. Uncle Lei, please don't blame yourself for this. It has nothing to do with you, Tang Yunrong said to comfort Master Lei. Indeed, Uncle Lei, it's not your fault at all, Zhang Lihua said. What did the doctor say? Lei Haowei asked. Although he seems fine and healthy from the report, he's stayed unconscious for a long time, Tang Yunrong sighed with worry. It's even more serious if we can't find the cause, because we don't know how to deal with it now, Zhang Lihua said, and nobody noticed that she was just acting. They felt a little guilty to deceive Master Lei, but they had to do it. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the ward together. When Ji Yuning's sight fell on Mu Shushin, she was surprised, because Kei resembled Mu Shushin. Kei's real name was Mu Yi. Was there any family connection between them? Was it just a coincidence? Ji Yuning greeted Master Lei and Zhao Yiru, then Tang Yunrong introduced Lei Haowei, Mu Shushin and Mu Wenqi to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning also greeted them politely. Master Lei and Zhao Yiru were aware that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, but the others didn't know, so they were quite surprised. Tang Yunrong explained that Tang Haifeng regarded Ji Yuning as his own granddaughter because Ji Yuning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. Tang Haifeng had told them not to expose Ji Yuning's real identity before they made it public. Tang Haifeng said the same thing to Master Lei, so Master Lei also kept it a secret and didn't even tell his own son. They all knew that Tang Yunfan never married or had any children, so they believed Tang Yunrong's words. Tang Yunrong also introduced Leng Xiaoting as Ji Yuning's friend, and didn't tell them many details. The Lei family and the Mu family left after a while. Since they were gone, Tang Haifeng opened his eyes and relaxed his Limbs. Zhao Yiru stayed for a while longer before he walked out. Tang Haifeng said, I think that they will take action again after tomorrow. They were, of course, the Tang family's enemies. However, to Tang Haifeng's surprise, their enemies took action right away. Quan Mingkai called Tang Yunrong and told her that there was a sudden problem with the proposal, and their business partner would arrive at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. They had to hold a meeting with the board of directors to discuss it at 10 a.m. tomorrow. It couldn't be a coincidence. Without a strong leader in the Tang family's business group, the business partners felt anxious, which was a good chance to elect a new chairman. No matter what, members of the Tang family had to attend the meeting tomorrow. Chapter 703 The story behind K. If Tang Deming successfully persuaded a certain business partner to work with him for the purpose of electing a new chairman, he must be confident and well prepared. What was worse, he could also have the support of Fu Kaiyu, Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan. In that case, they were very likely to win, because neither Tang Yunhang nor Tang Yunrong had the ability or talent to run a business well, although they owned a lot more shares than them. The leading person in a business group wasn't the person who possesses the most shares, but the one who was most able to lead the corporation. If Tang Deming wanted to achieve his goal, he had to get rid of Tang Yunfen and Tang Haifeng who were in his way, otherwise whatever he was doing was meaningless. Anyway, they would find out at the meeting tomorrow. Once she got in her car, Kay called her. Boss, I've found nothing dirty or illegal about Tang Deming, Kay said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning wasn't very surprised, because Tang Yunfen had told her that Tang Deming had been very careful although he was ambitious. Besides, Tang Deming didn't take action until now, so Tang Yunfen was certain that there must be someone else behind Tang Deming's back. It was obvious that the person who supported Tang Deming behind the scene was very mysterious, and they failed to find any useful information about him. It was a battle without smoke. It's fine. Ji Yuning didn't mind. All of a sudden Ji Yuning said, Oh, I met a man who is around 50 years old today. He resembles you and even has the same surname as you. Somehow, Ji Yuning couldn't help connecting K with Mu Shushin. K, on the other hand, was struck dumb for a moment. It was probably because he already knew who the man was, but he only had a strong hatred towards him. He had been avoiding meeting the man for many years, in case he would lose control of himself and do something bad. Oh, really? We were probably family in a previous incarnation, K joked, trying to sound relaxed, but Ji Yuning knew that there must be something wrong. It seemed that there was a grudge between them. Ji Yuning realized that she shouldn't have said that to Kay, so she changed the topic at once. How is the decoration going? Well, we've hired more people, so it'll be done within a month, Kay replied. Kay put his phone down, and wore a cold expression. Seeing that, Chen Kanji asked with concern, what happened? Boss just told me that she met a man who resembles me and also has the surname Mu, Kay said in a deep voice filled with hatred. Chen Kanji frowned. Do you think it might be him? Yeah, Kay said. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he believed that it could be true. If you're unwilling to accept it, pay him back, Chen Kanji said. Chen Kanji knew Kay's story very well, and he was always supportive if Kay wanted to get what belonged to him back. Even catched to do it, but he kept the promise that he had made to his mother, and tolerated it. Mu Shushin was actually Kay's biological father who had abandoned his wife and son for wealth and power. Back then, their family was dirt poor, and Mu Shushin became a migrant worker in a big city. Within 3 years, he made some money and sent a lot back to his family. One day, he said that his company had an overseas project which would pay a high salary for the workers, but only single men could join the project. Therefore, he had to divorce Kay's mother before he went abroad for the next 3 years. Kay's mother trusted him and did what he asked. During the following 3 years, Mu Shushin did send a lot of money back to his family, and Kay along with Kay's mother were able to live a good life within a short time. However, after 3 years, Mu Shushin never mentioned remarrying Kay's mother. Kay's mother said nothing, so Kay wasn't aware of it. When Kay was 17 years old, a woman came to their home along with a group of strong men and damaged their house. Kay's mother became ill after that. Kay had asked his mother who those people were, but his mother wasn't willing to tell him. A month later, his mother was about to die and finally told him the truth. It turned out that Mu Shushan never thought to remarry Kei's mother after their divorce. A girl who was born in a rich family fell in love with Mu Shushan when he worked in the big city, and they moved in together afterwards. The girl soon got pregnant, so Mu Shushan divorced Kei's mother as soon as he could, then married the girl. Mu Shushan didn't even bother to tell Kei's mother the real reason for their divorce until Kei's mother requested a remarriage. Kei's mother had suffered a mental breakdown after hearing the shocking news, but she had to accept the conditions that Mu Shushan laid down. In order to let Kei believe that he still had an intact family, Kei's mother kept it a secret that Kei's father was no longer a member of their family. Mu Shushan pretended that he had been working outside the entire time, and sent a certain amount of money back to them every month. Sometimes, he would even come back for a while. The woman who had damaged their house was precisely Mu Shushan's new wife. Mu Shushan's new wife didn't know that Mu Shushan was still supporting Kei and Kei's mother, so she was angry once she found out. Once Kei found out the truth, he hated Mu Shushan to death, and the woman who indirectly caused the death of his mother. However, his mother never allowed him to find them, because Mu Shushan had paid for Kei's tuition fee and living expenses during the past 17 years even though he had abandoned them for wealth and power. In addition, Mu Shushan's new wife was from a rich and powerful family, and Kei wasn't their match at all. Accordingly, Kei's mother had forced Kei to make a promise that he would never find Mu Shushan. Kei was reluctant to do it, but he still agreed in order to let his mother die in peace. Kei knew that Mu Shushan lived in City B, so he refused to go to City B since then. Chapter 704 Good for You. Although Kei made a promise to his mother that he would never find his father, he still hated him throughout these years. Therefore, he was afraid that he might do something he shouldn't do if he met him in City B. Even now he still had the same feelings. Chen Kanji knew that the grudge was hidden deep in Kei's heart, and it could never be wiped off. Chen Kanji wasn't willing to see Kei living an unhappy life because of it. I won't find him on my own initiative, but I won't stop myself from taking revenge if I meet him one day, Kei said. He would keep his promise to his mother, but he would follow his heart if he ran into Mu Shushan and that woman. Chen Kanji thought that it wasn't a bad idea. Around 5 p.m., Yuzi received a call from a man named Yang Zichin who was Mrs. Yang's son. Yuzi had mixed emotions, because she didn't expect that it would move so fast. Yang Zichin asked Yuzi whether she was free, and he invited her to share a meal together. Since Yuzi agreed to meet Mrs. Yang's son, it would be inappropriate if she rejected. Although she wasn't familiar with Mrs. Yang or her family background, she knew that Mrs. Yang must be a noble woman given Mrs. Lin's attitude towards her. In addition, Yang Zichin invited her to meet in a public place, so it would be safe. Therefore, Yuzi agreed. For Yuzi's convenience, Yang Zichin set the meeting place right in Fengsheng shopping mall, which left a good impression on Yuzi. Before Yang Zichin called Yuzi, he already booked a table at a restaurant owned by him and one of his friends. Since Yuzi agreed to share a meal with him, Yang Zichin left for Fengsheng shopping mall at once. The appointed time was 6 p.m., but Yang Zichin arrived 20 minutes early to show his respect for Yuzi. Yuzi, of course, wouldn't arrive just before 6 p.m., because it would be impolite. Both of them were people with good manners. Accordingly, Yuzi arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes early. However, when Yuzi walked to the table that Yang Zichin told her to, she was surprised to see the man sitting by the table. "It's you." Facing Yuzi's reaction, Yang Zichin wasn't surprised at all, but smiled and stood up. "Miss Yu, nice to meet you. I'm Yang Zichin. I'm glad that you still remember me. Please have a seat." Yuzi and Yang Zichin didn't know each other, but they had met once before, which was unforgettable. On a day 3 months ago, Yuzi was ambling in a park, and an old man who was practicing with a sword suddenly lost control of it and the sword flew at Yuzi's back. Right at this moment, someone grabbed her and moved out of the way. Yuzi thought that the man was sexually harassing her, so she slapped him across his face without hesitation. After that, she found out that it was just a misunderstanding. Yuzi felt embarrassed, apologizing and thanking him repeatedly afterwards. Yang Zichen didn't mind, but the slap made him remember Yuzi. He thought that she was very funny. In the following 3 months, he couldn't help laughing when he remembered what happened. Yesterday, he saw Yuzi at the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, and he appreciated her for her creative designs. In the beginning, he didn't have the plan to chase Yuzi, but his mother suddenly wanted to set him up with a girl. In fact, he didn't want to go on a blind date, because it wasn't romantic at all. However, when he found out that the girl was Yuzi, he agreed without delay. After Yuzi was seated, Yang Zichen gave the menu to her. "Please order whatever you like." "Thanks," Yuzi said, then started to read the menu. Since they had met before, they weren't strangers, and Yuzi felt much more relaxed. She ordered a steak, a corn juice, and a plate of fruit salad. Although there had been a misunderstanding between them before, it had been cleared up right away, so they didn't feel embarrassed at all, and enjoyed the meal. Ji Yuning was also dining with her friends at the same time. "Boss, when will you go back to the capital?" Xu Jinchen asked. "No idea," Leng Xiaoting said. He hoped that he wouldn't be assigned any tasks these 2 days, so he could spend more time alone with Ji Yuning. Even though they had been together for the past few days, there were always other people by their sides. "Fine," Xu Jinchen said. Gao Yi and Chao Ya went for a walk after dinner, but soon noticed that someone was stalking them. They didn't pay much attention to the man, but walked to a place with few people around. They didn't turn around to search for their target until there was nobody around them. At a glance, they focused on a man in black with a mask and baseball cap. The man also understood that he had already been discovered, but he didn't avoid Gao Yi's and Chao Ya's sight, and walked straight to them. Both Gao Yi and Chao Ya remained silent, staring at the man. The man stopped 2 meters away from them, then said, "Flying eagle, flying bird, good for you. You're able to live a normal life now." Hearing that, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were surprised, but stayed calm and alert. Chapter 705 Black Cat. Since the man could recognize them, he must have the same occupation as them. If he came to them right now, he must have been assigned a task to kill them. "Are you here to kill us?" Gao Yi asked, although he already had the answer. Even though their names weren't on the wanted list now, it was possible that the leader of the killer organization they had served wanted them killed. "Not really." To Gao Yi and Chao Ya's astonishment, the man denied it. "Then why?" Gao Yi asked with a doubtful look. "Well," the man said in a self-mocking tone, "I'm on the wanted list now the same as you were, but I'm not as able as you are to be able to wipe my name away, so I'm being chased now." Hearing that, Gao Yi and Chao Ya frowned, and were curious about the reason why his name was listed on the wanted list. Normally, the killers whose names were put on the wanted list had betrayed their organizations. One killer wouldn't put another killer's name on the wanted list, because they preferred to solve the problem on their own. Although they were curious, they didn't ask for the reason, because curiosity killed the cat. "How did you find us and why?" Gao Yi asked again. "I encountered you just now, and of course I want you to help me wipe my name from the wanted list. I'll owe you a favor, and I'll do everything for you to the best of my ability," the man said. "Sorry, we don't have the ability to wipe our names away. Someone helped us," Gao Yi said. "Who?" the man asked. "Shouldn't you tell me whether you're telling me the truth first?" "I can't tell you the person's name right now," Gao Yi said. The man was struck dumb for a second. He thought that Gao Yi's words made sense, so he took off his cap and mask. A young face with a knife scar appeared. Black Cat. Seeing the man's face, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were surprised to meet a familiar person. Their names had been on the wanted list, so it was normal that other killers knew their faces and code names, but they were still astonished to see a familiar face. In the killer's world, their identities had to be kept a secret, so one wouldn't know many familiar people, unless they served the same organization, or had met each other at the same training place, or had fought against one another while fulfilling the same task. They met Black Cat in a conflict when they had been assigned the same task. Although they had almost killed each other, they had fulfilled the task with one another's help, so they had shared the reward at the end. If you don't believe it, you can check the wanted list. "I can wait," Black Cat said. "Well, it's not up to me whether to help you or not, and I think that you will have to satisfy the conditions she set, Gao Yi said, because he knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't agree without any conditions. What conditions? Black Cat asked. He didn't think that it was a big deal, because there was no free lunch in this world. You will probably have to work for her for the rest of your life, Gao Yi said. Hearing that, Black Cat frowned. What was the difference between that and his previous life in the killer organization? Well, we're willing to work for her for the rest of our lives, but it still depends on her whether she wants to use you. I can only say that she's a very successful businesswoman who's never done illegal things, Gao Yi said. He understood that Black Cat was reluctant to live a life which was full of blood and killing anymore. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning would help Black Cat, but he had to know Black Cat's willingness before he told Ji Yuning. Gao Yi was willing to give Black Cat a helping hand because he thought that Black Cat was a great killer, and Ji Yuning probably needed him. As for Black Cat's character, Gao Yi didn't know much about it, and it was up to Ji Yuning whether to keep him or not. If it is possible, I hope that I can discuss it with her in person, Black Cat said. I can help you mention it on the phone, but she's the decision maker, Gao Yi said, and Black Cat understood. Afterwards, Gao Yi walked aside, and called Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning received Gao Yi's call, she had just finished the meal with her friends, and they were talking about where to have fun next. Boss, I have something to talk to you in private, Gao Yi heard other people's voices from the phone and said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow, because she knew that it must be serious. Wait a second, Ji Yuning said standing up, then walked to an interior room. All right, you can say it now, Ji Yuning said. After that, Gao Yi told her what had happened to Black Cat. Hearing that, Ji Yuning's eyes lit up. She needed people with great skills in fighting or kung fu right now, and a killer couldn't be a better choice. As for the person's character, she needed time to see it. Therefore, she didn't mind. In addition, she was also willing to meet Black Cat in person, and told them to meet her at the Wangdeng Hotel. When Ji Yuning walked out, they already made a decision on where to have fun next, but Ji Yuning had to leave. I'm sorry, I have to go deal with something important right now, so I won't join you. They were all disappointed that Ji Yuning would be absent, but they understood that Ji Yuning was very busy. Since Ji Yuning wouldn't go with them, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't either. They went to a tea room after their friends were gone. Leng Xiaoting didn't ask what Ji Yuning was going to deal with, but clasped her in his arms the second the waiter was out. He lowered his head to her neck, and rubbed her collarbone with the top of his nose. Stop now, they'll be here soon. Ji Yuning pushed Leng Xiaoting away. They were in a public place. Chapter 706 Cooperate to gain what we need. Leng Xiaoting, however, put on an innocent face. He loosened his arms, and looked down at her saying in an aggrieved tone, I just want to hug you, that's it. Ji Yuning was amused, but didn't stop him from hugging her. She could use her jade eyes. If someone was coming, she would notice it first. Leng Xiaoting also stopped rubbing sexually against Ji Yuning, because he knew that they were in a public place. After a while, Leng Xiaoting let Ji Yuning go and held her hand, walking to the tea table. He sat down and started to prepare cups of tea. In fact, they could let a tea master prepare the tea for them, but Leng Xiaoting chose to do the kung fu tea ceremony one himself. Oh, you know how to do the kung fu tea ceremony? Ji Yuning was surprised seeing Leng Xiaoting's skilled actions. Yeah, I learned it from my grandpa, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting prepared 2 cups of tea, and they began to enjoy it. A few minutes later, Gao Yi and the others arrived. Ji Yuning told them the number of their tea room and told them to come over. Before long, they arrived and knocked on the door. Come in, Ji Yuning said. Gao Yi then pushed the door open, walking inside, followed by Xiaoya and Black Cat. In order to not be recognized by those who was chasing him, Black Cat was wearing a black cap and mask. Boss. Gao Yi and Xiaoya greeted Ji Yuning once they walked in. Black Cat hadn't asked Gao Yi whether his boss was a male or female, but he thought that the person must be an old and experienced person. When he followed Gao Yi and Xiaoya stepping inside, he had no idea that the young girl was their boss. Although he couldn't see Leng Xiaoting's face, he still sensed his air of pride and nobility. Black Cat understood that the young man wasn't simple at all. To him, however, Ji Yuning looked just like a kind young girl who was stunning. Therefore, when he heard Gao Yi and Chao Ya call her their boss, he was shocked. In normal situations, most people would doubt Ji Yuning, but Black Cat was different. He was astonished, but he never thought lightly of Ji Yuning just because she was very young. On the contrary, Ji Yuning left a deep impression on him since she was able to help Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't ordinary people after all. If Ji Yuning had the ability to get Gao Yi and Chao Ya to work for her, she must be unusually smart and powerful. Precisely because Ji Yuning seemed like a normal young girl, he appreciated her more, because disguises were very important. Black Cat took off his cap and mask at once before he greeted Ji Yuning. "Miss, it's very nice to meet you. My name's Black Cat. Nice to meet you too. Please have a seat," Ji Yuning said. She didn't think that she was better than him, but she still had an air of power. In order to convince Black Cat to work for her, she had to show her ability and power. Black Cat did feel her power, and held great respect for her. They were all seated at the table, but Leng Xiaoting never gave them a glance. Instead, he focused on the tea all the time. "Mr. Leng, may I help?" Chao Ya said. As Ji Yuning's subordinate, she couldn't sit aside watching her boss's boyfriend preparing tea for them. Chao Ya was good at preparing tea as well. "Vas, no need," Leng Xiaoting said. Since he said that, Chao Ya didn't insist. "The condition is very simple. You must work for me as a useful assistant. I won't ask you to do illegal things. You just need to help me manage my companies and you'll be paid according to your ability," Ji Yuning said. "That simple?" Black Cat asked and couldn't believe his ears. He felt like Ji Yuning wasn't settling a deal with him, but was helping him. Not to mention the fact that he was still a killer being chased by other killers, such a good job was a very big favor for normal people. To be specific, Ji Yuning saved his life and also offered him a great job. Even though he was confident that he could survive being chased, he still wanted to live a normal life. Ji Yuning smiled. "We value different things as the most important thing in our life. You want to get rid of the pursuers and live a normal life, while I needed a well-trained person to help me manage my company. We just cooperate to gain what we need." Ji Yuning hit the point. However, even though Ji Yuning had the intention to hire Black Cat, she wouldn't force him if he declined her offer. "Great, I'm willing to work for you," Black Cat said. In his eyes, there was no reason to reject such a great offer. He was a man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he had been chased by the killer organization just because he found out some dirty secrets about it. If it hadn't been for that, he would have been working as a professional killer as usual. Ji Yuning, however, didn't end the deal right away, but added, "I also want your loyalty. You don't need to die for me, but just do your job well. Stay loyal to me and never stab me in the back. I disliked threatening others, but I think it's necessary to remind you that I hate betrayal the most. No matter who betrays me, he or she won't die in peace. Ningning, if he dares to betray you, I'll kill him for you," Leng Xiaoting suddenly said with a serious expression. Black Cat was scared, even Gao Yi and Chao Ya felt stressed. The Gongfu tea ceremony or Kung Fu tea ceremony is a kind of Chinese tea ceremony, involving the ritual preparation and presentation of tea. Chapter 707 Establish a killer organization. At this moment, Black Cat saw a person of his kind, not because of the identity but the air of aggression. He believed that this young man's hands had been stained by no less blood than his. The deal was settled, and Ji Yuning called K at once. "Wipe a killer whose name is Black Cat off the wanted list," Ji Yuning said. "Boss, are you going to hire all the killers on the list? Do you have a plan to establish a killer organization for yourself?" K joked. Ji Yuning laughed, then said half seriously, "I think it's a good idea. Why don't you help me keep a close eye on the wanted list, and hire some killers for me?" "Are you serious?" K suddenly didn't know whether Ji Yuning was being serious or not. He just made a joke, and it wasn't a good thing to establish a killer organization. "Well, I wasn't thinking of that, but I feel it's not a bad idea now." I'm not interested in a killer organization, but I think a guardian team will be enough. Help me nail it, Ji Yuning said with a serious look. Aren't you afraid that it'll be dangerous if you hire too many killers? Kay asked. Although it could stop killers on the wanted list from being chased to some extent by wiping their names off, it didn't mean that they were 100% safe afterwards. If Ji Yuning hired too many killers, she could be the target of a killer organization. Everything profitable is risky. The business world is like a battlefield, and I don't want to be the prey, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning was just a young businesswoman without much experience, and she wasn't a threat to her peers yet, so everything went on well right now. However, if she wanted to be more successful, there was no doubt that she was going to face more challenges and risks. Fine, you win. I'll keep an eye on it. Kay agreed with Ji Yuning on what she had just said. After that, they hung up the call. Except for Leng Xiaoting, the others were all shocked by Ji Yuning's new idea. It was very dangerous, but also important. She was going to face dangerous challenges and risks in the future anyway, so it would do her more good than harm if she had a guardian team to protect herself and those she cared about. What's your real identity? Ji Yuning asked. My real information has been written off, so I can't use it. The identity information of Ba Tianyang is unknown in the organization. This is the identity information of an orphan, and all the information is vague. Black Cat, who was Ba Tianyang, said. Each killer had many identities, but those weren't true. They just stole the identification of some dead people who hadn't been signed off yet. Great, we'll call you Ba Tianyang from now on. You can follow Gao Yi to deal with some business, and I'll arrange other work for you after your name is wiped off, Ji Yuning said. Thanks, Ba Tianyang said. Since Ba Tianyang would follow Gao Yi for the following days, Gao Yi had to take care of him, but they could use the public money of Ji Yuning's company. After telling Gao Yi to look after Ba Tianyang and reminding Chao Ya to go to Wufu Hills at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Ji Yuning left with Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't early when they walked out, so they went to pick Ji Yu Man up. Yang Zichen invited Yu Zi to watch a film together after dinner. This was the first time that they had met each other officially, so Yang Zichen thought that Yu Zi might decline his invitation. However, to his surprise, Yu Zi agreed. The theater was in the shopping mall not far from the restaurant where they had dined together, so they directly walked there. When Yang Zichen and Yu Zi walked side by side, they felt like they were dating as a couple. Both of them felt nervous and excited. When they arrived at the box office, Yang Zichen told Yu Zi to wait for him and he went to buy the tickets. Oh, isn't this Yu Zi? She came here to watch a film too. I wonder who she came here with. Just as Yang Zichen walked away, a man said unkindly. Yu Zi looked over. It was a man who was around 25 years old with a young woman holding his arm by his side. Yu Zi. This name sounds so familiar. The young woman said. She's Lin Tianyu's poor ex-girlfriend. We've talked about her before, the man said with disdain. Only actually, the man wasn't from a family that was much richer than Lin Tianyu's, but he was much richer than normal people, so he was very arrogant. In addition, the man hadn't heard the news about Yu Zi yet, otherwise he wouldn't dare to laugh at her. Hearing that, the young woman nodded, but still felt that she had seen or heard of Yu Zi's name somewhere before. Yu Zi planned to ignore the man, but the man wouldn't stop attacking her. Yu Zi, did you find yourself a rich boyfriend? He asked, mocking Yu Zi, like she was a gold digger. In those rich second-generation heirs' eyes, a poor girl like Yu Zi just wanted money from them. Hearing that, many people looked at him with obvious dislike. In fact, most people were hypocritical and realistic. When looking for a boyfriend or girlfriend, the majority would check the person's family background and appearance first. Yu Zi was angry. However, before she could say something, a man interrupted her. Do you think that Miss Yu doesn't deserve a rich man? The man was exactly Yang Zichen. Lord Yang. The man was shocked to see Yang Zichen and changed his expression at once to flatter him. What a coincidence. Chapter 708 Ji Yuning, the perfect wing woman. Well, I invited Miss Yu to watch a film together with me, but I'm very annoyed that she was humiliated by someone right in front of my face. Yang Zichen said in a cold tone, then turned to Yu Zi and apologized with sincerity. Miss Yu, I'm so sorry about that. Hearing that, the young man rounded his eyes in shock. What? Yu Zi came here with Yang Zichen. Yang Zichen invited her to watch a film together. The young man couldn't believe that Yu Zi, who was just an ordinary person, could hang out with Yang Zichen, who was born in a super rich and powerful family. It's fine. Yu Zi didn't mind it. Although she was mad at the young man's words, she wouldn't blame Yang Zichen for it. Lord Yang, I had no idea that Miss Yu came here with you. The young man explained at once in fear. If he had known that Yu Zi came here with Yang Zichen, he wouldn't have dared to humiliate her. Even though his family was rich, it was barely comparable with the Yang family. Oh, isn't that woman the designer of charm? At this moment, someone recognized Yu Zi. Hearing that, the young woman realized why she felt Yu Zi looked so familiar. Yu Zi was the designer of charm. She is. I thought that she looked like Yu Zi, but I didn't recognize her just then. Charm? What charm? I haven't heard of it before. Do you know jade beauty jewelry? Yes, it's quite popular and fashionable these days. There were many pieces of news about jade beauty jewelry, so most people had heard of it, but its great fame overshadowed charm at the same time. Those who hadn't heard of charm was mostly because they hadn't watched the release conference of jade beauty jewelry and charm yet. You must have missed the release conference of jade beauty jewelry and charm. Both jade beauty jewelry and charm are owned by the same boss, and Miss Yu is the designer and a shareholder of charm. What? Jade beauty jewelry and charm are owned by the same boss. If Miss Yu is the designer and a shareholder of charm, she must be very rich herself. I don't think that there is anything wrong with it if she has a rich boyfriend. Exactly. I heard that charm is always crowded these days. It's very profitable. The young man who had just humiliated Yu Zi was totally shocked. Yu Zi is the designer and a shareholder of charm. Although he didn't know how popular or valuable the brand of charm was, he had heard that jade beauty jewelry was a high-end brand and its boss had a powerful network. In that case, charm couldn't be cheap. To his astonishment, Yu Zi became so rich within a short time. Let's go inside now, Yang Zichen said to Yu Zi, and ignored the young man. Sure, Yu Zi said and followed Yang Zichen walking inside. The young man felt quite embarrassed, and soon left. The young woman who came here with him just shrugged. She felt ashamed too after the young man made himself a joke in a public place. Once they left, the young man called Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, do you know what Yu Zi is doing now? The young man asked. Lin Tianyu, who was drinking alone in a bar, frowned. Although he knew what his friend was asking about, he still asked, what do you mean? She's the designer and a shareholder of charm. The young man said. Oh, I'm aware of that, Lin Tianyu said. Do you know that she's hanging out with Yang Zichen? The young man asked again. What? She's hanging out with Yang Zichen? Lin Tianyu was surprised. I just went to a cinema and ran into them, the young man said, but he didn't actually know their relationship. Lin Tianyu felt quite displeased when he heard that Yu Zi was hanging out with a man who was a super rich heir from the high society. He was very jealous and regretful now. He was reluctant to give up, and made up his mind to get Yu Zi back by hook or by crook. Thinking of that, Lin Tianyu began losing his reason. Ji Yuning stayed in the Tang family's house for a while, then brought Ji Yuman back to Wufu Hills. Because Ji Yuman would be gone for many days, Tang Yunfan didn't want to see her leaving, but he couldn't stop her. Not only Tang Yunfan, Ji Yuman didn't want to leave either, but she had to go back to take care of their beauty salon. On the way back to Wufu Hills, Ji Yuning asked Ji Yuman, Mom, how is everything going now between you and him? Ji Yuman flushed a little with a happy smile, which proved everything. Not bad, Ji Yuman said. Ji Yuning understood that Ji Yuman was still hesitating to make the decision. Do you think that you can fully accept him now? Are you willing to marry him and spend the rest of your life with him? Ji Yuning asked. Well, Ji Yuman hesitated. It seemed that Ji Yuning had to do something to help them, so she said, if you're not willing to marry him, forget it. I didn't say that, Ji Yuman retorted at once, in case Ji Yuning took it seriously. Ha ha, Ji Yuning laughed, and Ji Yuman realized that Ji Yuning was just kidding. She flushed red and said, "How can you do that? I'm your mother." Chapter 709. I can't wait till tomorrow. I'm just worried that you're not willing to do it. If so, we don't need to waste time here, right? Ji Yuning said in an aggrieved tone. Ji Yuman didn't know what to say, because she knew that Ji Yuning cared about her. Once the Tang family overcomes the crisis, it's time to deal with your marriage, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuman flushed again, and turned to look outside of the window. When they got home, it was almost 10:30 p.m., and Ji Yuman went to take a shower before going to bed. However, it was still early for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, so they stayed in the living room watching TV. Ji Yuning was watching TV, but Leng Xiaoting was staring at her the entire time. "Why are you staring at me all the time? I just want to," Leng Xiaoting said, and leaned in to kiss her, but Ji Yuning avoided it at once. "What are you doing? My mom is home. Just a kiss," Leng Xiaoting said with an innocent face. "No, what if my mom comes out all of a sudden?" Ji Yuning refused. "I think that we're sharp-eyed enough to discover it in time," Leng Xiaoting said. It was obvious that he couldn't wait a second longer. Even so, Ji Yuning still didn't dare to do it and said, "We can never be too careful. If my mom catch you doing that, she'll have a bad impression of you, and probably forbid me to be with you anymore." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was nervous, and sat back upright without hesitation. "I can't wait till tomorrow when your mother is back in City F," Leng Xiaoting said with burning desire in his eyes. Ji Yuning glared at him and was amused. When Yuzi and Yang Ziqin finished watching the film and walked out, it was 10:30 p.m., so Yang Ziqin drove Yuzi home. Although Yuzi had already bought a house, it was still being furnished, so she lived in a rented apartment for now. The moment Yang Ziqin heard where Yuzi lived, he was concerned. "It isn't safe there. Are you sure you'll be fine living there? I just bought a new house, but it's still being furnished, so I have to live there for the time being," Yuzi said. Since she said so, Yang Ziqin didn't say anything further on the topic, because they weren't very familiar yet. "Oh, I watched the release conference. Did you establish charm yourself?" Yang Ziqin asked and changed the topic. "Yeah, it's been established for over a year, but wasn't profitable until my boss invested in it," Yuzi said with a grateful expression. "I love your designs, and I think they are as good as those famous masters." "You just need some fame," Yang Ziqin said. It was the truth that people nowadays would only pay for fame. Once charm became popular along with jade beauty jewelry, its flagship store was crowded every day. Yuzi, however, felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Yang, thank you so much for your appreciation, but I still think that I have a lot to learn from those masters. I'm telling the truth, and I believe in you," Yang Ziqin said with a serious face. "Thanks," Yuzi said. Yang Ziqin didn't leave until Yuzi went back into her apartment and turned on the lights. Coincidentally, Yang Ziqin also lived in Wufu Hills not far from Ji Yuning. When he got back home, Mrs. Yang asked him curiously, "How was it?" "Everything went well, and I think she's a good girl, but I don't know her impression of me," Yang Ziqin said. "Do you need me to ask her for you?" Mrs. Yang asked. "Please don't. It's just the first meeting, we can take it slow," Yang Ziqin said. He was afraid that his mother would put too much pressure on them. "Fine." Mrs. Yang also understood that it was their personal affairs. "If you think that she's a good girl, seize every chance to chase her." "All right, I understand," Yang Ziqin said before going upstairs. It would take time for them to get along with each other after all. Cao Wenxin and her friends were also leaving for home. However, just as she stood up, she stumbled and fell into Xinbei and kissed his lips by accident. In an instant, both of them rounded their eyes in shock, and they felt their hearts beating fast at the same time. The others around them were also astonished. "Jesus, Xinbei had a forced kiss!" Xu Jinchen exclaimed in excitement. Xu Jinchen's voice separated them at once. To be specific, it was Cao Wenxin who pushed Xinbei away. Xinbei, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. However, when she stood up, she fell again and pressed on Xinbei's body. "Wenxin, are you all right?" Chu Yuxin wanted to help her up, but was stopped by Xi Ming. It's fine. They need a good chance to get closer to each other. Hearing that, Chu Yuxin stood still. Chapter 710 I don't care who you are. They all noticed that there was a very real chemistry between them, but neither of them confessed their affection to each other, so they needed a little help. Therefore, nobody else in the private room went ahead to help Cao Wenxin up, except for Xinbei. Although Xinbei was unwilling to let Cao Wenxin leave his arms, they weren't a couple after all, so it wasn't appropriate. After being supported by Xinbei, Cao Wenxin flushed red, and didn't dare to meet Xinbei's eyes. Xinbei felt uneasy as well. Xinbei, why don't you send Wenxin home? Xu Jinchen said. It was obvious that he was giving them a chance to spend some alone time together. No, thanks, Cao Wenxin declined subconsciously, not because she didn't want Xinbei to send her home, but because she felt too embarrassed to face Xinbei now. Are you sure? It's very late now, and it isn't safe if you take a taxi home, Xu Jinchen interrupted Cao Wenxin before she could finish her sentence. Xinbei is the only one who hasn't drunk too much, so he is the only one who can drive you home. After that, Xu Jinchen walked out at once. He had drunk a lot, and felt like sleeping now. The others all left without delay, and only Cao Wenxin and Xinbei stayed in the room. Cao Wenxin opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In addition, there was no one who wanted to hear it, so she could only close her mouth. Do you really hate me? Xinbei asked all of a sudden, feeling hurt and sad. Of course not. Cao Wenxin denied it at once. She didn't hate him. Instead, she liked him now, which was the reason why she felt so shy. However, she couldn't say it aloud. Well, then let's go. Cao Wenxin stood up walking out. Seeing Cao Wenxin almost escaping, Xinbei wore an evil smile but didn't say anything. However, before Xinbei caught up with Cao Wenxin, a man stopped her. Wenxin, what a coincidence. Come on, come have some fun in my private room. The man seemed kind, but Cao Wenxin frowned with hatred. Get out of my way. Don't be so aggressive. She told you to get out of her way. Xinbei strode to Cao Wenxin's side and coldly looked at the man. Who are you? It's none of your business. The man was very arrogant. Xinbei ignored him, and pulled Cao Wenxin, walking ahead. The man, however, wasn't willing to give up. He grabbed Cao Wenxin's other hand. Cao Wenxin tried in vain to get rid of his hand, her face covered with an expression of strong dislike. The next second, Xinbei caught the man's wrist and squeezed it with great force. The man felt great pain and let go of Cao Wenxin's hand. He stared at Xinbei with an angry face. How dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? I was born in the Xie family. The man was named Xie Dongyan. He was the son of a relatively super-rich family in City B, and only a few people dared to annoy him. Cao Wenxin was an exception. Not only did she dare to annoy him, but she also dared to punch him. Even so, he admired Cao Wenxin, and would approach her every time he saw her. Xie Dongyan knew some fighting skills, so he was able to protect himself to some extent, although he couldn't win a fight with Cao Wenxin. I don't care who you are, but I'll beat you if you dare to harass Wenxin. Xinbei said. He didn't seem scared at all, but was quite protective of Cao Wenxin now. At this moment, Cao Wenxin enjoyed the feeling of being protected by a strong man, and her hatred towards Xie Dongyan was soon replaced by happiness. She hoped that this feeling could last forever. Most men cared about saving face very much. So after being caught and hurt by Xinbei, Xie Dongyan was in a rage, because he thought that it damaged his dignity as a man. When he saw Cao Wenxin showing happiness because of the strong and handsome man in front of him, he was even angrier and lost control of himself. At short notice, he clenched his fist and tried to punch Xinbei. Xinbei was a well-trained soldier in the special forces, so it was impossible that Xie Dongyan could hurt him. Xie Dongyan caught Xie Dongyan's fist within a second, then turned to ask Cao Wenxin, "Can I beat him?" Xinbei ached to punch him, but he was afraid that it might cause Cao Wenxin trouble. Of course, Cao Wenxin said with obvious hatred in her eyes. The second Cao Wenxin finished her sentence, Xinbei dislocated Xie Dongyan's arm with a clear sound. Xie Dongyan shouted in pain and his face turned pale at once. Although his arm could easily be placed back to its normal position in the joint, it was still super painful when it was dislocated. Besides, it wasn't something that everyone could do, so they would have to turn to an orthopedist for help. It would be really painful for him before he found a good doctor. Therefore, Shinbei left with Cao Wenxin after just dislocating his arm. Before they left, Cao Wenxin stared straight at Xie Dongyan saying coldly, "Xie Dongyan, if you dare to harass me again, I'll beat you down to the floor." "Lord Xie, are you all right?" A waiter walked over when Cao Wenxin and Shinbei were gone. "Do you think that I'm all right now? Go find my brothers in private room V08, and tell them to come here right now." Xie Dongyan roared in anger. Couldn't the waiter see that he was in great pain right now? Sure. The waiter was frightened, then ran to private room V08 to tell Xie Dongyan's friends. Before long, 3 men walked over, and they were all surprised when they saw Xie Dongyan's arm. "Lord Xie, what happened?" "Someone dislocated my arm," Xie Dongyan said in a cold tone with an angry face. "What? Who dared to hurt you?" "We'll kill him for you," a man said. "Exactly," the other 2 men agreed. "Take me to the hospital first," Xie Dongyan said. He felt like he was dying. Hearing that, they realized that it was the most important thing to do now, so they helped Xie Dongyan walk out. They weren't doctors, so they had to go to the hospital. Chapter 711 Your answer is more important. Shinbei drove Cao Wenxin back to Wufu Hills. "It seems like you really hate that man." "Why?" Shinbei asked. He could tell that the man admired Cao Wenxin, and he wasn't happy about that, even though Cao Wenxin disliked him. "Yeah, the man is called Xie Dongyan, and he was born in the Xie family in City B. He was the boyfriend of one of my friends, but he said that he only became my friend's boyfriend to get close to me. My friend was really hurt and moved abroad. Although she didn't blame me for it, she never contacted me again. I hate Xie Dongyan because of that. If he keeps a distance from me, it's fine, but I'll punch him if he annoys me. However, once on shore one prays no more, and he's repeatedly harassed me," Cao Wenxin said, and her voice was full of hatred towards Xie Dongyan and guilt for her friend. Although it wasn't Cao Wenxin's fault, it had something to do with her after all, so she still felt guilty. Cao Wenxin never liked Xie Dongyan, but Shinbei thought that Xie Dongyan must love her very much, otherwise he wouldn't have repeatedly approached her even though he knew that she would punch him. Therefore, Shinbei felt a little bitter. When they arrived at the gate of the house, Cao Wenxin was ready to get out. "Wait a second," Shinbei stopped her all of a sudden. "What?" Cao Wenxin turned to ask him, but he suddenly kissed her. Cao Wenjun rounded her eyes in shock, seeing his handsome face right in front of her eyes. Her mind went blank at this moment. Shinbei was also astonished by his passionate move, but he didn't let her go, because he enjoyed the taste of her soft lips. It was obvious that Cao Wenxin enjoyed it as well. So she didn't resist at all. Shinbei pushed his tongue past her teeth and into her mouth. She didn't push him away until she was out of breath. Shinbei wasn't prepared, so he was easily pushed away, and realized what he had just done. Seeing Cao Wenxin in a panic, Shinbei got nervous and felt guilty. Wenxin, he lost control of himself. He liked her and he wanted to be with her. Before Shinbei could say another word, Cao Wenxin opened the car door and was about to leave, but was stopped by Shinbei again. "Wenxin, what?" Cao Wenxin's body and voice trembled a little, and she didn't have the courage to look back at Shinbei. "I can be very busy or free with my job. When I'm very busy, you probably won't hear from me for more than half a month, but I can have a break of nearly a week when I'm free. I like you. If you don't mind my job, could you please give me a chance?" Shinbei confessed his affection for Cao Wenxin. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin's heart began to race. She was very excited, but also wanted to escape. Let me go. I need to go home now." Cao Wenxin didn't answer Shinbei's question, although she wanted to. She wasn't sure whether she really liked Shinbei, and she had never had a boyfriend before, so she felt timid. "You haven't answered my question yet." Shinbei wouldn't let her go. Cao Wenxin stammered. "What?" Shinbei moved closer to her and his warm breath was right by Cao Wenxin's ear. She ached to escape right now, but had nowhere to do so. Leave me alone. Cao Wenxin turned around to push him, but she felt aroused all of a sudden when her hands touched his strong chest, and she drew them back at once in fear. You don't like me at all? Xinbei asked and felt really hurt. Of course not. Cao Wenxin denied it subconsciously, but felt more embarrassed once she blurted it out. However, she didn't know how to explain it now. Xinbei was cheered up hearing her answer, but he wanted a clearer one. Since you denied it, why don't you tell me directly whether you like me or not? Right when Cao Wenxin stammered again, Xinbei's phone rang, and Cao Wenxin felt quite relieved. It seemed that she dodged the bullet. However, Xinbei had no intention to answer the call, which surprised Cao Wenxin. Don't you hear your phone ringing? Yeah, Xinbei said, but didn't bother to answer it. He had set a special ringtone for all the important numbers, but this ringtone wasn't it, so it wasn't an important call. Why don't you pick it up? Cao Wenxin was confused. Your answer is more important, Xinbei said. It was something sweeter than sweet nothings, and Cao Wenxin felt touched. I'll give you the answer tomorrow. How about that? Cao Wenxin knew that she couldn't escape this time, and decided to face. I'll be going back to the capital tomorrow, Xinbei said. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin was disappointed, although she already knew about it. Cao Wenxin insisted on giving Xinbei the answer tomorrow, so Xinbei agreed. He couldn't wait to hear the answer, but he knew that it would take time for Cao Wenxin to accept him. After that, Cao Wenxin got out of the car, and escaped back to her house. Seeing Cao Wenxin walking into her house, Xinbei took out his phone and checked the caller. The caller was Xin Chen. Hey, why did you call me so late? Xinbei asked. Why didn't you tell us that you're in City B now? Your sister-in-law just saw you in the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Xin Chen complained. Well, I've been with my friends these past few days, and I'm going back to my team tomorrow. I'll visit you next time, Xinbei said. Chapter 712 Who can take the position? How is everything going between you and Wenxin? Xin Chen asked with concern, because he had noticed Cao Wenxin standing right by Xinbei's side at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the video. Nothing new. I'll tell you if I have any good news, Xinbei said. All right, Xin Chen said, then hung up. Xinbei gave the house a glance before he drove away. In the house, Cao Wenxin was actually standing by the window, watching Xinbei's car driving away. She couldn't help thinking of the kiss, and her heart was beating fast. That night, Cao Wenxin didn't sleep at all, neither did Xinbei. Both of them were thinking of each other. The next day, Xinbei woke up at 7 a.m., and sent a message to Cao Wenxin. Xinbei, may I know your answer? He didn't receive Cao Wenxin's reply after a long while, and thought that she was probably still sleeping, so he stopped texting her in case it woke her up. Cao Wenxin indeed didn't see his message because she was still sleeping. She didn't fall asleep last night until it was almost daybreak. Around 7:40 a.m., Chaoya arrived at Wufu Hills. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuman along with Chaoya to the airport at 8 a.m. At the same time, Xu Jinchen, Xinbei and Ximing were about to leave for the airport too. They didn't have as much free time as Leng Xiaoting, who was their team leader, and they had to stay in the military base even if there was no task. Xinbei still didn't receive Cao Wenxin's reply after waiting for a while longer. Just when he was ready to call her, he got a message from her. Cao Wenxin, I'll answer you when we meet next time. In fact, Cao Wenxin indirectly admitted that she liked Xinbei. Reading the message, Xinbei didn't want to leave all of a sudden, but he had to. Xinbei, sure, I can wait. At the airport, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked Ji Yuman to the lounge before they left for the hospital. Tang Yunrong and Tang Yunhang were going to attend the meeting at the company, so there was only Zhang Lihua in the ward together with some security guards. At the same time, Feng Shueqin, who just got up, received a call, and heard the news that Ji Yuman was leaving City B for City F while Ji Yuning was absent. Hearing that, Feng Shueqin was thrilled, because it was a great chance. Very well, follow her to City F right away. If Ji Yuning is absent, it'll be easier to catch Ji Yuman. Feng Shueqin said in a malicious tone. Yes, ma'am. In a meeting room, 8 directors sat across from each other at a table. Quan Mingkai, as the secretary of the chairman, was sitting in the head seat. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, so he wasn't able to attend this meeting, so he would be attending on behalf of Tang Yunfan before they elected a new chairman. However, he could only attend this meeting of the board of directors and put forward suggestions. He couldn't make a decision. There is something wrong with our proposal with a company from country Y, and the representatives of our partner will come here to deal with it at 2 p.m. Before that, I think that we better have the best solution to this problem, Quan Mingkai said. I agree with Secretary Quan, but our business group lacks a leader right now and I'm afraid that it's not easy to solve the problem without a leader, Tang Deming said. It was obvious that he wanted to elect a new chairman before talking about the deal. Exactly. Chairman Tang and Master Tang are both unconscious now. How can we persuade them to cooperate with us? Fu Kaiyu said. It was an accident, which caused Chairman Tang's unconsciousness, Tang Jilin argued. They won't care about that. Businessmen only value benefits. Even though Yunhang is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, our business partner is a foreigner, and it won't work, Tang Deming said. Do you mean that we have to elect a new chairman to solve this problem? Tang Yunhang said with a strong air of power, and the others all felt quite stressed all of a sudden. However, they didn't retreat from their plan. I didn't say that. Well, if you're confident to settle the deal this afternoon, it's fine not to elect a new chairman right now, Tang Deming said. It seemed that Tang Deming was more confident than Tang Yunhang. And your opinions? Tang Yunhang asked Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan, who had remained silent the entire time. I support the plan, which is good for the group's development, Cheng Zongsheng said. Yes, we're all businessmen, and we need to look after our own interests as well, Wu Boyan said. Even though they were neutral, Tang Deming's plan was more beneficial according to the situation now. Oh, then who do you think is capable to take the position? Tang Yunhang asked again. Tang Yunhang, as the secretary of Municipal Party Committee of City B, could be a shareholder of a corporation, but he couldn't be its chairman at the same time. The same thing went for Tang Yunrong as well, because she had a title in the military. Although they could resign their jobs, it took several days to do that. Therefore, neither of them could be the new chairman of their family's business right now. Tang Deming knew that very well, which was part of the reason why he dared to force them to agree with him. In fact, Tang Deming was also worried that they would transfer their shares to a member of the Tang family. No matter who has the ability, he can take the position, Wu Boyan said. Speaking of business ability, only Tang Jilin and Tang Deming were better than the others. Since it's about ability, shouldn't we work together to solve this problem first so that we can see who is most capable of taking the job? Tang Yunhang said. Hearing that, Tang Deming squinted. Tang Yunhang was indeed cunning. Since Tang Yunhang said that, he had to give up for now in case it did him harm if he insisted. Tang Deming obviously knew that the Tang family was aware of his ambition, but he didn't care about it, because the Tang family couldn't fire him just because of his ambition. He hadn't done anything to hurt the Tang family's business yet after all. If the Tang family fired him without a reasonable reason, it would damage the reputation of the corporation. Chapter 713 Make the next step according to the new situation. Actually, in addition to Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng, Tang Jiayang was also a potential businessman in the Tang family. Although he was still young and lacked experience, he could improve that by putting his knowledge into practice. If he took over Tangguang Group right now, it would be hard for him to run the business well, but Quan Mingkai and Yan Weilan would assist him. Either Quan Mingkai or Yan Weilan was capable of being the new chairman of Tangguang Group, because they had helped Tang Yunfan build it throughout the past years. Besides, they had overcome many crises together. Therefore, even though nobody in the Tang family had the ability to take the position, the Tang family would give the job to Quan Mingkai or Yan Weilan instead of someone else. If they hadn't had the plan to find out who the mastermind behind the scheme was, they wouldn't have allowed Tang Deming's group to discuss it with them at this meeting. After that, they began to talk about the proposal. The technology company under the name of Tangguang Group and technology company G of Country Y had agreed to develop an antivirus security system together. However, right when they were about to launch it, another research and development team did it before them. That being the case, technology company G was suspicious that someone in Tengwang Group had leaked the proposal, and vice versa. Although they weren't the only teams who knew how to develop an antivirus security system, and it wasn't surprising that other R&D teams did that. The problem was that the security system the other R&D team had launched was almost exactly the same as theirs. What was worse, the system was even upgraded based on theirs to some extent. Either way, they couldn't launch theirs since another team had already launched it. However, if they stopped researching and developing right now because of that, both companies would suffer a great loss. Since someone leaked the confidential proposal, that person had to take responsibility for it, otherwise the company had to pay for it. Tengwang Group could bear the result, but technology company G couldn't. However, even though Tengwang Group could afford it, nobody was willing to waste hundreds of millions of yuan. N was CA if this problem was caused by Tengwang Group. Tang Yunheng and the others believed that it must have been Tang Deming's fault. However, they lacked evidence to prove it. Since Tang Deming dared to do that, he must be confident that nobody would find out. Although the Tang family was very powerful, Tang Deming believed that he would be safe as long as he was careful enough. Moreover, he hadn't leaked the proposal in person, so it was useless to suspect him. Technology company G believes that it isn't their fault, so we must reflect on ourselves, Quan Mingkai said, and glanced around the directors by the table with his sharp eyes. It's still a doubt, and we must investigate each other, and the investigation in our company has already begun. Tang Deming knew very well that he was under suspicion now, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he put on an expression like he was worried about the company. The company's loss is our loss. That meant that it was impossible that he had leaked the proposal. Others all knew that Tang Deming was very economical, so they didn't doubt his words. They obviously didn't know the real reason behind the accidents which had happened to Tang Yunfen and Tang Haifeng. It was already clear that Tang Deming had caused the car accident which had caught Tang Yunfen. No matter what the result will be, we've damaged our relationship with technology company G, and I'm afraid that our previous cooperation will be ended too, Fu Kaiyu said. Right, and we'll suffer another loss if so, Wu Boyan said. I don't think technology company G will make that impulsive decision, because they'll suffer a loss too, Tang Jilin said. If they have leaked the proposal, they won't do it out of guilt, but I think that they'll do it if someone in our company has leaked the proposal, because they can have compensation in that case. Cheng Zongsheng analyzed. I agree. As long as technology company E of country Y refuses to admit that it's plagiarism, they can win support from the market given that their system is better. Technology company E was precisely the company which had launched the security system before them. Exactly. I think that we'll suffer a great loss no matter what the result is. It wasn't a successful meeting, and they couldn't do anything before the investigation result was out. All they could do now was to wait for their meeting with technology company G. Around 12 a.m., the meeting was over, and Tang Yunheng along with Tang Yunrong went to the hospital together. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were still there, and they just finished having lunch with Tang Haifeng. They stayed in order to ask Tang Yunrong and Tang Yunheng about the result of the meeting. They were very sure that it must have something to do with Tang Deming, but they didn't know which technology company was working with him. What was worse, both technology company G and technology company E could be used by Tang Deming. Ji Yuning told K to hack the two technology companies to search for some clues, but she wasn't very hopeful, because K could be tracked soon after he hacked into their databases given both of the companies were technology companies. She was right. Within several minutes, K called her back and told her that he was tracked by them within a minute. Ji Yuning didn't know what else to do either, and they could only make the next step according to the new situation. No matter which technology company was working with Tang Deming, they had to be well prepared. Chapter 714 Lin Liwan has a mental problem. If technology company G was working with Tang Deming, they must have arranged someone to leak the proposal on purpose. Around 12:20 p.m., Ji Yuman and Chao Ya were back in City F. They called Ji Yuning and told her that they were safe once they got off the plane. However, they were stalked the moment they walked out of the airport. Xiaoya noticed it first, but didn't tell Ji Yu Man, in case she got nervous and anxious. They took a taxi and headed to the beauty salon. When they entered the city center and waited for the traffic light to turn green, Ji Yu Man saw a dirty-faced, not well-dressed woman pushed to the ground by a man in front of a breakfast shop on the roadside. He was punching and kicking her. Ji Yu Man felt very sorry for her, but didn't do anything, because it was not her duty to help every poor person. However, when the taxi was about to move ahead, Ji Yu Man suddenly saw the woman's face. To her astonishment, the woman was Lin Liwan. Ji Yu Man could never imagine that Lin Liwan would be like this. Although she had the worst relationship with Lin Liwan, they were relatives after all, and she didn't have the heart to watch her being beaten by a man on the street. Therefore, Ji Yu Man told the driver to stop. The driver stopped the car by the road, but it wasn't a place where he could stop a car for long, so Xiaoya paid him before he left. Xiaoya didn't ask why Ji Yu Man did that, because she just needed to protect Ji Yu Man well. Stop it. Ji Yu Man ran to them without delay. The man heard her voice and stopped. What's going on here? Ji Yu Man asked. She stole my steamed buns, and dirtied many. The man was angry. How much are they? I can pay you, Ji Yu Man said. However, before the man could say a word, Xiaoya opened her mouth. He's beaten this woman, and I think that is enough to pay the bill. It wasn't about money, but Xiaoya was unwilling to pay the man after he had beaten the woman. The man wanted the money in the beginning, but felt embarrassed to take it after hearing what Xiaoya said. All right, forget it. After that, he turned and walked back to his shop. Lin Liwan was kneeling on the ground on her knees and elbows, but protected the steamed buns in her hands very well although she had been beaten. Ji Yu Man felt very sad seeing Lin Liwan like this. Although she hated her very much, she still had deep sympathy for her. Liwan, what happened to you? Ji Yu Man squatted down beside her. Right when Ji Yu Man's hand touched Lin Liwan yelled in fear, Don't grab my steamed buns away. Saying that, Lin Liwan swallowed the steamed buns down in chunks. It seemed that she was afraid that someone would grab them away if she couldn't eat them right away. Well, Ji Yu Man was shocked by Lin Liwan's reaction, and realized that there was something wrong with Lin Liwan's mental condition. Ma'am, I think she has a mental problem, Xiaoya said. A mental problem? Ji Yu Man was surprised. I won't grab your steamed buns away. Do you want to eat delicious food? I can take you to have some, Ji Yu Man said. Really? Lin Liwan raised her head to look at Ji Yu Man. Her eyes were very bright and seemed innocent. She didn't recognize Ji Yu Man at all. She wasn't in a normal mental condition now, and had the same level of intelligence as a kid. What had she been through? What was Ji Yu Xianxia doing now? Ji Yu Man was worried. Yes, of course, Ji Yu Man said. Hooray! Lin Liwan got back to her feet at once. Even if someone sold her for money, Lin Liwan wouldn't know what happened to her. Ji Yu Man saw a nearby barber shop, and said to Xiaoya, I'll take her to wash her hair, can you help me buy a set of clothing for her? Ji Yu Man wasn't carrying a suitcase, so she didn't have any clothes to share with Lin Liwan. Ma'am, since Miss Ji Yu told me to protect you, you must be in a dangerous situation, so I can't leave you alone. We can take her to wash her hair first, then buy some clothing for her. Xiaoya thought of the person who was stalking them along the way. Fine. Ji Yu Man agreed. After that, Xiaoya and Ji Yu Man took Lin Liwan to the nearby barber shop. When the hairdresser saw Lin Liwan, who was filthy, he felt disgusted, but there was no reason for him to reject the chance to make money. In the beginning, Lin Liwan was resistant, because she didn't know what she was doing. Ji Yu Man had to persuade her to wash her hair first before they went to eat delicious food, and she also stayed by Lin Liwan's side the entire time. Lin Liwan finally accepted it in the end. When the hairdresser was washing Lin Liwan's hair, Ji Yu Man called Ji Yu Xianxia. Ji Yu Xianxia was very surprised that Ji Yu Man would call him again. What? Ji Yu Xianxia asked and sounded normal. Did you divorce Lin Liwan? Ji Yu Man asked. If they were already divorced, she couldn't send Lin Liwan back to Ji Yu Xianxia's place. Not yet, Ji Yu Xianxia said. She's already back to the Lin family's place now though. Hearing that, Ji Man frowned. Since you and Lin Liwan haven't divorced yet, I think I better tell you the truth right now. I ran into her on a street, but she's filthy and has a mental problem. What? Ji Qingxiang was shocked. Why? Ji Qingxiang didn't love Lin Liwan anymore, but he still had a family relationship with her, which was the reason why he never had the idea to divorce her even though he had mistresses. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't divorced yet. Even if they had, Ji Qingxiang would still do something after hearing about Lin Liwan's condition now. Where are you right now? I'll be right there, Ji Qingxiang asked. We're in a barber shop on XX Road, and the hairdresser is washing Lin Liwan's hair now. We'll take her to buy new clothes before we go to eat something, Ji Man said. We will probably be done after half an hour. Why don't you come to pick us up? Sure, I'll be right there, Ji Qingxiang said, and left his company at once. Half an hour later, Lin Liwan had her hair and face washed, and Ji Qingxiang arrived at the same time. Chapter 715 Don't forget your manners. After being through a hard time, Ji Qingxiang became much more friendly. When he met Ji Man again, he wasn't so arrogant as usual at all, and even seemed a little submissive. Ji Qingxiang had aged a lot during this hard time, and he was busy dealing with the crisis of his company. However, it seemed that his company was doomed to bankruptcy. He felt too embarrassed to ask Ji Man for money now, because he didn't know whether Ji Man was willing to help him. Besides, even if he got the money, it would soon be consumed if he failed to strike a business deal. Ji Man, at the same time, didn't bother to ask how everything was going in Ji Qingxiang's life. When Ji Qingxiang saw Lin Liwan, he frowned, but didn't show any disdain. Liwan, Ji Qingxiang called her, but Lin Liwan didn't have any reactions, because she had already forgotten her name. She doesn't know anyone, nor who she is right now. Let's go buy some new clothing for her. Before we take her to eat some food. Ji Man said. Sure, Ji Qingxiang said, and went to support Lin Liwan with his hands, but Lin Liwan was scared and hid behind Ji Man's back at once. Ji Qingxiang didn't know what to do, so he turned around and walked out, followed by them. They got in the car, and left for a shopping mall. On the way, Ji Man didn't talk with Ji Qingxiang. What had happened to Lin Liwan was something Ji Qingxiang should figure out himself. They soon arrived at the shopping mall, and took Lin Liwan to buy some new clothes for her. Ji Qingxiang lacked money now, so they went to a normal clothing shop. If Ji Qingxiang wasn't here, Ji Man would pay for Lin Liwan, but since he was here now, he would pay the bill himself. However, Ji Man didn't mind paying the bill when they went to share a meal together later. Oh, isn't this Mrs. Ji? Didn't you hate such a normal clothing shop before? Why did you suddenly come here to buy clothes? The moment Lin Liwan walked out from a changing room, a woman said in an unkind tone. Lin Liwan, however, had no reaction at all, because she didn't know that the woman was laughing at her. Ji Man and Xiaoya turned to look at the woman. She was around 40 years old and was dressed in normal clothing and had the same mean expression as Lin Liwan did in the old days. There was another woman of the same age as her by her side. When she didn't hear a response from Lin Liwan, the woman was displeased and added, Lin Liwan, I feel so sorry for you now. Your daughter is in jail, and your husband has cheated on you. Even his company is about to go bankrupt. I don't think you're qualified to make fun of me from now on. The woman sounded quite satisfied. She had known Lin Liwan for many years, and Lin Liwan had shown off in front of her many times, so she never forgot her hatred towards Lin Liwan. If it hadn't been for the fact that she needed Lin Liwan's help, she would have argued with Lin Liwan a long time ago. In fact, this woman was also very ungrateful. Although Lin Liwan had despised her, Lin Liwan had helped her a lot after all. However, Lin Liwan was in a bad condition now, so she came to humiliate Lin Liwan in a public place. Jealousy could easily distort a person's mindset, and made a person ungrateful at the same time. Hearing the woman's loud voice, many people in the shop looked at Lin Liwan with sympathy or disdain. Ji Qingxiang, who was sitting on a sofa, felt ashamed and annoyed, but didn't know what to say, because he had cheated on Lin Liwan. Ji Xianxia was reading a magazine, so the two women didn't notice him. They didn't know Ji Man or Xiaoya either, otherwise they wouldn't have been so arrogant. However, Lin Liwan still stood there with an expressionless face. Ji Man, on the other hand, couldn't stand it anymore. "This lady, please mind your personal image and don't forget your manners." The woman felt a little embarrassed, but retorted at once, "It's none of your business. I'm not talking about you. You don't have the right to judge another person either," Ji Man said. "You." The woman was mad, but didn't know what to say. The other woman didn't want to cause a scene, so she pulled her and walked away. After the two women were gone, Ji Man's group also left. Ji Man took them to a restaurant and booked a private room before they started to order dishes. Ji Xianxia called Lin Dekang after ordering, trying to figure out what had happened to Lin Liwan. "What?" Lin Dekang sounded very aggressive. They had a bad relationship ever since Lin Dekang found out that Ji Xianxia had cheated on Lin Liwan. "Didn't Liwan stay at your place? Why didn't you tell me that she left your house? Do you know that she's in a really terrible condition right now?" Ji Xianxia questioned in annoyance. "What?" Lin Dekang was surprised, then remembered that he hadn't seen Lin Liwan for a couple of days. "What has happened to Liwan? She has wandered on the street like a beggar, and was being beaten by a man after stealing several steamed buns. She also has a mental problem now. If Ji Man hadn't found her by accident, I probably wouldn't find out until she died." Ji Xianxia was angry. "What?" Lin Dekang was shocked now and explained it at once. "She left my house a few days ago without bringing her phone. I thought that she went to find her friends." Since Lin Dekang said so, Ji Xianxia couldn't blame him for everything. Lin Liwan was an adult after all, and it was nobody's duty to take care of her like she was a baby. "Was she in a normal mental condition when she left your house?" Ji Xianxia asked. "Of course, or we wouldn't allow her to leave," Lin Dekang argued. It sounded like Ji Xianxia was blaming him because he didn't care about Lin Liwan's life. He haven't taken good care of Lin Liwan, but he wouldn't let Lin Liwan leave the house if he knew that she had a mental problem. In addition, he had told Lin Yuao to find her that night when Lin Liwan hadn't come back. Although Lin Dekang was also displeased, he still wouldn't stand aside and do nothing since Lin Liwan was in trouble now. "I think she must have been through something before she got the mental problem. Why don't we call the police and check the surveillance cameras to see what happened to her?" "Sure," Ji Xianxia said, then hung up. Chapter 716 is the video the evidence. Lin Liwan hadn't eaten a good meal for a few days, so she started to stuff her mouth with food and quickly swallowed once the dishes were on the table. After the meal, they went to the hospital together to check Lin Liwan's health. However, the result shocked everyone. There were obvious bruises on Lin Liwan's body, and some tears in her vagina. It was obvious that she had been sexually assaulted. Her head had also been heavily hit several times, which damaged her nerves and caused the decline of her intelligence. She was now inclined to suffer from dementia. It was hard to tell whether she could be cured, but it wasn't very likely. Ji Man felt sorry for the fact that Lin Liwan had been sexually assaulted, but Ji Xianxia was too shocked to accept it. He thought of a divorce, but Lin Liwan would die if he abandoned her again, because the Lin family obviously wouldn't be willing to support her given her condition now. She was his children's mother after all. After thinking for a long while, Ji Xianxia gave up the idea. He decided to hire a nurse to take care of Lin Liwan. At least she wouldn't be homeless. Ji Xianxia was still really shocked, and wasn't able to drive his car, so Xiaoya drove them directly to the police station. Although it would expose Lin Liwan's horrible experience, they couldn't allow the rapist to get away with it. Zhuang Tianmen was a beautiful new policewoman working in this police station. When Ji Man's group arrived, her eyes lit up at once, and ran to them in excitement. "Hey, are you Goddess Ji? Oh, Ji Ning's mother?" Zhuang Tianmen asked, although she already had the answer. She addressed Ji Ning as Goddess Ji first, but changed it in case Ji Man didn't know who she was talking about. Zhuang Tianmen became a policewoman, because she had a strong sense of justice and wanted to protect the weak from violence. She also liked martial arts very much, so she held deep admiration for Ji Yuning after watching videos of her saving people. Therefore, she was one of Ji Yuning's loyal fans now. She never missed a piece of news about Ji Yuning, and had also watched the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. She had noticed Ji Yuman standing by Ji Yuning's side the entire time, so she believed that Ji Yuman must be Ji Yuning's mother given their similar faces. Ji Yuman felt a little uneasy when Zhuang Tianmen stared straight at her with a pair of bright eyes. "Yeah, it's so nice to meet you. My name's Zhuang Tianmen, and I'm a big fan of Ji Yuning." Zhuang Tianmen was more excited now. Nevertheless, she didn't forget her job and asked with concern in an instant, "May I help?" Zhuang Tianmen changed her tone so fast, it surprised Ji Yuman, so Chaoya opened her mouth at this time. "We came here to report a case." Hearing that, Zhuang Tianmen put on a serious face. "Please follow me." After that, they followed Zhuang Tianmen inside. Hearing what had happened to Lin Liwan, Zhuang Tianmen was in a rage. She couldn't wait a second longer to catch the rapist and throw him in jail for the rest of his life. Since they were Ji Yuning's relatives, Zhuang Tianmen recorded their account and filed it. She also reported it to Liang Yubo, who was the director of Public Security Bureau, after walking Ji Yuman's group out. Liang Yubo, of course, took it very seriously and sent out a group of policemen to investigate it. Chaoya sent Ji Yu Qingxiang and Lin Liwan home, then took a taxi to the beauty salon along with Ji Yuman. In City B, the president of technology company G of Country Y arrived at 1:50 p.m. along with his subordinates. Although technology company G was the leading company in the technology industry, it was barely comparable to Tengguang Group in regards to its assets and social status. Therefore, they came to visit Tengguang Group in person, including their president. The president of technology company G was a man who was around 30 years old. He had curly hair with delicate features and a pair of ocean blue eyes. He was a born princess. If Ji Yuning was here, she would recognize the man, because the president of technology company G was actually Alan. "Mr. Alan, nice to meet you." Quan Mingkai welcomed him in person. "Nice to meet you too, Secretary Quan," Alan said politely. Although there was a problem with their cooperation, they wouldn't end the deal before they found solid proof, even though they already distrusted each other. Quan Mingkai guided Alan's group to the meeting room afterwards. It was almost 2 p.m. when they walked inside, and every director of Tengguang Group was present. When the meeting was about to start, Alan was slightly displeased that Teng Yunfan was still absent. "May I ask why the chairman of Tengguang is absent right now? Can you make the decision without him?" "Mr. Alan, I'm very sorry that our chairman can't attend today's meeting, but it won't affect the result," Quan Mingkai said. "Great, then let's begin," Alan said. After that, they began to talk about the problem. Alan's group said that none of them had leaked the proposal. Quan Mingkai's group also said that they found that nobody in their team had leaked it after investigation. However, it was obvious that someone among them must have leaked the proposal, so none of them believe each other's statement. If they couldn't have a result, both sides would suffer a great loss. "Well, I received a video a few days ago, and I wonder whether you're interested to see it," Alan said all of a sudden, and his secretary took out a USB flash disk at once. Hearing that, others were all surprised and had a bad premonition. Was the video the evidence? Quan Mingkai, Tang Yunheng and Tang Yunrong weren't very surprised, because they had guessed all the possibilities, and one of which was that technology company G would come with evidence. In that case, they were prepared to pay them compensation. Although it was a trap set by Tang Deming, they still had to take responsibility and take disciplinary action against the person who had leaked the proposal afterwards. Quan Mingkai took the USB flash disk with a calm face, then opened it. However, the video wasn't the evidence they thought it would be, but the introduction of a piece of land. Everyone was struck dumb for a few seconds, then turned to look at Alan with confusion. What did he mean? Chapter 717 Ji Yuning's arrangement. Tang Deming, on the other hand, couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on here? Shouldn't it be a video of an employee of Tengguang Group making a deal with a person working in technology company E? Why has it been replaced? Quan Mingkai was also surprised to see the land in the video, but he was familiar with it. Alan noticed their confusion, and said, "This is a great piece of land, and many real estate companies of Country Y are competing for it. Luckily, I succeeded in acquiring it in the end. I plan to build an exclusive private clubhouse and a resort on it, but my company can't afford the expenses. I admire Tangguang's ability, so I hope that we can work together to develop the land, and share the profits 50-50. What do you think?" What? Everyone was shocked again. They hadn't dealt with the problem of the leak of the proposal yet, and Alan wanted to cooperate with Tangguang again right now. "Mr. Alan, shouldn't we deal with the leak problem first?" Tang Deming asked in annoyance. They had made a deal beforehand. Why did Alan suddenly change his mind? He wasn't afraid of the investigation because he wasn't involved in it in person, but he was mad at the opposite result. "It's not me who isn't willing to deal with the leak problem, but neither of us can find evidence. What can we do now? No matter who leaked the proposal, the company should pay compensation. Tangguang can afford it, but I can't, so I need to make money first," Alan said. After a second, he added, "Although the leak problem has affected our relationship, I don't think that we can't cooperate again. I appreciate Tangguang's influence and ability, so there is no reason for me to stop cooperating with Tangguang. In addition, there is nothing that should be kept a secret in this deal, and it's a win-win, so why don't we have a try?" Tang Deming was struck dumb with anger. It was obvious that Alan changed his mind, and it was useless for him to say anything further. Therefore, Tang Deming had to close his mouth, although he was reluctant to accept it. "I agree. Although it wasn't a pleasant cooperation in regards to the security system, we can still work with each other to make money," Quan Mingkai said happily. Given Alan's previous attitude, Quan Mingkai believed that Alan must have made a secret deal with Tang Deming's group. Even though Quan Mingkai was also confused by his sudden change, there was no reason for Quan Mingkai to decline this project which Alan sent them in person. "All right, we can keep on investigating the leak problem, and I hope that we can communicate with each other more. As long as we trust each other as usual, we can continue to work together. Well, I think it's time for dinner, and I prefer to discuss business by a dining table. Would you mind inviting us to share a meal together?" Alan asked, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Tangguang Group agreed to cooperate with them, but they still needed to discuss many details before signing the contract. "Of course not," Quan Mingkai said. Even if Alan didn't say it himself, Quan Mingkai would invite him to dine together as well. "Would you mind sharing dinner with us at 5:30 p.m. at the hotel where you stay?" Alan stayed in the Wangdang Hotel, which was owned by Tangguang Group, and Quan Mingkai had booked rooms for them. "Sure, why not?" Alan said. After that, the meeting was over, and Quan Mingkai walked Alan's group out. They used to think that it would be a major difficulty, but to their astonishment it was easily solved. When Tang Deming was back in his office, he called Tang Weiyong without delay. The plan failed. What? Failed? Tang Weiyong was shocked. What happened? Tang Deming then told Tang Weiyong everything, which annoyed Tang Weiyong. How could he change his mind and even propose to work with Tangguang on such a big project? "What should we do next?" Tang Deming asked. "I'll call you when I have an idea," Tang Weiyong said. "Sure," Tang Deming said. Quan Mingkai didn't walk back to the company until Alan's group got in their cars. Alan also made a call once he was seated in the car. "Miss Gu, it's already done, and I'll meet you at the dinner," Alan said in his gentle voice the second someone answered his call. The person who answered Alan's call was exactly Gu Ning. At noon, Kay failed to find anything useful after hacking into Technology Company E's and Technology Company G's databases, so Gu Ning told him to find out who the boss of Technology Company G was. Gu Ning planned to find a clue from its boss, but she was surprised to discover that the boss of Technology Company G was Alan. Therefore, Gu Ning called Bai Shuiyan for Alan's number, then called Alan at once. Gu Ning and Alan weren't very familiar actually, but they had met each other a few times, so she thought that Alan might be willing to help her. "Alan, hi. This is Gu Ning," Gu Ning said when Alan answered her call. "Miss Gu, I'm surprised to receive your call. Alan was telling the truth, because they didn't stay in touch although they had met before. Alan, please accept my apology first, because I've done an investigation of your company without your permission. I asked Shuiyan for your number after I found out that you're the boss of technology company Ji Yuning said. The thing is, I have a close relationship with Tengguang Group and I have already heard the terrible news about the leak problem. Although I don't know which company has leaked the information, but I think that it's very likely to be a scheme against Tengguang Group. Chapter 718 Blackmail or Trap. Alan was surprised to hear that Ji Yuning had a close relationship with Tengguang Group, and that the leak problem was a part of a scheme against it. Since Ji Yuning was closely related to Tengguang Group, it wasn't a big deal that she was aware of the leak problem. Alan wasn't annoyed at her for doing a secret investigation of technology company Ji either. In addition, Alan also believed that it could be a scheme against Tengguang Group. Although he wasn't familiar with Ji Yuning, and had only met her a few times, he appreciated Ji Yuning very much and preferred to work with Ji Yuning instead of the person who laid this trap for Tengguang Group. Miss Ji Yu, since you side with Tengguang Group, I'm willing to help. A technical staff member of Tengguang Group met the supervisor of technology company E in private. Someone turned to my older brother for cooperation with the video of their meeting, so I'm sure that someone working for Tengguang Group has leaked the proposal. Like what you've told me, it is a scheme, but I think that Tengguang Group should still pay us the compensation for our loss, Alan said. Of course we should, Ji Yuning said. The person said that the chairman of Tengguang Group was caught in a car accident and is still unconscious, so they wanted to seize this chance to elect a new chairman, Alan added. It's true, but it doesn't mean that the Tang family can't run the business well even though the chairman of Tengguang Group is unconscious right now. Ji Yuning didn't tell Alan that Tang Yunfan was actually fine. Alan had watched videos about Ji Yuning on the internet, and he knew that this girl wasn't simple, so he had no intention to act against her. In that case, he came to an agreement with Ji Yuning and dropped the leak problem at the meeting. Moreover, he also had a project which lacked investment right now, and Tengguang Group was the best choice he could find in every aspect. Even if Ji Yuning didn't call him, he wouldn't ruin the relationship with Tengguang Group. That was also the reason why he went to visit Tengguang Group in person. He was in Germany when the leak problem arose, and it was his older brother who was managing technology company Ji in country Y. If someone hadn't told him about his older brother's inappropriate behavior, he wouldn't have known either. Afterwards, he flew to country Y and stopped his older brother from taking the next step. If his older brother, instead of him, had visited Tengguang Group, it would have caused a bad result at the meeting. When Ji Yuning called Alan, she had already left the hospital, so neither Tang Haifeng nor Tang Yunhang's group was aware of it. Ji Yuning decided to tell them at dinner. Ji Yuning went to look for shops for Kulain and Kuzi this afternoon with Leng Xiaoting. Before that, Leng Xiaoting had already told someone to help them find suitable shops. Although Ning Chengkai was completely in charge of the medical company now, it didn't mean that Ji Yuning would do nothing. Ning Chengkai was in the capital, so Ji Yuning would deal with the branches in City B. On the way, Ji Yuning called Ning Chengkai and asked him how everything was going in the capital. Ning Chengkai told her that everything was fine, and that both Kulain and Kuzi were quite popular. The majority of their customers were very satisfied with the effects of their medicines and skincare products. In addition, Ning Chengkai had signed deals with several businessmen, and there were other businessmen who had the intention to cooperate with them. Kulain and Kuzi became very successful within such a short time, and Ning Chengkai was in the best mood ever these days. Ji Yuning told Ning Chengkai to keep on producing medicines and skincare products, and to supervise the production to make sure that they were of high quality. However, before Ji Yuning hung up the call with Ning Chengkai, a woman came to the store and claimed that Kuzi facial masks had caused a rash on her face. Hearing the woman's voice through the phone, Ji Yuning told Ning Chengkai not to hang up for now, because she wanted to learn more about Kuzi store in the capital. It was a middle-aged woman who had a rash on her face. She dressed like a rich person, so it couldn't be blackmail, but was a trap. How could you sell harmful skincare products to me? Look at my face now. My face was fine before I used your facial mask, but now it's covered in a rash. The woman shouted in anger in case others couldn't hear her. Hearing her voice, many people in the store surrounded her, but few of them believed her words, because Kuzi had a good reputation among customers. It was possible that Kuzi skincare products weren't suitable for her skin. Even the famous international brands weren't suitable for everyone after all. Moreover, most people were fine after using Kuzi. Ma'am, are you sure that it's Kuzi's facial mask which caused the rash on your face? Ning Chengkai asked with a serious face. If not, I wouldn't come here. The woman seemed very mad. Chapter 719, A Dirty Trick. Are you sure you didn't use any other skincare products from other brands? Ning Chengkai asked Agai. Of course not, the woman said with certainty. Well, I think it's very easy to find out whether it's Kuzi facial mask, which caused the rash on your face. Please try a piece of Kuzi facial mask right here right now to see its effect. If your face doesn't get better, it proves that the problem is our facial mask, but your accusation won't stand if your face gets better. Ning Chengkai stared straight at her with a serious face. Hearing that, a touch of panic flashed by the woman's eyes, but she still argued. What if my face gets worse or is even disfigured by your facial mask? Then we'll do whatever you want, Ning Chengkai said with confidence, because he believed that there was nothing wrong with Kuzi's skincare products. The woman didn't expect that Ning Chengkai would be so confident, and she felt slightly regretful now. However, upon thinking of what the person behind her back had said to her, she couldn't retreat. What if you deny your promise? We can turn to the police or a lawyer for help, Ning Chengkai replied. Well, the woman panicked a little. Right, ma'am, we're running our business according to the law. If there are any problems with our skincare products, we'll solve them and pay the compensation, but... Ning Chengkai said the above words in a polite tone, but suddenly became very aggressive. If you're just lying or slandering us, it may damage the reputation of Kuzi, and we can sue you. Hearing that, the woman was scared, because she thought that it wasn't a big deal, but it turned out that she could be taken to court. Well, she was in a great panic. People around her all noticed her unusual reaction. Ma'am, are you still sure that it's Kuzi's facial mask, which caused the rash on your face? It's about the reputation of Kuzi, and we won't take it lightly, Ning Chengkai said. He gave the woman a chance to retreat. Well, I think that maybe I'm wrong. I remember that I've eaten a mango. Maybe I'm allergic to it, the woman said at once. Oh, she's allergic to mangoes. I thought that she really got a rash after using Kuzi's facial mask. I think that she did it on purpose, and she changed her words because she's afraid that manager Ning might sue her. They weren't idiots, and the woman used a dirty trick. The woman felt utterly embarrassed right now. To her astonishment, her real purpose was easily exposed right in front of everyone's eyes. After that, the woman walked out in silence. Ning Chengkai let her go because she failed to damage the reputation of Kuzi. Kuzi built its good reputation on skincare products of high quality, so he wasn't afraid that the woman could succeed. I think peers must be jealous of Kuzi because it's very popular and profitable. It's such a dirty trick. Well, business is really a battlefield without smoke. Boss, I let her go, Ning Chengkai said to Ji Yuning on the phone. Great, you've done a great job, Ji Yuning said. Although you're in complete control of the company now, feel free to let me know if you encounter any problems that you can't solve. Sure, boss. Ning Chengkai understood Ji Yuning's outstanding ability very well, so he wouldn't hesitate to turn to her for help if he ran into any tricky problems. I'm going to open a branch in City B, and I'll let you take it over after I acquire a suitable shop, Ji Yuning said. No problem, Ning Chengkai said. They planned to open 1 or 2 branches in every big city first before they expanded the business around the country. It wasn't uncommon that a brand owned dozens or even hundreds of branches in a city. A city was normally very large after all, and most people stayed in the same place throughout their lifetime. No matter how famous the brand was, it's impossible that everyone around the country would have heard of it. In addition, nobody was willing to buy a product which was far from where he or she lived. However, Ji Yuning wouldn't. Open branches everywhere, and around 20 branches in City B were enough. 20 branches in City B weren't many, but they decided to work with different big pharmacies and beauty shops so that they could put Kulain medicines along with Kuzi skincare products on their shelves, which was also an important way to sell their products. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting checked several shops, and Ji Yuning bought one of them which she was the most satisfied with. Although the shops were all of high standard, Ji Yuning couldn't buy all of them at a time. It wasn't a good thing to expand her business at a rapid pace. Instead, Ji Yuning was determined to do it at a steady pace. Afterwards, they left for the Wangdang Hotel when it was almost 5 p.m. Chapter 720 Pei Feng Shuechen. Back around 5:10 p.m., Quan Mingkai and Tang Jilin booked a private room at the Wangdang Hotel before they called Alan's secretary. Alan and his secretary along with another 4 people who were in charge of the security system arrived at the private room 10 minutes later. Quan Mingkai stood up to welcome them at once. "Mr. Alan, please have a seat." When they were all seated, Quan Mingkai gave Alan the menu. "Mr. Alan, please order whatever you like." Alan was a foreigner, so his taste in food was different from them. "Well, we don't need to rush. I have a friend who is coming here later, so we can wait for her," Alan said. "Sure," Quan Mingkai said, but didn't ask him who his friend was. Afterwards, they chatted casually for a while. When it was almost 5:40 p.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. They were a little late because of a traffic jam on the road. Quan Mingkai was more than astonished to see Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. "What?" He abruptly stood up from his seat. Quan Mingkai wanted to ask something, but didn't know how. It was obvious that Alan's friend was Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, nice to see you. Been a while." Alan also stood up to welcome them. "Nice to see you too, Alan." Ji Yuning shook hands with him. Although they just shook hands with each other out of politeness, Leng Xiaoting was still displeased to see it. Let alone Ji Yuning, even Alan felt Leng Xiaoting's dissatisfaction towards him. Alan was confused, because he thought that there was nothing unpleasant which had happened between them. However, when his hands let go of Ji Yuning's, Leng Xiaoting's unkind look was gone as well. Alan realized that this young handsome man was just being jealous of him. Alan was amused, but didn't mind it. Ji Yuning, however, felt a little embarrassed by her jealous boyfriend. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sat by Quan Mingkai's side. "Hi, Uncle Quan," Ji Yuning called him. "What's going on here?" Quan Mingkai seemed to understand something, but he wasn't sure. "Please have a seat, everyone," Ji Yuning said, and the others all sat down again. Ji Yuning then told Quan Mingkai everything. "Oh, I understand," Quan Mingkai said after hearing Ji Yuning's explanation. "I was very confused about why Mr. Alan suddenly changed his mind. And now he had the answer. However, they still needed to pay the compensation. "Mr. Alan, I'm so sorry for your loss, and we'll pay the compensation," Quan Mingkai said to Alan. "Nobody wanted it to happen, and I do have sympathy for what your company has been through, but we'll take the compensation without a doubt," Alan said. His company couldn't afford the loss. Alan then gave the video to Quan Mingkai. After watching the video, Quan Mingkai recognized the person who had a secret meeting with technology company E. He was a technical staff member working for Time Technology, which was owned by Tengguang Group. Quan Mingkai was sharing dinner with Alan, so Yan Weilan would deal with it. In the following hour, they enjoyed the meal together and discussed the new project. After dinner, they signed the contract before leaving. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the hospital later. Just when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were leaving for the hospital, Ji Yuman, Ji Yuqing and Chaoya also walked out of a restaurant at the same time. They had dined on Yui Road, which wasn't far from their home, so they went back home on foot. "Well, although I hate Lin Liwan, I still feel sorry for her now," Ji Yuqing said. "Yeah," Ji Yuman sighed. "I hope that she'll never remember the terrible experience for the rest of her life. I don't think that she can accept it." "You're right," Ji Yuqing said. The part of the road wasn't located downtown, so there weren't many people. When they walked to a road section with the fewest people, 3 men rushed at them all of a sudden and surrounded them. Chaoya protected Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing behind her back at once. She coldly looked at them, and didn't seem scared at all. Although Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were frightened, they knew that Xiaoya wasn't an ordinary girl, so they were soon relaxed. It's fine, Xiaoya said to comfort Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man. Hearing that, they were relieved. Ji Yu Man stays and we can let the other two leave, a man said. Impossible, Xiaoya sneered. She didn't bother to talk with them and attacked them without delay. The three men were all beaten down by Xiaoya within seconds. The three men knew some fighting skills, and could easily get control of three ordinary women. However, they ran into Xiaoya, who was an experienced killer today. In Xiaoya's eyes, they were merely kids. Even though Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man knew that Xiaoya was very good at martial arts, they were still shocked to see the scene. Xiaoya was so amazing. The three men, on the other hand, were struck dumb by the result. Xiaoya questioned them about who sent them, and under Xiaoya's threats they revealed that the person who sent them was Feng Shueqin. Therefore, Xiaoya called Ji Yuning and told her about what just happened. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, because she sent Xiaoya to protect Ji Yu Man precisely because she knew that Feng Shueqin would take action to hurt Ji Yu Man sooner or later, but she was still mad. Feng Shueqin, very well. Ji Yuning decided to pay her back this time. However, she still needed to go to the hospital first. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Tang Yunheng and Tang Yunrong were in the ward. Both of them were still confused about why Alan had suddenly changed his mind. Chapter 721 Ji Yuning takes revenge. They didn't know the reason until Ji Yuning told them. I think they'll either stop scheming against Tangguang for a while, or take full-scale action, Ji Yuning said. The latter is more possible in my eyes, because it's better to do it sooner rather than later. They have no idea when my father and grandpa will wake up, after all. If they took action after Tang Yunfen and Tang Haifeng woke up, it would be much more difficult. Hearing Ji Yuning's opinion, they all agreed, and stayed alert. Before long, Tang Yunheng received Yan Weilan's call, and got to know that the person who had leaked the proposal had gone abroad to Country M yesterday morning. Country M was a very large country, and it was very hard for them to find out where he was. However, even though it was very hard, they still needed to chase him, because he was the assistant of the mastermind behind the scheme. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the hospital around 9 p.m., but they didn't go home after that. Instead, they went to find Feng Shueqin. Before they came to the hospital, Ji Yuning told Kay to find Feng Shueqin's phone number and hack into her phone to see her location. Luckily, Feng Shueqin's phone was connected to the internet, so Kay easily got her specific location. Right now, Feng Shueqin was having fun in the Earth nightclub, but it would take them some time to find out which private room and floor she was on. In case Leng Xiaoting had conflict with Qi Tianlin if they ran into each other, Ji Yuning told him to wait for her in the underground parking lot. Although it was likely that they wouldn't meet one another, Ji Yuning did it to avoid conflict. There was a long-standing grudge between Leng Xiaoting and Qi Tianlin after all, and there could be great trouble given Qi Tianlin's temper. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of Qi Tianlin at all, but she was unwilling to cause trouble. Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied. I'm not scared of having conflict against him. I know, but I don't want to cause trouble, all right. Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning said so, Leng Xiaoting gave up. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say after seeing Leng Xiaoting being displeased, so she kissed him to comfort him. However, Leng Xiaoting took the initiative at once and pressed on her body for more. The longer he kissed her, the more he wanted. If they hadn't been in a public place, Leng Xiaoting would have undressed her in a minute, but he was determined to punish her tonight. He didn't let Ji Yuning go until she was out of breath. Ji Yuning flushed, which was very attractive in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. In case Leng Xiaoting pressed on her again, Ji Yuning got out of the car in a hurry. A short while after Ji Yuning was gone, Leng Xiaoting caught sight of a man walking out of an elevator. He squinted at him. To his surprise, he saw this man, who was always mysterious, right here. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuning a message, and told her that he had to leave to deal with something, and she could go back home on her own if she didn't receive his message or call by the time she was done. Ji Yuning understood that it must be something important, so she told him to be careful. Ji Yuning didn't turn to Qi Tianlin for help, but searched the floors by herself. She assumed that Feng Shuichen would be on the floor of KTV rooms, so she checked the rooms one by one. She had jade eyes after all, so it wasn't difficult. KTV rooms were on the third and fourth floor. Ji Yuning went to the third floor and used her jade eyes. She was able to see the inside of the rooms on this floor and the fourth floor at the same time. In the private rooms, there were different kinds of people doing different things, like singing, drinking, playing games, or even having sex. It was an entertainment place controlled by a gang, so there were many dirty deals being settled here. Although sex trade was illegal in this country, and the government had strict rules and control over it in the big cities, it still existed in the darkness. The government was also unwilling to mess with gangs, so sometimes it turned a blind eye to it. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, the government wouldn't investigate their clubhouses, which was also the reason why those clubhouses controlled by gangs were more popular than other legal entertainment places. When Ji Yuning had walked halfway, she found Feng Shuichen in number 555 private room on the fourth floor. There were 6 people in the private room. 3 were men, while the other 3 were women. One of the women was Wu Jinyi. Since she had already found Feng Shuichen, Ji Yuning decided to meet her right away. However, when the elevator which was coming down from the fourth floor stopped at the third floor, Ji Yuning met Qi Tianlin's eyes the second the door opened, and both of them were surprised. There were only Qi Tianlin and his 2 security guards who were Yu Hao and Cheng Hua in the elevator. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua recognized Ji Yuning, and they also knew that this girl had a relationship with their boss, so they were kind to her. "Why are you here?" Qi Tianlin frowned with dissatisfaction. He had been waiting for Ji Yuning to gamble with him, but she never called him after a long time. However, now he caught her having fun here. Ji Yuning stepped into the elevator, and pressed the button for the fourth floor. "I'm here to take revenge." "Take revenge?" Qi Tianlin cocked his eyebrow. "Does it mean that you're going to cause trouble here?" Ji Yuning frowned, because she didn't know how to answer that question. It was unavoidable that she might cause noise or even damage here, but she couldn't say that to Qi Tianlin's face, which would be a direct challenge to his power. Therefore, Ji Yuning said, "I can drag her out first." Saying that, they arrived at the fourth floor. "Well, why don't you come to the gambling room after your revenge? I can help you deal with the mess afterwards." "How about that?" Qi Tianlin asked in a domineering tone. "Great." Since Leng Xiaoting left to deal with his thing, and she was free now anyway, she could gamble with Qi Tianlin as she had promised. "Yu Hao, go with her," Qi Tianlin made an order. There was a waiter standing outside each private room, so others had to have permission from the people in the room after the waiter pressed the bell before they walked in. Chapter 722 Disfigure Feng Shuichen's face. In addition, the waiter had to swipe a card to allow other people to get inside, and only the waiter had the card. There were many dirty deals being settled in the Earth nightclub, so others couldn't go inside without permission. If Ji Yuning wanted to intrude inside, nobody could stop her, but it was better that Qi Tianlin was willing to help her. Once the elevator opened, Yu Hao followed Ji Yuning out. They walked into the hall on the fourth floor, and the KTV manager came to welcome them with great respect at once. "Hi, may I help?" Although Yu Hao was just a bodyguard, he was their boss's bodyguard, and was in a high position as the senior management of the Kirin gang, so the manager had to be respectful of him. "I want to get into number 555 private room," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, the manager gave Yu Hao a glance. Seeing that Yu Hao didn't oppose, he told 2 people to guide them towards number 555 private room. There was no sexual intercourse happening in number 555 private room, but the men and women were kissing and touching inside. When the waiter outside wanted to press the bell, Ji Yuning stopped him and told him to open the door right away. The waiter glanced at the manager for his opinion. "Open it now," Yu Hao said, and the manager nodded at the waiter, so the waiter swiped his card at once. Although it wasn't appropriate, the manager didn't dare to stop them since Yu Hao made the order. The people in the room were surprised when the door was pushed open all of a sudden. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you press the bell?" A man snapped at them in anger. He was Lu Xingqi. "It's you. Feng Shuichen abruptly stood up from the sofa in shock when she saw Ji Yuning the next second. Ji Yuning fixed her eyes on Feng Shuichen the moment she walked into the private room. She walked to her step by step with a pair of cold eyes, which scared Feng Shuichen so much that she moved backwards. What do you want to do? She knew that Ji Yuning wasn't a simple girl, and she was afraid that Ji Yuning might beat her again. Wu Jinyi was also worried, but didn't dare to say a word. What are you doing? Lu Xingqi stood in Ji Yuning's way. However, when he saw Ji Yuning's face, he was surprised to find that she closely resembled Tang Yunfen. He didn't know that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfen's biological daughter, so he didn't think further. I need to deal with a personal grudge with Feng Shuichen. If you don't want to be involved, you better move away right now, Ji Yuning said in a cold tone. She wasn't interested in other people in the room. The condition was that they remain silent. Lu Xingqi was in a rage, but the manager interrupted him at this moment. President Lu, I think that you better not get involved in this. If Yu Hao didn't stop the girl, nobody could. Moreover, their boss must have allowed Yu Hao to take this young girl here, and the Earth nightclub wouldn't take care of Lu Xingqi if anything bad happened to him after he was involved in it. Hearing the manager's advice, Lu Xingqi frowned. Although he felt displeased, he knew that it was a warning, and the leader of the Kirin gang had permitted it. The Lu family was a super-rich family in City B, but he was still afraid to mess with the Kirin gang. Therefore, Lu Xingqi moved away after a short while of hesitation. Except for Wu Jinyi, the other people in the room weren't very familiar with Feng Shuichen, so none of them were willing to be involved in this. No, you can't hurt me. Feng Shuichen was frightened now. I can't. Why? Do you have the right to assault my mother again and again? Ji Yuning sneered and stared straight at Feng Shuichen. Feng Shuichen was shocked that Ji Yuning already knew that she had schemed against Ji Yuman. How is it possible? The others, apart from Wu Jinyi, were also surprised that Feng Shuichen had assaulted a woman again and again. At the same time, they were curious why Feng Shuichen had done that to this young girl's mother. Seeing Feng Shuichen being so shocked, Ji Yuning smiled. Well, Feng Shuichen, do you really think that you're smart? I knew that it was you when you assaulted my mother the first time. If I hadn't been busy during the past few days, you wouldn't have lived a happy life for a couple of more days. Feng Shuichen was trembling in horror. All of a sudden, she felt that this young girl in front of her was very scary. Since you always want to ruin my mother, I'll let you experience the feeling yourself, Ji Yuning said, and a knife was held in her hand before everyone could notice it. Without delay, Ji Yuning waved the knife and they soon heard Feng Shuichen screaming in pain. When they realized what had happened, there were 4 bloody cuts on Feng Shuichen's cheeks. 2 cuts crossed each other on each of her cheeks. No! Feng Shuichen yelled in pain, and stumbled down onto the sofa. She covered her face with her hands at once, but it was too painful, so she moved her hands away. Except for Yu Hao, the others were all shocked by Ji Yuning's behavior. To their astonishment, this young girl was so violent. However, nobody dared to say a word to blame her. In fact, they wanted to escape as far away as possible. It was obvious that this young girl was excellent at killing skills given the speed of her knife. My face, my face, my face, Feng Shuichen cried. Women cared about their faces the most. If her face was disfigured, she would refuse to meet people from now on. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning wasn't done yet. She drew a bag of white powder from her pocket, then poured it into a glass before she forced Feng Shuichen to drink it. The white powder was drugs, which were put into her telepathic eye space the last time when she found a box of drug under her bed in a hotel room. Ji Yuning poured a lot into Feng Shuichen's mouth, because she wanted her to be tortured by drug addiction. Feng Shuichen, you asked for it yourself. If you dare to hurt my mother again, you're digging your own grave. Ji Yuning warned her, then turned around and walked away. Chapter 723 Not a fair deal. Yu Hao didn't follow her, but stayed to deal with the rest. He walked ahead, and directly knocked Feng Shuichen unconscious, so that she seemed drunk. After that, he told Lu Xingqi's group to send her to the hospital. Although Feng Shuichen passed out for now, she would soon wake up, because of the great pain on her face. Ji Yuning had used great force, and only plastic surgery could help her. Kalain medicines could also help her get better over time, but they weren't aware of that. Anyway, it would be super painful for Feng Shuichen to survive during this time. Besides, it wasn't easy to get rid of drug addiction. Even if Feng Shuichen was determined enough to do it, it would be a painful process as well. Ji Yuning went upstairs in an elevator afterwards, and met Qi Tianlin at the appointed gambling room, then sat down right across him. Qi Tianlin squinted at Ji Yuning and asked with curiosity as well as arrogance, "What did you do?" Disfigured her face, and forced her to drink a large amount of drugs, Ji Yuning said airily, like it was just a very common thing. Ever since they had met each other for the first time, Qi Tianlin never thought that Ji Yuning was an ordinary girl, so he wasn't surprised by what Ji Yuning had done to Feng Shuichen. Qi Tianlin didn't ask further, and began to gamble with Ji Yuning. Lu Xingqi and Wu Jinyi sent Feng Shuichen to the hospital together. Because Wu Jinyi was Feng Shuichen's good friend, Lu Xingqi asked her whether she knew the cause of today's mess. Wu Jingyi told him everything, and Lu Xingqi was astonished to hear that the girl named Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. It was universally acknowledged in the high society that Tang Yunfan never married or had kids. However, he suddenly had a daughter. Lu Xingqi thought that Ji Yuning was probably a love child. Feng Shuichen was crazy in love with Tang Yunfan. It was totally unacceptable for her when she found out that Tang Yunfan had a daughter and a woman. She wouldn't allow anyone else to get what she couldn't own. Therefore, she had schemed against Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning. However, Wu Jinyi had no idea what Feng Shuichen had done to Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning. After hearing that, Lu Xingqi had little sympathy for Feng Shuichen, because she asked for it herself. If she was scheming against ordinary people, he thought that it wasn't a big deal, but she was digging her own grave if she was acting against the Tang family. Although Lu Xingqi didn't think of himself as a good man, he knew what he could do and what he shouldn't do very well. Ji Yuning had gambled 10 rounds with Qi Tianlin. 5 were draws, while Ji Yuning won the other 5, and Qi Tianlin never even won once. At this moment, Qi Tianlin was more displeased than ever. He was unwilling to accept the result, but he had to admit that he lost very badly. Another round. Ji Yuning looked at Qi Tianlin with a calm face. "Forget it. It's not fun at all," Qi Tianlin said with his face full of disdain, as if he gave up not because he had lost many times, but because it was boring. Ji Yuning didn't mind at all, and asked him for the money. "Sure. Now you should give me 500 million yuan. 500 million yuan is nothing in my eyes." Qi Tianlin seemed as arrogant as usual, like he was doing Ji Yuning a favor. Ji Yuning still didn't mind it, because she just wanted to get the money. "Great, bye-bye." Once Ji Yuning received the money, she stood up and was about to leave. Qi Tianlin, however, was dissatisfied. "You're leaving now right after you get the money?" Ji Yuning stopped for a second and said coldly, "So. Do me a favor and I'll pay you 100 million yuan, Qi Tianlin said in a domineering tone. "Seriously, you're the leader of the Kirin gang, and there is something you can't do." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was surprised and teased him. "I'm curious why you turned to me for help." Qi Tianlin frowned. It was a humiliation to his face, which annoyed him, but he didn't blame Ji Yuning. Zuo Zhongkui, the oldest apprentice of He Hongji, who is the well-known gambling magnate of HK, will come to City B after a few days. We'll gamble then, and it's related to our business shares in private. I don't want to lose at all, so I hope that you can help me win the game. I don't care how much you bet or win while gambling with him. It totally depends on you, and I'll pay you 100 million yuan as well." Hearing that, Ji Yuning seemed quite interested in it. She had heard of He Hongji, the gambling magnate, and Zuo Zhongkui, his oldest apprentice. Both of them were super rich people. If she could win the game, she would make a fortune. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning didn't answer at once, but asked, "What kind of gambling?" "I only know how to play dice, and I'm not 100% confident that I'll win." He's an apprentice of the gambling magnate after all. Ji Yuning wasn't belittling herself, because she could have a draw at the least and it was impossible that she would lose, but she just didn't want to make the promise that she would win right now. Dice is the most popular form of gambling right now, so we will obviously play dice, Chi Tianlin said, then his voice was full of sarcasm. I'm confident that I have a 50% chance to beat him. You never let me win a round even once, and now you tell me that you're not confident. Chi Tianlin thought that Ji Yuning's words humiliated him again. What if I lose? Ji Yuning asked. Chi Tianlin thought for a while, then had an idea. If you lose, you must work for me for a year. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was displeased. I don't think it's fair. If you insist on that, I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't lack 100 million yuan anyway. Even though Ji Yuning didn't think that she would lose, she didn't like an unfair deal. Hearing that, Chi Tianlin frowned, but he knew that Ji Yuning wasn't dumb, so he changed his mind. Well, benefits live with risks, and you can't take all the benefits alone. If you lose, you won't get the award and you must pay the money that you lose. How is that? Interesting. Ji Yuning wore a sarcastic smile. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? I'm not the person who is going to gamble with him. It's you who is asking me for a favor. Even if I lose, it's unreasonable that you want me to bear the result for you. Ji Yuning wasn't willing to accept an unfair deal. Chapter 724 Stupid Lu Chuting. Chi Tianlin frowned again, but he thought that Ji Yuning's words made sense, so he compromised. No matter if you win or lose, I'll pay you 100 million yuan, but you must bear the result of the gambling with him yourself. How is that? Sounds good. Although Chi Tianlin was still at an advantage, Ji Yuning agreed on it because she thought that it was acceptable. After that, Ji Yuning left. When she walked out of the Earth nightclub, she still didn't hear from Leng Xiaoting, so she took a taxi and went home alone. She wanted to send him a message, but was afraid that it might disturb him, so she gave up. At the same time, the moment Lu Xingqi arrived at the hospital with Feng Shueqin woke up in great pain. She was in a terrible condition now, and kept sweating, twitching and vomiting, which were the symptoms of withdrawal. The unpleasant mental and physical effects caused by the wounds on her face and the drugs made Feng Shueqin suffer a lot. At this moment, Feng Shueqin felt like she was living in hell, and ached to kill herself to get rid of the pain. Even several male doctors failed to control her, so they had to inject her with a sedative. However, Feng Shueqin was heavily addicted to drugs, so the sedative wasn't really effective, but at least the male doctors were able to control her now. There was no medicine for drug addiction. She could only continue to be on drugs or get rid of it. Therefore, all that the doctors could do now was to deal with the wounds on her face. After treating the wounds well, Feng Shueqin was pushed into a VIP ward. Before long, Feng Shueqin's older sister-in-law, Lu Chuting, and younger sister-in-law, Tong Wen, came to visit her. Wu Jinyi called Lu Chuting and only told her to come, but Lu Chuting accidentally put it on speaker, so Tong Wen who was sitting by her side heard it too. Although Tong Wen and Feng Shueqin didn't get along, they were a family after all. Once Lu Chuting and Tong Wen walked into the ward, they saw Feng Shueqin tied on the bed. She kept moving and struggling, but her face was wrapped in gauze bandages and her mouth was also shut by a piece of tape so that she couldn't shout. If she shouted it would affect the wounds on her cheeks, which would cause the wound to crack and become more and more serious. What has happened? Both Lu Chuting and Tong Wen were scared by the scene. Wu Jinyi didn't tell them many details on the phone, but just told them that Feng Shueqin was injured and was in the hospital now. They didn't know how serious it was, but the scene before their eyes was very terrifying. Ji Yuning did it. She disfigured Shueqin's face and even forced her to drink a glass of drugs, Wu Jinyi said. What? How dare that bitch do that to Shueqin? Lu Chuting was astonished and mad. Hearing that, Lu Xingqi frowned, and a touch of disdain flashed by his eyes. However, for the sake of his business with the Feng family, he reminded Lu Chuting out of kindness. Mrs. Feng, I don't think that the girl is someone you can mess with. Lu Chuting was struck dumb for a second. She knew that Ji Yuning wasn't simple, but a stupid woman who was as arrogant as her wasn't willing to admit it. So what? She's just a bastard. Well, Lu Xingqi put on a sarcastic smile. You see what has happened to Shueqin now, so you should know that you better stay away from her. He didn't expect that Lu Chuting was as stupid as Feng Shueqin. Hearing that, Lu Chuting shut her mouth. Who is Ji Yuning? She's so bold, Tong Wen asked with curiosity. She didn't feel angry just because Ji Yuning had injured Feng Shueqin. Instead, she admired Ji Yuning's bravery very much. She understood that Feng Shueqin must have done something even more unpleasant beforehand for the girl to injure Feng Shueqin with no mercy at all. She knew Feng Shueqin's personality very well, and Feng Shueqin already annoyed many people on normal days. She's Tang Yunfan's daughter, Wu Jinyi said. What? Hearing that, Tong Wen was shocked. Hasn't Tang Yunfan never gotten married or had any kids? If it was true, she now figured out the grudge between Ji Yuning and Feng Shueqin. Feng Shueqin must have done something to hurt Ji Yuning, then Ji Yuning took revenge. Tang Yunfan hasn't gotten married or had any kids, and she is just a bastard. Lu Chuting said with anger. It seemed that it was bad that Tang Yunfan had a kid without getting married. She actually had the same idea as Feng Shueqin. Chuting, mind your language. I don't think that there is anything wrong with the fact that Tang Yunfan has a daughter without getting married. Why do you have to call the girl bastard? Do you think that you can mess with the Tang family? Tong Wen criticized Lu Chuting. She was completely disappointed in her two sister-in-laws, because both of them were stupid women who were digging their own graves. Lu Chuting was displeased, but she had to admit that Tong Wen was right. Even so, the little bitch can't get away with it easily. I must seek justice for Shueqin. I think that Feng Shueqin asked for it herself. We should feel lucky that the Tang family let us get away with what she did, Tong Wen said and pointed out the truth. Tong Wen, how can you say that? Shueqin is a member of our family. How can you side with an outsider against her? Lu Chuting blamed Tong Wen. Lu Chuting, are you an idiot or something? It's Feng Shueqin's fault from the very beginning. Tong Wen almost wanted to slap Lu Chuting's face to wake her up. Lu Chuting didn't know what to say now, because she knew that Tong Wen was right. Mrs. Feng, I think you better control yourself, or the whole Feng family will be involved in trouble because of you. You know nothing about what has happened, and you want to seek justice. Not to mention that you have no ability to mess with the Tang family, you better keep a distance from Ji Yuning too. You should know Ji Yuning's special relationship with the Kirin gang. If she dared to injure Feng Shueqin right in the Earth nightclub which is owned by the Kirin gang, the senior management of the Kirin gang must have allowed her to do so, Lu Xingqi said. Lu Xingqi was scared of Ji Yuning now after Wu Jinyi told him that. He sensed that this girl wasn't simple at all. Chapter 725A Grilled Fish, 2 bottles of beer. However, Feng Shueqin wouldn't give up even though she knew that Ji Yuning wasn't simple. Therefore, she was merely digging her own grave, and nobody could stop her. Lu Chuting finally realized how serious it was, and didn't dare say another word. Jesus, she's so unbelievable. Tong Wen was shocked. I heard Ji Yuning say that Feng Shueqin had schemed against her mother many times, which is the reason why she was so mad. I think the Tang family doesn't know about it yet, otherwise they would have taken action. Since you both are here, I can leave now. Oh, I've already paid the medical fees, Lu Xingqi said, then left right away. He had invited Feng Shueqin to have some fun with him, so he felt slightly guilty and paid the fee for her. I think we should tell Pinghui, Tong Wen said, because they didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Chuting called Feng Pinghui at once and told him what had happened. When Feng Pinghui heard it, he was in a rage. Feng Shueqin was really a troublemaker in their family. Right now, he had no sympathy for Feng Shueqin at all, but only complaints. It was almost 10 p.m. when Ji Yuning got back to her house in Wufu Hills, but Leng Xiaoting still hadn't contacted her yet. She felt a little worried, but didn't know whether she should call him in case it interrupted him. Just as Ji Yuning was about to open the door of her house, Cao Wenxin walked out of hers with an absent look on her face. When Cao Wenxin saw Ji Yuning, she said to her, I'm starving. Why don't we go out to have grilled fish together? Hearing grilled fish, Ji Yuning's mouth was watering, so she agreed. There was a night snack street across the road from Wufu Hills, so they directly walked there. What happened? You seem sad today, Ji Yuning asked with concern. Nothing, I'm just not in a good mood, Cao Wenxin said. She obviously wouldn't tell Ji Yuning that she was missing Xinbei. Since Cao Wenxin was unwilling to tell her, Ji Yuning didn't ask further. They went to a popular grilled fish shop and ordered a grilled fish along with 2 bottles of beer. It was very popular and many people were waiting in line, but this shop was Cao Wenxin's favorite, so they were willing to wait for a long time. While they were waiting for the fish, Cao Wenxin ordered a plate of vegetables to relieve her hunger. Although Cao Wenxin was born in a super rich and powerful family, she wasn't a picky eater. No matter if it was expensive food or a cheap and common snack, she ate what she liked. Cao Wenxin wasn't like some rich people who thought that they were better than ordinary people and despised night snacks. However, half an hour later, several men grabbed Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning's fish and told them to wait for the next one. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin, of course, wouldn't stand for it, especially when Cao Wenxin was in a bad mood. She got mad at once, and raised her voice. "What the fuck? How can you be so shameless? You grabbed our fish and even told us to wait for the next one. Do you want to have a fight?" Saying that, Cao Wenxin rolled up her sleeves, and it seemed like she wanted to fight. "Oh, you have quite a temper." One of the men was amused by Cao Wenxin's action. To Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin's surprise, the man stopped arguing with them. "I'm not interested in fighting with a girl." "Fine, you can have the grilled fish first." Cao Wenxin was disappointed that the man gave up and said with dissatisfaction, "I thought that I could have a fight." "You're such a coward." Hearing that, the man was displeased. "What did you say? You want to have a fight, right? I'm going to punch a man later. If you dare to beat him for me, I'll pay the bill for you." Before Ji Yuning could say something to stop Cao Wenxin agreed without hesitation. "Sure, do keep your word." She didn't lack money to pay for the grilled fish, but she ached to fight right now. "Wenxin." Ji Yuning looked at Cao Wenxin. It was obvious that she disagreed. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Cao Wenxin also realized that it wasn't appropriate, so she said, "Well, forget it." After that, she sat down. The several men didn't say anything further, and the grilled fish was still placed on Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin's table. "How funny is it that Chao Guanxiang, who is the agent of a famous singer, called me to borrow some money?" The man who just argued with Cao Wenxin said. "Chao Guanxiang, isn't he Sha Yichu's ex-boyfriend?" Ji Yuning thought to herself, but didn't say anything. "He called you to borrow some money. Isn't he very rich? Why did he do that?" "Exactly. He's the agent of a famous singer after all." The other 2 men were confused. "He told me that the singer was injured, and can't sing, so they can't make money. What's worse, they also have to pay liquidated damages for those deals that they signed before," the man said. "Well, I don't think that he can become poor overnight just because of that. He has several million yuan at least." "I agree. Even though he lacks money right now, how could he call you to borrow some money? He claimed to be your close friend before he became an agent, but he pretended that he didn't know you once he was successful. I think he's a shameless man." "Indeed. Don't lend him any money." Of course I refused. In fact, he didn't tell me all the truth, because he's on drugs now, which is the real reason why he's in desperate need of money." "Oh, that's the real reason. I think several million yuan is barely enough for him to pay for the drugs." When Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin almost finished eating, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning. "I'm eating grilled fish with Wenxin on the night snack street. Are you done?" Ji Yuning asked. "Yeah, I'm going back. It will take around 20 minutes. Will you wait for me there, or go directly home?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "We're almost done too, so I think that we will go directly home," Ji Yuning said. "Great," Leng Xiaoting said, then hung up. Cao Wenxin looked at Ji Yuning. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but didn't say it aloud. "Is it Xiaoting?" Cao Wenxin asked. "Yes," Ji Yuning said, but Cao Wenxin didn't say anything further. After paying the bill, they left together. Chapter 726. I won 500 million yuan. On the way home, Cao Wenxin suddenly asked Ji Yuning, "Ningning, Ant-Man is back to City F, and you are alone with Xiaoting now." Although Cao Wenxin didn't finish her sentence, Ji Yuning understood her meaning very well. She flushed, and avoided Cao Wenxin's question. However, Cao Wenxin wasn't willing to give up. She gently knocked Ji Yuning's arm and asked again, Ningning, have you done that with Xiaoting yet? That meant sex, of course. Cao Wenxin was a virgin, so she felt shy when she asked Ji Yuning about that. Moreover, she couldn't help thinking of Xinbei and picture them having sex. When Cao Wenxin realized what was on her mind, she flushed red and her heart was pounding. Ji Yuning felt a little uneasy when Cao Wenxin asked her about that. Even so, she did her best to calm down. Why did you ask that all of a sudden? Nothing, I'm just a little curious. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, Cao Wenxin said. It took them around 20 minutes to walk back to their houses from the night snack street, and the lights were already on in Ji Yuning's house when they got back, which meant that Leng Xiaoting was home. Why are the lights on in your house? Cao Wenxin was surprised, then soon figured out the reason. She looked at Ji Yuning with envy on her face and said, I'm so jealous of you that you have a loving boyfriend waiting for you at home. Well, I'll go back to my place and sleep alone as usual. Saying that, Cao Wenxin walked towards her house. When she turned around, she put on a sad expression. She had never felt so lonely before. Right when Ji Yuning was about to open the door was opened and Leng Xiaoting's tall strong figure appeared in Ji Yuning's sight. Ji Yuning smiled at him, then walked inside. The moment she entered the house, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the wall and kissed her without hesitation right at the entryway. Ji Yuning was surprised and struggled. It's the entryway. It's fine, and it's not a bad thing to do it in a new place, Leng Xiaoting said. He was growing interested in new ways of having sex. Ji Yuning still felt a little uneasy, but didn't reject him. They didn't go back to the bedroom until they finished a round of sex. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting finally had time to ask Ji Yuning. What did you do to her? I left 2 cuts on each of her cheeks with a knife, and I also forced her to drink a glass of drugs, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning never disguised herself in front of Leng Xiaoting. She wasn't worried that Leng Xiaoting would think that she was malicious either, because that was what she was like, and she wouldn't change just because of a man. Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl in this lifetime or her previous incarnation. There was something in her blood that would never change. Although she knew that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't mind, she still asked him, do you think that I'm vicious? Will you mind if my hands are completely covered with blood? She still wanted to hear the answer from his mouth. Would you mind if my hands were fully covered with blood? Leng Xiaoting asked her the same question. As a member of the Special Forces, he had killed no fewer people than Ji Yuning in her previous incarnation. Of course not. Not at all, Ji Yuning said. I won't either, Leng Xiaoting said. They chose each other and were ready to accept one another's good points and shortcomings. It wasn't a surprising answer, but Ji Yuning was still delighted. Even though they were in love with each other, and both of them knew it very well, it was still different to hear it. To feel it was one thing, while to hearing it was another thing. It would be super boring if a couple didn't say any sweet nothings to each other. How did you deal with the rest of the things in the Earth nightclub? Leng Xiaoting asked. I ran into Qi Tianlin there, and I agreed to gamble with him, so he helped me deal with the rest, Ji Yuning replied. We had 10 rounds of gambling, and the bet was 100 million yuan a round. 5 were draws, and I won the other 5. All in all, I won 500 million yuan today. Isn't it cool? Ji Yuning looked at Leng Xiaoting with excitement in her eyes. Seeing Ji Yuning being excited, Leng Xiaoting was aroused once again. The next day, the news that Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng had successively been caught in a car accident and was now still unconscious went abroad all of a sudden, and it threw a bomb into the market at once. The staff of Tangguang Group also felt nervous. Many people might have heard of what had happened to Tang Haifeng, but few knew that Tang Yunfan was also in danger. A team without a leader would fall into a mess sooner or later. Ji Yuning knew clearly that the mastermind behind the leak problem would take action again. Facing the crisis, Tangguang Group held another urgent meeting among the board of directors, who spread the news abroad. Although Tang Yunhang seldom interfered in the company's business, he would stand out when it was an emergency. Those directors all felt quite stressed at this moment. However, all of them denied it. Yunhang, I know that you're suspicious that one of us has spread the news abroad, but don't forget it only hurts us. Besides, Tangguang Group has many enemies in business. Although the Tang family has a high-level security, it isn't fully closed. If someone wants to find out some confidential information, he could figure out a way or two, Tang Deming said in annoyance, as if he shouldn't be blamed. Chapter 727 Tang Jiayang is back. However, no matter how much he denied it, he couldn't get rid of Tang Yunhang's suspicion. In fact, Tang Yunhang was very sure that he was involved in it. Tang Deming thought that they could do nothing about it as long as they didn't have solid proof, but he didn't know that he had actually already been exposed. The Tang family didn't catch him right now in order to find the person behind him. Even though Tang Deming lost touch with Zhang Yongzhan, he thought that the Tang family didn't know about it because they hadn't taken any action yet. I agree, and I think that we should elect an acting chairman right now, or the staff and our business partners will leave us, Fu Kaiyu said. I think so too. Me too. We need to prevent our enemies in business from attacking us when we're in a crisis. Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan agreed with Tang Deming. If so, I think we better elect an acting chairman as soon as possible. Tang Jilin yielded to the pressure. 5 among 8 directors agreed, so the other 3 obviously couldn't reject it. Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong could take part in the election, but they only had the right to vote. They along with the 9th director voted for Tang Jilin. Fu Kaiyu, Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan voted for Tang Deming. Seeing that, Tang Jilin couldn't stay calm anymore. He shouted at them, Cheng Zongsheng, Wu Boyan, what do you mean? Don't we have the freedom to vote? Cheng Zongsheng asked. Tang Jilin was struck dumb. Tang Yunhang had 10% shares, Tang Jilin and Tang Yunrong had 5% shares, while the 9th director had 2% shares, which amounted to 22% shares. Tang Deming had 8% shares, Cheng Zongsheng had 6% shares, Fu Kaiyu had 5% shares, and Wu Boyan had 3% shares, which also amounted to 22% shares. Tang Yunfan alone owned 51% shares, and nobody else could change that. The other 5% shares were in the market. Both Tang Jilin and Tang Deming held 22% shares in total, so they failed to elect the acting chairman. Well, I guess we can't elect the acting chairman today, Quan Mingkai said. Don't jump to the conclusion. I also have another 1% share which I bought from the stock market, Tang Deming said, and took out a document. Tang Deming was well prepared today, and he wouldn't give it up easily. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tang Deming, you've schemed everything. Tang Jilin questioned him. It seemed that he was angry because Tang Deming grabbed the position which belonged to him away. Don't put it so unpleasantly. I just want to save the company, Tang Deming said like he was the hero. Tang Jilin was mad, but didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, they heard noises from outside. What's going on outside? They were all confused. The reporters, Quan Mingkai said after glancing at a new message he just received. The reporters. Why did reporters come here right now? Who told them to come here? Tang Jilin frowned. Tang Deming, however, stayed calm. Without a doubt, it was he who told the reporters to come here. As long as the reporters sent the news out, it was impossible for others to reverse the decision. Before long, the door of the office was pushed open. A young man in his early 20s walked inside. He was handsome, energetic and resembled Tang Jiakai, but he had an air of maturity. He was precisely Tang Jiakai's older twin brother, Tang Jiayang. Tang Jiayang was back from country Y. Seeing Tang Jiayang, Tang Yunhang's group wasn't surprised at all, because it was their arrangement. Tang Deming's group, on the other hand, rounded their eyes in shock. Although they never cared about Tang Jiayang, who was too young and lacked experience, he was a stumbling block in their way after all. To their astonishment, he came back from country Y right now. How is it possible? Didn't Tang Weiyang send someone to spy on Tang Jiayang? Why did we hear nothing about the news that he's coming home? He showed up at this moment for nothing good. Tang Deming thought to himself, and he was right. I heard that there is a meeting among the board of directors today, and an acting chairman will be elected, Tang Jiayang said with a calm face. I don't think it's necessary, because Chairman Yunfan has signed an appointment letter. If he's caught in any accidents, I will be the acting chairman. What? Tang Deming couldn't believe his ears. It's true. Yan Weilan, who was standing behind Tang Jiayong, took out a document. This is the appointment letter written by Chairman Yunfan a long while ago. Let me have a look. Tang Deming stepped ahead in a hurry. He hoped that it was fake, but there indeed was Tang Yunfan's handwriting on it, and it was set at August last year. Since Tang Jiayong had the appointment letter, he would be the acting chairman without election. Tang Deming was extremely unwilling to accept it, but he didn't dare to oppose it. He wasn't a man of outstanding ability after all, and did everything according to Tang Weiyang's orders. The situation was different right now, and he had no idea how to deal with it. All he could do was tell Tang Weiyang the result later. Those reporters soon spread the news out. Many people didn't have positive opinions on the fact that the acting chairman of Tengguang Group was a young man who was just 20 or so. Other people, on the other hand, thought that there were many able people in Tengguang Group, and even a young man would be able to run it well. Although Tang Jiayong was already 22, he was merely a kid in those experienced managers' eyes. Actually, Tang Jiayong hadn't graduated from his college yet. Even so, Tang Jiayong already had a master's degree of commercial management. Apart from Tang Yunfan, Tang Jiayong was the most talented businessman in the Tang family. Tang Yunfan didn't have any kids, so the Tang family raised Tang Jiayong as the heir of their family business. Exactly because of that, Tang Weiyang sent someone to spy on Tang Jiayong, instead of Tang Jiakai. Chapter 728. A copy bracelet. Since Tang Jiayong was assigned to be the acting chairman, nobody could oppose it. However, he still needed to face many challenges ahead. Therefore, although Tang Jiayong already sat on the position of acting chairman, it was just the beginning. Once the meeting ended, he had to get to know everything about the Tang family's business group. Luckily, the Tang family raised Tang Jiayong as the heir of their family business, so he was very familiar with it. Along with Quan Mingkai and Yan Weilan's assistance, he was able to take over the company smoothly. Even so, it was his first time being the leader of a large dominant business group after all, so there was a lot for him to learn. Tang Deming went back to his office later, and used another mobile phone to call Tang Weiyang. When Tang Weiyang heard the news, he was angrier than ever, but could do nothing about it either. He knew that it wasn't easy to unseat the Tang family, which was the reason why he was the mastermind behind the scene till now. To his astonishment, Tang Jiayong was able to quietly go back home without anyone knowing about it. It seems that I have to use my ace in the hole right now. Tang Weiyang's eyes were full of viciousness. He thought that Tang Deming could become the acting chairman this time, and they would carry out their plan at a slow pace, but he was wrong. Tang Weiyang didn't tell Tang Deming what he was going to do next, and Tang Deming didn't ask further either. Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan had supported Tang Deming at the meeting, but they weren't worried at all after Tang Deming failed, because Quan Mingkai understood the reason why they had done it. Someone had abducted Cheng Zongsheng's son and Wu Boyan's daughter before the meeting, and forced them to side with Tang Deming. Both Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan planned to stay neutral in this fight for power, but they were forced to make a choice. They never doubted the Tang family's ability, so they told Quan Mingkai everything. Quan Mingkai told them to do what they were told to do for their children's safety. They had supported Tang Deming today, and it wasn't their fault that Tang Deming failed. After a while, Cheng Zongsheng and Wu Boyan received a call from their kids, and were told that they were safe back home. Those abductors had let their children go, not because they were kind, but because it was better for them to avoid unnecessary trouble right now. Today was also the reopening day of Cami Beauty Salon in City F. In the beginning, the majority of their customers were unwilling to accept the new skincare products, especially because they were new and lacked fame. Nevertheless, more and more people fell in love with them after trying it, and the new skincare products soon became popular. Some customers who hesitated to try it decided to wait until they were sure that the new skincare products were safe. What had happened at Kuzi yesterday happened again today at Jade Beauty Jewelry. Someone took a jade bracelet of low quality to Jade Beauty Jewelry and claimed that Jade Beauty Jewelry had deceived consumers. The bracelet indeed looked quite similar to the real one. Although others in the store didn't believe it, the person had the receipt of the jade, which made people wonder whether Jade Beauty Jewelry had really sold fake jade jewelry to its consumers. Ji Yuning was in the store today as well, and she was obviously annoyed. Did you say that you bought this bracelet in our store? Although Ji Yuning was mad, she didn't show it on her face and stayed calm. Since the man had the receipt, it proved that he had bought a bracelet here, but he must have replaced the real one with a fake one. Yes, I bought it right here. I thought that it was a high-end jade bracelet, but it turned out to be fake. The middle-aged man said. Ji Yuning sneered and asked, "Great. If you bought this jade bracelet right here, tell me which saleswoman served you." She did. The man pointed at a saleswoman, and the saleswoman seemed a little embarrassed. It was true that she had served the man. Ji Yuning understood that the man had bought a bracelet here, so she didn't blame the saleswoman, but said, "Since she has served you, her fingerprints must be on this jade bracelet. We can do a fingerprint authentication to see whether it's true." Hearing that, the man panicked a little, then soon calmed himself down. Many people have touched this bracelet. Who knows whether hers are still on it? We'll find out after the fingerprint authentication, Ji Yuning said. By the way, since many people have touched this bracelet, how can you be sure that this bracelet is the same one that you bought here? Well, the man was struck dumb. He didn't expect that this young girl was so smart. Other people in the store weren't dumb, and realized the man's real purpose given his reaction. Exactly. Why do you hesitate to have the fingerprint authentication done? We'll know whether it's real or not after that. I think Miss Ji Yu is right. This bracelet couldn't be the same one he bought here. I heard from my friend that a woman caused some trouble at Kuzi the same way yesterday. She claimed that the Kuzi facial mask caused a rash on her face, but didn't dare to try a new piece to see whether she was telling the truth. I think that they must be jealous of the popularity of Kuzi and jade beauty jewelry. Hearing that, Ji Yuning wasn't surprised. Chapter 729 Promote products. Do you mean they could be sent by those businessmen who are jealous of jade beauty jewelry? I think it's highly possible. What a dirty trick. Don't they know that the boss of jade beauty jewelry has a powerful friend circle? Hearing people's discussion, the man was scared. Jade beauty jewelry will, of course, never deceive its consumers, and we're willing to take the responsibility if there is any problem with the quality of our products. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'm not afraid to pay him or her back. Ji Yuning's voice was as cold as ice, and was quite threatening. In fact, Ji Yuning alone was very powerful. All of a sudden, the man ran outside, in case Ji Yuning caught and punished him. However, Ji Yuning didn't bother to do that. The man's reaction already proved everything, and others kept on shopping in the store of jade beauty jewelry. Everyone, in order to celebrate, each of you can have 20% off as long as you buy jewelry here today. If the bill exceeds 1,000,000 yuan, we'll send you a piece of jewelry which is worth around 100,000 yuan. Ji Yuning said. She was a very generous boss. A VIP member could only have 5% off, but they could have 20% off today. It was a big discount in the jewelry industry. The people in the store all cheered hearing the exciting news. Miss Ji Yu, I hope that you can celebrate more in the future so that we can have more discounts, a woman joked. Ha ha, right. Others all agreed. A 20% discount could save them over 100,000 yuan after all. No problem. Ji Yuning also felt happy when her customers were excited. Seeing Ji Yuning being so happy, Leng Xiaoting was also happy. After that, Ji Yuning said to the woman who just joked with her, "Ma'am, I noticed that there is acne on your face. Why don't you try a Kuzi facial mask? It's very effective and safe." Ji Yuning seized this chance to promote her skincare products. "Really? Let me have a try please." The woman's face lit up at once. Every woman cared about her skin condition, and other female customers in the store all turned to look at Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, is it real? Miss Ji Yu, can I have a try too? If it's really effective and safe, I want to buy some." They discussed it and couldn't wait to see its effect right now. That was exactly what Ji Yuning wanted to see. "Ma'am, would you mind removing your makeup to try the facial mask?" "Of course not," the woman said. Ji Yuning then guided the woman walking to the washroom, and others were waiting at the lounge. Leng Xiaoting, however, walked into the office to wait for Ji Yuning, because he felt uncomfortable being stared at by those women outside. The woman's skin was a little dark yellow after removing the makeup. Although she took good care of her skin in her daily life, it wasn't very useful. She was an aged woman anyway, so normal skincare products weren't as effective as they were when she was young. Moreover, she probably didn't use the kind of skincare products which were suitable for her skin type. Even a famous international brand wasn't suitable for everyone. Kuzi skincare products, on the other hand, had a special ingredient which was Ji Yuning's magical power crystal. After removing the makeup, the woman walked out, and her skin was clearly not in a good condition. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out a box of facial mask from her backpack right in front of them. She opened it, and helped the woman wear a piece. Is Kuzi a new skincare brand? I've never heard of it before. Yeah, it's new, and I established it, Ji Yuning said. Given her good fame and reputation now, people tended to believe her words. What? You established it? Hearing that, they were all surprised. Not only jade beauty jewelry and charm, but even Kuzi was also established by her. Yes, and I'm using this brand myself now. You can check my skin. I'm not wearing any makeup now, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, they were even more surprised. They had noticed Ji Yuning's smooth and shiny skin at the very beginning, but they just thought that she must be very good at making herself up. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning wasn't wearing any makeup. In that case, they were looking forward to seeing the effect of the facial mask even more. 10 minutes later, the woman removed the facial mask from her face. Once the facial mask was removed, it was very obvious that half of the acne disappeared from her face, and her skin became much brighter. Jesus, half of the acne has disappeared. It's so amazing. I think her skin is much brighter now. It's hydrated too. The woman was also excited, and checked her face in the mirror at once. Miss Ji Yu, where can I buy this facial mask? She asked Ji Yuning. I want to buy some too. Other women said with one accord. The first direct sale store is in the capital, and we are opening a branch in City B in a few days. If you want to buy some right now, you can write down your names and numbers, and I'll call them to send some here as soon as possible. Once the products are delivered here, you can come here to pick them up. How is that? Ji Yuning asked. Chapter 730 Tang Jiayang meets Ji Yuning, sure. They all agreed with excitement. Are there any other skincare products in addition to facial mask? Another woman asked. Kuzi provides every kind of skincare products, and I'm confident that each of them is more effective than any other skincare products of the same kind on the market, Ji Yuning said. I strongly suggest you try it first before you pay for it. Although we haven't tried all of them yet, we've seen the great effect of the facial mask, and I think that the other products couldn't be bad, a woman said. I agree, and I trust Miss Ji Yu, another woman said. Does it have any side effects? Someone asked with worries. Ji Yuning smiled. I think you better have a try yourself before you buy it. I have several samples with me, and you can share them. Once the products are delivered here, you can also have a check. As for the prices, we set the prices as high as those famous international brands, so you can buy them if you think they're worth it. If not, you can choose not to buy them. It's all up to you. In fact, customers in this store were all rich people. They could afford extremely expensive jade jewelry, so a set of high-end skincare products was nothing. Ji Yuning said that just because she didn't want to force them to buy them. Well, I think that if they're effective and safe, they're worth that much money. All of them were already used to buying famous international skincare brands, and didn't care about the prices. After giving them samples, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left together. Those women, on the other hand, stayed in the store shopping for jewelry. They could have 20% off today after all. They came here to buy jewelry. Since they could have a big discount today, many of them decided to buy more. In addition, some potential customers also didn't hesitate to buy the jewelry because of the good discount. When they walked out of the jewelry store, Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with his eyes full of love. You're really good at doing business. Ha ha, of course I am. Ji Yuning felt very happy today, and didn't bother to hide her pride in herself. Seeing Ji Yuning being so excited, Leng Xiaoting also felt happy, and there was a smile on his lips. Right at this moment, two female passers-by noticed it and were stunned by his charming smile. Wow, he's so handsome. I feel like I'm in love now. Ji Yuning turned to look at Leng Xiaoting at once, then said, stop smiling. Girls can't move a step forward because of you. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting put on an expressionless face without delay. I promise I'll only smile in front of you, Leng Xiaoting said. Great. Ji Yuning was satisfied. When they were in the car, Leng Xiaoting asked, where are we going next? To the hospital, Ji Yuning said. No problem. Leng Xiaoting started the car, leaving for the hospital. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. On their way to the ward, Ji Yuning met a woman's eyes when they walked towards each other. The woman seemed surprised at first, then was angry, displaying a strong hatred. Ji Yuning didn't understand why the woman glared at her and frowned, because she had never met the woman before. Leng Xiaoting was also displeased, and gave the woman a cold glance, which scared the woman, and she turned her face away at once. She didn't dare to meet Leng Xiaoting's eyes. Ji Yuning ignored her, and walked past her with Leng Xiaoting. This woman was Lu Chuting. She glared at Ji Yuning with strong hatred because of Feng Shuichen. Thinking of Lu Xingqi's words and Feng Pinghui's warning, she didn't have the courage to slap Ji Yuning. Actually, even though she wanted to pay Ji Yuning back, she was doomed to fail and was unable to bear the consequences of it. Speaking of Feng Shuichen, she was in a worse condition right now, because she struggled a lot during the withdrawal and the wounds on her face tore, which caused a lot of bleeding. It tortured Feng Shuichen more than ever, and she felt like she was dying. In the end, Feng Pinghui had to send someone to buy some drugs from the Earth nightclub for her to calm down. Ji Yuning already heard the news that Tang Jiayong was back, but didn't meet him until they gathered together in the hospital around 6 p.m. Tang Jiayong had also heard of Ji Yuning and seen her photo. He admired her a lot and was eager to meet her in person. Finally, they had a chance to meet each other. Hey, Jiayong, been a while. You look stronger now. Want to have a competition? Cao Wenxin was in the hospital before Tang Jiayong, so she walked to him once he showed up, like she was going to have a fight with him. Tang Jiayong frowned and moved a step back. I heard from Jakai that you've stopped bullying him. What, do you plan to bully me now? It was obvious that he couldn't beat Cao Wenxin in a fight. That's because I have a helper who can beat her down, Tang Jakai said with pride. He came here along with Tang Jiayong. You're a coward, and you turned to a girl for help. Cao Wenxin mocked him. You. Tang Jakai was mad, but didn't know what to say. Come on, beat me if you're annoyed. Cao Wenxin enjoyed the feeling when Tang Jakai was mad but didn't dare to fight with her. Alright, stop arguing. You're not kids anymore, Cao Ruoa said and criticized Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin pouted, and closed her mouth. After that, Tang Jiayong greeted the older generation before his sight fell on Ji Yuning. Hi, nice to meet you, I'm Tang Jiayong. He was a mature, stable young man, so he didn't show much excitement on his face. Nice to meet you too, I'm Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled and shook hands with him. Both of them had heard of each other before, so there was no need for them to introduce themselves to one another. Chapter 731 Tang Xinrui is exposed, and this is. Tang Jiayong looked at Leng Xiaoting who was standing behind Ji Yuning. Oh, this is my boyfriend, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning said. Nice to see you, Mr. Leng. Tang Jiayong wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend at such an early age. Nice to see you, Leng Xiaoting said. After that, they began to talk about the business. The mastermind behind the scheme must feel threatened since Jiayong is back now, so Jiayong will be in a very dangerous situation these days. Yunhang, send 2 of the best bodyguards to protect Jiayong, Tang Haifeng said. Sure, Tang Yunhang replied. Ji Yuning took out a porcelain bottle at this time, and there were 3 power crystals inside. She gave it to Tang Jiayong. Take this medicine with you. If you're injured, take a pill at once. Thanks. Tang Jiayong took it without hesitation, because he had heard a lot about Ji Yuning and knew that she had a magical medicine and that his grandfather was cured by it. They didn't stay in the ward for long, and went back to the Tang family's house later. In City F, the police finally caught the man who had raped Lin Liwan after 2 days of searching and investigation, then took him to court. A rapist was generally put in jail for more than 3 years, and less than 10 years, but the man would have the heaviest sentence since Lin Liwan was Ji Yuning's relative. However, after the investigation, the police found out that the man had been put in jail once before because of the same crime, and he didn't leave prison until last year. Given his previous behavior, the police believed that he must have committed other crimes as well. It turned out that he had committed the crime of rape twice within this year, so he would be put in jail for the rest of his life. Ji Yu Qingxiang told Ji Yu Qingyan what had happened to Lin Liwan, but he didn't tell him that Lin Liwan had been raped. What had happened to Lin Liwan didn't go abroad either. In addition to them, only the police in the police station were aware of it. When Ji Yu Qingyan heard the terrible news that Lin Liwan had a mental problem now, he asked for leave, and came back home without delay. In the Tang family's house, the housekeeper already told the cooks to prepare dinner. Although Tang Yunfan accepted the fact that Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, he still didn't know how to get along with him, especially when Ji Yuman was absent and he didn't know who he could talk with. During the past years, Tang Yunfan seldom talked with his family, and they didn't share many common topics either. After dinner, Tang Yunfan asked Leng Xiaoting, "Do you know how to play xianxia 1? Come on, play with me," Tang Yunfan said. "No problem." Leng Xiaoting agreed. Tang Yunfan was his future father-in-law, and he didn't dare to reject him. When they were in the game, Tang Yunfan didn't focus on it, and made many mistakes, but Leng Xiaoting never pointed it out, nor complained, because they were just playing it for fun. Leng Xiaoting's good attitude pleased Tang Yunfan, and he let him go after 2 rounds. They stayed for a while longer, then left along with Cao Wenxin. That night, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting exercised, as usual before they fell asleep together. Ji Yuman went back to City B the day after the opening of the beauty salon, because both Ji Yuning and Tang Yunfan were in City B, and she missed them. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoting had to leave to deal with something that morning. Although he was unwilling to leave Ji Yuning, he had to do so. Apart from that, Zhuo Zhongkui would arrive at City B that afternoon. Qi Tianlin called Ji Yuning at noon and told her to meet him at the same room in the Earth nightclub tonight around 8 p.m. Ji Yuman landed at the airport of City B around 12:30 p.m., and Ji Yuning went to pick her up. After that, they went to dine together before Ji Yuning drove Ji Yuman to the Tang family's house. Ji Yuman told Ji Yuning what Lin Liwan had been through during the past several days. Ji Yuning was surprised, but didn't have any sympathy for her. Lin Liwan wasn't someone important in her life, and Ji Yuman was kind enough to Lin Liwan. If Ji Yuning had been there, she would have ignored Lin Liwan. Ji Yuman had no intention to make Ji Yuning feel sorry for Lin Liwan, she simply told Ji Yuning the story. After lunch, Ji Yuning drove Ji Yuman to the Tang family's house. It was a busy day for Ji Yuning today, and she received Kay's call when they arrived. Kay told her that he had found a secret about Tang Deming. Tang Deming had been to a house many days ago. The house was under the name of a woman called Tang Xinrui, and Tang Xinrui had shown up at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Afterwards, Kay sent Ji Yuning an email. Ji Yuning checked the email at once on her phone. Tang Xinrui was 24 years old this year and had graduated from Country Y half a year ago. Her major was business administration. After graduation, Tang Xinrui went back home and now worked in the finance department of Tengguang Group. After reading that, Ji Yuning was very clear that Tang Xinrui applied for a job in Tengguang Group for a certain purpose. Since Tang Deming had contacted Tang Xinrui, what was their relationship? The document showed that Tang Xinrui was an orphan and had been adopted by a woman in Country Y, but it was obvious that there must be a connection between Tang Deming and Tang Xinrui. Ji Yuning thought that Tang Xinrui might be Tang Deming's love child or they could be relatives. It was also possible that they just worked together for the same aim. Ji Yuning, however, believed that Tang Xinrui wasn't the mastermind, but just a pawn. Kay also found out that there were 2 phone numbers under Tang Xinrui's ID card, and the 2 phone numbers contacted each other often. It was obvious that another person was using the other phone number. Seeing that, Ji Yuning suspected that the mastermind could be using the other phone number under Tang Xinrui's ID card. Xianxia, also called Chinese chess, is a strategy board game for 2 players. It is one of the most popular board games in China, and is in the same family as Western chess, chaturanga, shogi, Indian chess and jangi. Chapter 732 Lin Tianyu threatens Yu Zi no matter what. Since Tang Xinrui's real identity was exposed, Ji Yuning had to tell Quan Mingkai right now and let him handle it. Therefore, she called Quan Mingkai at once. "Lady Ning, may I help?" Quan Mingkai asked. "A friend of mine is keeping a close eye on Tang Deming, and he found out that Tang Deming visited a house a couple of days ago. The owner of the house is Tang Xinrui, who is working in the finance department of Tengguang Group," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Quan Mingkai was slightly surprised, but not very astonished. He knew that Tang Deming had many helpers in Tengguang Group, which was a large company, but he was still surprised to learn that Tang Xinrui might have a relationship with the mastermind. Since he was aware of it now, he had to conduct the investigation. The finance department was a key department of a company after all. When it was almost 6 p.m., Yuzi went to Fengsheng shopping mall. She seldom came to the store these days, and spent most of her time in the factory to design and make gowns. There were 2 ways of making gowns. One was made by machine, and the other was handmade. Handmade gowns were currently done by Yuzi, and they were several times more expensive than machine-made ones. It took just a little while for a machine to produce a gown, but it took many days to make a gown by hand. During this time, Yang Zichin kept in touch with Yuzi, and they sometimes dined and watched a film together. Yuzi had a good impression of Yang Zichin, so she was willing to meet him once she was free. This time, she also came here to meet Yang Zichin. Yuzi already bought a white BMW which cost 700,000 yuan. She parked her car, then entered the shopping mall. However, Lin Tianyu appeared out of the blue and stopped her. Yuzi frowned and a touch of disdain flashed by her eyes. She ignored him, and tried to walk away. Lin Tianyu, however, caught her wrist. "Let me go." Yuzi struggled, but failed to get rid of his hand. She glared at him. "Lin Tianyu, what do you want? Are you dating Yang Zichin?" Lin Tianyu wore a malicious expression and questioned Yuzi, like she had betrayed him. Yuzi was mad and sneered, "It's none of your business." "You're mine, so it is my business," Lin Tianyu said, and tightened his hand around Yuzi's wrist. Yuzi, at this moment, noticed his abnormal reaction. She thought that Lin Tianyu must be going crazy, because they had been broken up for more than a year. "Lin Tianyu, I have no relationship with you, so let me go right now." Yuzi struggled again. "Yuzi, how can you hurt me like this? I already promised that I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Why would you still reject me?" Lin Tianyu said with a sad face, like he was the victim. "Lin Tianyu, who do you think you are? I only feel disgusted every time I see you," Yuzi said. "Let me go right now, or I'll call the police." Yuzi lost her patience. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu suddenly approached Yuzi, which scared her. "Lin Tianyu, stop right there. Let me go." Yuzi's shout attracted attention from people around them. Seeing a woman caught by a man, many people walked forward, trying to help Yuzi out. However, Lin Tianyu took out a knife at short notice, and pressed it against Yuzi's neck. Yuzi was so scared that she could barely move. "Don't come closer or I'll kill her," Lin Tianyu yelled at the crowd. To their astonishment, the man dared to use a knife to threaten a woman in a public place. Jesus, is he crazy? It's a public place. I think he'll be put in jail. Is this a crime of passion? Stop discussing. The woman needs help. Let's call the police. After that, someone called the police. Lin Tianyu, however, didn't pay attention to the crowd, but kept staring straight at Yuzi with a pair of bloodshot eyes. "Yuzi, if you don't come back to me, I'll kill you. Let me go first." Yuzi didn't dare to annoy Lin Tianyu, in case he killed her once he lost control of himself. "No, if you don't agree to get back together with me, I won't let you go," Lin Tianyu threatened. Sure, I agree." Yuzi just wanted to save her life right now and calm him down. "Really? Do you mean it? Are you lying to me? Lin Tianyu didn't believe it. I mean it, Yuzi said. Prove it, Lin Tianyu said. How? Yuzi didn't know what to do. She felt so helpless right now. I don't know either. Lin Tianyu frowned. He didn't know how to make Yuzi prove her love for him, because he subconsciously believed that Yuzi still hated him. Therefore, even if Yuzi figured out a way to prove it, he wouldn't believe it either. Yuzi was in despair. Luckily, the police station was very close to Fengshan shopping mall, so the police arrived at the scene within 2 minutes. Seeing the police, Lin Tianyu was scared, and the knife shook in his hand and cut Yuzi's neck. Although the cut wasn't deep, Yuzi shouted in pain, and the police didn't dare to move forward. Chapter 733 Lin Tianyu is caught, stop there. Don't come closer. Lin Tianyu lost control of himself and yelled in anger. His hand which was holding the knife was trembling, and it was very likely that he would cut Yuzi's neck again. Let her go now. Do you know that you can be put in jail? A policeman said to Lin Tianyu. However, Lin Tianyu wouldn't listen to him. Fuck off, you all. Fuck off. It's none of your business. Right at this moment, Yang Zichin also arrived, and saw that Yuzi was being threatened by Lin Tianyu. He got nervous and mad when he noticed the blood and cut on Yuzi's neck. He ached to tear Lin Tianyu into pieces, but calmed himself down trying to figure out a way to rescue Yuzi. Yuzi was in a very dangerous situation right now, because the knife was pressed right against her neck. What do you want to do? The policeman asked. I want to be with her. Lin Tianyu stared at Yuzi with his eyes full of a desire to possess. Since you want to be with her, why are you hurting her? Shouldn't you protect her? The policeman asked him. She refused to be with me. Lin Tianyu shouted in anger and sadness. Yang Zichin had served in the army and was now involved in the police force, so he knew many fighting skills. While the policeman was talking with Lin Tianyu, Yang Zichin secretly moved behind Lin Tianyu's back where he couldn't see him. At short notice, he dashed out. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. However, before they could exclaim, Yang Zichin already stood behind Lin Tianyu. Afterwards, he caught Lin Tianyu's hand which was holding the knife, and grabbed his other hand which was on Yuzi's shoulder. With 2 clear sounds, Lin Tianyu's wrists were dislocated and Yuzi finally got rid of his control. Those policemen ran to them at once. Some supported Yuzi to stand, while others caught Lin Tianyu. After the police caught Lin Tianyu, Yang Zichin came to Yuzi and said with concern, "Let me take you to the hospital." Given the situation, the police needed their oral confession, but it was obvious that Yuzi needed to be treated as soon as possible, so a policeman was sent to follow them to the hospital. However, Yang Zichin rejected it. He took out his police officer certificate and said, "I'm a police officer, I'll bring her to the police station later." "Oh, Lord Yang, please do." Seeing Yang Zichin's police officer certificate, the policeman recognized him at once and agreed without hesitation. After that, Yang Zichin carried Yuzi in his arms, which scared her a little, and she flushed red at once. I can walk. You're injured now, Yang Zichin said. Yuzi still wanted to say something, but Yang Zichin strode ahead without delay. Yuzi felt quite uneasy in Yang Zichin's arms, and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Her face had turned pale in horror just then, and now she seemed worse after her face turned red. Is it very painful? Yang Zichin was more worried. No, it's fine. Yuzi denied it. In fact, the cut wasn't deep, and she just lost a small amount of blood. I'm sorry. I came too late. Yang Zichin blamed himself. Although he and Yuzi were just friends, he took their relationship very seriously, so he thought that it was his duty to protect her well. Therefore, he blamed himself now because he failed to do that. It's not your fault, Yuzi said. Lin Tianyu was the one who should be blamed. Yang Zichin didn't say anything further, but swore to himself that he would never allow anyone else to hurt Yuzi again from now on. Yang Zichin and Yuzi went to the hospital, and Lin Tianyu was taken to the police station. Given what he had done today, he was doomed to jail. The police informed Lin Tianyu's family when he was brought to the police station. Lin Tianyu's father was frightened when he heard the shocking news. He could never imagine that his son would break the law. However, he only had one son, and didn't know what to do if his only son was put in jail. What happened? Mrs. Lin asked her husband after seeing his unusual reaction. Tianyu was arrested by the police because he used a knife to threaten a woman in a public place, Lin Tianyu's father said. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked, and fell on the sofa. Impossible. I don't believe that Tianyu would do that. Mrs. Lin couldn't believe or accept it. Her son already broke the law, and was going to be put in jail. Once her son was put in jail, his life was ruined. All of a sudden, Mrs. Lin caught her husband's hand and cried, "We can't let our son be put in jail. It'll ruin his life. Do something. Let's go to the police station first, and see whether we can settle it out of court," Lin Tianyu's father said. He obviously wanted to help his son out, but he wasn't an influential figure, so it wasn't easy for him to do that. Both the victim and the police station had to agree on it if they wanted to settle it out of court. Sure, we can pay her over 1,000,000 yuan for it as long as she won't sue Tianyu, Mrs. Lin said. She didn't mind how much they had to spend on it. They also didn't know that the woman was Yuzi, or they would be aware that it was very difficult for them to settle it out of court. Of course, given Mrs. Lin's character, she would only force Yuzi to agree to settle it out of court if she found out that Yuzi was the victim. Chapter 734 Settle it out of court. Impossible. Before long, Lin Tianyu's parents arrived at the police station. At this moment, Lin Tianyu got his reason back, and realized that he had made a big mistake. His parents didn't know that the victim was Yuzi until they met him. After hearing that, Lin Tianyu's parents had a feeling that it would be harder for them to settle it out of court, because Lin Tianyu had cheated on Yuzi before after all. Afterwards, Mrs. Lin thought that it could also be easy for them to solve this problem, because Lin Tianyu was Yuzi's ex-boyfriend anyway. Since she was fine now, they could pay her some mental damage compensation to end this mess. Mrs. Lin was really very selfish and shameless. In fact, if it hadn't been for Yang Zichen, Lin Tianyu might have killed Yuzi. Although Lin Tianyu's father disapproved of it, he also believed that they should have a nice talk with Yuzi, and hoped that she could agree to settle it out of court. Yuzi went to the police station after getting the cut looked at in the hospital. It was just a minor injury, so she would recover after a few days. When Yuzi met Lin Tianyu's parents in the police station, she just gave them a glance, then moved her eyes away. Mrs. Lin, however, dashed forward and said to Yuzi's face, "Yuzi, I know that Tianyu has made a mistake, but we can settle it out of court. We're willing to pay the medical fee and mental damage compensation." Mrs. Lin's attitude was as arrogant as usual. "Settle it out of court." Yuzi looked at Mrs. Lin. "Impossible. He asked for it himself and he should bear the result of the mistake he's made." Yuzi wasn't a coward, and she would never forget those who hurt her. Mrs. Lin didn't expect that Yuzi would be so tough. Actually, it wasn't a surprise, because Yuzi had shown her hatred towards Lin Tianyu many times before, but Mrs. Lin refused to accept it. Mrs. Lin Tianyu broke the law and he should be put in jail. If your life is under threat, will you forgive the person who threatens to kill you? Yang Zichen questioned, and Mrs. Lin felt quite stressed at this moment. Since Yang Zichen said that, Lin Tianyu's father understood that it was hopeless that they could settle it out of court. However, Lin Tianyu was his only child, so he had to do something. "Yuzi, please accept my apologies for Tianyu's terrible behavior." Saying that, Lin Tianyu's father bowed to her. He seemed very sincere, but Yuzi wasn't touched at all. "Tianyu is our only child, and we can't see him put in jail. Could you forgive him this time?" Lin Tianyu's father said. "Mr. Lin, I think I've already put it clearly," Yang Zichen said and frowned. "I've told you that he broke the law and should be put in jail." Hearing that, Lin Tianyu's father closed his mouth. In fact, there was a chance to settle it out of court as long as Yuzi was willing to do so. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I insist on dealing with this case according to the law," Yuzi said. "I think we should go give the oral confession now." After that, Yuzi walked inside, followed by Yang Zichen. "Yuzi, how can you?" Mrs. Lin was unwilling to accept it, but was stopped by her husband. Stop, she already put it clearly. Lin Tianyu's father was reluctant to accept the result as well, but there was nothing else he could do now. Do we have to see Tianyu put in jail? He's our only child. Mrs. Lin burst into tears. Parents were all the same in this world, but everyone should pay for what they had done. Stop crying. Lin Tianyu's father snapped at her. Don't forget that you interfered in their relationship before. Do you think that we can do anything we want to just because we're a little rich? We were born poor too, and we've worked hard to get what we have today. Lin Tianyu's father was a good man, and he had never interfered in Lin Tianyu's personal affairs. He didn't have time to do that either. However, both his wife and his son were snobbish. Lin Tianyu's father had built his career by working hard. Yuzi was doing the same thing. She became a famous and successful designer from being a common white-collar worker by working hard as well. Charm was very popular and profitable now, and it had a close relationship with jade beauty jewelry. In that case, Yuzi had a bright future ahead, and she could be much richer than the Lin family. When Lin Tianyu heard that Yuzi insisted on dealing with this case according to the law, he was in despair. He knew that he ruined his own life. After giving an oral confession, Yuzi left with Yang Zichen. At the same time, Ji Yuning came to the Earth nightclub alone. Chapter 735 Despise Ji Yuning. Xiaoya didn't go there with Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning didn't know when she would go back home, and Ji Yuman would be safe with Xiaoya. Although it was impossible that Feng Shueqin could hurt Ji Yuman again, Tang Deming was still a threat. Therefore, the Tang family was in a dangerous situation now. None of them were completely safe. Before Ji Yuning arrived, Qi Tianlin and Zuo Zhongkui were already in the gambling room. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua were standing behind Qi Tianlin, while a beautiful young woman in her early 20s sat by Zuo Zhongkui's side, and there were 4 bodyguards at his back. Zuo Zhongkui was a calculating man who was around 35 years old. The woman by his side was He Hongji's 4th daughter, He Xin. They arrived at 7:40 p.m., but Ji Yuning was still absent when it was almost 8 p.m., which displeased He Xin. Mr. Qi, it's only 5 minutes away from 8 p.m. Where is your gambler? Isn't it not 8 p.m. yet? Qi Tianlin said in an arrogant tone as always. He didn't bother to give He Xin a glance, which upset He Xin. Qi Tianlin never paid much attention to her, and she would almost doubt her charm if she didn't have so many admirers. I don't think it's polite to keep your guests waiting, He Xin argued. She doesn't work for me, but is also a distinguished guest of the Kirin gang, Qi Tianlin said. He wasn't flattering Ji Yuning, but was telling the truth. In his eyes, Ji Yuning was a distinguished guest. Although he wasn't very familiar with Ji Yuning, there was a very important deal between them. Ji Yuning's magical medicine was unusually effective, so he cherished his relationship with Ji Yuning. A distinguished guest. He Xin was surprised. The He family had a good connection with the Kirin gang, but Qi Tianlin never treated them as distinguished guests. When it was 3 minutes away from 8 p.m., Ji Yuning entered the room. Both Zuo Zhongkui and He Xin frowned when Ji Yuning showed up, because they thought that she was just an ordinary young girl. However, if she was able to walk inside without anyone's permission at this moment, she must be the gambler that Qi Tianlin had told them about. Mr. Qi, are you sure the gambler is this girl? Zuo Zhongkui asked with obvious disdain. Right, Qi Tianlin said, but didn't explain further. It was to his advantage if they took Ji Yuning lightly. Come here. Qi Tianlin waved his hand at Ji Yuning. Although he still seemed arrogant, it was obvious that he treated Ji Yuning much gentler than he did He Xin. He Xin felt disappointed, because she had never seen Qi Tianlin treat a girl so politely before. Was it because this young girl was more beautiful than her? He Xin admitted that Ji Yuning was very attractive, and she was slightly jealous of her beauty too, but she didn't hate her, because they were merely strangers. Ji Yuning didn't feel uneasy at all, but walked towards Qi Tianlin with a calm face, then sat down by his side. Qi Tianlin didn't introduce them to each other, but directly said, "She'll gamble with you on behalf of me in the following hours. You can set the bets as you want, I won't be involved." Although Zuo Zhongkui came here to gamble with Qi Tianlin, it didn't mean that Qi Tianlin had to play the game with him in person. They just needed to obey the deal no matter who lost the game. No problem. I just hope you won't blame us for taking advantage of a little child. Zuo Zhongkui laughed. Zuo Zhongkui was around 35, while Ji Yuning was even younger than 20, so she was merely a little child in his eyes. Zuo Zhongkui despised Ji Yuning, but was also willing to gamble with her. He was very confident to win because he believed that Ji Yuning lacked experience. He came here to win the game, and didn't care whether it was fair or not. I won't, Qi Tianlin said. Let me have several rounds with her first, He Xin said. Since Qi Tianlin trusted Ji Yuning so much, she was determined to defeat Ji Yuning so that Qi Tianlin would have a deep impression of her. She wasn't much older than Ji Yuning, so it was a fair game between them. Sure, Zuo Zhongkui agreed. He believed in He Xin. My surname is He. May I know yours? He Xin asked with her voice full of hostility. Ji Yuning said. Miss Ji Yu, how much can you afford? He Xin asked. As much as you can, Ji Yuning said. She sounded very arrogant in order to irritate He Xin. It was a great opportunity for her to make a large amount of money, so she would, of course, make full use of it. Well, Miss Ji Yu, you really don't care about it since you're using Mr. Qi's money, He Xin said in a sarcastic tone. She was jealous of Ji Yuning, who could spend Qi Tianlin's money without being limited. It proved that Ji Yuning was very important in Qi Tianlin's heart. He Xin thought that Ji Yuning might be Qi Tianlin's girl, instead of a distinguished guest. Thinking of that, He Xin was upset. She wasn't sure whether she liked Qi Tianlin, but she had a burning desire to make him love her because he always ignored her. Ji Yuning frowned and said with dissatisfaction, I'm not using his money in today's gambling. If I use his money, I'd have to share with him if I win. It meant that she was using her own money to gamble with them. Hearing that, both He Xin and Zuo Zhongkui were astonished. If Ji Yuning was using her own money, she must be very rich. After all, their bets normally started from 10 million yuan at the least. Ji Yuning probably didn't know their rules. He Xin and Zuo Zhongkui thought. Then how much is suitable for the bet per round in your eyes? He Xin asked. I don't care. You can set the bet as you want, Miss He, Ji Yuning said. It sounded normal, but was actually quite provocative. Chapter 736 When around He Xin was annoyed, and decided to teach this young girl a lesson. Since Miss Ji Yu is so generous, why don't we set the bet as 100 million yuan a round? He Xin said with disdain. She believed that 100 million yuan had to be too much for Ji Yuning, and that Ji Yuning might retreat. Not many people dared to set the bet that high, because it was really risky. Hearing that, Ji Yuning, instead, cocked her eyebrow. In He Xian's eyes, Ji Yuning's reaction was a sign of fear, but she didn't know that Ji Yuning actually thought that it wasn't much. She had set the bet as 100 million yuan while gambling with Qi Tianlin before, so she didn't think that it was a big deal. In addition, Ji Yuning was very confident that she could win. What? Miss Ji Yu, do you think it's too much? If so, we can. He Xin pretended to be considerate. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yuning interrupted her. Of course not, I just thought that Miss He would set a much higher number, because Mr. Qi and I normally set the bet as 100 million yuan for fun. Ji Yuning said that to embarrass He Xin. He Xin felt awkward and got angry. To her astonishment, 100 million yuan wasn't much in Ji Yuning's eyes. In addition, Ji Yuning also said that Qi Tianlin and her would set the bet as 100 million yuan just for fun. Hearing what Ji Yuning said, Qi Tianlin pulled his lips, because it wasn't normal behavior. Nevertheless, he knew that Ji Yuning was very rich and confident to win, so he, of course, wouldn't expose the truth. In fact, he felt quite good that Ji Yuning took them down a notch. The result of today's gambling concerned their shares of the business, and the annual profit was hundreds of millions of yuan. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's set the bet as 100 million yuan, Ji Yuning said, like she was doing He Xin a favor. He Xin felt utterly embarrassed, but didn't know what to say. Besides, she got a little nervous seeing Ji Yuning being so confident. She was an experienced gambler, and she sensed that this young girl sitting across the table from her wasn't simple. Anyway, she was a daughter of the gambling magnate, and famous for her outstanding gambling skills. It wasn't likely that she would be defeated by a young girl who lacked experience. From the beginning to the end, Zhuo Zhongkui just squinted and sized Ji Yuning up once in a while. Although this young girl sounded arrogant, she couldn't be a simple girl since she played this game on behalf of Qi Tianline. Although the bet was just 100 million yuan a round, the annual profit was much higher than that. Illegal businesses made a lot more money than legal ones, and it wasn't difficult to make hundreds of millions of yuan a year. There are many ways of playing dice. What kind do you want to play, Miss Ji Yu? He asked. Why don't we guess the number of each other's dice? Whoever guesses correctly wins the game, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, He smiled with confidence, because she was very good at it. Sure, we can play 3 rounds in all, He said. Normally, gambling consisted of 3 rounds. No problem. Ji Yuning didn't mind. She was going to win after all. Ji Yuning didn't think that she would lose. Even though He was a daughter of the gambling magnate, she could have a draw at the best. Let's begin now, He said. After you. Thanks. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate and shook the dice cup at once. The dice knocked against each other in the cup and made clear sounds. He focused on hearing each sound, while Zhuo Zhongkui was observing Ji Yuning. She shook the dice cup for a while before hitting it against the table as well. After a short while, Ji Yuning placed the cup on the table with great force and said, "What numbers are they?" 5, 5, 3, He said with confidence. She was right. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, and admitted that He was really good as a daughter of the gambling magnate. He won the first round. Although He won, she wasn't satisfied because it was still too early to see the final result. After that, it was Xian's turn. She shook the dice cup for a while before placing it on the table as well. Miss Ji Yu, please, He said. 1, 2, 3, Ji Yuning replied. Hearing that, He frowned. She had a feeling that Ji Yuning was right before she opened the dice cup. If Ji Yuning guessed it correctly, she had to admit that Ji Yuning was a great match. She opened the dice cup, and the numbers were indeed 1, 2, 3. Seeing that, He and Zhuo Zhongkui were certain that Ji Yuning wasn't simple. They also realized that it wouldn't be easy for them to win today's game. In the next round, He shook the dice cup first. 5, 5, 6, Ji Yuning said. She was right. He panicked a little, because it seemed very easy for Ji Yuning to guess the numbers correctly. She even thought that Ji Yuning could directly see the dice in the cup. After that, it was Ji Yuning's turn to shake the dice cup. 6, 6, 5. He guessed. However, He was wrong this time. She lost a round. Actually, it was very normal to fail in a game like this. Even her father, who was the king of gambling, couldn't win every round, but she just couldn't accept the fact that she lost a round in a game with Ji Yuning. Chapter 737 Ji Yuning wins. Besides, if she couldn't win the final round, she lost the game. They would only play 3 rounds to decide who was the winner and who was the loser. They already had a draw, and Ji Yuning guessed correctly in the second round, so He had to win the final round if she didn't want to lose. It was impossible for her to win the second round now. He now felt quite stressed because she feared losing the game. Miss He, I'm afraid that you'll lose today. Ji Yuning smiled. He did her best to calm herself down. Go on. The dice cup moved again in Xian's hand. When He was shaking the dice cup, Ji Yuning sat there with a calm face staring at her, which made He feel more stressed. She didn't want Ji Yuning to guess the numbers correctly, so she shook the dice up for a long time. Ji Yuning didn't think that it was a problem, and enjoyed the tea Qi Tianline prepared for her. Qi Tianline, however, lost his patience. Miss He, does it need such a long time to shake the dice up? He was struck dumb for a second, then realized that she had shaken the dice cup for too long. Before long, He laid the dice up down on the table. 1, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They all knew the meaning, which was the reason why they felt so surprised. No matter how unwilling He Xin was to reveal the result, she opened the dice cup at the end. There was only a 1 on the dice showing, because the 3 dice piled up together inside. Seeing that, they were shocked. Fine, I lose the game. Although there was the final round, He Xin gave up, because she already lost the game no matter if Ji Yuning won the last round or if it was a draw. She was unwilling to accept the result, but she had to face the reality. Zuo Zhongkui, however, frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Are you sure that you want to give up right now? You don't want to finish the last round. What if your father finds out? Do you think he'll accept your way of dealing with it?" Zuo Zhongkui didn't care about the 100 million yuan bet, but their reputation. In his eyes, no matter whether he would win or lose, he would finish the game to the last second. He Xin was struck dumb again, then realized she shouldn't give up right now. Fine, let's play the final round. Ji Yuning smiled, and shook the dice cup. She wasn't willing to see He Xin give up right now either, even though He Xin was doomed to failure. Ji Yuning wanted to win the game by finishing each step of it. Seeing Ji Yuning shaking the dice cup, He Xin wore a serious face. She listened carefully to the sounds, but still failed to focus on them under the great pressure. Ji Yuning soon hit the dice cup against the table and let He Xin guess the numbers. He Xin took a long breath in and said, 2, 3, 4. Ji Yuning opened the dice cup. Unfortunately, the numbers were not 2, 3 and 4 inside. "I'm sorry. You're wrong," Ji Yuning said with a gentle smile on face. He Xin didn't say anything. She was unhappy with the result, but she could do nothing to change it. After that, it was Zuo Zhongkui's turn to gamble with Ji Yuning. Since He Xin already lost the game, Zuo Zhongkui didn't dare to take Ji Yuning lightly right now. He also felt stressed at this moment. The first round in the second time was a draw. The second round in the second time was still a draw. Ji Yuning won the third round the second time. They had gambled 6 rounds in all till now. 3 were draws, and Ji Yuning had won 3 times. If Zuo Zhongkui could win the next 3 rounds, it would be a tie, but he would lose the game once there was another draw or Ji Yuning won again. The first round in the third time was a draw. Ji Yuning won the second round the third time. The third round in the third time was another draw. They had played 3 times and 9 rounds. 5 were draws and Ji Yuning won the rest. All in all, Ji Yuning was the winner. In addition, she also won 400 million yuan. Qi Tianlin was confident that Ji Yuning could win, so it wasn't a surprising result, but Zuo Zhongkui's group couldn't accept it. It was utterly shameful that they failed to win a single round. Zuo Zhongkui was very upset, but didn't know what to say. "Since the result is already out, you can pay the money you lose first before we sign the deal," Qi Tianlin said. Ji Yuning looked calm as usual although she just won 400 million yuan within a short time. There was no excitement on her face, like it was merely nothing in her eyes. In fact, she was very happy in her heart, but didn't show her happiness on her face. She was a very successful businesswoman after all, and knew how to control her emotions well at the business table. Ji Yuning then took out a piece of card with her name and bank card number on it. He Xin and Zuo Zhongkui each transferred 200 million yuan to Ji Yuning's bank account. After receiving the money, Ji Yuning left. Qi Tianlin didn't stop her, because it wasn't appropriate if Ji Yuning stayed when he negotiated the deal with Zuo Zhongkui later. A short while after Ji Yuning walked out, He Xin caught up to her. "Miss Ji Yu, please wait a second." Ji Yuning stopped, and asked politely, "Miss He, may I help? Can we talk privately?" He Xin was very kind. Afterwards, they went to a tea house in the Earth nightclub. Chapter 738 A Deal with He Xin. He Xin gave Ji Yuning the menu. "Miss Ji Yu, what do you want to drink?" Ji Yuning took it and read for a while. "Black tea please. Do you want some desserts?" He Xin asked again. "No need, thanks," Ji Yuning said. After that, He Xin ordered a cup of black tea for Ji Yuning and a cup of longjing tea for herself. The waitress served them 2 cups of tea, then walked out. "Miss Ji Yu, you're the most skilled person at gambling I've ever seen till now. Even my father can't be so accurate as you," He Xin said in a sincere tone. Even her father couldn't be 100% accurate, but Ji Yuning did it. If there was a game between her father and Ji Yuning, she had to admit that she thought that Ji Yuning had a better chance to win. "Thank you for your compliment," Ji Yuning said politely. "Miss Ji Yu, I wonder whether you have the intention to be involved in the gambling industry. Given your outstanding gambling skills, I think that you can easily be famous around the world and make a fortune at the same time," He said. It was obvious that she hoped that Ji Yuning could work for or with her. "Well, I just gamble for fun, and I'm not interested in fame and fortune. To be honest, I don't lack money at all," Ji Yuning replied. She was telling the truth. She wasn't a fan of gambling, and seldom gambled, unless it was necessary. Stone gambling was, of course, an exception. There were many benefits along with harm if she became famous as the queen of gambling. Those who were familiar with the gambling industry might understand it, but those who knew less about it would think of her as a gambling addict. Being seen as a gambling addict wasn't a positive assessment. He was struck dumb for a second, because she was surprised that Ji Yuning would reject her offer without hesitation. In that case, she didn't know what to say next. After having a sip of tea, He asked, "What if I make a deal with Miss Ji Yu? Are you willing to help me win a gambling match with someone else the same way you did today?" Hearing that, Ji Yuning frowned, but didn't reject it at once. "Oh, how much are you going to pay me, and who is the person you want me to help you win against?" Ji Yuning was interested in it as long as He paid her enough money, but she would refuse to gamble against Chi Tianline, which was the reason why she asked He who she was going to gamble with. Chi Tianline and her were friends now to some extent, and they had helped each other after all, while He and her were still strangers. Since Ji Yuning didn't reject it right away, He knew it was hopeful and her face lit up at once. "I'm not sure how much I can pay you, but I promise the remuneration won't be lower than 500 million yuan, He said. "The person I want you to help me gamble against is my uncle, He Hongyuan. This gambling game is related to the heir position in the He family. My father has hearing problem now, and my second older brother who is the most skilled gambler in my family is also missing, while the others are barely comparable to my uncle, so I'm afraid that we can't win this gambling game." He didn't hide the truth from Ji Yuning, and became upset and cold. When she said that, because it was a serious crisis ahead of the He family. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood that it was a fight for power and wealth in a super-rich family. In fact, they knew clearly that He Hongyuan was the cause of He Hongji's hearing problem and He Xianx's disappearance, because He Hongyuan had the ambition to inherit the He family's properties. However, even though they knew He Hongyuan had done all of that, they could do nothing about it without solid proof. And now, He Hongyuan proposed to elect a new leading role to take over the He family's businesses by gambling, and they couldn't reject it. If others found out that He Hongji wasn't able to run the gambling business well, the He family's enemies would seize every chance to undermine them. The He family was really influential, but He Hongyuan had support from the Tiandawei. The Tiandawei was the only gang in HK, which was as powerful as the Qing gang and the Kirin gang. Although the He family had a long-standing relationship with the Tiandawei chose to support He Hongyuan now, because Hong Yufei, who was the second son of the leader of the Tiandawei, fell in love with He Hongyuan's daughter, He Yishi. In fact, Hong Yufei had chased He before, but was rejected by He. He disliked Hong Yufei because he was merely a hypocritical playboy. He Yishi, however, was attracted to his good-looking appearance, and seduced him. Although He Yishi wasn't as beautiful as He Yishi was very good in bed, and successfully seduced Hong Yufei. In Hong Yufei's eyes, it was the same no matter who he was going to marry, because he would play around as usual, so Hong Yufei agreed to marry He Yishi, then sided with He Hongyuan. However, if He Hongyuan wanted to cooperate with the Tiandawei, he had to win the gambling match against He Hongji. After all, the leader of the Tiandawei had a long-standing relationship with He Hongji, and wasn't willing to ruin it. However, the long-standing relationship wasn't persuasive enough to let the Tiandawei side with He Hongji, because the Tiandawei valued benefits above anything else. The above weren't secrets in the high society, except for the fact that He Hongyuan was the cause of He Hongji's hearing problem and He Xianx's disappearance. Therefore, He-Sin told Ji Yuning everything. Ji Yuning wasn't interested in their family conflicts but was just listening to a story. What if I lose the game? Ji Yuning asked. There was no reason for her to reject 500 million yuan, because it was quick money, but she was unwilling to pay for the result if she had to take responsibility for it. Since I invited you to help me, you don't need to pay anything for the result whether you win or lose, and I'll pay your remuneration as I've promised, He-Sin said. I just hope that you can do it to the best of your ability and never betray me. He-Sin was confident as to Ji Yuning's gambling skills, because Ji Yuning was better than any member of her family at least, but she was worried about Ji Yuning's character at the same time. She was afraid that Ji Yuning might betray her. Nevertheless, benefits lived with risks, and He-Sin could only turn to Ji Yuning for help now. He-Sin was much more generous than Chi Tianlin, so Ji Yuning agreed. When is the gambling game? Ji Yuning asked. On March 28th. It's the 50th anniversary of the He family's casino, He-Sin said with excitement. Chapter 739. What's your relationship with Chi Tianlin? Ji Yuning would be free on March 28th, but she wasn't sure whether something would come up then, so she said, I'm very interested in the deal, but I can't give you a promise right now, because I'm not certain that I'll be free that day, but I'll meet you that day as long as I'm free. Hearing that, He-Sin was a little disappointed. Anyway, it was still very likely that Ji Yuning would show up and help her, which was the best result she could get today. Sure, it's all up to you, but I do hope that you can show up that day, Miss Ji Yu, He-Sin said. Saying that, she took out her name card and gave it to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, this is my name card. Please contact me no matter whether you can come or not so that I can make the arrangements properly. If Ji Yuning was going to HK, she would be the most important guest of the He family, and He-Sin would obviously treat her with the best manners. No problem. Ji Yuning exchanged name cards with He-Sin. Oh, Miss Ji Yu, please keep it a secret between you and me, and never tell another person, because I'm afraid that it won't do you any good if others finds out, including Zuo Zhongkui. To be honest with you, I don't trust him very much. If he contacts you, please decline his offers no matter what he wants to do, He-Sin said with a serious face. She said that for the sake of Ji Yuning's safety as well as the He family's future. Although Zuo Zhongkui won pure trust from her father, and had never hurt the He family, He-Sin had run into Zuo Zhongkui dining with Hong Yufei at the same table, so she had to be cautious. She wasn't sure whether Zuo Zhongkui would be as loyal to her father as usual. It wasn't an uncommon thing for a man to be betrayed by a close friend. Sure, Ji Yuning said, and she was satisfied that He-Sin cared about her safety. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't have a good first impression of Zuo Zhongkui either. She always had the feeling that this man was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, it wasn't right to judge a person by his appearance, but Ji Yuning preferred to keep a distance from people she disliked. As for He-Sin, Ji Yuning sensed her goodwill, and it was also a good opportunity for Ji Yuning to expand her network and make a lot of money, so Ji Yuning was willing to cooperate with her. Ji Yuning had been to HK many times, and heard He Hongji's name countless times too. He Hongji had a good reputation, and many people respected him. Although the Tiandawei was involved in this mess, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid that she would be in danger, because she was confident to handle them. In addition, she didn't live or work in HK, so it would be difficult for the Tiandawei to hurt her. After hesitating for a while longer, He-Sin asked Ji Yuning another question. Miss Ji Yu, may I ask you something? What's your relationship with Chi Tianlin? He-Sin asked, feeling nervous. Ji Yuning understood that He-Sin's hatreds towards her was because of Chi Tianlin, but He-Sin's attitude towards her had completely changed now. We're just common friends, Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning said so, He-Sin believed it. Even though this was the first time she had ever met Ji Yuning, she had the feeling that Ji Yuning was a down-to-earth girl. She believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't lie to her. Oh, I think that you must be younger than 20, right? He-Sin asked all of a sudden. I'm 18, a senior student in high school, Ji Yuning said. Although He-Sin knew that Ji Yuning was very young, she was still surprised to know that Ji Yuning was just an 18-year-old student. Ji Yuning wasn't only unusually excellent at gambling, but was also very mature and stable. She didn't seem like an 18-year-old girl, but a woman around 30. They didn't stay together for too long, and he soon left with Zuo Zhongkui. On their way to the hotel, Zuo Zhongkui asked Xin, how's your deal with Miss Ji Yu? She didn't agree, Xin said with a sad face. Hearing that, Zuo Zhongkui avoided her eyes and asked, why? I used fame and fortune to tempt her at the beginning, but she wasn't interested. I also proposed to cooperate with her, but she said she needed to study and that the National College entrance examination is around the corner, Xin said. Zuo Zhongkui frowned. To his surprise, Ji Yuning was able to resist the temptation. Do you have her phone number? I can have a talk with her, Zuo Zhongkui said. I asked her for it, but she didn't tell me, Xin replied. Zuo Zhongkui didn't know that Xin was suspicious of him, so he believed it. Well, I think I can ask Mr. Qi for it, Zuo Zhongkui said. Qi Tianlin also had a certain amount of shares in the He family's casino, so he thought that Qi Tianlin might be willing to help him arrange a meeting with Ji Yuning. Xin just remained silent. At the same time, Qi Tianlin called Ji Yuning. Did Xin cause you any trouble? Qi Tianlin asked. Do you think she has the ability to do that? Ji Yuning said with disdain. You're right. She can't do that. Qi Tianlin understood that Ji Yuning could handle everything well. Yang Zichen didn't go back home until he drove Yuzi home. When he got back, Mrs. Yang was surprised. Why are you home so early? Normally, he would be back home after 10 p.m., after dining, watching a film with Yuzi and driving her home, but it was just 9:30 p.m. now. Something bad happened today, Yang Zichen said. Chapter 740 Ji Yuning learns what has happened to Yuzi. Hearing that, Mrs. Yang got nervous and asked with anxiety, what happened? Yang Zichen then told his mother everything, because it wasn't a secret and his mother would hear about it sooner or later. Mrs. Yang was scared after hearing the terrifying news. How's Yuzi now? Is she all right? No, I think that I should call her right now. Saying that, Mrs. Yang took out her phone and called Yuzi at once. She appreciated Yuzi very much, so she cared about her safety. Yang Zichen didn't stop her, because he knew his mother very well. She wouldn't feel comforted if she didn't make the call herself. When Yuzi received Mrs. Yang's call, she was so surprised that her phone almost fell from her hand. Although Yang Zichen and her were just friends now, she somehow had a feeling that Mrs. Yang was her future mother-in-law. Ji Yuman and Chaoya were already home when Ji Yuning got back to Wufu Hills. The next morning, Ji Yuning received Gao Yi's call, and he told her that they were going to deliver jade jewelry to the capital today, and that the opening day was the day after tomorrow. Ji Yuning had planned to go there, but now gave it up, because she was worried about the Tang family. Actually, as the big boss, it wasn't necessary for Ji Yuning to show up at the opening day. In the morning, Qi Tianlin called Ji Yuning again, and told her that Zuo Zhongkui hoped to meet her once more. Qi Tianlin didn't make the decision for her and asked for her own opinion. Ji Yuning understood that Zuo Zhongkui must want to talk with her about the He family, but she still agreed to meet him. Since she already decided to help Xin, she wanted to figure out Zuo Zhongkui's role in this mess. Therefore, they agreed to meet at 11 a.m. in the Kirin Hotel. Kirin Hotel was also a 5-star hotel, but it wasn't an international one. After breakfast, Cao Wenxin came to visit Ji Yuning, and she seemed displeased. Ningning, look at this, Cao Wenxin said, and gave Ji Yuning her phone. Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow and sensed that something bad must have happened. After reading the news, Ji Yuning was annoyed. What had happened at Fengsheng shopping mall yesterday was already uploaded to the internet by someone. To Ji Yuning's astonishment, Lin Tianyu dared to break the law. Even though Yuzi was fine now, the cut on her neck would leave a scar, so Ji Yuning decided to let Chaoya send Ji Yuman to the Tang family's house, while she went to visit Yuzi. It wasn't because Yuzi was more important than Ji Yuman in Ji Yuning's eyes, but because Chaoya was able to protect Ji Yuman well. There was no need for Ji Yuning to follow them every time. Cao Wenxin also planned to book a customized gown, so she went to visit Yuzi along with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning called Yuzi and asked her where she was before they left to visit her. Yuzi was in the factory at the moment, so Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin went straight to the factory. When they met Yuzi, they noticed that Yuzi was wearing a high-collar shirt to cover her neck. Wenxin needs a tailored gown. Please let someone measure her, and you come with me to the office, Ji Yuning said to Yuzi, then walked towards the office. Yuzi arranged someone to measure Cao Wenxin at once before she followed Ji Yuning. Hi, boss, Yuzi said. Ji Yuning took out a bottle with a power crystal in it. Apply this medicine with water to the cut on your neck 3 times a day, and it'll disappear soon, Ji Yuning said to Yuzi. Hearing that, Yuzi was surprised. Boss, you already heard of it. Wenxin told me, Ji Yuning said. No matter what terrible thing happens to you in the future, tell me, alright. Ji Yuning understood that Yuzi didn't want to worry her, so she kept it a secret from her. However, Ji Yuning was Yuzi's boss, and she cared about Yuzi's safety. In addition, it was also necessary for Ji Yuning to find out who dared to hurt Yuzi, because it could be Ji Yuning's enemy. Ji Yuning's enemies might not have the ability to hurt her, so it was possible that they would hurt the people beside her. In that case, if Yuzi was hurt because of her, she would feel guilty. Sure, Yuzi said. She knew that Ji Yuning said it for her own good, and she felt touched. Yuzi took the porcelain bottle and walked out to apply the medicine to the cut on her neck. The moment the medicine was applied to the cut, she felt something cold seeping into her body, which was quite comfortable. It took a while for the medicine to come into effect, so Yuzi didn't see the change right now. After being measured, Cao Wenxin went to choose the style and color of her gown. When they left the factory, Cao Wenxin invited Ji Yuning to dine together, but Ji Yuning already had an appointment, so Cao Wenxin had to dine alone. It was already 10:30 a.m. when they walked out, and Ji Yuning told Cao Wenxin to drive her straight to the Kirin Hotel. This time, Ji Yuning showed up at the last second of their appointed time again, but she didn't do it on purpose. In the private room, Zuo Zhongkui sat with Hixin, but Ji Yuning pretended that she wasn't familiar with Hixin. Please have a seat, Miss Ji Yu, Zuo Zhongkui said politely. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate and sat down at once. After that, Zuo Zhongkui let Ji Yuning order first. Ji Yuning then ordered several of her favorite dishes. Both Zuo Zhongkui and Hixin ordered several dishes too. When the waiter left, Zuo Zhongkui opened his mouth without delay. Miss Ji Yu, although you declined Xian's offer yesterday, I still hope that you can reconsider it, and we can pay you a higher remuneration if you want. I also understand that you don't lack money, but I think that you won't reject more of it either. I know that you're busy studying and the National College entrance examination is around the corner, but it won't cost you much time. You can fly to HK on the 7th, and stay there for a day, then come back on 9th. Zuo Zhongkui seemed very polite and sincere. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zuo. I'm afraid I can't help, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 741 Jason Robert, Miss Ji Yu, couldn't you consider it for a while? It's just a piece of cake for you. Zuo Zhongkui understood that Ji Yuning rejected his offer for a reason, but he still couldn't figure it out. If I agree, Mr. Zuo, can you promise that my family and I will be safe and nobody will take revenge on us? Ji Yuning asked. Well, Zuo Zhongkui was struck dumb for a second, and suddenly didn't know how to answer that question, because he couldn't promise that. Benefits lived with risks. Since Ji Yuning agreed to help Hixin, she would bear the result of the deal herself. All Hixin needed to do was to protect her when she was in HK. However, Ji Yuning asked Zuo Zhongkui that question because she hoped that he could take full responsibility for the resultant risk. If you can't, why should I take the risk for an amount of money that I don't lack? Ji Yuning said with pride. She didn't lack 500 million yuan. This news upset Zuo Zhongkui. As an apprentice of the gambling magnate, he only had 100 million yuan in wealth himself. Therefore, if he were Ji Yuning, he would accept the offer without hesitation. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Since Ji Yuning wasn't willing to help him, Zuo Zhongkui gave up, but he still took out his name card and gave it to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, I still hope that you can consider it, this is my name card. If you change your mind before the 28th of March, please contact me. I promise that I'll do my best to satisfy your needs. Although Ji Yuning rejected his offer, there was no need to embarrass him, so she took his name card, but didn't give him hers. Zuo Zhongkui frowned, then said, Miss Ji Yu, if you don't mind, could you please give me your name card? I admire your outstanding gambling skills very much, and I hope that we can gamble for fun in the future. Ji Yuning was curious about what Zuo Zhongkui wanted to do, so she gave him her name card in the end. He remained silent from the beginning to the end, like it had nothing to do with her. After the meal, Ji Yuning left. At noon, a foreign man around 30 years old came to Charm's store. Hi, is Miss Yu here? He asked a saleswoman. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm sorry Miss Yu isn't here right now. Do you need me to call her? The saleswoman said politely. No matter who came to meet Yu Zi, the staff would call and tell Yu Zi about it, because it could be business. Great, thanks, he said. Afterwards, the saleswoman called Yu Zi with the phone in the store. Miss Yu, there is a foreign man looking for you in the store, the saleswoman said. After that, she gave the phone to the foreign man. Hi, Miss Yu, this is Jason Robert from Paris, he said. He was the famous clothing designer, Jason Robert, who had said that he wanted to accept Yu Zi as his apprentice on the internet. He came here in person, which proved his sincerity. What? Yu Zi was shocked, and couldn't believe her ears. Are you Jason Robert, the famous clothing designer from Paris? Yu Zi had heard a lot about Jason Robert, and she was a fan of his. Yu Zi worked as a clothing designer, and focused on gowns, so she paid a lot of attention to those famous designers who were involved in the same field. Jason was her idol. Yes, it's me, Jason said. Even though she heard the answer from his mouth, Yu Zi still couldn't believe that it was true. She hadn't seen the comments Jason had left on the internet, so she didn't know why Jason visited her all of a sudden. Mr. Robert, may I know why you are suddenly visiting me? Yu Zi asked with excitement and nervousness. If you don't mind, we can talk about it face to face, Jason said. Of course not. I'll be right there. Please wait for a while, Yu Zi said. Although Yu Zi was excited to hear from Jason, she stayed alert before she was sure that the man was really Jason. If the man was really Jason, she would invite him to dine together at a fine restaurant. She was very familiar with Jason's appearance, because she had read many pieces of news about him, so she was confident that she could recognize him. At first glance. Sure, Jason said. Before Yu Zi arrived, Jason walked around and observed the gowns in the store. Jason appreciated Yu Zi's designs, but it didn't mean that her designs were perfect. In Jason's eyes, there were many things she could do to improve them. As a clothing designer, Yu Zi was very talented, which was why Jason wanted to meet her, and help her to be an outstanding designer. It wasn't easy for a famous designer to choose potential apprentices. An excellent apprentice would be the pride of his master, while a terrible one would damage his master's reputation. Jason only had 2 apprentices till now, and both of them became famous clothing designers. In addition, Jason wouldn't charge a cent for his lessons, because Jason loved clothing design and art more than anything else, and he didn't lack money either. Chapter 742. A talented designer. Yu Zi drove back to her store in a hurry the moment she hung up the call with Jason. Within 20 minutes, she arrived. When she saw Jason, she was sure that she met the right person, and got excited at once. It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Robert. I feel so honored that you came here to see me in person, Yu Zi said to Jason with great respect. Yu Zi never imagined that she would meet her idol in real life. Nice to meet you too, Miss Yu. Jason stood up and shook hands with Yu Zi. He was very kind to her. Jason was also excited to see Yu Zi, because it wasn't easy for him to find a talented young designer. However, it still took time to see whether Yu Zi was qualified to be his apprentice. He would also listen to Yu Zi's opinions. If she wasn't willing to be his apprentice, he wouldn't force her to be. Please have a seat, Mr. Robert, Yu Zi said. Would you mind telling me the reason why you are visiting me today? Well, I stayed in City B for a couple of days, and I watched the release conference of Charm by accident a few days ago. Your designs impressed me, so I hoped that I could meet you in person, Jason said. He didn't bother to hide his appreciation for UZ. Hearing that, UZ was thrilled. Thank you so much for your approval, Mr. Robert. It was very important for UZ to be able to win a famous or experienced clothing designer's approval, especially from her idol. She also felt happy if other people who weren't involved in the clothing design field thought her designs were attractive, but she would be more confident if a famous clothing designer had positive comments about her designs. Miss Yu, are you free now? If you don't mind, I would love to hear your ideas behind your designs, Jason asked. Sure, I'm always looking forward to hearing your opinions, Mr. Robert, UZ said. After that, UZ had a long talk with Jason about her ideas behind her designs. Hearing UZ's ideas, Jason repeatedly nodded and expressed his approval. During the talk, he also shared his opinion with UZ and UZ learned a lot from him. After the long talk, Jason was more certain that UZ was a talented, promising designer. In fact, there were many talented people in this world, but many of them lacked a good opportunity to show their talent. Since Jason discovered UZ, he decided to do something. In the end, Jason said, Miss Yu, there is a clothing industry forum at 2 p.m. tomorrow in the meeting room of Wangdang Hotel. If you have some time, you can attend it. Really, I do hope that I can join in. UZ was very excited to hear the news. The attendees of the forum were all famous or experienced clothing designers in the industry, and it wasn't open to everyone. Jason took out his name card and gave it to UZ. You can contact me tomorrow, and I can bring you inside. Nobody would stop her if she was able to attend the forum along with Jason. Thank you so much. UZ exchanged name cards with Jason. After that, Jason left. Miss Yu, who is Mr. Robert? You seem so excited, a saleswoman asked UZ with curiosity. Even the customers standing around them looked at her for the answer. UZ smiled and said, he's a very important figure in the clothing design field, and came from Paris. A clothing designer from Paris. Hearing that, they were all surprised, but they knew little about clothing design, so they still couldn't understand Jason's influence and position in the industry. Well, you can search his name on the internet if you want to know more about him, UZ said. Another saleswoman immediately searched Jason's name with a computer, and many people surrounded her at once. When they saw Jason's designs and awards, they were all astonished. To their astonishment, a wedding gown designed by Jason could be sold at the price of over 10 million yuan. Jesus. Miss Yu, you're so awesome, and you know such an important figure. Two saleswomen got excited, and felt honored that they could work for UZ. All of a sudden, the customers in the store thought much more highly of Charm now. UZ didn't stay in the store for too long, because she needed to deal with the rest of the things in the factory. Charm had received many orders these days, and many people demanded gowns made by her. Although she had enough time to do it, she still wanted to make full use of her time and do her job well. When UZ went back in her car, she called Ji Yuning and told her about what had just happened. Ji Yuning could feel UZ's happiness and excitement through the phone, and she congratulated her. In addition, it also proved Ji Yuning's good taste in choosing skilled people. Zhao Xiaoxuan stayed at home the entire time recently. She wasn't as sad as she had been during the past few days, but she was still very upset. After all, she had loved Lin Tianyu deeply before. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxuan suddenly read the shocking news that Lin Tianyu had used a knife to threaten UZ, on her phone. She knew Lin Tianyu very well, but she was still shocked that Lin Tianyu would break the law. Thinking of what Lin Tianyu had done, Zhao Xiaoxuan felt scared. She didn't feel relieved until she found out that UZ was fine now. Zhao Xiaoxuan had reflected a lot on what she had been through, and became more sober now. She also felt guilty that she had stolen Lin Tianyu away from UZ. However, no matter how guilty she felt right now, she couldn't change what had already happened. Chapter 743 Investigation on the Mu family. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxuan staring at her phone, Mrs. Zhao was worried. She walked over and read the news on the screen, then was shocked too. How could he do that? He is seriously digging his own grave. Without a doubt, Lin Tianyu would be put in jail for several years. Mrs. Zhao was very mad at Lin Tianyu because he had dumped Zhao Xiaoshuan. So seeing that Lin Tianyu was about to be put in jail, she couldn't help but gloat over his tragic life. Ji Yuning didn't go back to the Tang family's house after walking out of Kirin Hotel, but went to the antique street. Ji Yuning had many real antiques with her, but she couldn't put all of them in Shangyan Antique Store, because it might cause them trouble if there were too many real antiques in the store. She couldn't keep them in her telepathic eye space all the time either, because they would be wasted if she did that. Therefore, Ji Yuning planned to open another antique store in City B. She was free now anyway, so she visited the antique street. Once she arrived, she used her jade eyes to scan around the objects on the stands by the sides of the road. Ji Yuning walked down half of the street, but still failed to find any real antiques. Instead, she ran into a familiar face. In fact, she wasn't very familiar with him, and they had just met once before. The man was Mu Wengi, and he walked into a tea house. Thinking of Kei's reaction when she mentioned Mu Shushan last time, Ji Yuning understood that their relationship wasn't good. She also thought that Kei might be Mu Shushan's love child. However, Mu Wenqi seemed younger than Kei, so she thought that Kei's mother could be Mu Shushan's ex-wife. Kei's surname was Mu after all, so it was very likely that his mother had been married to Mu Shushan before. No matter what, she was sure that Mu Shushan and Kei were father and son. Since Kei was related to them, Ji Yuning paid special attention to the Mu family. She used her jade eyes and followed Mu Wenqi inside. Mu Wenqi didn't go upstairs, but stepped into the backyard. The backyard was a small, empty Sihewan. Mu Wenqi walked straight towards a room and knocked on its door before he entered it. There was a man sitting in the room, and Ji Yuning was surprised to see his face. The man turned out to be Tang Deming. One was scheming against the Tang family, while the other maintained a good relationship with the Tang family. If they gathered together, they must be cooperating with each other. Ji Yuning went upstairs to the second floor, and sat by the widow, from which she was able to see the small Sihewan. After ordering a cup of tea, Ji Yuning took out a wireless pinhole camera and pointed it at the room. Unfortunately, there was a long distance between them, and they deliberately talked in a low voice, so Ji Yuning couldn't hear their conversation clearly. Around 10 minutes later, Mu Wengi walked outside. Tang Deming didn't show up until Mu Wenqi was gone for 20 minutes, and he left as well. Ji Yuning put away the wireless pinhole camera, then sent Kei a message and told him to investigate Mu Wenqi. Since Mu Wenqi had a secret meeting with Tang Deming, she was suspicious that the Mu family was also involved in Tang Deming's scheme. Ji Yuning actually wasn't sure whether Kei would help her this time as usual because of his connection with the Mu family. If Kei was willing to do so, it would be much better, but she wouldn't force him to help her if he was reluctant to do it, because Mu Shushan was his father after all. Ji Yuning believed that it had to be Mu Shushan's intention to cooperate with Tang Deming, and Mu Wengi just followed his father's order. In that case, Ji Yuning also said at the end of the message that Kei could reject it if he was unwilling to do so. When Kei received Ji Yuning's message, he was discussing something with Chen Kanji. He just developed a new game, and thought that it might be successful. He planned to propose it to Ji Yuning after sharing the idea with Chen Kanji. Although he knew that there was a large group of teenagers who loved playing games, there were more updating games on the market as well, so they had to be very creative to attract teenagers' attention. Kei asked for Chen Kengyi's opinion on whether this game could be popular among game lovers. Kei was very good at playing games himself, so the game he developed on his own was, of course, at least as good as those games he had played. Ji Yuning's message came into his phone right as he was about to contact her. After reading the message, the smile disappeared from Kei's face at once. He, of course, knew Mu Wenqi. What's wrong? Chen Kanji asked with concern. Boss wants me to investigate Mu Wenqi. She said that she ran into Mu Wengi while he was in a secret meeting with Tang Deming, so she suspects that the Mu family is involved in the scheme against the Tang family as well, Kei said. When he said Mu Wenqi's name, his voice was full of hatred. Mu Wenqi, or the Mu family to be specific, was his enemy for life. Hearing that, Chen Kanji frowned, then sneered. It seems that it's unavoidable that you'll meet the Mu family. Chen Kanji was happy to see that, because Kei wouldn't get over it if he didn't get revenge on the Mu family. They asked for it themselves, Kei said in a cold tone. He had limited himself to not investigate the Mu family because of his promise to his mother. He was afraid that he would expose the Mu family's dirty secrets once he found any. A while later, Kei sent a message back to Ji Yuning and agreed to investigate the Mu family. Seeing Kei's reply, Ji Yuning understood that Kei didn't care about the Mu family at all. She left the tea house afterwards, then kept on walking down the antique street for fun. Before long, Ji Yuning found an antique store which was under transfer. She walked into it, and it was around 40 square meters large, which wasn't small. This store had 2 floors. The upper floor was a lounge, while the first floor was open to customers. It was well decorated, but there were only a few handicrafts inside. Besides, Ji Yuning didn't see any other people in the store in addition to a salesman. It seemed that this store could barely stay afloat now. Chapter 744 Du Liefeng, Hi, welcome. The salesman was a young man around 20 years old. He was sleepy, resting his upper body on the counter, and didn't show any enthusiasm at seeing a customer walking inside. Because there were no good objects placed in the store, he was used to the fact that people might look around for a while before they left. Ji Yuning didn't feel displeased, but slowly walked around the store. She was quite satisfied with its location and space. Why aren't there any new objects in this store? Ji Yuning asked. Didn't you see the transfer notice posted outside? This store is about to be transferred. It's a waste of money if we keep on purchasing new objects, the young man said with impatience. Ji Yuning didn't mind his unkind attitude and asked, "Where is your boss?" "What for?" he asked. Ji Yuning was very young, so he didn't think that she came here to acquire this store. "Isn't this store about to be transferred? I want to rent it, so I need to talk with your boss," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "What?" Hearing that, the young man's eyes lit up at once, and abruptly stood up to look at Ji Yuning. Seeing Ji Yuning's face, he thought that she looked a little familiar, but failed to recognize who she was. "Did you just say that you want to rent this store?" he asked with doubt. "Yeah," Ji Yuning said. "Are you sure you're not kidding?" He still didn't believe it. Ji Yuning understood that he didn't believe her words. "I'm very satisfied with the location and space of this store. If the price is reasonable, I think that I'll rent it." "Well, I am the owner of this store," the young man said, and walked out from behind the counter. His attitude towards Ji Yuning changed completely as well, and he greeted her with great enthusiasm. "Please have a seat, miss." Ji Yuning sat down, and felt slightly surprised that this young man was actually the owner of this store. He poured a cup of tea for Ji Yuning, and placed it on the table in front of her. "Miss, nice to meet you. I'm the owner of this store, Du Liefeng. May I know your name?" he asked. "My surname is Ji Yu," Ji Yuning said. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. Would you mind telling me what kind of business you're going to do with this store?" Du Liefeng asked. "The same as you," Ji Yuning said. "I wonder why your store can barely stay afloat now." Hearing that, Du Liefeng seemed angry and sad. "It's not a secret on this street, so I don't mind telling you. My father opened 2 stores, and both of them were very profitable. However, my father was very sick in the first half of last year, so he gave the 2 stores to me and my younger half-brother. My stepmother and my younger half-brother wanted to occupy both of the stores, but one of them was already under my name, so they could do nothing about it because I disagreed. In that case, they turned to a bunch of hoodlums for help and caused me a lot of trouble. I've been losing customers and providers since then. What's worse, nobody dares to buy my store because of my stepmother and younger half-brother." To Ji Yuning's surprise, there was a big story behind it. "How much do you know about antiques?" Ji Yuning asked. "A lot, because I grew up with them," Du Liefeng said. "What do you plan to do next if I take over this store?" Ji Yuning asked. "Find a job to feed myself." I think that I can still live a good life with my pay and rent, Du Lifeng said. Can you help me manage this store after I rent it? I can pay you a high salary along with 10% dividend every year, Ji Yuning said. Du Lifeng was struck dumb for a second. It sounded too good to be true. Miss Ji Yu, I'm afraid that it'll cause you trouble if I keep on working here, because my stepmother and younger half-brother won't allow me to stay here, he said. Du Lifeng was a good, upright man. Don't worry, they can't cause me any trouble, Ji Yuning said with confidence. Really? Du Lifeng was still worried. Well, let me prove it to you. Give me your phone, Ji Yuning said, and reached out her hand to Du Lifeng. Du Lifeng didn't understand why Ji Yuning needed his phone, but he followed her order. Unlock it, Ji Yuning said. Du Lifeng unlocked his phone and gave it to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then searched her name on the internet and opened the first web link about her. It consisted of all the news and information on her. Read it before you make a decision, she said and gave the phone back to Du Lifeng. Du Lifeng took it, then began to read it. After reading the news, he was shocked. He had read the news before, and this girl in front of his face. All of a sudden, Du Lifeng stared at Ji Yuning, and realized why he thought this young girl looked familiar. He had seen her face before. The moment Du Lifeng realized that he met his idol, he got excited and said, Are you Goddess Ji Yu? You're Goddess Ji Yu, right? Ji Yuning was surprised that Du Lifeng had read news about her, but didn't recognize her when she walked into the store just then. Chapter 745. A Woman's Warning, Do You Believe Me Now? Ji Yuning asked while looking at him. Of course. They are merely nobodies before you. I think they'll run away when they hear your name. Du Lifeng said. Ji Yuning had gained a lot of fame, so many people were aware of how powerful she was. For now, Du Lifeng just felt so honored and lucky to meet Ji Yuning, who would change his life. How much is the rent? Ji Yuning asked. Well, Du Lifeng thought for a while. He couldn't charge too much, because Ji Yuning had already done him a great favor. Ji Yuning understood what was on his mind, so she opened her mouth again before Du Lifeng could say something. Just tell me the number. I hate to be cheated, but I also dislike taking advantage of other people. Since Ji Yuning said so, he offered her the most suitable price. After that, they signed a lease for 5 years. In addition to that, they also signed a labor contract. Du Lifeng would own 10% shares of the branch of Xianxia Antique Store in City B, and his monthly pay was 10,000 yuan along with 1% commission. If he was able to sell a real antique whose price was 1,000,000 yuan, he would get 10,000 yuan as commission. Of course, he might not sell a single real antique within several months, or might sell several real antiques which were worth over 10 million yuan within several days. It all depended on the sales. All in all, it was still a very generous offer in Du Lifeng's eyes, because he also could have 10% shares of the branch of Xianxia Antique Store in City B. The more real antiques he could sell, the more money he could make. Apart from that, Ji Yuning would also advertise Xianxia Antique Store once she had a chance to help it to gain more attention. It was hard to find real antiques nowadays. As long as there were real antiques placed in Xianxia Antique Store, people would come to buy them once it became famous. Du Lifeng didn't think that far, because he was already stunned by the name of Xianxia Antique Store. He had been involved in the antique industry for years, so he paid a lot of attention to the latest news about it. Although Xianxia Antique Store was located in the capital, antique lovers in City B had already heard of its good reputation. Du Lifeng heard that Xianxia Antique Store was sold at auction a while ago, and its new boss ran it very well. He also noticed that the branch of Xianxia Antique Store in City B was written on the contract. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on him. Goddess Ji Yu, are you the boss of Xianxia Antique Store? Du Lifeng rounded his eyes in shock. Yes, Ji Yuning said with a calm face. I have many real antiques with me, but I can't put all of them in Xianxia Antique Store in the capital, so I plan to open a branch in City B to place them in. Ji Yuning said it calmly, but Du Lifeng was astonished. It was difficult for a normal antique store to have several real antiques, because real antiques were really expensive. Xianxia Antique Store, however, showed dozens of real antiques in the store, which shocked all the antique lovers in the capital. Goddess Gu was unusually rich. After signing the contracts, Ji Yuning said, "Please clean your store up these days, and register all the handicrafts in the store properly. They are yours, and I won't take them." Hearing that, Du Lifeng was surprised, because he planned to give them to Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was very generous and she wouldn't take them. Ji Yuning added afterwards, "I'll send you a picture of the sign of Xianxia Antique Store later, and you can make a similar one with City B branch on it." "Sure, boss," Du Lifeng said. Du Lifeng changed the way he addressed Ji Yuning after signing the contracts, which showed that their relationship was different now. After that, Ji Yuning transferred the annual rent to Du Lifeng. Since he had shares of the branch, there was no need to charge a deposit. Once Ji Yuning left the antique street, she noticed that someone was following her. "Miss, please wait a second," a woman around 40 stopped her. "May I help?" Ji Yuning asked. "Miss, I just saw you sign the contract with Du Lifeng in his antique store. I think you better not rent his store, or you'll be in trouble," the woman said, like she was doing Ji Yuning a favor. Ji Yuning, however, didn't believe that she was so kind, and thought that she might be Du Lifeng's stepmother who was trying to stop others from renting Du Lifeng's store. Even so, Ji Yuning still asked, "Why?" The woman glanced around before she approached Ji Yuning and said in a low voice, "Du Lifeng has annoyed a gang. No matter who rents his store, a bunch of hoodlums will come to cause the person trouble." Saying that, the woman seemed scared. Ordinary people were all scared of gangs. The woman believed that Ji Yuning, who was merely a young girl, would be terrified too after hearing that, but Ji Yuning stayed calm as usual, which confused her. In order to frighten Ji Yuning, the woman added, "You're so beautiful and young. If those hoodlums find out that you dared to act against them, they will do anything to ruin you." Chapter 746. The relationship between the Tang family and the Mu family. Ji Yuning was amused, but didn't show it on her face. Instead, she acted in concert with the woman. And seemed scared. "Really? I think you're right, I can't rent the store. I haven't given him money yet after all." Hearing that, the woman was satisfied. "Good girl. I don't want to see you, a lovely girl, ruined by those hoodlums, so you better stay away from Du Lifeng. He doesn't care about others' lives." After that, Ji Yuning thanked her and left. When Ji Yuning was waiting for a taxi, she called Chen Durong and told him to deliver a batch of real antiques along with handicrafts to City B. Handicrafts produced by Xianxia Antique Store were very beautiful because Xianxia Antique Store had its own production room. It wasn't big, but it could provide enough goods for Xianxia Antique Store. However, Ji Yuning decided to expand the production room of Xianxia Antique Store, and she assigned this task to Chen Durong. They would sell handicrafts produced by Xianxia Antique Store around the country. Xianxia Antique Store was highly profitable anyway, so they had enough money to achieve that goal. In fact, Chen Durong also had the same idea for a long time, but didn't have a good chance. Since Ji Yuning told him to be in charge of it now, he would, of course, work hard to make it happen. Ji Yuning also told him to guarantee high quality while increasing quantity, because the handicrafts weren't cheap either. After a while, Ji Yuning successfully stopped a taxi, and got in it at once. She didn't leave for the Tang family's house, but went to visit Tang Haifeng in the hospital. She decided to talk with him about the Mu family. After finishing gambling with Qi Tianline, Zuo Zhongkui and Hixin went back to HK. Their plan was to take back 2% of Qi Tianline's shares of the He family's casino according to the market price if Qi Tianline lost the game. The He family's casino accounted for 6% of the gambling market in HK. Qi Tianline alone owned 5% shares of the He family's casino, which were worth hundreds of millions of yuan according to the market price. It was impossible for them to take all of his shares back, because Qi Tianline wouldn't agree, unless they used force. And the He family wasn't willing to ruin their relationship with the Kiran gang yet. To their surprise, Ji Yuning showed up out of the blue and they even lost 1% share during this trip, so now Qi Tianline owned 6% shares of the He family's casino. It didn't have a big impact on the He family's business, but they were just reluctant to accept the failure. In the hospital ward, Zhang Lihua was chatting with Tang Haifeng, and two bodyguards were standing at the door. When Ji Yuning arrived, Zhang Lihua went to sit in the living room, because Ji Yuning wanted to talk with Tang Haifeng in private. "Grandpa, how's the relationship with the Tang family and the Mu family?" Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng cocked his eyebrow. "Well, not very good, nor bad. We've maintained a good relationship in business for more than a decade." In other words, the two families weren't close except in business. "What? Is there anything wrong with the Mu family?" Tang Haifeng asked. "I went to the antique street today, and ran into Mu Wenqi while he was in a secret meeting with Tang Deming, but I failed to hear their conversation clearly," Ji Yuning said with a serious face. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was mad. Mu Wenqi must be assisting Tang Deming to scheme against the Tang family. "Grandpa, could you please tell me the story about the Mu family, especially Mu Shushan?" Ji Yuning asked. Tang Haifeng didn't know why Ji Yuning was interested in Mu Shushan, but he still said, "Mu Shushan was born in a poor countryside, but he was a very outstanding young man back then, and won Miss Zhu's heart. The Zhu family didn't approve of their marriage at the beginning, because there was a huge gap between them, but Miss Zhu was unwilling to leave Mu Shushan. After a while, she got pregnant, and the Zhu family had to agree on their marriage. 20 years ago, the Zhu family wasn't very rich, but its business grew fast with Mu Shushan's assistance. Therefore, the Zhu family gradually accepted him and even let him take over its family business. Around 7 or 8 years ago, Miss Zhu suddenly found out that Mu Shushan already had a son before their marriage, and had a fierce argument with him. Many people then found out about that secret, but Miss Zhu was still in love with Mu Shushan and didn't divorce him. That's all I know." After hearing that, Ji Yuning thought that it was very likely that Mu Shushan had abandoned his ex-wife for a rich heiress. "Well, there is a subordinate in my company who closely resembles Mu Shushan, and they even share the same surname. When I mentioned Mu Shushan's name in a talk with him, he had an unusual reaction. I think they are probably related to each other," Ji Yuning said. "Is it possible that he is the son of Mu Shushan and his ex-wife?" Tang Haifeng said. "I already told him to investigate the Mu family," Ji Yuning said. Tang Haifeng was struck dumb for a second, then said, "Mu Shushan could be his father." "I have always had a feeling that he hates Mu Shushan," Ji Yuning said. "No matter what, I just hope that you can be alert to the possibility that the Mu family might be working with Tang Deming. If the person who works for me is going to take revenge on the Mu family, I won't stop him." Ji Yuning put it clearly. The Tang family had a long-standing relationship with the Mu family in business after all, so the Tang family would help the Mu family if the Mu family encountered any trouble. Ji Yuning told Tang Haifeng her attitude right now, in case Tang Haifeng couldn't distinguish their allies from enemies. "I understand, and I'll side with you," Tang Haifeng said. Even if the Mu family were in trouble, it wasn't the Tang family's duty to help them out. Ji Yuning, however, was a member of the Tang family. Tang Haifeng would obviously choose Ji Yuning over the Mu family. Since Ji Yuning had already arranged someone to do the investigation, Tang Haifeng would just wait for the result. Chapter 747 Tang Xinrui is fired. Tang Xinrui had just worked in Tangguang Group for a short time, but she was already promoted to be in charge of some financial charts because of her outstanding ability. However, she was in trouble now. Tang Xinrui had typed an important figure wrong, and made the company lose 2 million yuan. Therefore, Tangguang Group decided to fire her. When Tang Xinrui heard the news, she was shocked, because she remembered that she had typed it correctly. However, she was in charge of the financial chart now, so she had to take responsibility for the serious mistake. Even so, she still couldn't figure out the reason why it happened. However, nobody in the finance department felt sorry for her, because her quick promotion had displeased everyone for a long time. The finance manager, Yu Li, was included. Yu Li was around 30 years old, and she was also a skilled finance worker since she could become a finance manager at such a young age. Moreover, she had the ambition to be the chief financial officer, so she didn't get along well with the current CFO. Ever since Tang Xinrui had joined Tangguang Group, The current CFO treated her very well, and Tang Xinrui had stolen her assignments many times, which annoyed Yu Li and aroused her sense of crisis at the same time. Yu Li was afraid that the current CFO would promote Tang Xinrui to replace her position. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Tang Xinrui was a very outstanding finance returnee. Although Tang Xinrui just graduated from her university, she already had rich experience in finance as an intern. It was very likely that Tang Xinrui would replace her in the company. Since Tang Xinrui was fired because of a serious mistake, she was more than happy to see it happen, and quickly stood out to laugh at Tang Xinrui. Didn't the CFO always say that you're better than the rest of us? How come you made such a serious mistake? I think you really disappointed him. Yu Li gloated over Tang Xinrui's failure. Tang Xinrui squinted at Yu Li, and thought that it might be Yu Li who framed her. Yu Li had stacked the deck against her many times before. I remember clearly that I didn't type it wrong, and now I seriously wonder whether you've framed me, because everyone knows how much you love to arrange things against me in the finance department, Tang Xinrui said, staring straight at Yu Li. Hearing that, all the people in the finance room looked at Yu Li. It was true that they all knew that Yu Li disliked Tang Xinrui the most. Although they were all jealous of Tang Xinrui, and none of them felt sorry for her when she was fired, they didn't have the idea to frame her either. In that case, they were all surprised when they heard that it was possible that Yu Li had framed Tang Xinrui. Tang Xinrui, don't blame me for your own mistake. I did not frame you. Yu Li argued in a hurry, but Tang Xinrui was growing increasingly suspicious of her. Nevertheless, Tang Xinrui didn't have any proof, and she had already been fired. Precisely because of Yu Li, Tang Xinrui had no clue that the senior management of the company had found out her real identity and seized a chance to get rid of her. Actually, it was Quan Mingkai's idea. If they fired Tang Xinrui without a reasonable reason, Tang Xinrui would know that her real identity was exposed, and the mastermind behind the scheme would soon be aware of it, which would ruin their plan. Yu Li panicked a little because she had the same idea, but Tang Xinrui was fired before she could take action. After that, Tang Xinrui left Tangguang Group and went back home. When she went upstairs to the study to tell Tang Weiyang the bad news, she heard a woman's moans of sexual pleasure from the direction of Tang Weiyang's room. Tang Xinrui stopped at once, then went back to watch TV in the living room. Tang Xinrui's mother had passed away a few years ago, so it was normal that Tang Weiyang had other women. He was a man after all, and had sexual needs even though he was older. About half an hour later, the woman who had sex with Tang Weiyang showed up. She was in her early 30s, beautiful and sexy, but had the air of a prostitute. She wasn't a lady, but a leading hooker in a clubhouse, and she had had sex with countless men for money. Tang Weiyang didn't mind because he just wanted to have sex. Most importantly, he was familiar with her. To avoid meeting the Tang family, Tang Weiyang seldom went outside, so he had sex with this woman at home every time. Tang Weiyang had done her a great favor back in country Y, so she followed Tang Weiyang ever since, and worked for him. When the woman saw Tang Xinrui, she was surprised and smiled. "Xinrui, why are you home? It's still work time, right?" "I've been fired," Tang Xinrui said calmly. "What? You were fired?" That question wasn't from the woman, but Tang Weiyang, who was standing at the landing. Tang Xinrui then told Tang Weiyang everything. Because she believed that it was Yu Li's trick, she directly told Tang Weiyang that Yu Li had framed her. Hearing that, Tang Weiyang didn't doubt it, and he also had no clue that it was actually Quan Mingkai's idea to fire Tang Xinrui at this time. "Father, what should we do now?" Tang Xinrui asked. "Just live with it. Let's see what the others can do now." Tang Weiyang didn't blame Tang Xinrui, because it was meaningless. Right. At this moment, Tang Xinji called Tang Xinrui. Father, Xinji is calling me again." Tang Xinrui didn't answer it at once, but told Tang Weiyang. It seemed like she didn't know whether to take it or not. Tang Weiyang frowned and was displeased because he knew that Tang Xinji called for nothing good. "Answer it, and put it on speaker," Tang Weiyang said in a cold tone. Tang Xinrui followed his order. "Tang Xinrui, transfer 1,000,000 yuan to my account right away. I'm not lucky today and I lost again." The moment Tang Xinrui took his call, Tang Xinji said in a domineering tone. Hearing that, Tang Xinrui stayed calm as usual, but Tang Weiyang was in a rage. Chapter 748 Qi Ziyu recognizes Ji Yu Ning. I don't have money, Tang Xinrui said. Ask father for it, Tang Xinji demanded. Tang Xinrui sneered. Her father was never even willing to give her 10,000 yuan, let alone 1,000,000 yuan. She gave Tang Weiyang a glance, then said again, I told you that it was the final time that I gave you money last time, and I won't ask father for money again this time. If you want the money, call him yourself. You. Tang Xinji was mad. If he dared to ask Tang Weiyang for the money, he wouldn't call Tang Xinrui for it. If you don't transfer 1,000,000 yuan to my bank account right now, father will blame you if I'm beaten to death by them. Tang Xinrui remained silent, but just looked at Tang Weiyang. Tang Weiyang said in anger, I don't think that it's a bad thing if you're dead. You'll lose the last cent of our family's wealth sooner or later. Hearing Tang Weiyang's voice, Tang Xinji was scared, but he still begged, Dad, transfer 1,000,000 yuan to my account now, or they'll beat me to death, seriously. Tang Xinji didn't believe that Tang Weiyang would be willing to see him beaten to death, because he knew his father very well. No matter how outstanding Tang Xinrui was, he, as his father's only son, was meant to take over their family's properties. Let alone Tang Xinji, even Tang Xinrui had the same idea. Tang Weiyang was mad, but he couldn't see his only son beaten badly by others. Tang Xinji, this is the last time I'll give you money. If you keep on gambling, wasting money and visiting prostitutes, I'll put you in jail. Tang Weiyang threatened Tang Xinji. Tang Xinji, however, pulled his lips and gave his father a perfunctory answer. All right, I promise I won't gamble again. Tang Weiyang didn't believe that Tang Xinji would keep his word, but there was nothing else he could do. Without hesitation, Tang Weiyang hung up on Tang Xinji, and transferred the money to Tang Xinrui, then went back upstairs. The woman gave Tang Xinrui a glance filled with sympathy, and wore a sensual smile. Why don't you meet me at my clubhouse tonight? I can help you relax a little. Although she was kept by Tang Weiyang as a mistress, she also disapproved of his unfair treatment towards Tang Xinji and Tang Xinrui. She had no right to interfere in it, but she was willing to do something to cheer Tang Xinrui up. Thanks, Tang Xinrui said. She also wanted to relax herself. When the woman walked away, Tang Xinrui went back to her room. Before long, her phone rang again, and the caller was Bowen. Oh my dear Aaron, your father really spoils his trash son rotten. Bowen said. Bowen had never felt sorry for anyone else before, but what Tang Xinrui had been through really touched him. Maybe that was the reason why he liked her. I know. Tang Xinrui was calm, because she was used to it. How is the trash now? He's digging his own grave. Bowen beamed. It was Tang Xinrui's scheme again, this time to make Tang Xinji lose another 1,000,000 yuan. Aaron, why don't you just get rid of him so that you don't need to waste time on him? Bowen asked. With confusion. He's my older brother after all, Tang Xinrui said. Although she hated Tang Xinji and Tang Weiyang, she never had the thought to kill them. Fine. Since Tang Xinrui said that, Bowen didn't say anything further. Ji Yuning stayed in the hospital for more than half an hour, then left. However, she ran into Tang Yaxin and Qi Ziyu in the passage, and was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect that she would meet them in City B. Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin didn't notice Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning didn't want them to see her either, so she turned around at once and hid in the washroom. At the same time, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see where they were going. Even though she couldn't kill them right now, she was curious about what they were doing here. After a while, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin walked into a ward. There was a middle-aged man lying unconscious on the hospital bed with his head wrapped in gauze bandages. A middle-aged woman sat by the bed, and another man who seemed to be a secretary stood aside from them. There was just a short distance between them, so Ji Yuning was able to hear their conversation. President Qi, Miss Tang, nice to see you. Seeing Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin walking inside, the middle-aged woman stood up at once and greeted them politely. Mrs. Yang, how is Chairman Yang now? Qi Ziyu asked with concern. The surgery was very successful, Mrs. Yang said, but it will take several days for him to go back to normal. Glad to hear that, Qi Ziyu said. President Qi, thank you so much that you're still willing to cooperate with us even after my husband had an accident. Secretary Zhang will be in charge of the cooperation this time, and we'll do our best to satisfy your needs, Mrs. Yang said. We insist on cooperating with your company because we approve of your ability, Qi Ziyu said. Thank you so much for your approval. Mrs. Yang said. My pleasure, Qi Ziyu said politely. President Qi, I already booked a private room at Kirin Hotel. Would you mind sharing a meal with us? Secretary Zhang asked. Of course not, Qi Ziyu said, then left the ward along with Tang Yaxin and Secretary Zhang. Seeing them leave, Ji Yuning also followed them to the Kirin Hotel. After finding out the number of their private room, Ji Yuning went to change in the ladies' room, and dressed like a mature woman. She planned to book a private room when she walked out from the ladies' room, but encountered Qi Ziyu again in the passage. Qi Ziyu had just hung up a call with someone and saw Ji Yuning right at this moment. To Ji Yuning's astonishment, Qi Ziyu recognized her. Are you? Qi Ziyu was surprised to see Ji Yuning. Do you know me? Ji Yuning looked at him. Chapter 749 Ji Yuning dines with Qi Ziyu. Ji Yuning didn't have any grudges against him yet, so it wasn't a big deal that he recognized her now, but she just felt uncomfortable. I read the news about you on Weibo that you've cut out over 30 successive pieces of jade in City Tang, right? And your name is Tang Aining. Qi Ziyu had a deep impression of the shocking news, but he also had a guilty conscience saying that name. Anyway, he would love to make friends with such an outstanding woman if it was possible. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was surprised. She also noticed his uneasiness when he mentioned the name, Tang Aining. She thought that they would feel quite bothered if she used that name to socialize with them. Yeah, it's me. Ji Yuning beamed. Although she hated Qi Ziyu very much, she had to pretend to be friendly since she planned to bother them. Ha ha, it's so nice to meet you, Miss Tang, Qi Ziyu said. In fact, he could remember this name just because it was the same as the name of the girl who had been killed by them. Oh, please allow me to introduce myself. My name's Qi Ziyu said. Nah, nice to meet you, Mr. Qi, Ji Yuning said with a smile. Miss Tang, are you here to dine with your friends? Qi Ziyu asked. I had an appointment with my friend, but something just came up and she can't come. I'm about to leave now, Ji Yuning said. Well, if you don't mind, would you please share a meal with us? Qi Ziyu invited Ji Yuning to dine with them. I admire your stone gambling skills very much, and I hope that we can be friends. Qi Ziyu was kind and sincere. Will your friends mind? Ji Yuning pretended that it wasn't an easy decision for her to make. Of course they won't, Qi Ziyu said. They'll also feel honored to see you. Given the fame of Tang Aining, there were only a few people who weren't willing to see her. It's my honor as well. Ji Yuning agreed to dine with them in the end. Actually, she couldn't be more familiar with them, so she wouldn't feel uneasy during the meal. After that, Ji Yuning followed Qi Ziyu into their private room. In the private room, there was one more man in addition to Secretary Zhang and Tang Yaxin, and Ji Yuning was surprised to see him. He was Mu Wenqi. Seeing Qi Ziyu walking in with a strange woman, everyone in the private room was struck dumb for a second. Even though Mu Wenqi had met Ji Yuning once before, he failed to recognize her now. Tang Yaxin frowned and gave Ji Yuning a cold glance. She thought that Ji Yuning looked familiar, but didn't remember where she had seen her. Please let me introduce you. This is the famous Queen of Jade, Tang Aining, who cut out over 30 successive pieces of jade in City Tang, Qi Ziyu said to the others around the table. He understood that this Tang Aining wasn't the girl they knew before, but he still felt a little nervous. What? This lady is the Queen of Jade, Tang Aining. Hearing that, they were all astonished. Tang Yaxin, on the other hand, panicked a little when she heard the name Tang Aining. She knew that the girl was already dead, but she somehow still felt anxious. At the same time, she was also curious about how Qi Ziyu met the woman. Apart from that, she felt jealous of the woman who was obviously more beautiful than her. Mu Wenqi and Secretary Zhang stood up at once, and greeted Ji Yuning politely. It wasn't a bad thing if they could make friends with such a famous figure. Miss Tang, your stone gambling skills are really amazing. I've never heard of anyone else cutting out over 30 successive pieces of jade at a time before, Mu Wenqi said. Indeed, Secretary Zhang agreed. It was the most shocking news in the stone gambling industry now, and it was even more shocking than the news that the Wang family, which used to be one of the 3 largest raw material developers in City Tang, had fallen into a dramatic decline overnight. Although it was very shocking, it wasn't uncommon to see a rich family fall into decline. However, it was very rare to see a person cut out 3 or 4 pieces of jade at a time, let alone over 30. Most people couldn't cut out a single piece of valuable jade during many years. Since she was able to cut out so many pieces of jade, she must have become super rich within a short time. Miss Tang, I even thought that you could have a pair of jade eyes, and can see what's inside the jade raw materials, Xianxia joked. Although it was just a joke, it actually hit the point. In the beginning, Ji Yuning felt nervous when people joked about that, but now she was already used to it. Well, I don't have jade eyes, but I do have a unique way to gamble on stones, Ji Yuning said with a smile. It meant that she wouldn't share it with other people, so the others didn't ask further. Miss Tang, please have a seat, Qi Ziyu said, and invited her to sit by his side. After they were seated, Qi Ziyu introduced the others to her. Tang Yaxin was a little cold, but Ji Yuning didn't mind it. They kept on chatting and ignored Tang Yaxin, which displeased her. Miss Tang, were you born in City B? Qi Ziyu asked. Not really. I was born in City D, and I came here to visit my friends, Ji Yuning said. Qi Ziyu took out his name card and gave it to Ji Yuning at this moment. Miss Tang, this is my name card. Please take it, and feel free to call me if you go to the capital in the future. Thanks. Ji Yuning took it. Tang Yaxin frowned and glared at Qi Ziyu, but she knew that Qi Ziyu was expanding his network, so she didn't say anything. Afterwards, Mu Wenqi and Secretary Zhang also handed Ji Yuning their name cards, and Ji Yuning took them as well. I don't have name cards. Please remember my phone number. Since she took their name cards, it would be impolite if she didn't tell them her phone number. Ji Yuning had a phone number which wasn't under her ID card, so she decided to tell them that one. Chapter 750. A Mistress's Daughter. I just thought that Mr. Qi looks familiar and now I realize why, Ji Yuning said all of a sudden, like an idea just dawned on her. Qi Ziyu was surprised, and asked with curiosity, oh, where have you seen me before, Miss Tang? Although Ji Yuning wasn't flirting with Qi Ziyu, Tang Yaxin somehow disliked her way of talking with him. There was no woman who would tolerate her man talking frequently with another woman after all. Ji Yuning wore a meaningful smile, then said, it was a coincidence, but I was rescued by a woman whose name is also Tang Aining one day in the capital. I was surrounded by a bunch of hoodlums that day, and she helped me out. Hearing that, both Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin were shocked. In the capital, Tang Aining. Is that woman her? Although they weren't very sure, they had a feeling that the woman was her. Seeing their reaction, Ji Yuning was satisfied, and added, after that, we sometimes contacted each other and I saw Mr. Qi's photo on her phone once before, and she told me that you're her boyfriend. Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin got nervous. How much does she know about Tang Aining? Ji Yuning asked, Mr. Qi, are you still together with her? I lost touch with Aining since August last year. We already broke up, and we didn't keep in touch, Qi Ziyu said and felt uneasy. Oh, fine. Ji Yuning sounded disappointed. Well, what did you normally talk with her about? Qi Ziyu suddenly asked. We just talked about our life experiences. Speaking of that, we even share a common experience. You know I have a unique skill to gamble on jade raw materials, but actually it's my father who sent me to learn it from a master when I was just a little girl. It wasn't a pleasant experience, and I gave my father all the money I won. Aining told me that she had the same experience, because her father sent her to learn kung fu when she was just a kid too, and she's done a lot for her family's company, Ji Yuning said. With a clear sound, Tang Yaxin's hand trembled and a cup fell onto the table. Even Qi Ziyu panicked at this moment. How could she know about it? What else does she know? Miss Tang, are you all right? Ji Yuning pretended that she was worried about her. I'm fine. Tang Yaxin did her best to calm herself down. No pain, no gain. Miss Tang, I do admire you for everything you've done, Secretary Zhang said. Mr. Qi, if you hear from Aining, please let me know, Ji Yuning said on purpose. Sure, Qi Ziyu replied. In fact, it was impossible, because she was already dead. She left something with me. If I can't find her, I don't think it's appropriate for me to keep it all the time, Ji Yuning said. What is it? Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin asked in a hurry at the same time. Seeing their unusual reaction, Ji Yuning wore a confused face. Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin realized that they were acting in an impolite manner as well, and calmed down at once. Qi Ziyu explained, I'm also worried about her after hearing that you lost touch with her, and I want to know more about her too. Although we've broken up for a long time, we were boyfriend and girlfriend before after all. Oh, Ji Yuning nodded. She gave me a USB flash disk, but I don't know what's inside, because it's her privacy. Hearing that, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin couldn't stay calm anymore. Well, to be honest, I'm her younger sister. Can you give me the USB flash disk? Tang Yaxin asked. You're Aining's younger sister. Ji Yuning, instead, seemed displeased. If you're her younger sister, I can't give it to you, because I hate a mistress's daughter the most. Ji Yuning said it plainly in front of everyone. You. Tang Yaxin was mad. Mind your language. Tang Yaxin hated people saying that she was a mistress's daughter. Even though it was an unchangeable fact, she still couldn't accept it. Mu Wenqi and Secretary Zhang were both shocked, because they didn't know yet. Afterwards, they felt embarrassed. Qi Ziyu was also annoyed, but didn't know what to say. It's the truth. Ji Yuning said again. You. Tang Yaxin abruptly stood up and wanted to beat Ji Yuning, but was stopped by Qi Ziyu. Yaxin, calm down. Thinking of the USB flash disk, Tang Yaxin had to listen to him. However, she had a grudge against Tang Aining now. In her eyes, all the women named Tang Aining were unpleasant. Miss Tang, I'm the general manager of the Tang family's business corporation in the capital. If you trust me, you can give the USB flash disk to me. I think that there must be business documents in it, Qi Ziyu said. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can only give it back to her, Ji Yuning said. Please don't worry. I promise that I'll never read the documents inside, and I think that there must be a password if the documents are so important. Since Ji Yuning was unwilling to give it to him, Qi Ziyu didn't insist, and he also believed that there had to be a password. No matter what, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin couldn't live a peaceful life from now on because of the USB flash disk. During this meal, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin lost their appetite. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, enjoyed it very much. She did it on purpose to scare them. Sometimes, mental torture was more unbearable than physical. After the meal, Ji Yuning left, and Qi Ziyu stayed to discuss business with the rest of the people in the room. Ji Yuning didn't walk away, but went to sit in the tea hall. She planned to follow them and teach them a lesson when they left. Chapter 751 Make a Fake ID. Ji Yuning went to change in the ladies' room before that, and put on a baseball cap, so that others couldn't tell whether she was a male or female. While she was waiting for them, she called K. Before Ji Yuning could say a word, K opened his mouth. Boss, I just sent you an email about Mu Wenqi, and I was about to text you when I received your call. What a coincidence. Great, Ji Yuning said. Can you help me make a fake ID? Without the police security system finding out. Sure, Kay said, then joked, what? Are you going to do some illegal things? Yeah, so I can't use my real ID. Ji Yuning admitted it, then threatened him. I'll send you a photo, and you have to digitally alter it to be different from me. I'll be in trouble if I'm caught by the police. Ha ha, no problem. Kay laughed. All right, I'll send you the photo and information right now, Ji Yuning said, then hung up and sent Kay a message. Name, Tang Aining. Age, 22. Birthplace, City D along with a random address. Ji Yuning sent Kay 2 photos. One was her present look, while the other was Tang Aining. She couldn't retouch her ID photo. So she told Kay to digitally alter her present look to be the same as Tang Aining. Tang Aining, in the photo, was very different from Ji Yuning, so normal people couldn't recognize her. Of course, those who were familiar with Ji Yuning might recognize her. Ji Yuning believed that Leng Xiaoting could do it. Given Ji Yuning's understanding about Qi Ziyu, he would conduct an investigation on her once she mentioned Tang Aining, and do everything he could to get the USB flash disk. If he found out that Tang Aining didn't exist, it wouldn't be fun anymore, so Ji Yuning had to make a fake ID to let the game go on. Seeing the photo of Tang Aining, Kay was astonished, because he almost failed to recognize that it was Ji Yuning with heavy makeup. After knowing that, he found several similar places on their faces, but they weren't noticeable. What's wrong? Chen Kanji just walked out from the bathroom after having a shower. Seeing Kay wearing an astonished face on the sofa, he asked with curiosity. An idea dawned on Kay, and he said with a smile, "I'm looking at beautiful girls' photos. Why don't you come here and have a look?" He wanted to see whether Chen Kanji could recognize Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Chen Kanji frowned with dissatisfaction. He also wanted to figure out what kind of beautiful girl could attract Kay's attention, because Kay seldom paid attention to girls. Chen Kanji looked at the photo for a while, then said, "She is beautiful, but I'm curious about her face without any makeup. I think many women don't dare to walk outside without makeup nowadays." "Ha ha, you're right, but I don't think that you'll say that after you see her face without any makeup," Kay said with a smile. It sounded like he was confident that she was a real beauty. Ji Yuning was indeed a real beauty no matter if she was wearing makeup or not. "You've seen her before." Chen Kanji frowned. Normally, a woman wouldn't go outside without makeup. If Kay had seen this girl's face without makeup before, did it mean? Chen Kanji thought a little far away, and felt more displeased. He knew he shouldn't have that emotion, but he couldn't help it. "Yeah," Kay said. "In fact, you've seen her face without makeup too." "What?" Hearing that, Chen Kanji couldn't believe his ears. "I've seen that before too." Although makeup could make a huge difference, it didn't mean that it could completely change a woman's face, and he had no impression of this woman. Chen Kanji had a closer look at her face. He thought that it looked a little familiar, but still failed to remember where he had seen her before. He had just met Ji Yuning twice after all, so it was very normal if he couldn't recognize her face now. "All right, let me tell you. She's our boss," Kay said. "What? Seriously?" Chen Kanji rounded his eyes in shock. After that, Kay told Chen Kanji what Ji Yuning wanted him to do for her. Hearing that this woman was Ji Yuning, Chen Kanji's unpleasant feeling disappeared at once. Kay was very efficient, and sent Ji Yuning the ID photo after a few minutes for her opinion. Ji Yuning was satisfied with it. Another few minutes later, Kay successfully hacked into the police security system of City D, and added a new fake ID. Around half an hour later, Qi Ziyu's group walked out. Ji Yuning had put on a new set of clothing, so none of them recognized her even though she moved closer to them. "President Qi, Lord Mu, see you next time," Secretary Zhang said to them. "See you," Qi Ziyu said, and Secretary Zhang left. "Ziyu, why don't we go to the Earth nightclub to relax a little?" Mu Wengi proposed. "We can gamble for fun." "Sure," Qi Ziyu agreed. In fact, neither Qi Ziyu nor Tang Yaxin was in a good mood after Ji Yuning's sudden appearance, but they couldn't reject Mu Wenqi's sincere invitation. Ji Yuning followed them along the way, and took a taxi behind them to the Earth nightclub. When they arrived, Ji Yuning put the clothes of Tang Aining back on before she walked onto the gambling floor. She went to exchange chips of 10,000 yuan at first, but didn't go to find Qi Ziyu right away. Instead, she planned to play the game alone for several rounds in the following minutes, so that it wouldn't be strange when she met Qi Ziyu later. Ji Yuning went to a roulette machine afterwards. In each play of roulette, a croupier spun a roulette wheel in one direction, then rolled a ball in the opposite direction in a tilted circular track that surrounded the wheel. The ball gradually lost momentum, passed through an area of deflectors, and eventually fell into one of several colored and numbered pockets along the edge of the wheel. Players could bet on whether the ball would fall into the pockets numbered 1 to 36, but not on a pocket that belonged to the house that was the casino. The croupier paid the winnings to any player that placed a successful bet. Ji Yuning wasn't familiar with its rules, so she just played it for fun, and her jade eyes came to no use in this kind of game. Although she couldn't use her jade eyes, she was still very lucky today, and won chips of several thousand yuan after several rounds. However, Ji Yuning just played it for fun, so she didn't make much money. Chapter 752 Ji Yuning meets Qi Ziyu again. When Ji Yuning was playing the game, she didn't forget to keep a close eye on Qi Ziyu and the others. They gathered around a long oval gambling table, and began to play sick bo. Seeing that, Ji Yuning walked over. There were many people around the table, so they didn't notice her. Qi Ziyu's group sat by the left side, while Ji Yuning went to the right side. The croupier hit the dice cup on the table after shaking it for a while, and people started to bet. "Please stop betting now." The croupier pressed a hand on the dice cup, which was the hint that he was going to reveal the result. 4, 6, 6. Big. Ji Yuning bet on the result that it would be big, while Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi thought that it would be small. When Ji Yuning reached out her hands to take her chips, Qi Ziyu was surprised to see her here. However, this was a large long oval table, so he didn't call her name. Ji Yuning also saw him at this time, and they acknowledged each other's presence by nodding. Mu Wenqi and Tang Yaxin followed Qi Ziyu's sight looking forward. Mu Wenqi nodded to Tang Aining as well, but Tang Yaxin seemed displeased and frowned. "The road is really narrow for enemies. I think she might have followed us here," Tang Yaxin said. She was just saying it, and didn't believe that it was true, but actually she told the truth. "Yaxin, don't forget that the USB flash disk is in her hands." Qi Ziyu warned her. He wasn't sure what else the woman knew about Tang Aining, and they had to be cautious. In fact, Qi Ziyu doubted whether the woman's name was really Tang Aining. It was possible that she used Tang Aining's name to approach them. Although the woman already claimed that her name was Tang Aining back in City Tang, it could be a lie. Qi Ziyu wasn't a man who could be easily fooled. After all, he became a member of the senior management of the Tang family's business group from being a poor boy, and had successfully won Tang Bingsun's trust and schemed against Tang Aining. Of course, Tang Aining in the previous incarnation had been easily cheated by Qi Ziyu because she was deeply in love with him, and never believed that he would hurt her. Even so, it was an undeniable fact that she was a tool and the loser in the fierce game for power and wealth. Before Ji Yuning mentioned Tang Aining, Qi Ziyu didn't have any doubt, because there were too many people of the same name in this world. Nevertheless, it raised Qi Ziyu's doubt when Ji Yuning brought Tang Aining up. Although he still seemed polite and kind on the surface, he was planning how to get the USB flash disk from her. He also got someone to investigate her identity. If she wasn't lying, and knew nothing about those dirty secrets about Tang Aining and the Tang family, he would love to maintain a good relationship with her, because she had a very outstanding ability. Didn't she say that she was used by her family to make money and she herself didn't have much? If it was possible, he hoped that she could cooperate with him. She could help him win the game of stone gambling, and he could help her hide from her family's supervision and share the profits with her in private. He believed that she would be willing to work with him. Tang Yaxin snorted, then remained silent. Ji Yuning understood that Tang Yaxin held hostility towards her, but she didn't care about it. The next round, Ji Yuning won again, and Qi Ziyu along with Mu Wenqi lost once more. It wasn't an uncommon thing that a person won 2 successive rounds, so nobody paid special attention to Ji Yuning now. Therefore, Ji Yuning played a harder game the third round, and bet on the total score. The odds of betting on the total score was very high, and it was also very difficult to win, so few people dared to play it. Even Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi just kept betting on whether it was big or small. The result of the third round was revealed, and Ji Yuning won once again. After this round, she attracted a lot of attention from people around the table. Everyone was astonished by her luck. In their eyes, she must be super lucky to win, because none of them knew that Ji Yuning had a pair of jade eyes, and she could see the numbers in the dice cup. Chiziu's group, on the other hand, believed that she couldn't just be lucky, thinking of her outstanding stone gambling skill. Given her ability, it was just a piece of cake for her to make money. When the fourth round began, people all stared at Ji Yuning. It was obvious that they wanted to follow her decision. Nobody would refuse to win money. The croupier seemed dissatisfied. If this woman won again, and others all followed her, this casino would lose a fortune. To their surprise, Ji Yuning stopped betting all of a sudden, which upset the other people, but nobody dared to say anything. Ji Yuning still did nothing when the fifth round began, but she suddenly bet on alls 1. A specific number will appear on all 3 dice after the others all laid their bets. The others were all displeased looking at Ji Yuning, because they knew that she did it on purpose. The croupier thought that Ji Yuning might win again, but it was acceptable if others didn't follow her. The dice cup opened, and there were 3 sixes in it. Jesus. She's so unbelievable, and has won 4 successive rounds till now. Exactly. I wanted to follow her, but she didn't allow us to do that. We're not winning her money. Why does she have to hide her choice? They were shocked by Ji Yuning's gambling skills, but also complained. I don't think that you have the right to criticize me. If you want to win money, depend on yourself, Ji Yuning said. She wasn't willing to be criticized for that. The other people also closed their mouths afterwards. Ji Yuning continued to bet on the results of Sick Bo, but she would only place her bet when everyone finished betting. Some people who fixed their eyes on Ji Yuning's hand were able to win some money following Ji Yuning's choices. Ji Yuning didn't mind it, but she got the attention of the manager of this casino. Chapter 753 Manager Lu. Been a while. In the following hour, Ji Yuning bet more and more money on the game. After putting over 10 million yuan into her pocket, 2 men finally walked towards her. They were tall, bulky bodyguards in suits, and ordinary people would be scared of them. Ji Yuning, of course, wasn't afraid of them at all. Miss, our manager appreciates your gambling skills very much and he invites you to have several rounds with him alone upstairs, a bodyguard in a black suit said to Ji Yuning. Although he sounded polite, his tone was very tough. People who often had fun in a casino all understood what it meant. Nobody could safely leave here with a fortune. They all looked at Ji Yuning with sympathy, including Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi, but Tang Yaxin gloated over her misfortune. You deserve it, Miss Tang. Qi Ziyu walked out, trying to remind Ji Yuning to return the chips to keep herself safe, but Tang Yaxin stopped him. Don't go over. Before Qi Ziyu could do anything, Ji Yuning agreed. Sure. Ji Yuning seemed calm as usual, but thought to herself that Qi Tianlin wasn't a generous owner of a casino, because he wouldn't allow any gambler to win too much money in his place. In fact, it was the unspoken rule in most casinos. Afterwards, Ji Yuning followed the 2 bodyguards in leaving. Because of Tang Yaxin, Qi Ziyu failed to remind Ji Yuning to protect herself, and he also didn't dare to do anything else against the Kirin gang. Mu Wenqi had the same thought, so they could only see Ji Yuning brought away by the bodyguards. Everyone knew the reason why Ji Yuning was brought away, but nobody dared to discuss it. Because of many reasons, Qi Ziyu was worried about Ji Yuning, so he kept looking at the stairs, hoping that Ji Yuning would come out from there. However, Tang Yaxin was displeased, and questioned him in anger. Qi Ziyu, what do you mean? Why do you suddenly care about a woman that you have just met once? Do you like her? She didn't have confidence in Qi Ziyu. Hearing that, Qi Ziyu frowned, and said, Yaxin, don't lose your reason. She has Tang Aining's USB flash disk with her. If she's killed, nobody will know anything about the USB flash disk. Tang Yaxin said airily, don't be so naive. Do you really believe every word she said today? I think that she probably knows more about Tang Aining and approached us for a reason. It's also likely that she has other helpers. If we don't get along with her, we won't know whether she's our enemy, Qi Ziyu said. They talked to each other in a very low voice, so others didn't hear them. Hearing that, Tang Yaxin's face changed, because she was also suspicious of this, Tang Aining, so she shut her mouth for now. No matter what, she was determined to teach this, Tang Aining, a lesson. Thinking of that, a touch of hatred and cruelty flashed in her eyes. Nothing good would happen to a person who had annoyed her. That Tang Aining had proved that, and this, Tang Aining, would be the same. Ji Yuning followed the two bodyguards to a private room where the manager sat. His eyes fell on Ji Yuning's face, but didn't show any unkindness in his expression. Ji Yuning, however, greeted him like they were old friends the moment she walked inside. Manager Liu, been a while. When she had gotten Qi Tianline's attention the first time, Manager Liu had invited her here as well. She had also met him twice when she came to the Earth nightclub afterwards, so they knew each other although they weren't familiar. Because of her relationship with Qi Tianline, Manager Liu treated her as a distinguished guest all the time. Manager Liu didn't know that she was Ji Yuning this time, otherwise he wouldn't have interrupted her enjoyment of gambling. Hearing her voice, Manager Liu was struck dumb for a second, but still failed to recognize her. Seeing that, Ji Yuning smiled and said, "I'm Ji Yuning. I came here to deal with some personal affairs, so I put on some makeup." "Why, you're Miss Ji Yu." Manager Liu abruptly stood up, and couldn't believe his eyes. Even though he wasn't sure that this woman was Ji Yuning, he was certain it was Ji Yuning's voice. "Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't know that it was you. Please go on gambling as you like," he said, feeling a little embarrassed. "Thanks." Ji Yuning didn't mind, and turned around, walking outside. The bodyguards standing in the room were all surprised. They have no idea what was going on now. One of them finally remembered something. "Manager, is she the girl boss told us about?" A bodyguard asked. "Yes. If I had known that the woman was her, I wouldn't have interrupted her," Manager Liu said, and felt regretful. After that, he reported it to Qi Tianline. Qi Tianline wasn't in City B, but at a party in another city. He walked out when he received Manager Liu's call. Hearing Manager Liu's report, Qi Tianline was curious about what Ji Yuning looked like with makeup, so he told Manager Liu to send a picture of her to him. Manager Liu captured the clearest picture of Ji Yuning from the surveillance cameras at once, then sent it to Qi Tianline. Qi Tianline was amused seeing the picture. To be honest, he himself couldn't recognize that this woman was Ji Yuning, because the makeup was very heavy. Even though he felt that they looked a little similar, it was still hard for him to connect this woman with Ji Yuning. Qi Tianline was growing increasingly interested in Ji Yuning, because she was the funniest girl he had ever met till now. A funny girl could always arouse a man's interest. Satuyi also liked Ji Yuning because she was a very special girl. Thinking of Satuyi, Qi Tianline had a greater interest in Ji Yuning, because he had a strong desire to defeat Satuyi. Chapter 754A Competition with Tang Yaxin. Qi Tianline made a decision to compete against Satuyi for Ji Yuning's heart. However, it was a meaningless battle, because Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend, and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow anyone else to steal her away from him. Ji Yuning came back a few minutes later, and seemed quite relaxed, which aroused everyone's curiosity. Especially when they noticed that the chips were still in her pockets, they were all surprised. How could she come back safely with all the chips? "Miss Tang, are you all right?" Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi walked over at once, and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Ji Yuning shrugged with a smile. "What did they do to you?" Qi Ziyu asked. It sounded like he cared about her safety, but he actually wanted to learn more information about the Kirin gang. Qi Ziyu had a strong feeling that this, Tang Aining, wasn't simple, because she was able to come back safely after the meeting with the manager of the Earth nightclub. He was curious why the manager wanted to meet Tang Aining at this moment if they knew each other. Moreover, did Tang Aining know someone who was a friend of the manager of the Earth nightclub? If this Tang Aining had a powerful friend, they had to be careful while scheming against her. "Oh, I have a friend who's familiar with the manager of the Earth nightclub, so he let me go for the sake of my friend," Ji Yuning said. Qi Ziyu believed her explanation, because that was what he had thought, and he thought even more highly of her now. If the manager of the Earth nightclub was willing to let her go to please her friend must be very influential. In the beginning, Ji Yuning wanted to trap Qi Ziyu into gambling with her, but she thought that he didn't lack money at all, so she decided to change her plan. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to play other games," Ji Yuning said, and was about to leave. Miss Tang, what do you want to play? We seldom come here, and don't know how to play most of the games here. Would you mind introducing some to us? Qi Ziyu asked. He wanted to find out more about her, so he was unwilling to see her leaving right now. It was exactly what Ji Yuning wanted. She smiled and said, I like playing slot machines. Slot machine, isn't it a game for kids? Tang Yaxin said with disdain. I don't think that you can play it as well as an adult, Ji Yuning argued and challenged Tang Yaxin. It wasn't easy to make Qi Ziyu do what she wanted by challenge him, but Tang Yaxin was different. Don't despise me. I know that you're very good at playing dice, but it doesn't mean that you're good at everything. Tang Yaxin retorted at once. Slot machines were a game of pure luck, which was totally different from dice. Oh, if so, why don't we have a competition? Ji Yuning said. Why not? Tang Yaxin answered with alacrity. Yaxin. Qi Ziyu frowned, and tried to stop her. It wasn't because he was afraid that she might lose. Slot machines depended on one's luck after all. Instead, Qi Ziyu didn't want Tang Yaxin to have a grudge against Ji Yuning right now. Don't stop me. I just want to have a competition with her. Tang Yaxin interrupted Qi Ziyu, knowing that he was going to stop her. Mr. Qi, I don't think you should be involved in this, Ji Yuning said. Since they said so, Qi Ziyu didn't insist. After that, a group of them went to the second floor, and found a slot machine with the highest odds and demand for chips. A single reel of this slot machine required 1,000 yuan. 10 reels amounted to 10,000 yuan in all. The shortest odds were 10, 1, and the longest odds were 100, 1. Since it's a competition, we must set the bet. Ji Yuning proposed. No problem. Each of us will play 3 rounds, and put chips in all the 10 reels. The loser must pay the winner 10 times the chips that the winner wins. How is it? Tang Yaxin said. Tang Yaxin thought hundreds of thousands of yuan was merely nothing, so she set a very high bet for the game. Ji Yuning was obviously willing to see her losing as much money as possible. Sure, after you. Ji Yuning agreed and let Tang Yaxin play it first. Tang Yaxin didn't hesitate and started to put chips into the slot machine. She couldn't be more familiar with slot machines, and she often won money with it, which was the reason why she was so confident that she would win. She was determined to defeat Ji Yuning. After the first round, pictures of 20 times, 40 times and 70 times odds lined up on the screen, which added up to 1.3 million yuan. 10 times of 1.3 million yuan was 13 million yuan. Although Ji Yuning had just won over 10 million yuan in the game of sick bow, the money was barely enough to pay the first round of slot machine. Tang Yaxin was confident that she could win more money in the following rounds. The second time, only pictures of 50 times lined up, and she won 500,000 yuan. The third time, pictures of 30 times and 40 times lined up. After 3 rounds, Tang Yaxin 2.5 million won in all, and 10 times of it was 25 million yuan. Ji Yuning didn't seem worried, but she didn't show her confidence in her expression either, because slot machines weren't dice, and she could make mistakes. Anyway, she didn't care about 25 million yuan at all. Ji Yuning put the chips into the slot machine, and started to play the game. She pulled the spin, and the slot machine started with a loud noise, while all the 10 reels moved fast at the same time. Ji Yuning had played it before and she was able to memorize all the positions of the pictures with the help of her jade eyes. When it was the right time, Ji Yuning quickly pressed the stop button. The slot machine stopped with a sound like someone just slammed on the brakes. And the 10 reels gradually stopped one by one from left to right. Everyone focused on the screen, even Tang Yaxin, who was confident that she could win, felt quite nervous now. After the first round, pictures of 10 times, 30 times, 60 times, and 70 times lined up on the screen, which meant that Ji Yuning 1.7 million yuan after just 1 round. Chapter 755 Tang Yaxin loses the game. Tang Yaxin couldn't believe her eyes and refused to accept the result. How could this, Tang Aining, be so lucky? Money wasn't important, but she would be super embarrassed if she lost the game. Tang Yaxin prayed that Tang Aining wouldn't win again. Qi Ziyu and Mu Wengi were worried about Tang Aining, at the beginning, but now they were more concerned about Tang Yaxin. They hoped that it could be a draw, although it wasn't very likely, or a close result at the least because they sided with Tang Yaxin and would feel embarrassed too if she lost. Seeing that they were competing against each other, many people moved closer to watch them play the game. They were all shocked that both Tang Yaxin and Ji Yuning had many chips in their hands. Jesus. They're so unbelievably lucky. It's not often to see people win so many chips. Exactly. This slot machine has the highest odds, and they must have won a lot. I'm so jealous of them. Ji Yuning put the chips into the slot machine again, and began to play the second round. Do you think that she can win this time? I think she can, but I don't know how much she can win. No way. She couldn't be so lucky. She has just won so many chips. Exactly because she has won so many chips, I think that it's very likely that she can win again. I heard that a girl won all the chips in the slot machine not too long ago. I don't believe it. It's very hard to do that. Hearing their discussion, Tang Yaxin frowned. Although she didn't believe that Tang Aining was able to win all the chips in the slot machine, she was slightly worried because the prize pool was worth 100 million yuan at least. If she needed to pay 10 times of it, it would be 1 billion yuan. Thinking of 1 billion yuan, Tang Yaxin was scared. Although the Tang family had dozens of billions of yuan in wealth and they could afford 1 billion yuan, it was still a fortune. If her father found out that she lost 1 billion yuan in a gambling game, her father would be in a rage. Besides, she couldn't afford it alone. Tang Yaxin did her best to calm herself down, and kept telling herself that it was impossible. Unfortunately, the result was the opposite way around. After a few seconds, Ji Yuning pressed the stop button and reels of pictures gradually stopped. Seeing the pictures lined up on the screen one reel after another, Tang Yaxin's group were in despair. Tang Yaxin was so shocked that she could barely stand on her feet, then fell down on the ground. Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi were also in shock, so they didn't support Tang Yaxin in time. No, it's impossible. Impossible. Tang Yaxin repeated it. Let alone her, even Qi Ziyu, Mu Wenqi and others around the machine couldn't believe it. No way. She really won all the chips. None of them could accept this astonishing fact. Right after the second round, the prize pool was fully opened. Tons of chips were spun out within minutes. Once the prize pool opened, more and more people gathered around the slot machine, and they were all shocked as well. Miss Tang, I think that we can call it the end of the game, Ji Yuning said. No, impossible, impossible. Tang Yaxin failed to calm herself down. 1 billion yuan. How could she afford it? Qi Ziyu frowned, and helped Tang Yaxin get back to her feet before he looked at Ji Yuning and begged. Miss Tang, could you please lower the bet? It's too much. Mr. Qi, Miss Tang set the bet on her own. How can you deny it now? Ji Yuning seemed displeased. Well, Qi Ziyu understood that Tang Yaxin set the bet herself, but 1 billion yuan was too much for them. I don't think that we can afford it, Qi Ziyu said. You can't afford it. The Tang family is a well-known super-rich family in the capital. How is it possible that you can't afford just 1 billion yuan? Ji Yuning said. What? 1 billion yuan? The crowd was shocked again by the number. Although they didn't know what had happened beforehand, they understood that they must be competing against each other, and the bet was 1 billion yuan. The prize pool normally had chips of around 100 million yuan in it, so there was no doubt that Ji Yuning won 100 million at least. They had also heard the name of the Tang family in the capital, so none of them believed that Qi Ziyu couldn't afford it. Even though they were jealous of Ji Yuning's unbelievable luck, they hated those who refused to pay the bet after losing the game. Exactly. We all know that the Tang family is super rich. Why can't you afford just 1 billion yuan? I think that they are just refusing to pay the bet. If they can't afford the result, they could decline to play the game at the very beginning. Being criticized by the crowd, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin was annoyed, but didn't know what to say. Mu Wenqi remained silent, because he didn't want to be involved in this trouble. All of a sudden, Tang Yaxin glared at Ji Yuning and said, I didn't say that the bet is 1 billion yuan. Do you have any proof? Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted at her and asked in a cold tone, what? You want to deny it? I feel embarrassed for her. People started to attack Tang Yaxin again. Chapter 756 Pay the money. Did any of you hear me say that? Show me the proof. Tang Yaxin questioned the crowd. She dared to deny it because they had set the bet before others gathered here, and she was also confident that Qi Ziyu and Mu Wengi would side with her. Hearing that, the crowd fell into silence, because none of them had heard her say that. Although the majority supported Ji Yuning, they didn't dare to annoy Tang Yaxin, who was born in the well-known super-rich Tang family. If Tang Yaxin blamed them for everything, they couldn't bear the result. They weren't selfish or cold-blooded people either, but just a bunch of ordinary people. Mr. Qi, Mr. Mu, you were there, so please show your attitude now, Ji Yuning said, looking at them. She, of course, understood that they would side with Tang Yaxin, but she decided to deal with it after hearing their answers from their mouths. Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi frowned, but didn't say a word. They were cornered now too. If they admitted it, Tang Yaxin would lose 1 billion yuan, but Tang Aining would be mad at them if they denied it. Although they didn't get along for long, they knew that Tang Aining wasn't someone they could mess with. Ziyu, you're my fiancé. Are you going to help her? Tang Yaxin criticized Qi Ziyu. Hearing the word fiancé, Ji Yuning was annoyed. Although she had no love for Qi Ziyu now, she couldn't forget the fact that she had been deeply in love with him, but it turned out to be just a scheme. If she had had the ability to kill them, she wouldn't have let them stay alive back then. Now, she had the ability to get revenge on them, so she was determined to pay them back little by little over a long time. I'm sorry. I think Yaxin is right. Qi Ziyu chose to annoy Tang Aining in the end. Mu Wenqi also apologized to Ji Yuning, because he was Qi Ziyu's friend after all. Very well, but do you think that I don't have proof? Ji Yuning sneered. Hearing that, Qi Ziyu was shocked. What? She has proof. Ji Yuning didn't bother to argue with them, but took out her phone. I took a video of what you just said. Saying that, she played the video in front of everyone, and what Tang Yaxin had said was exposed to the crowd. With the solid proof, nobody could deny it. Qi Ziyu and the others were panicking. To their astonishment, Tang Aining had the video of them as proof. No, impossible. I didn't see you recording us. Tang Yaxin shouted and ran forward trying to grab the phone away. However, it was impossible that she could grab it from Ji Yuning's hands. Give it to me, Tang Yaxin yelled in anger. In fact, it was still useless even if she deleted the video. If Ji Yuning was going to get the money which belonged to her, she was going to get it. This is my phone. Why should I give it to you? Ji Yuning said. It's not real. It's not. Don't believe her. Tang Yaxin lost her reason. It's not up to you whether it's real now, Ji Yuning sneered. What's going on here? At this time, a security guard walked over. They refused to pay me the money they lost, Ji Yuning said. Since you lost, you should pay her. The security guard said. No, Tang Yaxin still refused to pay the money. I think that you better pay the money right now, or you won't leave here tonight. Ji Yuning threatened. Qi Ziyu and Mu Wenqi were a little frightened, because they knew that Tang Aining had a good relationship with the Earth nightclub. We can't pay it right now. It's too much, Qi Ziyu said. Actually, if he really wanted to pay it, he could figure out a way to do so, but he just wanted to delay it to see what else he could do to solve this problem. Don't fool me. I know that you can easily solve this problem with a call, Ji Yuning said and hit the point, which embarrassed Qi Ziyu. Since you can solve it by a call, don't waste your time on arguing. If you affect our business here, you can't bear the result, the security guard said. He didn't come to help Ji Yuning, because he didn't know her. He had no idea how much they had lost either, so he thought that it was easy. Right at this moment, the bodyguard who just brought Ji Yuning to meet Manager Lu walked towards them. Once the security guard saw him, he called him with great respect, Tianjie. Tianjie was Manager Lu's bodyguard, and nobody in the Earth nightclub didn't know him. Tianjie ignored him, but said to Ji Yuning politely, Miss Tang, our manager just gave an order. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me. Ji Yuning had told them that she came with a different identity, so Tianjie, of course, couldn't call her by her real surname. He was also surprised when he saw Ji Yuning win all the chips in the slot machine from the surveillance cameras, but he knew that Ji Yuning wasn't simple, so it was easy for him to accept it. However, he didn't know how much the bet was in her competition with Tang Yaxin, or he would be shocked. When others saw Tianjie, they were all amazed, because they all knew that he was Manager Lu's bodyguard. They didn't expect that this Miss Tang was Manager Lu's friend. Qi Ziyu didn't dare to reject it again now. Sure, please allow me to make a call. No. Tang Yaxin subconsciously refused to do so, but Qi Ziyu interrupted her and vented his anger on her. Shut your mouth. Qi Ziyu had never been so mad at Tang Yaxin before, and it scared her. She closed her mouth at once, and realized that they were in a dangerous situation now. Chapter 757 Kill her. No matter how unwilling Tang Yaxin was, she could not say no under the threat of the Kirin gang. She hated this, Tang Aining, to death right now, and made up her mind to kill her, like what she had done to that, Tang Aining. They were able to kill a well-trained killer, so it would be easy to get rid of this weak woman. On the contrary, Ji Yuning wasn't a weak woman, but a girl who was even stronger than Tang Aining. Besides, they had only been able to kill Tang Aining because Tang Aining had not been prepared back then, and nobody had treated her after she had been injured. Even if they could hurt Ji Yuning now, she would be cured with the help of the magical power within just minutes. Before they transferred the money, they had to count the chips first. Tianjie would be in charge of it. Tianjie told several security guards to count the chips at the same time. They didn't find out that Ji Yuning won all the chips in the slot machine until they moved them, and they were all stunned by the huge pile of chips. After counting for nearly half an hour, Ji Yuning won over 100 million yuan. 10 times of it was 1 billion yuan. When they counted the chips, Ji Yuning sent Ka message. She told him to send her the number of his bank card, because she didn't want to use her own bank card, in case it exposed her real name. Kay replied to her at once, and Ji Yuning gave Qi Ziyu the name and the number of the bank card after they finished counting. Although Qi Ziyu was a senior manager of the Tang family's business group, he had no right to use the public fund, so he had to call Tang Bingsun for his permission. He also had that amount in his bank card, but he was unwilling to pay the bill for Tang Yaxin. Moreover, he knew that the Tang family could afford it. He was Tang Yaxin's fiancé, but he was only marrying her for her family's wealth. In that case, he didn't care whether Tang Yaxin would be punished or criticized for her stupid mistake today. Tang Bingsun and his mistress, Tian Feifei, were socializing with a bunch of important figures in a private room of an exclusive nightclub. The room was filled with a sensual and luxurious atmosphere. The majority of those super-rich men would indulge themselves in alcohol and sex. In addition, they normally gathered together to have fun without their families knowing. Birds of a feather flocked together, and they shared many dirty secrets so that none of them would betray other members in the group. Tang Bingsun walked out when he received Qi Ziyu's call, because it was too loud in the private room. Chairman Tang, Yaxin just lost 1 billion yuan in a gambling game with a woman. The woman wants the money right now. If we can't pay her, she won't let us leave, Qi Ziyu said. It wasn't easy for him to tell Tang Bingsun. What? Tang Bingsun couldn't believe his ears. Say that again. Yaxin just lost 1 billion yuan in a gambling game, Qi Ziyu said it again. How is it possible? What did she do? Tang Bingsun was mad. 1 billion yuan. He had never seen anyone lose 1 billion yuan in a gambling game before. Although the Tang family had dozens of billions of yuan in wealth, 1 billion yuan was still a fortune. They played slot machine, and Yaxin set the bet. The loser has to pay 10 times the chips the winner wins. The woman won all the chips in the slot machine, so Yaxin has to pay her 1 billion yuan in all. Qi Ziyu explained. Tang Bingsun was struck dumb for a second. Seriously, she lost 1 billion yuan on a slot machine. Why didn't you stop her? I did, but you know that nobody can stop her. Qi Ziyu felt aggrieved. Who's the woman? If she's just an ordinary person, tell her that Yaxin is a member of the Tang family in the capital. Tang Bingsun was unwilling to pay the money, so he decided to use his family's influence to solve this problem. I don't know her background, but I'm sure that she has the Kirin gang's support, Qi Ziyu said. If he was able to use the Tang family's influence to solve this problem, he would do that himself. What? The Kirin gang. Hearing that, Tang Bingsun panicked a little. Since the Kirin gang was involved in it, it was a tricky problem now. Although he also had a gang support, it was barely comparable to the Kirin gang. Chairman Tang, there is another thing I think you should know, Xianxia said. Then tell him that he met another Tang Aining today. When Tang Bingsun heard the name, Tang Aining, he was scared. What? She has a USB flash disk and knows some secrets about us. At the same time, Tang Bingsun was very anxious because the Tang family would be ruined if their dirty secrets were on the USB flash disk. Kill her. Tang Bingsun gave the order without hesitation. If this is just her scheme, I think that she must have helpers. As long as she's killed, I'm afraid that the USB flash disk will be exposed, Xianxia said. Tang Bingsun frowned, and agreed with Xianxia. Conduct an investigation first, and kill her if it's possible, Tang Bingsun said. Sure, Xianxia replied. They obviously wouldn't tolerate such a dangerous threat lying in their way. And the billion yuan. Xianxia opened his mouth again. I'll call the finance department right now. Tang Bingsun had to yield to the threat of the Kirin gang and the USB flash disk. Great, Xianxia said, then hung up. Within 2 minutes, the finance director of the Tang family's business group called Xianxia, and Xianxia told him the name and the number of the bank card. The finance director then called Swiss Bank at once, and Swiss Bank would transfer the money to the bank card as ordered. Chapter 758 Get a billion yuan. After making the calls, Xianxia came back. In fact, Ji Yuning was also surprised that she could make a billion yuan today from the gambling game with Tang Yaxin. A billion yuan was just about 1/50th of the Tang family's wealth, but it was still painful for them to pay it. Tang Bingsun lost his interest in playing in the nightclub, and excused himself from the party. As Tang Bingsun's female partner, Tian Feifei left along with him. Boss, you don't look very well. Are you in a bad mood? Tian Feifei asked with concern, but she didn't ask for the reason, because she knew what she shouldn't say as a mistress. Yeah, Tang Bingsun said, but didn't say another word. It's still early. Why don't you come to my place and have a rest? Tian Feifei asked. It wouldn't just be a rest, but sex. When Tang Bingsun encountered trouble, he often came to her place and vented his unpleasant feelings by having sex with her. Tang Bingsun was her sugar daddy, so she should, of course, please him. Even though she hated making love with him, she had to tolerate it in case he dumped her. She probably couldn't find another sugar daddy who was as generous as Tang Bingsun. Not today. Tang Bingsun rejected it. He wasn't in the mood. Since Tang Bingsun was in no mood for sex, she wouldn't insist. Instead, she felt happy about it, because she disliked flattering him in bed. Tian Feifei preferred to have sex with her agent who had a thick, big and long-lasting manhood. Thinking of that, Tian Feifei decided to meet her agent after they separated. 5 minutes later, Ji Yuning received Kay's call, and he told her that he got the money. Although Kay understood that there would be a certain amount of money coming into his account, he didn't know that it was a billion yuan. When he saw the long number with so many zeros, he was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Boss, what have you done? Kay asked with astonishment. I won it in a gambling game, Ji Yuning said airily, like it wasn't a big deal, but Kay took a long breath in. If she won it from a gambling game, it was a large amount of quick money. Ji Yuning added, the money can be used as the public money. Sure, Kay said. Hearing the noise from Ji Yuning's side of the phone, Kay knew that Ji Yuning was still busy, so he didn't talk with her for a long while, and soon hung up. Well, you can leave now. Ji Yuning looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's group gave Ji Yuning a glance before they walked outside. Ji Yuning noticed the strong hatred in Tang Yaxin's eyes, but she didn't care. It was still too early to know who would kill whom. They walked outside, but didn't leave right away. Xianxia told Mu Wenqi to stay in the parking lot and keep a close eye on the elevator. If Tang Aining came out, Mu Wenqi would tell him. At the same time, Xianxia and Tang Yaxin waited at the front door. However, Ji Yuning changed her clothes before she left, so none of them knew that she was Tang Aining when she strode out of the Earth nightclub. During that time, Tang Yaxin called Tang Bingsun, and Tang Bingsun heavily criticized her. Tang Yaxin thought that it wasn't her fault and blamed Tang Aining for everything. She believed that it was a scheme, but she didn't dare to argue with Tang Bingsun. Therefore, she hated Tang Aining more, and was determined to kill her. I know that you hate her, but you better not take action on your own. I think your father will handle it well. If you ruin his plan, he'll blame you, Qi Ziyu said to Tang Yaxin. In fact, even if the Tang family's dirty secrets were all exposed, he wouldn't be involved, because those secrets were highly confidential, and Tang Bingsun didn't tell him much. He found out about them by investigating it himself. Although he wouldn't be involved, he was unwilling to see the Tang family ruined, because he was always ambitious to take over its business. Tang Yaxin was displeased at being warned by Qi Ziyu, but she had to stand it, in case she ruined Tang Bingsun's plan. Before long, Qi Ziyu got the result of the investigation on Tang Aining. In the beginning, Qi Ziyu thought that Tang Aining couldn't be the woman's real name. However, to his surprise, Tang Aining really existed, but he failed to get detailed information about her. Did Tang Aining tell him the truth? Qi Ziyu decided to conduct a deeper investigation. When Ji Yuning was already back to Wufu Hills, Qi Ziyu and the others were still waiting for her. It was 10 p.m. when she got back home, and Ji Yuman along with Chao Ya were already back. Ningning, your Aunt Qing told me that the new skincare products are super popular now, and the beauty salon is always crowded these days. Ji Yuman seemed very excited. Glad to hear that. Ji Yuning also felt happy. Oh, is everything going well in the Tang family? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, Ji Yuman said. Nevertheless, it wouldn't last long. Qi Ziyu didn't see Tang Aining walking out after waiting for a long time. Then he realized that Tang Aining must have left in another way, or she probably stayed in the Earth nightclub for the night. No matter what, Qi Ziyu understood that they wouldn't see Tang Aining again today. If they didn't see her again today, it would be very difficult for them to find her again. Qi Ziyu was reluctant to give up, but he didn't know what else he could do. In the meanwhile, Tang Xinrui met Tang Weiyang's mistress. Her name was Mi Jiamei. Mi Jiamei had no intention to do bad or immoral things with Tang Xinrui, but she just wanted to drink and chat with her. In the private room, only Mi Jiamei and Tang Xinrui were drinking and listening to light music. Cheers. Mi Jiamei raised her glass towards Tang Xinrui. Tang Xinrui lifted hers and clinked Mi Jiamei's glass, then drank it up. After several glasses of drink, Mi Jiamei opened her mouth. Xinrui, I have something that I want to tell you today. Whether you'll listen to it or not, I hope that we can keep it a secret between you and me. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.